Chapter 721. Klein's Guidance. On the future, Frank Lee rolled up his sleeves and began flicking his fountain pen while writing with a smile. My dear friend, Gehrman Sparrow, I have good news for you. I have successfully cultivated a new breed of mushrooms by using the flesh and blood of a rose bishop. As long as there's fish, it will keep growing. We'll no longer have to worry about not being able to eat mushrooms due to long voyages. Furthermore, it has been crossbred with beef, making it taste excellent. Its only flaw is that there's no way to make it catch fish by itself. External help is needed, but I don't think it's too big a problem. After all, based on what Nina said, it wouldn't corrupt the ocean. Well, let's just pretend she's right. I've mailed you some dried mushrooms. As long as you give it water and fish, they will immediately become normal and reproduce by themselves. I hope you will like my gift. After going on and on, Frank finally folded the letter and placed it in an envelope. He stuffed 3 dried mushrooms into it before applying glue and sealing it. After doing all of this, he took out the note Klein had given him, followed the description written, and began to seriously prepare the ritual needed to summon the messenger. This wasn't complicated for Frank, so it didn't take long for him to set up the altar and create a wall of spirituality. Finally, he solemnly placed a low and gold coin before the candle. He lit the candle, softly chanted the incantation, and stared at the flame. He watched it burgeon as a headless woman walked out with 4 heads in hand. Frank first jumped in fright before staring at Reinette Tinaker's 4 beautiful blonde, red-eyed heads that looked identical with patience as he muttered, how was it done? Why are they completely identical? If planted in soil, will more be grown? The eyes of the 4 heads held by Reinette Tinaker turned in different directions before uniformly falling on Frank Lee's face. Suddenly, the soil stored inside all kinds of vessels within the room flew out and piled before Frank. Following that, Frank floated up as he tumbled in midair with a shocked expression. He was thrown straight into the pile of soil with his head first. His legs kept struggling as they dangled outside, but he was unable to pull himself out of the soil pile anytime soon. Only then did 2 of Reinette Tinaker's 4 heads reach out forward, separately biting down on the letter and the gold coin. Only after she completely disappeared did Frank Lee finally find the best spot to exert his strength to escape the soil as he fell to the ground. She's powerful, Frank first sighed with a sense of lingering fear. Following that, he wiped the soil beside his mouth, bit into it, and chewed on it carefully before muttering to himself, it's a bit sour. At that moment, Catalia, who had just finished a sacrifice in her cabin, sensed something. Her dark purple eyes subconsciously looked towards Frank Lee's room, and she vaguely saw a crudely made illusory doll. The doll didn't have a head. The scene flashed as Catalia closed her eyes immediately. She felt her eyes were burning as she couldn't help but have her tears flow out. She knitted brows little by little as she muttered in disbelief, ancient bane. After sending the meteorite crystal and black hunting giant lizard's spinal fluid to Miss Magician and Miss Justice, Klein returned to the real world. He lay himself down on a reclining chair as he allowed his body to rock gently. He began considering where he would head to next. With news of Gehrman Sparrow's sighting and crazy Captain Connor's Victor's matter, it's unlikely that the pirates will openly appear in Byam for some time. They've either left the harbors or are hiding themselves, making it difficult for others to find them. That is to say that there's no need for me to stay here. The matters regarding the resistance can be directed by responding to them through Sea God or by going through Danitz. I'll head to the Seaweed Bar later. I'll get a fake identity, buy a scalped ticket, and head for Daisy Bay's Conant City. That's not only the biggest harbor around here, but it's also Davy Raymond's hometown. I previously agreed to this Red Glove's request when I released him from creeping hunger that I would pay this beautiful Bay City a visit and tell his daughter that revenge has been exacted. Yes, I'll also think of a way to return the Nightmare's Beander characteristic to the church. Heh, how hypocritical can people be? I'm planning on returning a nightmare characteristic while also planning how to steal a sealed artifact from behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Channy's Gate. Shaking his head, Klein closed his eyes and slept to recover his spirituality. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly felt something as he opened his eyes naturally. He quickly activated his spirit vision. Then, he saw Reinette Tinaker walk out of the void. This messenger was wearing the same complicated black dress, with a letter clasped in one of the head's teeth. Who mailed it? Danitz, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Frank, or Anderson? Klein received the letter as he nodded in appreciation. Thank you. He was very courteous with his powerful messenger with a mysterious background. He didn't wish to be strangled to death one day. Do you want to Immediately, reply, Reinette Tinaker's four heads spoke one after another. Klein tore open the envelope, took out the letter and opened it to read it. The content alarmed him as he nearly forgot to reply to her. As for Reinette Tinaker, she wasn't quick-tempered. She silently waited by the side. One day, Frank Lee will destroy the world. He definitely needs to be controlled. I can't give him a chance to advance. Seriously, how much does this fellow love to crossbreed and create all kinds of strange plants? The city of Silver is in need of food. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he had a bold idea. It was to direct Frank's research efforts towards all kinds of food that suited the city of Silver. This way, cows, fish, mushrooms, rose bishops, the sea, and the world would be safe. Klein hurriedly looked up and said to his messenger, "Yes, I'll immediately reply." He instantly got up from the reclining chair, walked to the desk, got out a pen and paper, and started writing quickly. "I have a question. If you eat the mushroom breed you create, then eat cooked fish and drink a cup of water, will it continue to reproduce?" After finishing the reminder, Klein proceeded to the main point. "Is it possible for you to create wheat that can grow without sunlight, or cows that can produce milk and meat simply by consuming monsters?" That seems rather interesting. He continued on this topic and wrote a few paragraphs before folding the letter. He then handed it to Reinette Tinaker and, in a natural way, he said, "The postage will be paid by Frank. Let's hope he isn't dead." After the messenger's four heads said those words one after another, a representative was made to bite on the envelope. "Let's hope he isn't dead." Klein jumped in fright. Just as he was about to clarify the matter, Reinette Tinaker had already entered the spirit world and disappeared. After contemplating for 2 seconds, Klein wrote a divination statement and used his topaz pendant to confirm that Frank Lee was still alive. He silently heaved a sigh of relief, packed up the dried mushrooms, and rubbed his temples before lying back into the reclining chair. After dinner, at the seaweed bar, Klein wore an ordinary-looking face. And came here once again. Unlike before, the customers in the bar were mainly mixed blood or natives who had darker skin and curly black hair. They were either part of the gangs in Biam, or they were secretly working for the resistance, or even both. There weren't many ordinary people, and the commonly seen pirates who often came from different countries were all gone. Only a few people dressed as adventurers were drinking liquor and discussing rumors at sea. Klein swept the bar and found Daniil, who Danitz had mentioned. This thin local could provide him with fake identification documents and scalped ship tickets. Without any apprehension, he went over. A second-class ticket to Conan for tomorrow, and an identification document. Daniil looked up and glanced at him. After some thought, he said, "A total of 20 pounds. Just a second-class ticket to Conan costs around 9 pounds, however, scalped tickets are more expensive to begin with. Together with the faked identification documents, 20 pounds isn't too ridiculous." Klein silently did the math before saying, "When can I get it?" "In 45 minutes, Daniil replied like clockwork. "You can pay 5 pounds first, and then pay the rest after receiving the ticket and identification." "All right." Klein didn't harp on the issue as he took out his wallet and pulled out 5 one-pound notes. He wasn't worried that anyone would target his wallet, for it might mean that he would save the 20 pounds, or even get more. Moments after Daniil checked the authenticity of the notes and was about to inform his subordinates to get working, he suddenly realized that the bar was extremely silent. Klein also sensed it as he subconsciously looked towards the door. There were 2 people there. One was wearing a formal tailcoat and a black trench coat, with brown hair neatly combed backwards. His eyes weren't big, but they were bright and piercing. He had a thin mustache around his mouth, making him exude a gentlemanly feeling while also looking a little sloppy. The other person wore a hooded robe which was rather rare. His face was hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to identify him. The sloppy gentleman scanned the area and was rather pleased with the crowd's reaction. A silver coin was tumbling in between his fingers as he walked towards Daniil. The hooded person followed behind him, taking out something from his clothes and stuffing it into his mouth, producing crunching sounds. The silver coin stopped moving when the sloppy gentleman came in front of Daniil. He said with a chuckle, "Prepare 10 tickets to Pritz Harbor tomorrow for me. They need to be split between 3 different ships." "Yes, Mr. Oder." Daniil stood up in a panic as he replied. Klein momentarily failed to recall who the sloppy gentleman who was tumbling the silver coin in his hand was. Only when he heard the name, Oder, did he find him familiar. As he was recalling, he saw the man in the hood take out a coffee-colored sweet before popping it into his mouth. He was munching on it, producing the sounds. After obtaining an affirmative reply, Oder and the man didn't stay any longer. They walked to the staircase in the quiet atmosphere, and they headed for the second floor of the bar. Daniil exhaled as he turned his head to see Klein looking puzzled. He then said, Oder. The adventurer, Oder, who serves the Dawn. I remember, Silver Coin Viper Oder. He's always claimed that he works for Queen Mystic, but no one could prove it. I can ask Ma'am Hermit later. The last I heard of him was at Demir Harbor. He was apparently mixing with Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn. However, the latter has already been finished off by Mr. Hanged Man. Klein instantly recalled many things as he deliberated and asked, what about the other one? Who knows? Daniil turned his head to instruct his subordinates as he got them to prepare some identification documents and the corresponding ship tickets. Chapter 722, An Unpeaceful Night. As Silver Coin Viper Oder wasn't a pirate, there were all kinds of rumors about him, most of which could hardly be verified. Klein retracted his gaze from the staircase and walked to the bar counter. He found a seat at the counter and tapped it. A cup of Zarhar. This was a locally produced malt beer. It was a lot cheaper than Southville beer that needed to be shipped over from the northern continent, 3 pence. The bartender recovered from his silent state as he picked up an overturned cup. The crowd in the bar began to break out into whispers as they were illuminated by the gas wall lamps. All of them were discussing the reason for Silver Coin Viper Oder's purchase of 10 tickets. He's definitely being pursued by someone. 10 tickets among 3 ships, it's clearly to prevent his pursuers from knowing which ship they boarded. A gang member with his sleeves rolled up, revealing his tattoo, shared his view based on his experience from evading capture twice. An adventurer drinking Landy-proof scoffed. You don't understand Oder. If his plan was that simple, he wouldn't have the title, Silver Coin Viper. I dare bet that he won't be on any of those liners from those 10 tickets. The only thing I can confirm is that they're heading to Pritz Harbor. Another adventurer shook his head when he heard that. Perhaps the news of him heading to Pritz Harbor is fake as well. The gang member from before was taken aback by what he heard. Refusing to be one-upped, he said, according to your descriptions, Oder has likely thought of what you figured out. That's precisely why he's heading to Pritz Harbor and will be on one of the 3 ships. The 2 adventurers were about to retort him, but they decided that there was quite a non-zero chance of that happening after some careful thought. Momentarily, none of them said a word. This made the gang member extremely happy as he downed the rest of his liquor. Klein was holding a cup of Zarhar as he sipped it while listening to the conversation. He was waiting for the fake identification and tickets he needed. There's another 45 minutes. I hope nothing happens. Don't make the bar into a mess. He silently prayed as he drew the crimson moon inwardly. The light yellow beer slowly dropped in volume while Klein would look at the wall clock from time to time, or at the entrance, hoping that time would pass faster. Half an hour later, the door to the bar was suddenly opened with a loud thud as the evening wind gushed in. No way, the corners of Klein's lips twitched as he held back his urge to smile wryly. He turned his body to look at the sound. Standing by the door were 5 people. Their leader had black hair and brown eyes, with recessed facial features and cut facial contours. He looked lowness and looked to be in his early 40s. His expression was cold and he exuded a natural air of dominance. It made everyone in the bar quieten down without realizing it, and the 3 men and the woman behind him were in trench coats. They didn't hide the fact that they were holding revolvers, and that they would instantly aim and shoot if there was any slight sign of abnormalities. I don't know them. They aren't on any wanted list or have any bounties on them, Klein mumbled to himself as he maintained his state as a spectator. The 5 intruders suddenly scattered as they came before different customers, bent their backs slightly, and looked at them before asking, "Where is Silver Coin Viper Oder?" The customers were hesitant to give an answer when they saw the black muzzle pointed at them, along with the handle made of ivory and ebony, which exuded a strange sense of beauty under the lights. They went to the second floor. The customers who had been asked nearly pointed to the staircase in unison. Someone is really pursuing Oder. This is an act against Queen Mystic, or has Silver Coin Viper done something himself? Or could it be because of the mysterious hooded man beside him who was eating sweets? Klein drank another mouthful of beer as he saw the intruders send 4 people up to the second floor. One was left behind to continue questioning the customers. Soon, the latter grasped the situation of Oder's request to purchase tickets from Daniil. Immediately, the person walked straight to the thin and dark-skinned black marketer, and he asked in a heavy voice, "Tell me honestly. Where is Oder heading with those tickets?" Daniil didn't put on a front just because of his social connections. He forced a smile and said, he didn't make it clear. He requested for 10 tickets that are to be distributed across 3 different ships. The departure date is set for tomorrow with the destination being Pritz Harbor. For real? The questioner was a seemingly radical man in his 20s. Daniil softly replied, you can ask anyone here. All of them heard it. Dogshit. The man shoved Daniil angrily as he turned to walk towards the other customers. Daniil staggered backward and was about to fall and hit his head onto the side of a tiny circular table when he suddenly felt an additional force on his shoulder. Instantly, he regained his balance. He subconsciously looked over and saw that it was the customer who had just requested to purchase a fake identity and scalp tickets. Thank you, those bunch of military hyenas. Daniil first thanked him before softly saying through clenched teeth, the person who had helped him was Klein. He didn't wish for anything to happen to this ticket scalper. After all, he had paid a deposit of £5. Of course, helping the innocent was also a habit of his. Military hyenas. In Biome, this description often refers to people from MI9. What did Silver Coin Viper Oder do? Klein silently asked himself as he eliminated the possibility that someone was targeting Queen Mystic. To the Loan military, it was meaningless. As he was thinking, the MI9 members who had headed up to the second floor rushed down. As they ran, they said to their partner, he has long fled through the window. The group of people came and left in a rush. Soon, the bar resumed its usual din, but the still gently wobbling main door proved that it wasn't as calm earlier. Klein's wait for his fake identification documents and scalp ticket paid off. He didn't need to worry about any possible interruptions. After paying the remaining £15, he left the seaweed bar, and he returned to the ordinary inn he stayed at. John Yodi, this name is way too simple, isn't it? Before I return to Backland, I need to make a more realistic identification document. Klein flipped through the series of identification documents before throwing them inside his suitcase. He took a bath and relaxed, prepared to leave Biome tomorrow, and begin the last stage of his sea travels. Who is it? Klein hurriedly took off his bathrobe, wore his clothes and pants, and walked to the door. Outside were a few policemen in black. One of them looked Lonis, while the rest were either mixed bloods or pure natives. What's the matter? Klein asked, puzzled. Please show us some identification, a mixed blood said politely since the gentleman in front of him was apparently a Lonis. Thankfully, I just made one. Otherwise, I'll be spending the night at the police station, or I'd have to flee on the spot, change my looks, and redo everything, Klein mumbled as he returned to his room, and took out the identification documents. The Loan police officer casually flipped through it as he said, Mr. Yodi, are you living alone? Yes, everyone in the inn can vouch for me, Klein replied frankly. The Lonis police officer revealed a smile and said, have you seen this person before? As he spoke, a constable beside him unfolded a portrait. On it was an elder who was abnormally thin with white messy hair. Apart from that, nothing stood out. He likes to eat sweets, the Lonis police officer added. Sweets? Klein suddenly recalled the mysterious hooded man behind Silver Coin Viper Oder. He had been eating plenty of coffee-colored sweets in a short period of time. After a short deliberation, Klein said without hiding anything, perhaps. Back when I was in the seaweed bar, I saw a man who loved eating sweets and was following Silver Coin Viper Oder. The Lonis officer didn't hide his disappointment. After a simple word of thanks, he ended the questioning. Only after he knocked on the other guest rooms did Klein close the wooden door, and return to the reclining chair. Oder's matter has not only attracted MI9, but it has also gotten the Governor General's office to send manpower to do a city-wide search. This is quite something, he muttered and decided to head above the gray fog to browse through the prayer points of light around the sea god scepter. He could gain more information from the prayers of the believers in Biome. He didn't wish to end up embroiled in a massive maelstrom for giving the wrong response. After entering the bathroom, he went above the gray fog where he summoned the white bone scepter from the junk pile. Swirling around it were countless points of light. As he browsed through each point of light, he determined that the questioning wasn't on a small scale. The target was Oder and the mysterious man, but he couldn't figure anything else out. After some thought, he cast his gaze on a point of light that had been specially marked out by godhood. It belonged to a mixed-blood policeman named Bulea. He claimed to have swallowed humiliation by changing his faith to the Lord of Storms for the sea god so as to climb up the police ranks. He was already a superintendent. Then, Klein cast the sea god's will into the corresponding point of light. Bulea, who was in the police station, assigning work to his subordinates, suddenly broke out into a cold sweat. He hurriedly found an excuse to enter the washroom as he silently prayed. Blessed of the sea and spirit world, the great Calvechua, your pious believer has something to report to you. The person we are specially searching for tonight is a very thin elder. His hair is completely white, but he has luxuriant hair. It's just very messy. He's very afraid of the cold, and he wears thick clothing even in Biome. He loves to eat sweets, as though he's a steam engine himself, and sweets are high-quality coal. The higher-ups have informed us to find him, but not harm him. Klein ignored Bulea and reined his thoughts back as he tapped the side of the long table. Compared to the portrait, such a description gives me a sense of familiarity. It's like I've heard of it somewhere in the past. To a seer, a sense of familiarity meant a clue. Hence, Klein wrote a divination statement and began questioning his spirituality. As he chanted the statement, he leaned back into the chair. He fell asleep with the aid of cogitation. In the gray and dark world, Klein found himself back in Backland, back in 15 Minsk Street, which he previously rented. In front of him was the red-eyed Ian. This teenage boy looked up and said, Tirani von Helmasuin, the greatest scientist after Emperor Russell, a mathematician, a mechanist, and the father of the second-generation difference engine. Suddenly, Klein woke up and knew who MI9 was looking for. They were finding the great scientist who caused many deaths between the Lowen military and the Intis spy organization solely because of a third-generation difference engine. They were finding the science freak who had mysteriously disappeared for years. It's no wonder Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn, had a modified radio transceiver that surpassed those in Backland. Klein was instantly enlightened. Chapter 723, Another Good Deed Today. After a moment of his mind going adrift, Klein rubbed his temples and slowly composed himself. He discovered that the matter had little to do with him. He wasn't motivated to participate in the matter. He was apathetic to whether the Lowen military found Tirani von Helmasuin, because he lacked a sense of belonging to the Lowen kingdom. What he had done in the past was solely to ensure a stable society and that its citizens wouldn't suffer any accidental damage. If possible, he didn't mind instigating a revolution to allow the poor to lead better lives. I never expected myself to become more of an internationalist after coming to this world. He gave a self-deprecating laugh as he prepared to return to the real world and have some sleep. Under the cloak of darkness, he would allow the tempest outside to freely unleash its might. At this moment, his attention was caught by the biggest item in the junk pile through the corner of his eyes, the radio transceiver. Speaking of which, what is the faction controlling Tirani von Helmasuin? It's nothing much if it's people from Queen Mystic Bernadette's side. She's a strong believer of, do as you wish, but do no harm, so she wouldn't do anything overboard. It wouldn't be good if it's the Rose School of Thought represented by Admiral of Blood. Ignoring the Temperance faction that's being suppressed, as believers of the Chained God or Mother Tree of Desire, their level of vileness can't be lower than the Aurora Order. Letting them grasp the most advanced technology available might bring about a disaster. Klein stopped his actions of wrapping his body with his spirituality. He gently tapped the edge of the mottled table. He soon had an idea, which was to bring the radio transceiver back to the real world, adjust it to the correct frequency to see if he could receive the telegrams from Admiral of Blood's crew. Then, he could use the codebook he had to decipher the communications. There will be a huge sweep of the city tonight. The matter must be at a rather important and intricate point. If the ones controlling Helmasuin are them, there's a possibility of the appearance of crucial telegram exchanges, in a situation in which the Governor-General's office, the Lowen military, and the Church of Storms haven't placed importance or even accepted this technology. This is the safest method. Therefore, Admiral of Blood and Company have a non-zero chance that they wouldn't change the frequency and codes after Old Quinn's death. Anyway, I'll just give it a try. After some deliberation, Klein didn't delay as he returned to the real world and busily prepared a bestowment ritual. After bringing the radio transceiver into his room, he didn't immediately use it. Instead, he used a ritual dagger and created a wall of spirituality to seal the room. He was doing it to air out the gray fog's smell. To him, there was actually no need to go through so much trouble to confirm the faction that controlled Helmasuin. He could have used the gray fog's aura to contact Erodes and receive the answer. But the problem was that he had posed his questions recently, and the smell that frequently appeared might incur the notice of evil gods like the True Creator or the primordial Demoness. It was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Klein decided to play safe by relying on himself. After about 8 minutes, when the airing was almost complete, he dispelled the wall of spirituality and controlled the radio transceiver to begin his surveillance. After an unknown period of time, the corresponding frequency received a transmission. Klein held back the joy in his heart as he seriously made notes. Then, he flipped through the codebook which he had replicated using divination, and he began the necessary deciphering process. Soon, he wrote a line on a note: 32 Black Pepper Avenue, 7 a.m. tomorrow. Indeed, the people in control of Helmasuin are Admiral of Blood and Company. There might be powerhouses from the Rose School of Thought involved. Klein immediately made a judgment. This wasn't confirmed based on the content of the telegram, but a simple inference from the existence of the telegram itself. If Admiral of Blood and Company were uninvolved, it was unlikely for them to send and receive telegrams involving Byam's streets. The meaning of this telegram is to gather by 32 Black Pepper Street tomorrow before 7 a.m. Does it mean that Helmasuin and Silver Coin Viper Odor are hiding there, and they're reporting to Admiral of Blood of their location and giving a corresponding time? Klein thought for a moment and immediately returned above the gray fog. With the intel he had just received, he wrote the divination statement, Tirani von Helmasuin's present location. With the paper in hand, he leaned back into the chair and chanted the statement in a raving-like manner as he entered a dream with cogitation. In the gray, hazy world, he saw an underground hall with countless gas wall lamps. Inside the hall was a massive, complicated machine. It was constructed from copper cylinders, operating levers, take-up levers, and countless gears. It took up nearly 2/3 of the space. A thin elder with grizzled, disheveled hair wore a thick coat as he paced in front of the machine. From time to time, he would pop a sweet into his mouth and munch on it noisily. No, it shouldn't be called a difference engine. It's an adorable fellow who can analyze questions and calculate the answer based on a set of procedures. Yes, its name should be a calculator. The elder kept muttering to himself as Klein's vision was pulled upwards and out the underground hall, arriving at the building above. It was a 3-story villa with a garden and lawn. Outside was its address, and it reads, 32 Black Pepper Avenue. He really is here. Klein opened his eyes as he silently exhaled. Then, he was stumped about what to do next. A scientist like him is useless to me. Instead, it's the root of many problems. I can't just keep him above the gray fog. Therefore, there's no need for me to personally get involved and take him away. Hand over the news to the Lowen military or the Church of Storms. This will effectively prevent the Rose School of Thought from obtaining any benefits, but there's a faction in the military that is likely related to the true culprit behind the Great Smog of Backland. It's not a good thing to have Helmasuin fall into their hands. The Church of Storms is well known for being rash. A conflict might end up with the scientist meeting the deity he believes in. After some careful deliberation, he gradually had a bold idea. It was to make the news public. He would make the existence and location of Tirani von Helmasuin known to the Lowen Kingdom military and the churches. This could effectively ensure that the scientist's capabilities would be employed by the Lowen Kingdom itself, and not any one faction. The key is balance, Klein smiled as he muttered. He then beckoned with his hand for the Sea God Scepter. For the former he had to carefully distribute flyers across the city to make a matter public and known to all, but now, he had an even simpler and effective method. He selected a believer who happened to be praying, and then pulled his view back as the surrounding area spanning 5 kilometers entered his vision. Then, with the Sea God Scepter, he wielded control of the wind. Once the wind calmed down, Klein's will sank into the scene as he changed his voice, saying with a low roar, Helmasuin is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. In Byam, the howl of the wind turned intense as it swept in every direction, bringing with it the deep and loud voice. Helmasuin is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Helmasuin is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. This voice soon spread across Byam like a broadcast to the entire city. Silver Coin Viper Odor was donning a cloak, pretending to be Helmasuin. He hid himself in a crowded building in the slums, occasionally appearing to mislead MI9 and the Governor General's office's police officers. Suddenly, a gale swept past as the voice sounded in his ears. What? As the voice resounded, Odor fell into a dazed shock. Without noticing it, he fell from the top of the roof and nearly injured himself badly. Behind the Cathedral of Waves, and in a small nearby building of the Governor General's office, Jan Cotman and Robert Davis heard the voice in the wind. The first reaction they had was to look up at the sky before casting their eyes towards the borough where Black Pepper Avenue was. After the broadcast and being in a good mood, Klein threw the Sea God Scepter back into the junk pile and returned to the real world. He wasn't in a rush to bring the radio transceiver back above the gray fog. Instead, He left it there as he continued monitoring the transmissions. This way, even if there are powerhouses from the Rose School of Thought hidden in Biome, they wouldn't dare appear. Heh, and regardless who takes action, they'll have no choice but to hand it over to the country. Unfortunately, I don't have the habit of writing a diary like the Emperor. Otherwise, I could write something like, I did another good deed today. Klein silently sighed, took off his coat, got into bed, and slept. He didn't care what was going to happen next, as it had nothing to do with him. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up and sat up. Then, there was knocking on his door. Who could it be? To knock in the middle of the night? I'm currently John Yodi. Klein wore creeping hunger and took out Death Knell from under his pillow before coming to the door. The visitor's looks quickly surfaced in his mind. It was a thin elder with grizzled, disheveled hair. He was wearing a coat stuffed with cotton and a tweed overcoat. He was popping a coffee-colored sweet into his mouth. Tirani von Helmasuin. Holy fuck, why is he here looking for me? I'm just the ordinary John Yodi. Also, how did he escape the tracking of a demigod? Klein's first reaction was to tell the man that he had gotten the wrong person, but he held back and asked, who are you looking for? Helmasuin smiled weakly and said, I noticed you when we were in the seaweed bar, however, I didn't have a chance to talk to you. Heh, my life is at its end, so I recently recalled many things. Please allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Orange Light Hilarion. Orange Light Hilarion. Klein was taken aback before he asked in puzzlement, is there something? Helmasuin chuckled, I'm here to warn you. Be careful of the mother tree of desire. He paused for a moment before saying, all right, I need to leave, and I'm about to die before returning to the spirit world. Do you have any enemies here? Why do you ask? Klein asked, confused. Helmasuin coughed and said, I can silently die at their doorstep. That way, you would have your revenge. Chapter 724. The true meaning behind the warning. Upon hearing Helmasuin's reply, Klein couldn't help but twitch the corner of his lips. He nearly froze on the spot. My enemies aren't in Biome. Even if you were to die at Sea King's doorstep, it wouldn't be of much use. He slowly drew a breath and didn't continue the topic. Instead, he asked, Helmasuin, no, Mr. Hilarion, how did you notice me? You even came here before your death to specially warn me. This was also the puzzlement he had towards Erodes and Rynette Tinacare. He just never had a chance to ask them. With the door in between them, Helmasuin fell silent for 2 seconds. Then, he said with a smile in his tone, there are some tiny unique traits about you. In high-level creatures of the spirit world, it's no secret. It's noticeable as long as they make contact with you in close proximity. After all, the gray fog that represents the great ruler of the spirit world is above our heads. Deities with certain unique authorities or beyonders who represent fate can also discover this point to a certain extent. Of course, the premise is that close contact has to be made. Gray fog, although Orange Light's explanation and Erodes's compliments are nearly identical, he is the first person I've met that directly pointed out the gray fog to me to my face. Therefore, the mysterious space is the divine kingdom above the spirit world left behind by the great ruler. Which sequence 0 pathway is this? The deities who can discover that I'm augmented by the gray fog include the mother tree of desire, so, she was able to target me. Klein's thoughts bubbled like boiling water as all sorts of questions popped in his head. Just as he was about to speak, Helmasuin had continued, in Yellow Light's prophecy, the great ruler above the spirit world is one of the variables of the apocalypse. However, I cannot be sure that you are equivalent to him. There are too many possibilities for you that allow that unique trait, for example, you being his blessed, his child, or his chosen oracle, but none of this stops me from expressing my friendship. Ahem, you know about Backland Stock Exchange, right? You're like a railway company that just got listed. You seem to have a bright future ahead. Some people will naturally think well of you and purchase a certain number of shares, but there will be no lack of people who are greedy. They wish to use other means to seize this company or obtain the controlling rights. I'm part of the former, while Mother Tree of Desire and even more powerful spirit world creatures are part of the latter. Is that so? If it wasn't because the transmigrator, Emperor Russell, who existed before me, had some level of interaction with the gray fog, and if I hadn't divined my origins in that mysterious space and received clear scenes of Earth, allowing me to recall even more of my memories, I would have suspected if I was the reincarnation of the great ruler above the spirit world. Taking everything into account from this experience, Emperor Russell and I are more like the chosen oracles. The great ruler above the gray fog is equivalent to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth. Klein couldn't help but generate all kinds of conjectures as his mind was in a mess like a cat playing a ball of yarn. He calmed his emotions and said, "Is there any way to hide this unique trait? Become a demigod." Helmasuin suddenly coughed after answering. "Do you mind if I die at your doorstep?" "Yes." Klein didn't wish to draw the attention of Sea King Jan Cotman, Naval Admiral Robert Davis, and other demigods. Helmasuin munched at his sweet and said, "Then, I'll have to leave immediately, or else there wouldn't be time. After you become a demigod and have the powers to probe deep into the spirit world, we might have a chance of meeting." Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Thank you for your warning, Mr. Hilarion." Helmasuin didn't reply as he lumbered to the staircase. As he listened to the footsteps down the stairs, Klein focused. Suddenly, he had a certain theory about why Emperor Russell had failed to enter despite discovering the existence of the gray fog. He restored that silver plate which resulted in his transmigration far after he became a Beander. As for me, I was already an ordinary person when I attempted the luck enhancement ritual again. Also, Emperor Russell chose the Savon pathway, while I took the Seer pathway. The mysterious space above the gray fog clearly provides great aid in divination. Therefore, the prerequisites for entering the space above the gray fog is to be an ordinary person or be a Beander of the Seer pathway, as well as knowing of the corresponding incantation, rituals, and symbols. The Emperor's experiments were too late, and he had chosen the wrong pathway, so he naturally had no means of entering it. With how the Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathways are considered neighboring pathways, perhaps the former two would work too. Could this be the deeper reason why the Emperor made the poignant point in his diary that he should have chosen one of these 3 pathways? Apart from not having any sequence 0 for these 3 pathways, preventing any influence from the peak, it's also the key to entering the gray fog. As his thoughts churned, Klein placed this matter, which he couldn't obtain any confirmation of, at the back of his mind. He began considering Orange Light Hilarion's warning, "Be careful of the Mother Tree of Desire." Due to the incident as Admiral Emirius, Klein was rather wary against the Mother Tree of Desire. He had no choice but to change his identity and use the need for him to act, so as to hide for 2 months. Subsequently, he wasn't too willing to provoke Admiral of Blood and other members of the Rose School of Thought, afraid that he would fall into a trap. Towards the extreme danger lurking around, a normal human's first thought was to resolve the matter. It was likewise the same for Klein. However, the problem was that he had no solutions. The Mother Tree of Desire was suspected to be a sequence 0 true god located in the astral world. Even if Klein jumped up, there was no way he could hit her, or defeat her. In the faction, the Rose School of Thought, that she controlled was an organization with quite a long history. It likely had angels presiding over it and had grade 0 sealed artifacts. Otherwise, it was very difficult for them to survive to this day with the churches and all the secret organizations at odds with it. Therefore, even if Klein had plans of getting the help of Mr. Azek or other powerful figures, there was no way he could uproot the Rose School of Thought. It was even possible that they would encounter danger. Due to these reasons, Klein could only hide and hope that he could successfully advance to sequence 4 and become a demigod. I've always been careful against the Mother Tree of Desire. Mr. Orange Light Hilarion didn't know that I once fell for the evil god's trap at Orvie Island. Or did he specially come over to warn me that she would be doing something major soon? He was previously under Admiral of Blood's control, and Admiral of Blood is a member of the Rose School of Thought. He might very well know of something. Klein was instantly alarmed. He didn't just blindly believe that a faceless transformation was enough to fool the Mother Tree of Desire's attention. According to Orange Light Hilarion's explanation, she would be able to discover certain unique traits when in close proximity with me. This is something the faceless Beander powers are unable to mask. She hasn't done anything in a while. Could it be that she is attempting to use this sensation to bestow something to her believers through some ritual or item, and that she is about to succeed soon? Klein slowly frowned as he felt that it was certainly a possibility. This made him more eager to return to Backland. In that huge city, even angels had to behave themselves, just like a particular snake of fate. The believers of the Mother Tree of Desire and the powerhouses of the Rose School of Thought were unable to act as they wished. All they could do was wait for an opportunity. Phew, Klein exhaled and headed above the gray fog. He divined if his life would be in danger soon. This time, he received a negative answer. his life wouldn't be in danger. However, Klein didn't relax as a result. He recalled that the Mother Tree of Desire's divination interference could penetrate the gray fog's shielding to a certain extent, and very long ago, his spirituality had prevented him from divining the werewolf Beander characteristic above the gray fog. This was because it might very well involve the chained god, and the chained god was suspected to be another manifestation of the Mother Tree of Desire. Either there's really nothing going on and that I'm overthinking matters, or the danger is already very close. That's why the Mother Tree of Desire took action to interfere. To be safe, I need to make preparations. Even if it's proven to be a false alarm, it's still better than being captured by the Rose School of Thought and taken away by the Mother Tree of Desire to perform some unspeakable matters. Klein immediately returned to the real world and took out a pen and paper before quickly writing a letter. He started with, "Dear Mr. Azek, considering how the underworld was inside the spirit world, that the demigods of the death pathway were considered high-ranking spirit world creatures in a certain way, and that Mr. Azek might be able to see his unique trait after he recovered his memory," Klein was rather honest. He directly wrote about the entire conversation between Orange Light Hilarian's manifestation, Helmasuin the scientist. The only thing he left out was about the gray fog and the parts about the great existence above the gray fog. Finally, he mentioned something. "Does Mr. Hilarian's warning imply that all suffer mortal danger from the Rose School of Thought?" After he folded the letter and blew the copper whistle to summon the messenger, Klein still didn't find it safe enough. He hurriedly took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Silently, Reinette Tinaker appeared before him. Each of the four heads with blonde hair and red eyes rotated and said, "There's no letter. I have something to discuss with you." Klein forced a big smile. He handed over the gold coin he received from Anderson and said, "This is the fee for the summoning." One of the heads Reinette Tinaker held bit onto the gold coin. The two other heads that didn't get the chance to speak asked, "What is it?" "I might face a certain degree of danger soon. I wonder if it's possible to summon you for help." Klein tried his best to make his eyes look sincere. The 8 eyes on Reinette Tinaker's forehead darted around as they said, "Yes, pay 10,000 gold coins." 10,000 gold coins. That's 10,000 pounds. Klein turned agape as he said with a wry smile, "I don't have that much money." Reinette Tinaker's four heads spoke one after another. "You can pay by installments." Installments? Klein was surprised that his messenger kept with the times. After 2 seconds of shock, he said, "All right." Reinette Tinaker didn't say anything else as her four heads nodded simultaneously before disappearing in front of Klein and returning to the spirit world. Chapter 725, Morning. Upon seeing the messenger disappear, Klein thought of the demigods he could contact on short notice, but he realized that there weren't any. All he could do was turn his attention onto what he should do next. The citywide broadcast must have made Sea King Jan Codman not only find Helmasuin, but he would also do his best to search for Sea God and the traces of his believers. It's easy to be detected if I leave in the middle of the night, so I can only choose to stay here until daybreak. I can't take that ship tomorrow. If I encounter an attack midway, I might affect everyone on the ship. Furthermore, it's not discreet enough. I can summon an undersea creature and leave by riding it. I can rest and switch rides on the deserted islands and reefs we encounter along the way until I arrive at the next port. Since Orange Light said that the unique trait can only be detected at close distances, it still won't exceed the size of a city, even if the Mother Tree of Desire tries to expand her perception range to find me via a ritual or her believers. It might even be limited to the size of a particular street. This is also why I encountered a trap when I arrived in Oravi. As long as I leave Byam, I should be able to escape from their gaze. While Klein's thoughts gradually turned clear, he suddenly heard a signal from the radio transceiver. He hurriedly went over and quickly jotted it down. Then, with the codebook, he transcribed the corresponding words into a single sentence. Before long, the telegram's content appeared on paper in jet black. "I see you. I see you." When Klein read those words, he felt a chill run through his heart. Byam, in an ordinary residence not far from the Governor General's office. In a spacious basement, there were candles silently burning, scattering their dim glow around the surroundings. Silver coin Viper odor had already taken off his hooded robe. He looked at the middle-aged man opposite him as he trembled. He said with a quivering voice, "Lord Senor, I don't know how Helmasuin's real hiding place was known by others as well." Senor wore an old triangular hat. His eye sockets were recessed, and his face was shockingly pale. He looked more like an evil spirit than a human. He raised his hand to stroke the two black mustaches above his lips as his light brown eyes coldly swept across Odor's face. In response, the well-known adventurer couldn't help but lower his head. After observing him for a few seconds, Admiral of Blood, in his white trousers and red coat, said with a deep voice, "Less than 3 minutes after that telegram was sent, it was spread across the entire city. And the message spread was part of the telegram. I suspect that another faction has begun paying notice to radio transmissions, and they had obtained our codebook from Old Quinn." Yes, it has to be the case," Odor hurriedly echoed, hoping that Admiral of Blood wouldn't pin the loss of Helmasuin as him being inept. He knew very well that this pirate admiral was cruel to subordinates who made mistakes. Senor swept his gaze at Odor and sneered. "Regardless, you failed. If not for you and your mistress giving me plenty of joy, I would have gotten you to dig out your intestines. Send a telegram. Tell that listener who might or might not exist that I can see him. Let him spend the night in horror and unease. This is the only thing you need to do now." Upon hearing that, Odor immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Admiral of Blood in trepidation and the bloody altar behind him before reverently replying, "Yes, Lord Senor." He felt that he would have become part of the sacrificial items just moments ago. After Odor retreated out of the basement, Senor turned his head to look at the altar covered with human heads, organs, limbs, and blood. He said in a manner even more reverent than how Odor treated him, "Lord Shanks, has the ritual succeeded?" "Yes, all that's left is to wait for God to respond." A cold, unfeeling voice sounded from the drooping curtains around the altar. Then, the curtains seemed to possess life as they rolled up on both sides, smoothly forming a knot before landing in the middle of the altar. A somewhat translucent figure appeared by the side of the altar at some point in time. His skin was slightly brown, and his wrinkles formed deep crevices. His white, thinned hair was like leaves in autumn, as though they had lived for many, many years. He humbly fixated his gaze at the candlelight with his brown eyes. Senor didn't dare say a word as he stood beside Lord Shanks, awaiting for any changes to happen to the altar. Suddenly, the candle's flame was dyed with all kinds of colors. Each color seemed to correspond to the different desires of an observer. The heads, organs, limbs, and blood on the altar moved by themselves as they stacked up together, forming the state of a melted candle. Before long, they formed a tree of flesh and blood that wasn't too tall. Its surface was uneven, resembling the shell of a walnut. The interior of the tree of flesh and blood seemed to have a heart beating forcefully with strength. When Senor was about to succumb to the din, the tree of flesh and blood instantly withered, rotting into slush and collapsing. There was a tiny, flesh-colored, moist, sticky ball left behind. Soon, the tiny ball grew 4 limbs and a head, turning into a palm-sized humanoid creature. Its face didn't have any eyes, nose, or ears, other than a pinhole-like mouth. In its mouth, grayish-white fog spewed out before converging back in. It repeated several times without stopping. The elder named Shanks devoutly and passionately chanted the name, Mother Tree of Desire, and reached out to grab the strange tiny figure. Silently, all the candlelights were extinguished, but to a wraith who had night vision, this didn't affect them from seeing things. Senor observed Shanks and heard this important person say in a deep voice, "We've prepared for a long time for this ritual, and God's grace can help us sense the existence of the target through a wider range. Next, we can use the glasses made by the Life School of Thought to accurately locate him." As he spoke, Shanks took out a monocle from his inner pocket. It didn't look any different from a normal monocle, but it coruscated with a pearly white luster in the darkness. "Lord Shanks, what should we do next?" Senor asked respectfully. The wrinkled Shanks thought for a few seconds and said, "Seek out the target after daybreak. If he has powerful helpers, we will monitor him and prevent him from leaving our detection range. Then, patiently await Lord Sua's arrival. If he doesn't have any guardians and is weak himself, then we shall take action directly." After hearing the word, Sua, the corners of Senor's forehead twitched as though just the mere mention of this important figure's left him apprehensive. He slowly took a deep breath and said, "Yes, Lord Shanks." After answering, Senor instinctively touched the necklace by his chest. The necklace seemed to be made of pure silver, and the pendant looked like an ancient coin. Klein, who didn't get much sleep for the rest of the night due to the fright from receiving the telegram, immediately sacrificed his suitcase, wallet, and most of his cash to the mysterious space above the gray fog at daybreak. After clearing up his tracks, he went to the front desk to check out. He rode a carriage to the borders of Byam, left the city, and climbed the mountain as though he was heading for a cemetery prepared for locals. Midway through his journey, he suddenly took a detour into the woods and planned on walking straight to the cliffs where a massive undersea creature was waiting underneath for him. The birds chirped and the insects buzzed in the woods as critters would occasionally scuttle by. Klein walked through the humic material-covered grounds at high speed. Along the way, he saw mushrooms growing after the rain, torn cloth, and rubbish which the biome residences had left behind after a picnic. Everything seemed so serene alongside the fresh morning air. A leaf fluttered down as Klein didn't stop and easily dodged it. At that moment, the leaf's speed sped up and did a surprising bend, clinging to him in between his lips and nose. It was like an adult's palm that clasped his mouth and nose tightly, making it impossible for him to breathe. The surrounding trees had their branches fall off as they shot at Klein like sharp arrows, and the rubbish left from the picnic received a life of their own. They formed an airtight net as they came looming over. Chapter 726. Preparations are very important. Suddenly, Klein had a familiar feeling. It felt like every tree, every leaf, every rock, every blade of grass wanted him dead. Upon seeing the rubbish comprising of fragments and paper lunge at him in a strange web, his body suddenly collapsed into a paper figurine. The arrow-like branches impaled the paper figurines and landed into the distance. As for the strange net, it immediately enveloped everything within into a ball as it gently squirmed. Klein's body appeared to the side about 8 meters away. He knew that the attack he was worried about had finally descended upon him. He didn't make any observations or show any hesitation. Raising his right palm, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the adventurer's harmonica. The situation he had encountered had made him realize that the attacker was likely a demigod from the Rose school of thought. It was an enemy he was currently unable to defend against. The one who had been pursuing Sharon back then gave him a similar feeling. At this moment, the paper figurines in his pocket suddenly flew out as they plastered over his face, one after another, layer after layer. At the same time, Klein's sleeves automatically tightened as they bound both his arms, preventing his palms from reaching down. His Taraba shirt and brown jacket were tightening like a bear giving him a hug. In seconds, he was bound on the spot by his clothes, trousers, and shoes. His face was covered with paper figurines, as his ribs were on the brink of fracturing. He found it abnormally difficult to breathe. Klein was mentally prepared and was equipped with rich combat experience, so he didn't panic. His right thumb and middle finger, which weren't affected, touched each other as he snapped his fingers. At his ham, scarlet flames immediately soared up, burning the tightly bound trousers clean before spreading upwards and downwards. Seizing this opportunity, Klein bent his knees and jumped up with great difficulty, like a cannonball that weakly fell to the ground moments after being launched. As he lunged to his right, in midair, he snapped his fingers again. This time, the sleeve by the right arm joint was ignited. As for the spot where he was originally standing, the green weeds suddenly withered as the blackened ground suddenly turned white as if it had been weathered by the elements. This attack was silent and deadly, without any forewarning. Klein knew that his enemy was powerful and that staying in the same spot would likely result in him suffering an attack he couldn't resist. Therefore, he first removed the influence on his legs. If he hadn't done so, he would have already been heavily injured and lose his ability to do combat. He might have even perished. With a smacking sound, 2 spots around Klein's sleeves ignited. His right palm finally had the freedom to move as he reached into his pocket and grabbed the adventurer's harmonica. He fell to the ground, rolling as he immediately stopped himself with his right hand to bounce up. His left palm, which wore a human-skinned glove, snapped its fingers. This time, his target was the paper figurines that were plastered over his face to prevent him from breathing. The paper figurines burned up as the scarlet tongues of fire burned Klein's hair. At that moment, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. An icicle had formed and was speeding right for his head like a thin gloomy green arrow. Due to its speed, it was translucent itself, making it usually impossible to discover it. But even though Klein's danger premonition was triggered, it was a little too late. This was because his clothes were still affecting his mobility. It was too late for him to dodge the attack. A thought flashed through his mind as he barely bent his back. His upper torso was bent backward, and he moved quite significantly to his right. The thin, cold ice arrow struck his left chest, instantly shattering the brown jacket and white round collar shirt which were located there as they scattered into the air. However, this lethal ice arrow didn't continue heading forward. This was because in its way was a book with a dark brown cover. The book appeared ordinary, and it was bound into a book with commonly seen yellowish-brown goatskin, but it didn't shatter like the 2 pieces of clothing. There wasn't even a hole pricked open. Grossel's Travels. This was an item that even the sea god Scepter's lightning storm imbued with some powers of the mysterious space had failed to damage. Last night, the telegram of, "I see you," gave Klein such a fright that he undoubtedly reinforced his protective countermeasures. He prepared every method he could think of. Apart from hiding the book at his vital spot, his other pocket had the iron cigar case which stored the influence of the corrupted true creator. Once things went bad, he would dispel the wall of spirituality, throw out the item, and see if it would draw the attention of the true creator. He hoped that he would send his powerful subordinates to make the situation more chaotic. He knew that even evil gods like the true creator hated the mother tree of desire. After withstanding the ice arrow, Klein fell to the ground while somersaulting to the side. He then brought the adventurer's harmonica to his lips and blew hard into it. At that moment, his face was turning a little black due to the burning of the paper figurines, but due to flame controlling, he wasn't injured. Then, he felt that the clothes on his left arm, waist, thighs, neck, and legs were restored to normal, giving him newfound freedom. At the moment he blew the harmonica, he quickly activated his spirit vision. He saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. They automatically turned and stared at the same spot. One of the heads grunted as it opened its mouth and began drawing in air. A cold wind hummed as a figure was forcibly pulled out from a green tree 100 meters away from Klein. This figure failed to maintain his difficult-to-detect state as he rapidly turned half-transparent and half-corporeal. He was the wrinkled elder with white, thin hair. His facial features had the traits of the people of the southern continent. Just as his brown eyes reflected Reinette Tinecare, his brows pricked up. Then, he didn't hesitate to open his mouth as though he was about to deliver an extreme curse that he had been preparing for a long time. At this moment, another one of the heads which Reinette Tinecare was holding had opened its mouth as well, as though it was making a silent screech. With that, nothing happened inside the forest. When Xianxia saw this, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Klein, who had yet to react in time when a figure with white, thin hair and exaggerated wrinkles appeared in his eyes. His mind instantly turned cold. Although his thoughts weren't impeded, he had lost control over his body. All he could do was watch the white-haired elder vanish as he turned to face Miss Messenger. The 2 heads which Reinette Tinecare carried suddenly flew out and appeared before Klein. One of them opened its mouth as it drew in air, while the other's red eyes turned dark as its teeth turned long and sharp, phasing between an incorporeal and corporeal state. Klein saw the translucent elder with white, thin hair being forcefully pulled out from his body before Miss Messenger's head with the long teeth that bit at his shoulder, tearing out an object that appeared both like a spirit body and a physical body. Xianxia frowned without screaming. Its figure abruptly vanished as it leapt to a spot with a glass fragment 100 meters away. Following that, he seemed to be pursued by formless hands and enemies. He kept phasing into shallow puddles of water, the eyes of animals, the dew on plants, etc. Finally, he was able to catch a breather, and still, Klein was feeling a little stiff and cold from the inside out. Phew, Xianxia entered the spirit world and walked out again. In his hand was a moist, sticky, palm-sized doll. This figure's face only had a hole as it was inhaling and exhaling a grayish-white fog which Klein found familiar. Xianxia didn't hesitate as he stuffed the doll into his mouth. Upon seeing this, Reinette Tinecare's other 2 heads left her palm, and like before, flew towards Xianxia at a fast speed, arriving nearly instantly. However, Xianxia had already begun transforming. His body turned black as his skin scrunched up and water began seeping out. His hair, brows, and other parts began withering and dropping. Following that, his limbs grew long and thin. In just a second, Xianxia seemed to be assimilated by the doll, becoming a huge, black, moist infant with long 4 limbs and swollen shriveled skin. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears moved from their original locations to the middle of his face as though they were gathering together to form a brand new organ. His skin, limbs, and newly formed organ brought an indescribable sense of mystery and wickedness. Just a single look had made his body, which had just recovered from the coldness, feel extremely itchy. Red spots protruded from his skin as a result of the clumps of fine granules. His eyes undoubtedly suffered a piercing pain. He instinctively closed them tight as tears were forced out. By the time he calmed himself with cogitation and opened his eyes again, he realized that Miss Messenger and the Rose School of Thought's demigod had vanished. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that they were nearby. They were in an intense battle shuttling between the real world and the spirit world. Be it the dropping of the leaves, the shaking of the weeds, the crawling of the worms, and the fleeing of the wild beasts, all of them represented each and every clash. As his mind whirred, Klein took out death knell and tapped his left thumb on the first segment of his index finger twice. Countless illusory thin threads appeared in his eyes, making him see objects that usually couldn't be seen with his normal vision or spirit vision. Two blobs were flying around him, and the dense black bundles of threads that entangled with each other were Rhinette Tinakare and the Rose School of Thought's demigod. Apart from these, Klein also discovered that a blob of illusory black threads was rapidly approaching him. It would stop from time to time, so as to avoid the intense battle between the two demigods. There's another enemy. An enemy who was hiding in the distance awaiting the results, but hasn't decided to participate in the battle. Anyways, anyone who's stealthily approaching in such a situation must be an enemy. Klein's eyes moved slightly as he cocked the death knell and lowered it naturally to put it into a state for lethal attack. Then, he pretended as though he hadn't detected the bundle of illusory black threads, stuffed his left palm into his pocket, and grabbed a gold coin. He made it tumble between his fingers as though he was in a divination state. He was doing this to disrupt the approacher's spiritual intuition for danger. After losing his paper figurines, this was the only method he had. After patiently waiting for 2 seconds, when the other party was within shooting range, Klein's eyes turned solemn as he suddenly raised his right hand, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 727, Lucky One. The black revolver with the slightly long barrel recoiled backward as a pale golden beam shot out, heading straight for the spot where the target was about to arrive at. However, the illusory black threads suddenly stopped as though they were observing something. From his condition, it didn't appear like he had sensed the arrival of danger, but he had his attention attracted by something else. A grayish-white rabbit leapt out the thick grass and fled far away as the tree standing in front of the blob of illusory black threads collapsed due to the gunshot. At the height of a human, a gigantic and irregular hole and a raging pure fire appeared at the tree's trunk, directly splitting it from the middle. Death knell's might was equivalent to a small-caliber cannon, and its penetrating powers were even more potent. The blob of dense, illusory black threads was clearly given a fright as it instinctively disappeared from where it was, appearing on the surface of a nearby puddle of water. Inevitably, his figure was outlined. He had a pale face with deep recessed eye sockets and light brown eyes. He looked to be in his 40s, had a double mustache above his lips, and wore an old triangular hat. Klein was no stranger to the man, as his bounty notice often appeared before his eyes. Step by step, they were stacked into a clear image: Admiral of Blood Seigneur. Just in Lowen alone, his bounty was worth 42,000 pounds. He had long infiltrated Biome. Was it to take away Tirani von Helmesuen? After this scientist passed away due to being discovered, he joined the Rose School of Thought's mission to target me. I seem to have an additional weakness, but before it's triggered, I've no way of knowing what it is. As his thoughts raced, Klein saw Seigneur's figure disappear once again. However, the traces of Admiral of Blood's existence was rather obvious. The blob of illusory black threads of his was like a firefly in the darkness. It wasn't difficult to identify him at all. The blob of illusory black threads circled around him with the aid of the morning dew, glass fragments, and water puddles that had frozen for some reason. Jumping again and again from one medium to the other, the gap between the two soon narrowed. Klein didn't wait on the spot. Instead, he quickly moved but only slightly shifted his position so as to prevent the Rose School of Thought demigod, who was engaged in an intense battle, from attacking him in passing. Seigneur's performance made him understand one thing: a wraith's ability to possess someone to directly control their body requires them to enter a certain range. Previously, although the Rose School of Thought demigod was able to accomplish it at further distances, he hadn't done so, perhaps out of contempt or for fear of any accidents. It could be confirmed that Seigneur was a Sequence 5 wraith. Klein kept changing his location, and he awaited the opportunity when the distance between them was more suitable. Just as Admiral of Blood's speed slowed down slightly, and he was about to possess his target from a distance, Klein's left glove suddenly turned deep black, as though it was formed layer by pure particles. Following that, he said a word filled with foulness, a word that came from the devil language. Slow. Seigneur had sensed it and changed his position before Klein could even open his mouth. But everything within an 8-meter radius came to a halt. His evasive maneuver had failed to show any effects. It was an area of effect attack. Seigneur's figure suddenly became slow. He once again outlined his figure in the real world as Klein raised his iron-black revolver, cocked it, and placed his target in his sights. With death knell, he saw that Seigneur's body was covered with all kinds of colors that indicated his weakness wasn't at his head, but slightly above his throat. Without any hesitation or delay, Klein pulled the trigger. Lethal attack. At that moment, a blob of illusory black threads walked to Señor's side and pulled at him. Admiral of Blood immediately moved diagonally as the golden bullet grazed past his neck, striking a boulder and shattering it. A golden flame burst from Señor's neck as it jerked his head up and opened his mouth. A sharp shriek blasted out and entered Klein's ears, causing his mind to hum as his body came to a temporary halt. Formless souls had flown to Señor's side at some point in time before mixing with cold winds. From the sky and from the ground, they surged towards the enemy. In each of Klein's eyes, a pale-looking man with a red coat and triangular hat quickly appeared and took form. Klein snapped his fingers as his body was instantly enveloped by scarlet flames. He disappeared from his location before the wraith was able to possess him. And under a tree that was less than 10 meters away, weeds burst into flames as the flames grew bigger and they soared into the sky. Klein nimbly leapt out from it and raised death knell again. He aimed towards the spot where he was originally standing still at, and he injected more than twice the normal amount of spirituality into the gun. Slaughter. He pulled the trigger as a golden bullet split into countless shrapnel and, with a sacred flame, swept to the region the gun's mouth had aimed at. The formless specters and souls seemed to be swept away by a solar hurricane as they failed to resist and were ignited amidst screaming. Señor knew that a counterattack was in place once his possession attempt didn't succeed. He immediately flashed into a nearby glass fragment in an attempt to evade the incoming shot, but the bullet hurricane brought about by Slaughter was a rather huge range that included that glass fragment. Amidst a huge boom, golden flames struck the sides of the glass without hitting it. With only burn injuries, Señor leapt to another mirror surface and appeared on the surface of a rolling drop of dew a distance away. His body had a rotting wound thanks to the purification powers, but it wasn't anything serious. There's no way he's that lucky, right? Indeed, Señor has a mystical item that makes himself lucky. There are only 3 purifying bullets left. Klein frowned as he agilely ran over as though he was in pursuit. As he knew that he was facing members of the Rose School of Thought, he had changed all the Beander bullets in his revolver to purifying bullets that targeted wraiths and zombies. There were a total of 6 bullets, and now, he had already shot thrice. In the first shot, Señor was saved by a rabbit that suddenly leapt out. In the second shot, he was yanked away by the Rose School of Thought's demigod who happened to come beside him. In the third shot, he happened to be in the gap of the fragment amidst the slaughter hurricane, preventing him from suffering too much damage. Klein found this level of luck completely unacceptable. However, Klein didn't wallow in depression. Instead, he turned back into Gehrman Sparrow's appearance and build. This was for him to immediately throw a bunch of sea god domain charms to create a certain commotion once things went south, so as to attract the attention of Sea King Jan Kotman who was in Biome City. If this sequence 3 demigod were to arrive, he would be facing a Rose School of Thought demigod, a hostile pirate admiral, and an adventurer with a mysterious background who had certain ties with the military. It was quite obvious who he would deal with first. As for Miss Messenger, Klein believed that she could escape into the spirit world in a timely fashion and was free to choose whether to participate in the battle royale or leave. The reason why Klein didn't escape in the middle of the night after receiving the telegram last night was because Sea King gave him a sense of security. If he were to leave alone, he would definitely be noticed and captured by the Church of Storms. He would be interrogated, making the subsequent developments unpredictable. If he were to stay in his room and await the person who saw him to attack, he had a chance of struggling until he reached the streets, allowing Sea King to notice it. Faced with an evil operative who was at least a demigod and a Sequence 5 adventurer who was rumored to have ties with the military, there was no doubt that Jan Kotman would first deal with the Rose School of Thought member. And as a cardinal of the Church of Storms and a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, he could use various sealed artifacts of the diocese. He could last a moment, even if he faced an angel. At the same time, with the reinforcements from the military, there was a chance for Klein to escape to the sea during the chaos and leave via whale. To his regret, the night remained peaceful after he received the telegram. And once daybreak happened, Sea King would find it difficult to monitor the entire city. Klein snapped his fingers again, igniting the surrounding trees. This appeared like blooming fireworks around him as they exuded an inexplicable sense of beauty. The reason why he had chosen to pass through the forest to head for the cliff was because this was a place that was suitable for a magician's performance. His figure flashed through the flames as he circled around Señor, avoiding his approach and control. And from the previous experiences and lessons, Señor knew that his target had an area of effect attack and a damaging blow. He didn't dare stay too close to him, and he would pull away and create a gap once he missed an attack. Otherwise, He would use a wraith's shriek to affect his target or use his pale green fingers to aim at his target. Unfortunately, the latter could only extinguish flames and wither vegetation. There was no way to pinpoint Klein's location. Seeing how the fireworks-like flames were the biggest barrier to his attacks, Senor stopped and let out the deafening shriek which would also damage a spirit body. Amidst the shriek, the icy blue halo beneath his feet rapidly expanded, covering the mud, randomly strewn weeds, and scattered rocks with a layer of ice. The flames sizzled as they produced tiny amounts of mist before being extinguished by the frost. Klein was influenced by the wraith's shriek, causing his flaming jump to be one step too slow. He ended up failing. His figure projected itself midway as his feet stumbled. Then, he saw illusory skulls swirling with black gas rush at him, bringing with them the strong smell of death, as though an envoy from the underworld had arrived. At that instant, Klein didn't seem like he could dodge. However, a light blue fireball emanating the smell of sulfur suddenly condensed before him. His glove remained black as it remained in its devil state. With a thumping sound, the fireball was extinguished as the illusory skulls shattered and scattered to the ground, creating spots that didn't have any life to them. Right on the heels of that, Klein steadied his body and took out the iron cigar case from his pocket. He threw it at Admiral of Blood Senor as his glove turned noble and sinister at some point in time. Baron of Corruption, Bribe. Chapter 728, Triple Combo. Senor obviously wasn't going to bet that the item thrown by his opponent didn't pose a threat. He immediately dodged far away, allowing the iron cigar case which was sealed by a wall of spirituality to fall to the ground. Then, he opened his mouth once again and produced a shriek. A roar that seemed to come from the depths of his own spirit body made Klein experience excruciating pain in his head. Even though he often suffered from the ravings of existences like the true creator and Mr. Door, and was rather resistant towards such attacks, it was impossible for him to not pause momentarily. He felt his nose burning as though a capillary had burst. However, with his resistance combined together with Bribe, the effects were reduced. It made his momentary pause only last for an instant, and this was something Senor had no idea of knowing. Therefore, Klein pretended as though he hadn't recovered as he revealed his weak state, waiting for the enemy to fall into his trap. In an ordinary battle, as a wraith was able to jump through mirror-like mediums, making it impossible to determine that location ahead of time, it made it impossible to maintain a 5-meter distance from his opponent, even if he created flames and repeatedly used it to achieve phasing. It caused his spirit body thread's controlling ability to be disrupted momentarily after there were any significant effects. For this, he planned on taking a little risk. He made his opponent fall for a trap he planned, so as to quickly end the battle and escape to the cliff. Seeing his target appear dazed due to the repeated shrieks, Senor didn't hesitate to make his aura turn deep. Admiral of Blood's contracted figure rapidly appeared in Klein's eyes in an abnormally clear manner. This wasn't a reflection of the world, but two tiny figures seemingly coming to life in his eyes. When the wraith's possession was almost close to completion, Klein, with his tattered and charred clothes, unhurriedly extended his left palm as though he was gesturing. Please, as a polite gentleman. Creeping hunger maintained its sinister and noble blackness as it forcefully distorted Admiral of Blood's target. Due to the freezing halo from before, there was frost and crystalline bodies everywhere around them. All of them were equivalent to a mirror surface. On the thin ice, Senor with his triangular hat had appeared there. His expression was as though he was at a loss. At that moment, creeping hunger switched to a deep black state as Klein said a word filled with foulness, a word that came from the devil language. Slow. Just as he was about to use the mirror surfaces to phase away, Senor instantly froze. His figure involuntarily outlined itself as his body turned extremely rigid. His attempts had failed. As there was no way to repeatedly use slow, Klein made his left glove turn pale as it was tinged with a slightly dark green color. Zombie. The ceiling caused by the frost on the ground had once again exacerbated as they rapidly spread to Senor's side as they began to spread from his toes to turn him into a completed ice sculpture. With his knowledge that wraiths had a very strong resistance to the cold, Klein didn't let his guard down or waste any time. He made creeping hunger transform as if it was gilded. The illusory black threads in his eyes were hidden away as two blinding silver bolts of lightning shot out from the innermost depths of his eyes. In his usual state, Senor's fusion of spirit and flesh typically wouldn't be significantly affected. He could even cause the attack to backfire on his opponent. However, having just recovered from slow, he found himself sealed in ice. All he could do was resist the formless bolt that targeted his spirit body. His mind felt as though a blade had penetrated it as it twisted. The pain spread through his body as he temporarily lost all reason. By the time he regained his lucidity and prepared to make continuous leaps to open up a distance, the cold adventurer opposite him opened his mouth once again. Dogshit, Señor's actions turned sluggish and impeded once again. Then, without any surprises, he suffered from the 2 follow-up attacks of ice stun and psychic piercing. When he barely escaped again, the black-haired, brown-eyed German sparrow opened his mouth a 3rd time with a deadpan expression. Señor was enraged as he reeled in despair before finding himself stuck in a perpetual cycle. As for Klein, who had kept his opponent in place 3 times, was beginning to control his opponent's spirit-body threads. In fact, the most effective solution for when his opponent was unable to escape was to take the opportunity to use Death Knell to deliver 2 or 3 lethal attacks. But his past failures had told him that his enemy had a mystical item that allowed him to be lucky. An overly direct and lethal shot might very well lead to an accident, resulting in some undesirable effects. It was precisely because of this that he decided to gradually proceed in the proper order by controlling Admiral of Blood's spirit-body threads. Time quickly passed. As Klein ran around Señor to dodge the possible attacks from the Rose School of Thought demigod, he controlled Señor's spirit-body threads, and he slowly reached the state of gaining initial control. Señor's thoughts instantly turned sluggish as though every part of his body was rusting. Klein no longer had the strength to use creeping hunger again. He continued deepening his control as he began walking at an adequate speed. No, I can't let this continue. Thoughts slowly moved through Señor's mind as a translucent icicle condensed in front of him. It was dyed with a gloomy green as though it was showing its respect to the surrounding forest. As for Klein, who had witnessed his opponent's series of slow actions, he unhurriedly retracted his left hand and took out Grossel's travels from his chest and braced himself. The icicle finally shot out, seemingly heading for Klein's chest, but it suddenly changed directions midway as it flew diagonally upwards. This adjustment should have been a sudden lethal blow, but as Señor's thoughts had been slowed down significantly, the order received by the icicle had only happened when it was almost reaching Klein. This made the sudden change insufficient to catch Klein by surprise as he shifted Grossel's travels and easily blocked the attack. Señor's expression turned pale again. After a few seconds of thought, he slowly opened his mouth in an attempt to let out a wraith's shriek. Having already prepared himself, Klein spoke first. Bang! An air bullet quickly shot out and struck Señor in the mouth, throwing his head backward as teeth fell. The shriek was left stuck in his throat. Seeing the control deepen and how Señor's resistance was crumbling bit by bit, to the point of losing his reason and launching a barrage of attacks like a lunatic, Klein suddenly felt some joy. At that moment, a shrill, sharp infant's cry sounded and resounded in the woods. Lumps protruded all over Klein's body. As he dropped Grossel's travels from his hand, his head felt as though it was being clasped tightly by an invisible hand, making him momentarily lose his senses of his surroundings, including the spirit-body threads. His control over Señor was removed as a result. About 100 meters away from them, the large-sized baby, which was black, swollen, and wrinkled, that appeared to have stormed out of the water had escaped its illusory state and returned to reality. His limbs were long and thin, and there was only an irregular hole on his face. Circling the hole were gnarling teeth. At that moment, Shank's body had an additional wound that was obvious and deep. It was a piercing wound that went through the black and swollen skin, causing putrid blackish-green liquid to gush out. After this Rose School of Thought's demigod appeared, he stopped dodging or escaping. He began screaming like crazy, letting out infantile screams. It made Klein and Señor fall into a painful stupor. Even their bodies showed signs of losing control. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads were thrown into the void as they opened their mouths and let out a soundless shriek, silencing the terrifying cries. Reinette Tinekar and Shanks had engaged in another round of combat, phasing between the spirit world and reality from time to time as they shuttled between leaves, weeds, insect eggs, ice crystals, and thorns. Señor and Klein stood in their spots in a stupor. They tried their best to recover from the effects of the infantile cry. In this aspect, Señor believed that, as a wraith, he had an unsurpassable advantage. The corners of his lips subconsciously curled up a little. He had already figured out what to do with his opponent later. But at that moment, the eyes of the adventurer who was in tattered clothes while exuding a cold demeanor had turned lucid. It had only been a second since the infantile cry had ended. Klein, who was experienced in this, quickly recovered as he realized that Señor was still in a dazed and impeded state. An opportunity. His mind stirred, but he didn't attempt a long-distance attack which allowed for plenty of accidents. Instead, He chose to control Señor's spirit-body threads, which took more time. He tapped his right foot as his figure dashed towards his opponent like a panther. His left glove was dark, and when it moved backward, it condensed in a manner that resembled a blade, forming a gigantic weapon formed from lava and flames. Desire Apostle, Sword of Lava. Klein's body passed by Señor's left as the searing sword swept across his chest and got stuck in the middle. The light blue flames ignited Señor, but aside from suffering damage to his body, he didn't lose his life. However, the pain left him yelling incessantly. After the two brushed by each other, Klein immediately abandoned the Sword of Lava. He took a step to his left and turned around, facing Admiral of Blood's back. He raised the iron black death knell to his opponent's head. He didn't use lethal attack, and he directly pulled the trigger. With a bang, his body suddenly shook a little. This was because the spot he had stepped onto appeared to be a hole. Hence, death knell had slid downwards, and the golden bullet had hit the side of Señor's neck. Blood tainted with a dark green tinge spewed out. Admiral of Blood had lost nearly half his neck as he fell forward. He fainted, but he remained alive. Klein was just about to add another shot when the sky suddenly darkened. An arm suddenly reached out. The arm was 10 meters long, and it had a black sticky surface with strange protrusions. They were either skulls, erected eyeballs, or barbed tongues. The moment it appeared, it made the entire forest shake. All the leaves withered as all the insects stiffened to their deaths. All the beasts either fell paralyzed to the ground, or they began biting themselves wildly, leaving their bodies bleeding. Klein's danger premonition reached its limit. He hurriedly closed his eyes, lunged forward, and did a roll. He grabbed Grossel's travels and held it in front of his face. Chapter 729. Chaos. The entire forest was withering as though an entity that was bringing about destruction to everything was about to descend. Just as the arm was about to fully extend, a thick bolt of silver lightning smote down from nowhere, illuminating the entire mountain. The sizzling sounds chained together as a cage only spoken in myths enclosed around the black sticky arm. Dark clouds quickly converged together in the sky, forming brows and a mouth, as though a face was hidden within. In Byam City, the huge commotion was noticed by Sea King Jan Codman. He didn't hesitate to take action as he ordered the mandated punishers to activate the corresponding sealed artifacts. Reinette Tinaker's figure was forced out of the void, but her complicated black dress didn't seem crumpled at all. She raised her left hand as two of the blonde, red-eyed heads flew back and landed on her severed neck. The remaining two continued engaging in combat with the black, swollen, and wrinkled infant. When the cut at her neck began to wriggle, two corresponding cuts were connected. Her figure instantly burgeoned to the size of a Gothic castle. Patterns, vines, and accessories appeared on the surface, interweaving into a mysterious, sinister sight that couldn't be looked at. Klein closed his eyes tight as he placed Grossel's travels in front of his face, injecting his spirituality into it, but he was unable to eliminate all the effects inflicted upon him. His body kept quivering as granules kept protruding from his body. And only at this moment did he confirm that the side effect of using Death Knell was a fear of the dark. For the next 6 hours, he wouldn't suffer any more weaknesses. Thankfully, the weakness is just insurmountable, but it doesn't mean that I'm unable to resist for a short period of time. Klein desperately closed his eyes as tears kept rolling down his cheeks. He didn't spend time considering the problems regarding this, because the situation had developed into one of extreme danger, but it was also very chaotic. The one that descended seems to be stronger than Sea King. It's likely an angel, but his condition doesn't seem to be particularly good as well. He didn't directly appear, and he instead used the spirit world to attack. Is it because he can't rush here in time and could only consider using this method? Thankfully, I received a warning from Orange Light, otherwise, the results would be unthinkable if this situation drags on. As Klein's thoughts flashed through his mind, his first reaction was to take the opportunity to flee and open up a safe distance. However, he knew that hastily retreating without any preparations was equally dangerous. If the Rose School of Thought's angel abandons the attack and retracts his arm, Sea King Jan Codman wouldn't have any motivation in embroiling himself in a pursuit effort. This is because he isn't facing a saint who he can consider retaining. This way, simply relying on Miss Messenger, Reinette Tinaker, makes it difficult to stop this entity. I might be pursued again when the time comes. I have to add more trouble for him, making him temporarily unable to leave. I'll take this opportunity to escape the waters where Blue Mountain Island is. As his thoughts churned, Klein followed his emergency plans. took out Grossel's travels, stuffed Death Knell inside, and made a few rolls before arriving next to the iron cigar case. He stabbed it with his finger, removing the wall of spirituality and opening the case, and he threw tinder, which was corrupted by the true creator, into the air, towards the source of the danger. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Grossel's travels to shield the top of his head, opened his eyes, and took out a whistle. This wasn't Azek's copper whistle, but the numinous episcopate copper whistle which he had obtained from a mysticism enthusiast in Backland. It originated from a resurrected numinous episcopate member. Back then, Klein had made a divination about the copper whistle, and he received a revelation that sending a message would be extremely dangerous. At that moment, he decided to allow extreme danger to meet extreme danger, so as to create an even more chaotic situation that benefited him. He quickly put the copper whistle to his mouth and blew into it. Then, he activated his spirit vision without daring to look up. A skull with 3 lifeless eyes emerged. Around it were black appendage-like tentacles. Without any hesitation, Klein handed over a white feather left behind by the resurrected numinous episcopate member to the messenger. He didn't wait for the messenger to disappear as he immediately bulged his muscles, swung his arm, and threw the copper whistle into the air where the source of danger was. With that done, he put away the iron cigar case, did another roll, and bounced up as he rushed straight for the cliff. During this process, he kept his head down and kept changing location. He didn't dare to look at the scene happening above him, nor did he dare to stay any longer. When he passed by the spot where Admiral of Blood Senior should have been lying unconscious, Klein's gaze suddenly froze. He was alarmed to find that he had vanished. In that chaotic situation without any aid, this wraith, who had suffered immense damage and was unable to maintain his spirit-body state, had vanished. Klein paused as he swept his gaze. He saw that ahead of him were a few drops of splattered dark red blood that coruscated with a dark green tint. And this region was where Grossel's travels had previously dropped. No way, a few drops of Admiral of Blood's blood dropped onto the book's cover. This sucked him in. Klein frowned, as he didn't think it was a good thing. He was afraid that the angel and saint that the Mother Tree of Desire had sent was able to gain the help of Admiral of Blood from within Grossel's travels to pursue him. However, it was impossible for him to abandon the book. Without it, Klein didn't believe that he was lucky enough to dodge all the stray blasts and unknown shrapnel which could fall from the sky at any moment. I'll resolve this latent risk by entering with my spirit body after I escape. As a few thoughts rose up in his mind, Klein dipped the tip of his foot down as he ran, lifting up the soil which had Senor's blood on it, reached out, and grabbed a handful. This was used to locate Admiral of Blood later. Klein ran in a meandering manner, holding Grossel's travels over his head, making adjustments from time to time based on his premonition for danger. The book blocked the random bolts of lightning or the scattering rain of corroding rock, and it shielded him from a terrifying gaze that was cast over. With the book, Klein successfully tore out of the lifeless forest and came to the edge of a cliff. At this moment, the surroundings turned dark. It wasn't the kind of darkness before a storm, nor was it a result of a moonless or starless night. It was a dead silence that emanated the smell of rot. Ravings sounded out from varying distances and at varying pitches, as though something seemed to be slowly breathing in the air. Klein, who was afraid of the dark, trembled. He didn't dare to look at what was happening above him. All he noticed was a few white feathers stained with yellowish oil spiraling down to the ground nearby when there was a flash of lightning. His right foot took a stride forward as he jumped off the cliff and plummeted straight down. He fell out of the darkness and could see light. Then, he dropped into a mouth that had been waiting for him for a long time. The mouth didn't have any teeth as it immediately closed and sank to the bottom of the sea. According to the agreement they had made previously, it was to head for a reef beyond Blue Mountain Island as quickly as possible. This was a gigantic undersea creature with 16 fins on its back. In the darkness, Klein instinctively wished to huddle into a ball and helplessly tremble, but he barely repressed his emotions and took out a priest of light Beander characteristic he had prepared to deal with wraiths. He had obtained it through the glove. Pure light emanated from the translucent stone-like object as it drove away Klein's fear. He was just about to contemplate if he should wait for the outcome, or if he should attempt something, when he suddenly felt the back of his palm become itchy. He hurriedly looked down and saw his pores widen as they grew some fine white hair. These fine hair rapidly grew and looked like feathers. Klein immediately felt his entire body itch. The fellow that was attracted by the copper whistle is really very dangerous. Klein was rather experienced. He immediately stood up and took 4 steps counterclockwise while chanting the incantation in the undersea creature's mouth. His spirit body once again tore through the grayish-white which had endless ravings and roars as blackish-green gases drilled out of his body. Returning to the palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein observed his spirit body once again, and he discovered that it had returned to normal. There weren't any of the blackish-green gases, nor were there any white feathers. Phew, it's effective, he exhaled and immediately returned to the real world. With the illumination from the priest of light Beander characteristic, Klein saw that the white feathers on the back of his hands remained, but they had lost the ability to continue growing. There were more or less some signs in other parts of his body, but they weren't obvious. Yes, I should be able to resolve the remaining problems once Mr. Azek arrives. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and drew the crimson moon on his chest. He prayed for the goddess's blessing, and that Mr. Azek would arrive quickly. At this moment, Reinette Tinaker's figure appeared before him. Miss Messenger had 3 heads growing on her head while she held one in her hand. Compared to before, she appeared more lively. She reached out with her left palm and grabbed Klein's shoulder, and she directly brought him into the spirit world as they quickly traveled through it. Amidst brightly stacked colors, Klein felt somewhat dizzy before he returned to reality and realized that he was on a reef. Reinette Tinaker's 4 heads swept the area and said, "Already, safe, remember, to pay, next time." With that said, she vanished as though she had something more important to do. "You could do that. I should have just gotten Miss Messenger to bring me away using such a method. However, her present state doesn't seem to be that great either. This must be a state and method she seldom uses." As Klein reflected over the matter, he placed the priest of light Beander characteristic into his pocket, and he kept Grossel's travels outside. Just as he was about to size up his surroundings to figure out where he was, another arm reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Klein jumped in fright as he hurriedly turned his head, only to discover that Mr. Azek had arrived. Azek grabbed his shoulder and pulled him into the spirit world once again. They rapidly moved through the brightly stacked colors. "Actually, I'm already safe." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say those words. Chapter 730, Handling the Latent Risk. On a mountain outside Byam City, in a forest that had lost all its vitality because it was buried by a half-collapsed cliff, a tall, stocky middle-aged man with deep blue hair was wearing a storm priest robe as he stood in the air and overlooked the area. There was a clear burning rage in his eyes. At that moment, the battle from before was still fresh in Codman's mind. He remembered how every participant in the battle retreated. The angel from the Rose School of Thought had used a particular method to transfer his powers over from a great distance. After he failed to achieve his objectives, he rather easily brought away his heavily injured partner, and no one wanted him to stay, aside from the strange monster that appeared out of nowhere. Jan Codman remembered very vividly that when the angel retracted his arm, it had sparse white feathers on the black, sticky arm. From the top of the skull and from inside the erected eye, they grew from unimaginable spots. And all of this was because the Rose School of Thought's angel was dodging the glove with the true creator's aura while using some of his strength to shatter what seemed like an ordinary copper whistle. Shortly after the sinister and strange spirit world creature engaged in battle with the angel, it voluntarily retreated into the depths of the spirit world, preventing Jan Codman from pursuing it. The Aurora Order saint who had opened a door of teleportation didn't participate in the battle. After observing the situation in puzzlement, he picked up the glove with the true creator's aura, and he opened the door to leave before the battle ended. The strange monster that was summoned because of the copper whistle didn't have a fixed form. He was like the manifestation of death itself. He was like a mist that filled the surroundings but had many feathers with yellowish marks on it. His target was obvious, the angel of the Rose School of Thought. Before the latter escaped, he had also vanished from the area as though it were in pursuit of his target. But even so, Jan Codman, who had taken a sealed artifact from the city and rushed here, still felt uneasy. It felt like suddenly jumping forward while on his long journey towards death. The only person without any godhood had fled the scene before Jan Codman arrived, and he was nowhere to be found. However, Jan Codman recognized him. He was an adventurer who had killed a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle, making him qualified to have his information placed on Sea King's desk. Although this wasn't something that he needed to pay great attention to, Jan Codman, who had experienced the Seafarer sequence, still remembered the relevant information. He cast his gaze towards the cliff and looked down at the crashing waves as he muttered a name, Gehrman Sparrow. On an island in unknown waters, Klein and Azek's figures were rapidly outlined on the shore. Klein was just about to speak when the hat-wearing, bronze-skinned Azek's eyes suddenly turned dark, as though it was connected to a silent and dark world. He grabbed the air with his right hand, and all the undeveloped white feathers flew out and curled into a bundle, landing in his palm. With a gentle squeeze, all the strange feathers vanished as though they had turned into food for the silent world in his eyes. Mr. Azek, this was brought about by that numinous episcopate whistle. Klein first pointed out the matter before explaining in detail. The situation was somewhat pressing, and to make the situation even more chaotic, I blew that copper whistle and gave that feather to the messenger. Then, a similar feeling from the underworld descended. I didn't stay, and I immediately left the area, but I still had these feathers on my body. Azek, with his soft facial features, nodded gently and said, I sensed it from afar. It shouldn't be an ordinary high-sequence Beander. I suspect that it's a byproduct of the numinous episcopate's artificial death project. Is that so? So it succeeded in holding back that Rose School of Thought angel. Klein thought in joy. Azek looked around and continued, I still have matters that require my attention. This might awaken more of my memories. When all of that is done, I'll look for you again to claim that ring left behind by ancient death. I have a feeling that I might need to make a trip to the Berserk Sea or the southern continent. It's best if you head over to large cities like Backland or Trier. In those places, the forces the Rose School of Thought can deploy are very limited. They wouldn't dare to act rashly. Of course, it's best that you choose places like Passu Island where major churches have their headquarters, but this will bring about another type of danger. Azek's last sentence was a joke, just like an ordinary Loan gentleman. The experiences of his present life seemed to leave a deep impression on him. Regardless of the portion of memories that he had recovered, he still showed clear signs of his old self. In situations regarding retained memories, the time span of decades shouldn't have much of an influence on the time span of millennia, but from a state of complete memory loss, 2 to 3 decades is enough to remold a person. After Mr. Azek completely recovers his memories, will his many different lives result in him having different personalities? What a profound question. I'll let Miss Justice consider it later and seek advice from the psychology alchemists. As Klein was thinking, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that Mr. Azek wasn't delving into why he had a conflict with the Rose School of Thought. Instead, he asked, Mr. Azek, do you know anything about the Mother Tree of Desire? Azek shook his head. I didn't even know of her existence before you sent me the letter. You didn't know the Mother Tree of Desire? Klein was taken aback as he switched to asking, then what about the chained god? Azek shook his head again as he said with a smiling sigh, in ancient times, she, or they, might have had other names. That's right, Mr. Azek began the cycle of losing and finding his memories at the end of the 4th epoch. He kept wandering the northern continent, while the Rose School of Thought was born in the early 5th epoch in the southern continent. Klein nodded and didn't ask further. And since Azek had matters which needed his attention, he gave a few words of advice before bringing him to traverse across the spirit world until he arrived at a particular beach on the northern continent's eastern shore. With Mr. Azek gone, Klein looked at the seawater that kept surging towards the shore for a few seconds. He wasn't in a rush to head for the nearby city. Instead, he found an uninhabited cave, set up a simple ritual, and created a wall of spirituality. He sacrificed creeping hunger, death knell, Azek's copper whistle, Grossel's travels, and the soil with Senor's blood to the mysterious space above the gray fog. Then, he walked 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the mysterious space. He took the seat which belonged to the fool, and he summoned a metal bottle. As it was stored above the gray fog, the remnant blood in the tiny bottle didn't coagulate. After wearing his glove and stuffing the other items, Klein poured a few drops and smeared it over Grossel's Travels' dark brown cover. Why doesn't a brand new story start right from the beginning, with the addition of a new character? Klein looked at the book that didn't change its name as he suddenly felt puzzled. Before he had the time to think, his vision turned into a blur, as though there were countless translucent creatures hidden around him. Everything soon turned clear, and Klein found himself sitting on a long wooden chair along the street. This was where he had departed from previously. There's a saving function. Klein joked inwardly as he took out the mud stained with Senor's blood before snapping a tree branch to attempt divination. Following the results he received, he walked out of the city, entered a nearby forest, and found the unconscious Admiral of Blood beside a small stream. At this moment, only about 10 minutes had passed since the battle. The exaggerated wounds, on Senor's neck, chest, and abdomen, were contracting and appeared to have recovered significantly. Such a level of vitality was completely different from a human's. In another 15 to 30 minutes, Admiral of Blood would likely wake up, and in another 1 to 2 hours, his mobility would be restored. This was a zombie, a wraith. You had a chance of being rescued by your organization's angel and demigod, but your blood happened to splatter onto Grossel's travels, making you a prisoner of this book and giving me enough time to handle you. Of course, this made you avoid the stray attacks of the battle between demigods, preventing you from dying immediately. I've no idea if you'd call this good or bad luck, Klein mumbled as he observed while grasping death knell in his hand and reaching out to Señor's neck and removing the necklace made of pure silver. The necklace had a pendant of the same color which resembled an ancient coin. Both sides were filled with mysterious patterns and relevant symbols, as well as words carved in ancient Hermes. You will be as unlucky as you are lucky now. This is the mystical item which raises Admiral of Blood's luck. Unfortunately, even a demigod can't enhance my luck, so I doubt it can. I can sell it for money, or I could ask Miss Messenger if I can use this to make a partial payment. Klein wasn't in a hurry to take the necklace as he placed it on the stone beside him. He was afraid that there were unknown side effects that might affect the things he was about to do. Then, Klein focused as he controlled Admiral of Blood's spirit body threads. He wanted to make his first marionette which he would use for an extended period of time, so as to conclude the principles of a marionettist. Furthermore, no marionette was more convenient to bring around than a wraith. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, in just 10 seconds, Klein achieved initial control. Señor's spiritual intuition sensed the danger as his body showed obvious signs of struggling, but he was unable to wake up due to his heavy injuries and sluggish thoughts. Time ticked by, and by the 4th minute, Klein didn't hide his sigh of relief. At that moment, Admiral of Blood Señor opened his eyes, rolled to his feet, and faced him. With a harmonious series of actions, he pressed his chest and bowed. "Good morning, sir. How may I be of service?" Chapter 731. Gains. Illusory black threads emanated out of Señor's body and entered Klein's hands. With every jolt in spirituality, it gave a different reaction. In fact, there was no need to use both hands when controlling the spirit body threads. Klein was just accustomed to doing so, as it gave him a feeling like he was truly controlling a puppet. From the looks of it, other marionettists can discover each other's marionettes. The Señor's abnormality can't be hidden from their eyes, so I have to be careful about this. Klein concluded the problems he discovered, and he quickly turned his thoughts back onto Señor. This Admiral of Blood was dead. His spirit body had become a vessel for the marionette, losing any traits that belonged to him. Therefore, many divination methods were ineffective against him. Of course, methods to seek his corpse were still effective. Klein planned on cleansing the wraith in the gray fog before using paper angels to envelop the mirror-like objects that he had possessed before placing him into a cigar case that was sealed by a wall of spirituality, along with Azek's copper whistle. This created a 3-layered interference effect. This way, Klein believed that, even if the Rose School of Thought Angel wished to, it was impossible to use divination to lock onto his position via Admiral of Blood. As for whether the Mother Tree of Desire had left any backdoors in Señor's body, he wasn't too worried. This was because if that really happened, she could have mutated Señor during the demigod battle royale in order to deal with him. Based on the situation back then, there was a guaranteed chance of success. Mother Tree of Desire, or should I say, the Chained God, strictly controls its organization's members. It relies on a vow contract and other methods that are ingrained into the soul. This can be inferred from Miss Sharon's descriptions in my interaction with the corresponding characteristics. As long as I don't attempt to use Admiral of Blood to divine the secrets of the Rose School of Thought or the potion formula of the mutant pathway, I wouldn't trigger any problems. The werewolf Beander characteristic has remained normal despite being above the gray fog for so long. Besides, there's still the gray fog cleansing process. If there are any latent problems, it should be washed out. Klein thought for a while and took out Azek's copper whistle from inside his body. He turned his right wrist and made the side with fewer patterns appear under the sunlight, making it reflect the light. Immediately, the copper whistle had Señor's figure appear on it as it rapidly turned clear. The Admiral of Blood in front of Klein suddenly vanished as a result. Perhaps the Mother Tree of Desire can use the vow contract and other methods to vaguely lock on, but that doesn't matter. She can sense the gray fog's unique trait on me anyway, and she will sense me once I'm within range. Besides, this marionette might be destroyed at any time when I use it as a shield. Klein was like a jobless tramp who was debt-laden. He felt that there was almost nothing he was afraid of. Of course, he really was dead-ridden. As long as I advance to a demigod and can hide my unique trait, it's fine losing marionettes. Klein surveyed the area as he bent his back to pick up the silver necklace. He took 4 steps counterclockwise while chanting the incantation softly. This time, he hadn't entered via summoning his spirit body, so he couldn't directly return. The grayish-white fog was quickly emanated as hysterical ravings and roars echoed for an eternity. Azek's copper whistle didn't react abnormally, which meant that there weren't any latent problems with Admiral of Blood. Sitting at the end of the bronze table, Klein placed Azek's copper whistle in front of him, making Senor, who was dressed in a dark red coat and old triangular hat, appear. He was like a butler awaiting orders from his master. "Do you have any other items on you?" Klein asked, as though Admiral of Blood was still alive. This was his attempt to act as a marionettist. Following that, he controlled Senor, made him rummage through every pocket as he subsequently took out £325, 16 soldi, and 8 pence in cash. There were also 13 gold coins. Apart from that, perhaps due to his frequent act of transforming into a wraith state, Senor didn't carry anything else on him. How poor, as a pirate admiral, you don't even have a single mystical item. Did you hand it over to the Rose School of Thought or your subordinates? Klein seriously considered cashing out Admiral of Blood via the black market. Just in Lowen alone, he was worth £42,000. Yes, claiming the bounty from Lowen isn't pragmatic. Be it the Church of Storms and the Kingdom's military, they will follow the clues to capture Gehrman Sparrow, who managed to embroil so many demigods in a battle royale, and then investigate the organization backing him. They wouldn't even pay, and they might even plant a trap. By the same logic, the churches and governments of other countries must have similar ideas. However, they might be easier to work with. Retrieving the bounty will require substantial risks. Besides, there's no rush. I'll send Senor out when I plan on switching marionettes. After all, being a marionette for a few days won't change his identity or value. Klein reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze on the silver necklace with an ancient coin attached to it. He immediately used divination to gain the gist of its origins and usage. It came from a Sequence 5 winner from the Life School of Thought. After dying at the hands of a Rose School of Thought demigod, this gentleman's Beander characteristic and psyche fused with an ordinary silver necklace that he carried with him, turning into a mystical item. As for the reason why the ordinary silver necklace would be carried by a Sequence 5 powerhouse for extended periods of time, Klein was unable to receive any effective revelations from it, as it had been too long and it had been corrupted. The mystical item had 2 uses. One was to passively make the wearer lucky. In their daily lifestyle, the owner would encounter good things, easily succeeding in whatever they did. When suffering a lethal blow or terrifying disaster, ridiculous scenes would happen, allowing them to be successfully rescued. The latter situation only lasted for 10 minutes. The second use was to actively give an enemy bad luck, making the target unlucky. Be it in daily life or combat, it was easy for them to experience failure due to some trivial problem. The corresponding negative effects of the necklace was the conservation of luck. After being lucky, they would immediately meet with repeated bad luck. They would be as unlucky as they were lucky before. It needed the wearer to be devoted and seriously avoid any danger, otherwise, it was very easy for them to die in a comedic manner, and even harm people around them. The luck received in one's daily life would often revert back after a month. The user would end up unlucky regardless of whether they wore it or not. However, such bad luck was slowly released, so it wasn't too dangerous, and luck obtained in combat would similarly strike back 10 minutes later in a similar vigor. Overall, this is a rather good mystical item, but I don't have much use for it. After all, Fate Counselor Ricciardo was unable to change my luck. I'll just wear it on me for now. It has few negative effects on me. I'll sell it if there's a chance to pay off my debt with Miss Messenger. Miss Messenger wants gold coins, while I have gold pounds. It's nearly impossible to exchange 10,000 gold coins through the banks or official markets. From the looks of it, I'll have to do it in batches, getting each Tarot Club member to change some of it. Klein soon decided on a plan as he casually came up with a name for the necklace. Scales of Luck. Following that, he cast his gaze onto Senor, who was standing reverently to his side. He began to study the powers a wraith had. Forceful possession, enemy control, wraith shriek, mirror blink, obstacle penetration, death-related spells, and invisibility that wouldn't be discovered by most mid and low sequence beyonders. Klein distinguished each power, and he matched them with Sharon's and Marich's description, as well as his experience gained from combat. He soon concluded this, afraid that the candle in the outside world would finish burning. And a dark cave was extremely bad for the present him who had a phobia of the dark. Klein immediately took out a paper figurine from the junk pile, and together with the Black Emperor card, he stirred some of the powers above the gray fog, turning it into an anti-divination angel. This angel rapidly spread its wings and wrapped around a gold coin. On its reflective side was Senor's figure. Then, Klein brought the gold coin, Azek's copper whistle, death knell, and his suitcase back to the real world. As for creeping hunger and Grossel's travels, one of them hadn't been fed, and the other might cause Klein to be swallowed into the book for carrying it for too long. Therefore, they were left in the junk pile above the gray fog. Having returned to the cave, Klein hurriedly placed the gold coin and Azek's copper whistle into a cigar case before sealing it with a wall of spirituality. He cleaned up the scene, switched into formal clothes, and carried his suitcase. He followed the beach until he came to a residential area. He discovered that he was near Pritz Harbor. He didn't immediately return to Backland. Instead, he changed his appearance, took a steam locomotive, and headed for Conant City in Daisy Bay. He planned on circling the area once before changing his identity again. Vancy Harbor. Alger Wilson looked at the destroyed city under the afternoon sun. He saw that the buildings had completely collapsed, and there were deep chasms in the ground and charred spots everywhere. Such a scene extended into the depths of the island. Even the mountain had collapsed. At that moment, there wasn't anyone from the Church of Storms watching the ruins, since there wasn't anything here. And the plans to rebuild the harbor wasn't brought forward at all. Alger jumped off the Blue Avenger and circled the ruins with his sailors, but they didn't discover anything of value. "Let's go," he instructed with a staid attitude. He soon boarded the ship which hoisted its sails and left the island. After an unknown period of time, a figure suddenly walked out from the depths of the ruins. He wore a double-breasted, pure black clerical robe. He had dark golden hair, and his facial features were clear and distinct, like an ancient, classical sculpture. His eyes were dark blue, nearing black. They looked lusterless, but they were filled with dense blood capillaries. Chapter 732, Destination: Daisy County, Conant City, 67 Red Indus Street. Wearing a commonly seen face in the Lowen Kingdom, Klein took a step forward and rang the doorbell. In less than a minute, the door creaked open as a maidservant looked out and asked out of curiosity, "Good evening, who might you be looking for?" "I'm here to find Ma'am Nilu. I'm a friend of her father, Davy Raymond," Klein answered calmly. Derek Raymond was the nightmare who he had released from creeping hunger. It was a red glove from the Nighthawks, and the first thing on his mind before he dissipated was his daughter, Nilu Raymond. He was very apologetic towards her for not spending time with her while she grew up, making her effectively lose her father when she had already lost her mother. Klein had promised him that he would make a visit to the beautiful coastal city if he had the chance to visit his daughter. Having probed for more information earlier, Klein had gained a general idea about Nilu Raymond's situation. After this girl graduated from grammar school, she worked at the Women and Children Care Foundation, which was run by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. She had a weekly salary of £2.10 solely and was the target of envy by her neighbors. She also inherited an inheritance from her businessman father. As for how much it was, no one knew. They just knew that she was richer than most people from the middle class. Typically speaking, women with such wealth would place great emphasis on their marriage. They would repeatedly select and observe candidates, resulting in their late marriage. However, Nilu had married to a civil servant just a year later. As both parties were believers of the Evernight Goddess, she didn't take on her husband's last name. She continued going by the name Nilu Raymond, and she continued staying at 67 Red Indus Street. After hearing Klein's answer, the maidservant quickly requested him to wait as she entered the living room to report to her mistress. Before long, a woman in a home dress walked to the door. She had black hair and blue eyes. Her face was rather thin, and she was rather pretty. She resembled Davy Raymond. "Good evening, sir. I'm Nilu, Davy Raymond's daughter. May I know when you got to know my father?" Nilu Raymond asked politely but warily. Klein took off his hat and smiled. "I got to know him at sea. It's been several years." Nilu Raymond swept him with a wary gaze and said, "Perhaps you might not know, but he has already passed away." Klein sighed and replied, "Yes, I know. I got to know him through that disaster. He had some words to say back then which I didn't think too much about. However, the more I thought about it in recent years, the more I felt that I should inform you." "Is that so?" Nilu said softly. After some thought, She invited him. "Please come in. Would you mind if my husband listens in?" "This is up to you to decide," Klein frankly replied. Nilu nodded and led Klein into the study. Her husband had the looks of an ordinary civil servant with a gentleman's bearing. He put down his newspapers and followed them in. After both parties sat down, Klein looked at the couple on the sofa and deliberated. Mr. Davy Raymond once experienced disaster after another. He lost his father, mother, wife, brothers, and sisters. Nilu nodded with a deadpan expression. Klein thought and continued, "He appears to be a merchant, but he was in fact seeking out the murderers who caused that disaster." "I know." Nilu didn't object to it. Klein glanced at her and continued, "He dedicated himself to this matter, and he was very regretful that he didn't manage to spend time with you growing up, making you lose your father alongside your mother." Nilu fell silent for a second before she rapidly replied, "I know." Klein swept his gaze to the old books around him and sighed silently. "He said that his greatest wish was to see you enter the hall of marriage under the witness of the goddess, to have your own family, and to not be lonely anymore. I believe he should be very happy right now." Nilu's gaze slowly moved away from Klein's face as she turned Agape, answering only 2 seconds later. "I know." Klein leaned forward slightly as he clasped his hands. "He said that he might die at sea, and he wanted me to tell you that he died as a result of an accident. All the murderers from before have already been punished. You do not need to hate anyone. He also said that he loves you very much and that he's very sorry." Nilu remained silent for a few seconds as she blinked. She turned her head to the side and scoffed with an unclear attitude. "Got it." Klein gave her a deep look before getting up. "I'm done passing on the message. It's time I leave." Met with silence, Nilu's husband nodded gently as a gesture of thanks. Klein turned around, walked to the door of the study. Just as he twisted the doorknob, Nilu Raymond's voice sounded from behind him, deep and hoarse. "What kind of person do you think he was?" Klein fell silent for a second, turned his head, and curled his lips. He said with a smile, "A guardian." He didn't stay any longer as he opened the door and walked to the coat rack. When he wore his hat and left 67 read into street, soft, restrained sobbing suddenly drilled into his ears. Shaking his head silently, Klein left the burrow and entered a cathedral of the Evernight goddess. Passing through the dark and serene aisle, he sat in the 7th row from the back. He faced the crimson half-moon and the black sacred emblem filled with resplendent stars. He took off his hat, lowered his head, and held his hands to his mouth, just like the many believers present. While praying silently in the silence and tranquility, time quickly passed. Klein slowly opened his eyes as he gently stood up. At the spot where he sat, he left behind an item wrapped in paper. Klein walked along the aisle and left the prayer hall, going straight to the cathedral's entrance. With his back facing the hall, he wore his hat, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. The paper suddenly ignited where he sat, garnering the priest's attention. When this gentleman rushed over, the flames had already extinguished, leaving behind a dark gem-like item. This is, although the priest didn't know what the item was, his spiritual perception told him that it was very important. When he and the other priests rushed outside the cathedral, the gentleman in a tailcoat and half-top hat had already disappeared. Through a local black market, Klein had obtained a new identity as he came to the steam locomotive station. In his hand was a second-class ticket worth 18 soldi, as well as identification documents for himself. He held a black leather suitcase as he stood at the platform with his back straight, awaiting the arrival of the train headed for Backland. The present him was a middle-aged man who was nearing his 40s. He was slightly more than 180 centimeters tall, and his black hair had a few silver strands. His deep blue eyes were like a lake at night, and he was rather good-looking. He gave off mature and elegant vibes. Looking down at the identification documents, Klein's eyes reflected his present name, Dwayne Dantes. After some thought, he placed the suitcase on the ground, laid it down, and opened it before stuffing all his identification documents inside. Inside the suitcase, there was a black wooden box containing the former Lowen soldier, Frunziar Edwards' ashes. Moments after arranging his suitcase, he heard a whistle. A steam train chugged into the station spewing smoke before it slowed down to a halt. He looked up and cast his gaze forward as he examined it in silence. Then, he looked down at his suitcase and whispered, "It's time to return." He then stood straight, carried his belongings, and walked to the open carriage door. Backland, Sherwood Backland, 26 Gunstead Street. Benson took off his hat, removed his coat, and handed it to the maidservant. He looked at his sister, Melissa, who was glued to her book in the living room. The entrance examinations are in June. You'll finally experience the pain of studiously studying that I endured back then. Melissa didn't look up as she continued reading. I'm studiously studying every day. A little humor, Melissa. A little humor. What's the difference between a person without humor and a curly-haired baboon? Benson said with a smile. Melissa casually glanced at him and said, that wasn't what you said in the past. She didn't correct him on what the exact difference was between humans and curly-haired baboons, and she instead said, do civil servants also finish work so late? No, there's been a lot of work recently. As you know, oh, you don't. In such a huge reform, the handing over of work and the straightening out of different relationships are very troublesome. Benson swept the mirror in the living room. He couldn't help but lift his hand to comb his hair as he said with a look of displeasure, although I'm only a low-ranking employee in the Ministry of Finance, that doesn't stop me from having plenty of work. The only thing to be happy about is that I've finally survived the darn probationary period. I'll soon have a weekly salary of £3. Melissa put down her book, and she walked to the dining hall and said to Benson, it's dinner time. She paused and said very seriously, I read in the papers that there's something called Donningsman tree sap that has a significant effect on boosting hair growth. Benson's face immediately had mixed expressions. Amidst the whistle, the long steam locomotive chugged into Backland. Klein picked up his suitcase and once again stepped into the capital of capitals, the land of hope. He discovered that the smog had thinned significantly, and there wasn't the obvious palish yellow colors. The gas street lamps on the platform were already turned on, dispersing the gloominess and darkness. Surveying the area, Klein walked out the steam locomotive station, took the metro and a carriage, and came to a Church of Storms cemetery outside Westborough. Then, he spent a little bit of money and placed Frunziar Edwards' ashes into a partition. By then, this lone soldier had already left Backland for more than 165 years. After taking a step back, Klein observed it for a moment before using a pen and paper to engrave something on the partition door. Frunziar Edward. He closed his eyes and added, every journey has its destination. End of the third volume, Traveler. Chapter 733, The Return. Under a persistent rain, mingled with the thin fog, the rows of street lamps tried their hardest to shine through the mist. The occasional horse carriage that proceeded down the streets was a common evening sight in Backland. Apart from these, Klein noticed a few gratifying changes while standing behind the window. Ring. A crisp sound echoed in the air as a two-wheeled mechanical device rushed down the side of the street to the other end of the street. Its frame was black in color, with some parts revealing grayish-white steel. Under the illumination of the street lamps and rain, it sparkled with the beauty of metal. On this device sat a man dressed in a postman's uniform. He kept pedaling with his legs, apparently using a great deal of strength. Behind him was a wooden box that had been painted in green. It's been promoted very well, the white-shirted, black-vested, mature-looking Klein sighed inwardly when he saw this scene. In a few hours within his return to Backland, he noticed many similar mechanical devices, and they were none other than the bicycles that he had promoted and invested in. From the newspapers, Klein knew that the Backland Bike Company had done tons of s. It even held a bicycle competition in boroughs like Sherwood and Backland Bridge so as to garner the attention of others. Apart from that, they also actively promoted it to the government departments such as the Postal Service and the police departments. The results were said to be pretty good. Their pricing strategy had followed Klein's original suggestion, avoiding the middle-upper class who often used horse carriages. Instead, they aimed their target audience at those with weekly salaries of £1.10 solely and above, such as technical workers, students with a decent family background, and clerical employees that often needed to travel outside. Therefore, a bike worth £3 to £5 was affordable for the people in this demographic if they bit the bullet a little. And at the same time, they could flaunt it to the masses who had incomes that were lower than them. The current issue is that Backland often rains. It's difficult to hold an umbrella while riding a bicycle. The next step should be a raincoat. Klein retracted his gaze, shook his head, and chuckled. The place he stayed at was a high-end hotel in the Hillston borough. It cost him 10 soldi a night, making him feel quite the pinch. However, to match his persona, all he could do was bite the bullet and put up with it. His idea of Dwayne Dantes was that he was a believer of the Evernight goddess and a mysterious tycoon that came from Daisy Bay. He had sold his original land and mines, planning to seek out brand new opportunities in Backland. He had a certain level of interest in obtaining an aristocratic title, but he didn't have the abundant wealth to do so. He had to first expand his social circle and begin making some investments. The benefits of this identity was that it was clearly different from the characters Klein had previously acted as. It allowed him to very naturally interact with people from the middle-upper class, especially members of the Military Officers Club and the Backland Diocese bishops of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. It made it convenient for Klein to continue his investigations into the Great Smog of Backland while gathering intel before he made detailed plans to steal the Antigonus family's notebook. There were obvious disadvantages as well. Such a mysterious tycoon would definitely catch the notice of the Nighthawks and mandated punishers, so there was a certain level of background checks that he would have to undergo. According to Klein's experience, such an investigation would be done by the official Beander organizations under the premise that nothing important had happened. It could also be handed over to the police department, but in summary, not too much effort would be put into it, as it would be considered a routine check. Therefore, Klein, who was considered quite an expert at disguises, had prepared a second layer to his identity as Dwayne Dantes to his designs, so as to deal with the background inspection. This second layer to his identity was that Dwayne Dantes was a person who had adventured in the southern continent's east and west Balam for some particular reason. He had used a nickname, and he spent more than 10 years in that rather dangerous land filled with opportunity in order to amass a great deal of wealth. Since the origin of his wealth wasn't overboard, he had secretly returned to Daisy Bay, and he forged a new identity. He had planned on beginning a new life in Backland and gradually legalize his wealth. It wasn't rare to see such people in Lowen. Their stories were acceptable and imaginable for an investigation. For this identity layer, Klein had left some inconspicuous clues in Conant City so as to indirectly reveal the truth. These clues included but were not limited to the stubs of his scalp tickets from East Balam to Conant City, habits as a result of living in the southern continent for extended periods of time, as well as his wealth of unknown origins. Klein believed that as long as Dwayne Dantes didn't involve himself in any serious Beander matters, preparations such as this were enough to fool most routine background inspections, and if he encountered an extremely dedicated official Beander who investigated it all the way and was even willing to seek the help of colleagues from the southern continent, then Dwayne Dantes had a third identity layer. It was that he was a cheat who had anti-divination measures to a certain degree. He disguised himself as a mysterious tycoon and spent large amounts of money in investments for this final scam. This identity was enough to get Dwayne Dantes arrested, but the level of attention placed on him wouldn't be too great. This allowed Klein to exit the stage without much trouble. Compared to my first time in Backland, the creation of a three-layered identity shows how I've really matured significantly. Klein slowly walked to the middle of the room as he cast his gaze on a full-body mirror in the corner. His reflection had black hair and some strands of gray hair. His eyes were deep, but his experiences had left indelible marks on his face. He was a charming middle-aged man with a mature bearing. The design of Dwayne Dantes' identity wasn't difficult for the present Klein. However, stealing the Antigonus family's notebook from behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Channy's Gate was practically an impossible task for any external Beander. Even a king of angels couldn't guarantee success. Of course, unlike other Beyonders, Klein had two advantages. First, he was once a Nighthawk. He had quite a good understanding of the internal procedures they followed, and he knew which matters he could exploit. Therefore, the first solution he eliminated was to become a particular Nighthawk, infiltrate it, and find a chance to pass through Channy's Gate. There was a problem that existed in this. Nighthawks weren't able to randomly enter Channy's Gate, even for the captains and deacons. Something had to happen first before they received the corresponding authority. Furthermore, Channy's Gate had its keepers inside. Randomly entering or taking things would result in an attack on him, causing a battle to break out. Klein didn't wish for his theft to result in any deaths or injury to the members of the Church of the Goddess. After careful consideration, he placed his sights on the keepers. These elders were retired Nighthawks who volunteered to enter Channy's Gate. They were in charge of watching the sealed artifacts, and they were from a different department from the Nighthawks. They entered and exited using the underground passageway through the cathedral, and they never interfered with the Nighthawks' work, nor would they be disturbed by the Nighthawks. Perhaps a result of staying behind Channy's Gate for extended periods of time, these keepers all had certain traits. They had cold auras and had deadpan expressions. Their skin was pale, and they resembled monsters from the deep darkness who were on the border of life and death. Klein believed that it wasn't difficult for him to locate his target if he met one. His initial plan was to rent a place in Northborough near St. Samuel Cathedral. He would hire a butler, a valet, a maidservant, a gardener, a chef, and a carriage driver to have a front as a tycoon. Then, he would often head to the cathedral to pray piously, participate in mass, donate money, and familiarize himself with the bishops and priests. During this process, he would work hard to find suspected keepers. He would choose 2 or 3 targets and observe their habits. When the opportunity arises, he would imprison one of them, change into his appearance or directly possess him, pass through Channy's gate, and attempt to flip through or take the Antigonus family's notebook away. This was a very crude plan that was merely a train of thought. It needed to be perfected according to the intelligence Klein would slowly acquire. For this matter, Klein's second advantage was the Tarot Club. He had assistants that the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Nighthawks would never think of. Furthermore, he could consider extending the recruitment of a Backland Diocese Nighthawk or Keeper into the gathering. He could then complete the theft through this traitor, just like how Emperor Russell was used to obtain the Antigonus family's notebook by Zeratul. I've got to frequently head to the cathedral. Only by doing so can I find a target. Klein faced the mirror as he silently nodded. It had to be said that he felt conflicted. If a true Nighthawk or Keeper were to betray the church to serve Mr. Fool, his first thought was to unleash divine punishment to get rid of this despicable traitor. After exhaling, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. He wore his double-breasted frock coat and hat, walked out the room, and reached the streets. With an umbrella, he circled to another street. Taking advantage of the distant street lamp and the drizzle, he suddenly changed back into Sherlock Moriarty. Glancing at his wrinkled trousers, Klein stopped a carriage and planned on heading to Isengard Stanton's house in Hillston Borough. Half an hour later, the somewhat ancient and dark building appeared before Klein's eyes. He paid 2 solely for his ride as he walked steadily around the puddles amidst the drizzle that refracted the yellowish light of dusk before coming to the famous detective's doorstep. Putting away his umbrella, he reached out to ring the doorbell and waited for a moment before seeing a man with a wide face open the door. The man had a head of malt-colored hair, grayish-blue eyes, and high cheekbones. He had the traits of someone from Lindbergh or Mawson, Mr. Isengard Stanton's new assistant, someone from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Klein took off his hat and said with a smile, "Good evening, is Mr. Isengard Stanton home?" "He is. He just had his dinner after a busy day at work," the malt-colored lad replied politely. "May I know who you are?" Klein chortled and said, "Tell the good detective that a friend of his has returned from his vacation." The young man was taken aback as he blurted out, "Mr. Sherlock Moriarty." Chapter 734, Old Friends, You Actually Know Me. This means that Mr. Isengard Stanton often mentions me as a friend, or does it mean that the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom knows that I was embroiled in the great smog of Backland? Klein smiled as he nodded in an unperturbed manner. "Yes, I'm Sherlock Moriarty." The grayish-blue-eyed lad immediately gave way as he warmly gestured him in. "Mr. Stanton has been worried about you all this time. He was afraid that you met with trouble. He can now be at peace." Klein handed him his umbrella as he took off his hat and coat while walking in. At this moment, Isengard Stanton, who had sensed something, had put down his papers and pipe, and he left his reclining chair to take a look. "Oh my, Sherlock, you're finally back. It's been so long, my friend." The thin Isengard with grayed sides revealed a smile as he came over with welcoming arms in an attempt to give him a greeting hug. Klein wasn't used to such a custom, so he forced himself to reciprocate it and smile. "Mr. Stanton, this isn't something a believer of wisdom would do." The bishops and priests of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom had their pride, and they seldom gave greeting hugs. But in fact, apart from the boorish Fasak Empire and the liberal Intis Kingdom, such a manner of etiquette was rare in other countries and regions. It only happened among very familiar friends. Isengard took 2 steps back and chuckled. "No, Sherlock, we're never stingy with respect and friendliness towards intelligent friends. In my heart, you're one of the top 5 detectives in all of Backland." "I like that." Klein smiled inwardly as he retorted in jest, "So you're one of the top 3 detectives." To be praised as having true wisdom by a Sequence 7 believer of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was really delighting. "I wish that you share the same thoughts as myself," Isengard skillfully and gently replied. Then, he invited him to the living room and to the sofa. He leaned into a reclining chair and picked up his pipe. With a deep breath, he exhaled. "I'm very happy that nothing bad happened to you. You seem especially fine, both in body and mind. How was it? Was Daisy Bay fun?" Klein had already prepared an excuse as he calmly smiled. "In fact, I didn't go to Daisy Bay. I ended up going to Constant." "Heh heh, I was previously embroiled in some trouble in Backland, so I could only find a place to hide. Sherlock Moriarty was a gentleman from Midseashire who had a slight accent. It was a very normal choice to return to his hometown after causing trouble. Constant was Midseashire's capital. I know, Isengard replied heavily. He didn't inquire about the trouble which Sherlock had involved himself in. Instead, he said with a smile, in short, welcome back to Backland. Come to me if you need any help. Klein didn't stand on ceremony as he immediately said, the purpose of my visit was first because it really has been a while since we last met, and second, I wish that you can sell my shares in the Backland Bike Company on my behalf. Heh, all the documents are in place, and there's no need to carry out any other procedures. In order to act as a mysterious tycoon and to repay Miss Messenger with the 10,000 gold coins, not only did he plan on selling items he had little use for, but he also planned on letting go of the last 10% of his shares in the Backland Bike Company. After all, Sherlock Moriarty wasn't able to appear in a legitimate fashion for a long period of time. Are you really going to sell it? Isengard stroked his pipe and said, although I've never been a businessman, I can tell that the bike is a product that's of great value and something that can be promoted on a large scale. Its commercial future is like the newly risen sun, and it has yet to reach its limits. You'll be losing plenty of money by selling it now. That's why a buyer will be very willing to raise the price significantly because of this expected value. Klein chuckled. I believe the people who can tell the value of the bike and its future aren't in the minority. And Framus and Leopard are definitely unwilling to reduce any part of their holdings at this stage. There shouldn't be a problem selling my 10% shares at twice or thrice the normal price. Isengard, the pricing of shares isn't about the present, but about its future. To illustrate an alluring story for the buyer and investor, and drawing a beautiful future is very necessary. Of course, the value and future of the bike don't require additional input from me. Anyone with any business sense can tell. The only problem stems in the rubber production, Klein silently added inwardly. The pricing of shares isn't about the present, but about its future. Isengard softly repeated Klein's words, and after a moment he sincerely sighed. Sherlock, perhaps you should be involved in the business world. However, there will always be many accidents present. To dare to take risks is equivalent to chivalry in business. Oh well, I admit that I've recently been in dire need of large sums of cash, Klein replied with a smile. Isengard picked up his pipe as he gave it a satisfactory suck. You've convinced me. I will specially hire a lawyer and accountant to confirm the market value of Backland Bike Company. Then, I'll add on an estimate of the expected profits and sell the 10% of yours. The corresponding fees and taxes will be deducted from the amount received. Oh, how should I contact you? It seems like your rental contract for the house at Minsk Street has lapsed. Klein obviously wouldn't expose his present identity. He said, having prepared for it, you can post news on the Tussock Times, Backland Daily Tribune, and other newspapers about the sale of the shares to make more people know. Only when there's competition would there be better price negotiations. When it's sold, you can publish a notice to indicate that the deal has been closed and that further inquiries won't be entertained. And when I see that notice, I'll come visit you. Isengard was no stranger when it came to communicating over published notices in the newspapers. He nodded and said, no problem. Of course, all expenses will be deducted from the final sum received. With his main goal accomplished, Klein stood up and reached out his hand. Thank you for your help, Isengard. I need to leave. We can talk in the future. Isengard didn't hold him back as he sent him straight out the door. Klein circled to a nearby street and took a carriage to the Bravehearts Bar as he admired Bravehearts Bar's night view in the drizzle. He planned on re-establishing all the news and resource channels which Sherlock Moriarty used to have. After entering the noisy bar, he didn't head for the bar counter to order some beer and make inquiries. Instead, he circled around the boxing ring in preparation to leave, so that he could wait for Miss Sharon to appear on the carriage outside. At this moment, the door to a billiard room creaked open. Ian, with an old coat, walked out with newspapers in hand. His red eyes did a cursory sweep when he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. He gaped his mouth, but he didn't say his name. He greeted in pleasant surprise, "Good evening, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Not for now. I'm only here to visit an old friend." Klein smiled warmly. As he spoke, he noticed that the papers in Ian's hand was News at Sea. On it was a striking headline, shocking. Crazy adventurer made a fugitive. Crazy adventurer. Klein intuitively believed that it had nothing to do with him. Ian noticed his gaze and raised the newspapers with a smile. This is one of the rare up-to-date reports from News at Sea because the bounties have already appeared in various places. The crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, plotted to bring harm on the City of Generosity, and he has been proven to be a member of a cult. In this incident, thanks to the Church of Storms and the military, no one from Byam was injured. But Admiral of Blood Senor, who was involved in the matter, vanished as a result. It's suspected that he has been killed by Gehrman Sparrow. Guess how much of a bounty they are offering for Gehrman Sparrow? £50,000. It has exceeded Admiral of Blood's, and it's almost reached that of Admiral Hell's, £50,000. Klein's heart stirred. He calmed the palpitations in his heart as he replied with a smile, unfortunately, few people can claim such a bounty. He pointed at the bar's entrance and said, I'll come to look for you again when I have the time. All right. Ian didn't ask further as he mentioned in passing, as Mr. White from the Harvest Church your friend. That fellow, Emlyn, is finally willing to get out of the house. For those primordial moon believers. Klein nodded. After saying that, he squeezed through the crowd and pushed open the door to leave the Bravehearts bar. After getting onto a rental carriage, Klein cast his gaze outside, awaiting Miss Sharon's appearance. Of course, he wasn't certain that she was here. Months had passed, so it was very possible that this lady and Marich had switched their area of activity. Silently, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered as he turned to look at the window. On the glass which could reflect the night view, a young lady in a black bonnet and Gothic-styled black dress clearly appeared. Turning his head, Klein saw Miss Sharon sitting opposite him. Her pale blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale expression didn't seem any different from before. Good evening. Klein, who no longer needed to act as Gehrman Sparrow, greeted first. Sharon got up a little and curtsied. Realizing that she might have read News at Sea, he was momentarily unable to find a topic for small talk. He cleared his throat and directly said, I killed Senor. Okay. Sharon nodded slightly, indicating that she was aware. Klein smiled as he continued, if Marich still needs the Beander characteristic of a wraith, he can wait and prepare the money needed. Once I find a replacement, I'll sell Senor to him. Sharon didn't ask what replacement meant as she replied, after seeing that piece of news, he has been awaiting your return. Very good. Klein chuckled. He reached out for his collar, pulled out a silver necklace and said, Senor's lucky item. You should know about it, right? Sharon tersely answered as she waited for Klein to continue. I plan to sell either this or the biological poison bottle. Would you, or people from your circle, be interested? Klein took the initiative to ask. Chapter 735. Another visit. Sharon was silent for 2 seconds before she said, I'll help ask. It means you need to consider it. That's right. The negative effects of scales of luck does leave one hesitant. However, biological poison bottle is really compatible with a wraith. If it wasn't because I'm short on money, and how it lowers my immunity, making me easily fall sick, I wouldn't be willing to sell it. It's rather effective in an ambush. Klein vaguely grasped Sharon's intentions as he stuffed the silver necklace back into his collar. He asked after some thought, which power of a high-sequence prisoner pathway Beander makes all surrounding lifeless items attack one's target? Puppet, Sharon succinctly replied. It's the power of a sequence 4 puppet. Turning themselves into a lifeless puppet, so that they are able to control all lifeless objects in a certain range. Advancing further, will they be able to directly influence the mystical items of an enemy? Klein nodded in enlightenment and asked, then, do you know that demigod? He immediately described in detail the appearance of the elder who had attacked him outside Byam. Shanks, Sharon calmly said a name. I actually wished that you could share with me more about him. Klein knew Miss Sharon's style as he said with an exasperated smile, then, do you know Zadwin? He was the mentor of the Naturism sect's leader in Orvie Island. The demigod who was pursuing us, Sharon answered without hiding anything or any emotions, like a doll. That's the one who made me feel like the chairs, tables, and curtains wished to kill me. What a coincidence. However, it wasn't arranged. It just proves that as a secret organization, the Rose School of Thought, with a history of over 1,000 years, doesn't have that many demigods. Perhaps it has about the same number as the Aurora Order. The number of saints number around 5, and the number of angels and grade 0 sealed artifacts number about 2 to 3. Of course, this is also because they were suppressed by the 7 major churches, reducing their headquarters to colonies. At the height of their powers, they might have had far more than these. Klein thought and asked again, then, do you know the Rose School of Thought member that is able to make an entire mountain tremble with just one arm? He planned on describing the arm's traits, but he realized that he hadn't dared to look straight at it. Sharon listened quietly as her eyes darted around as though they came to life. She asked with a clear voice, "What did you encounter?" "A saint, an angel, as well as Sea King, an Aurora Order demigod, a monster byproduct from the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death." Klein silently made a self-deprecating comment as he said with a wry smile, "I got on the bad side with the Mother Tree of Desire, and I suffered an ambush from the Rose School of Thought. Thankfully, I was in Biome, allowing the Church of Storms and the Kingdom's military to take action. I also threw out an item corrupted with the True Creator's aura, as well as something related to the Numinous Episcopate. In short, it was chaos, and I took the opportunity to escape." He replied frankly, apart from hiding the existence of Miss Messenger and Mr. Azek. As for the matter of the True Creator, he believed that Miss Sharon had long known that he wasn't affected by the ravings. This could be explained by a timely psychological intervention or psychic treatment. Mother Tree of Desire. Sharon murmured the name as rare emotional upheavals slowly appeared in her eyes. Klein didn't have the interpretation abilities of a spectator, and he was unable to tell what was exactly on Sharon's mind. He could only sense that she felt a little fear and loathing. Sharon quickly restrained her abnormal reaction, turning back into an extremely exquisite doll. She looked at Sherlock Moriarty and said, "You are very lucky and very mysterious." Klein smiled without a word, neither lying nor explaining. Sharon didn't inquire as she said, "You might have met Sua. He is an abomination born 922 years ago and claims to be the son of the chained god. He is also the present leader of the Rose School of Thought." "No way. The Rose School of Thought sent its leader and a demigod to deal with me. I'm just a mere Sequence 5. If not for Orange Light Hilarian's warning, I might have already been captured by the Rose School of Thought." Klein felt a chill run down his back again as he asked, "Is Abomination the name of the prisoner pathways Sequence 2 or Sequence 1? "Probably." Sharon didn't give an affirmative answer. At this moment, without waiting for Klein's response, she said, "William Street has been destroyed." Klein had pondered what kind of reaction he should have when Miss Sharon raised the topic, so he immediately frowned. "By who? When did it happen?" "The Nighthawks and Machinery Hivemind. About 2 months ago." Sharon had clearly gathered the corresponding intelligence. Klein nodded solemnly and, after some deep thought, said, "Perhaps we've neglected something. That evil spirit didn't need us to rescue it. It was still controlling Baronet Pound. Could it be that something happened to that gentleman, incurring the notice of the Nighthawks and Machinery Hiveminds?" Klein offered a guess filled with half-truths without utmost confidence. "Baronet Pound died during one of his revelries. That's it. That's the end to Alistair Tudor's final bloodline." Klein thought and said, "How's the situation with William Street at the moment?" "Some high-rise buildings are being built," Sharon described without much of an expression. "People monitored it in secret at the beginning, but the surveillance decreased with time, diminishing to 0 early last month." Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, "Have you gone down to explore it?" Sharon's eyes swept his face. This is her remembering our unwritten agreement, to explore it together because we found it together. What a noble-hearted lady. The Rose School of Thought's temperance faction is infinitely times better than the indulgence faction. Klein probed, "Shall we go now?" "All right." Sharon succinctly expressed her stance. Klein immediately instructed the carriage driver, and he changed the destination to William Street at the intersection of West Borough and Empress Borough. Along the way, he casually mentioned what he heard and saw at sea, as well as the experiences that didn't involve his secrets. Although Sharon didn't answer him, she listened attentively, seemingly interested. This made Klein recall the time when he first got to know her as Miss Bodyguard. She sat on the illusory high-back chair in the oriel window's glass. Her right hand held her cheek as she seriously listened to his conversation with Ian. She had great potential in being a spectator. The carriage passed through the silent streets in the drizzle before finally arriving near William Street. Without approaching the area, Klein and Sharon discovered that the area had become a huge worksite. After circling to the region that matched the underground ruins, they stood behind a huge tree with a lush canopy. Klein said to Sharon, who wasn't drenched by the rain despite not holding an umbrella, "Let's head down." As the rain fell, they passed through Sharon's blonde hair and body before hitting the ground. "All right." Sharon didn't ask how Sherlock Moriarty was planning on heading down with her. Klein reached his hand into his pocket and easily removed the wall of spirituality, and he opened the iron cigar case. Beside him, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Admiral of Blood Senor, who wore a dark red coat and an old triangular hat. "He will head down in my stead," Klein said with a smile. Immediately following that, he controlled his marionette in a composed manner. Senor immediately pressed his hand to his chest and bowed at Sharon. "Good evening. I'm honored to work with you." Sharon swept her gaze across Klein and Senor, and without a word, her body sank into the soil. Miss Sharon seems to detest Senor quite significantly." Klein curled his lips and made Admiral of Blood rapidly turn into a wraith and sink. As for himself, he leaned on a tree, half closed his eyes as he seriously controlled the marionette. There wasn't anyone around him, and the drizzle was light and the streetlights dim. Slowly, Klein found the feeling of being a marionettist. His vision and Senor's vision overlapped with one another as he saw black-brown soil, squirming worms, and miscellaneous items in between the rocks. As they passed through layers of obstacles, they arrived at the region where the ruin once was. The dome ceiling had collapsed and the stone columns had snapped. The area was filled with soil and rubble, looking nothing like it once was. Such a scene made Klein believe that the humanoid statues of the 6 deities had been completely destroyed. To his joy, their location was relatively close to the room which sealed the evil spirit. That meant that he didn't need to worry that any subsequent exploration would exceed the 100-meter range for the control of his marionette. Amidst the smell of soil and rot, they soon entered the previously menacing room. However, between the rubble and soil, there were only a few signs of crushed bone and rotting clothes. The dark gold and deep blue light from before had all vanished. The Beander characteristics have been taken away by the Nighthawks and machinery hivemind. Senor's expression twitched as it perfectly reflected Klein's mood. Sharon turned around in the dark solid environment and gently shook her head. "They didn't send anyone in. There are no traces of living creatures existing in here." "That's right. If a living person had entered and exited this room over the past half-year, a wraith should be able to sense it. Besides, the deity statues obviously cannot be seen by the Nighthawks and machinery hivemind. Where did those Beander characteristics go?" As Klein frowned, Senor had a similar reaction. Could it be that the evil spirit wasn't completely obliterated? It had long escaped. Klein thought about it when he suddenly came to an alarming conclusion. He held back his emotions and made Senor pass through the soil and rubble-filled room with Sharon, and they arrived at the spot where the bloody door previously stood. And at that moment, only a few splinters proved that it existed before. After proceeding forward a few meters, the two truly entered the room where the evil spirit was sealed. It had likewise been destroyed and buried. Klein used Senor's body and eyes to look for clues as he flew about. "There should be a black high-back chair here." Sharon stopped and pointed at the splinters above 2 rocks. Klein instantly recalled the scene he had once seen in the dream. The young man suspected of being Medici had sat on a high-back chair, his head drooped low as though dead. Sharon didn't pause. She continued proceeding in the compressed soil in search for any traces. Suddenly, she spoke again. "There should be one here." Another one, a second black high-back chair. Klein floated over in surprise. Chapter 736. Third chair. Senor, in his wraith form, passed through the thick soil and rocks under Klein's control, arriving beside Sharon. He saw a damaged armrest which had asymmetrical patterns buried there, looking rather similar, but also different from the splinters they discovered moments ago. The armrest wasn't pure black in color. Their patterns exuded a dark red color, as though it was an intersection of iron and blood. Recalling the scene from his nightmare, Klein determined that this wasn't the high-back chair that the entity suspected to be Medici sat on. This was the second chair. The room that sealed the evil spirit had at least 2 high-back chairs. Klein and Sharon didn't say a word as they circled around in different directions to search for other clues. Before long, they discovered the evidence of a third high-back chair. It was the leg of a chair, mainly dark red in color with pure black patterns. It was completely different from the other 2 kinds of splinters. Perhaps it's a problem caused by the asymmetrical trait of the 4th epoch. Klein knew Sharon's style, volunteering to speak and saying something even he couldn't believe. In the nightmare that resulted from the evil spirit's influence, the colors of the high-back chairs were, at the very least, uniform. Sharon shook her head slightly. 3 has more of a ritualistic feel. She was implying that the innocent victims of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor weren't just one person back then. Perhaps a ritual had been held in the room that sealed the evil spirit. Klein was taken aback by what he heard as a scene flashed through his mind. In a spacious and dark room, 3 high-back chairs of different styles were placed around a particular point in the center. And sitting on each chair was a breathless humanoid creature with a drooping head. Among them included Red Angel Medici. The scene became clearer as Klein instantly connected two additional matters together. The main ingredients of the Sequence 0 Black Emperor's potion is the uniqueness in two Sequence 1 Beander characteristics, excluding one's own Beander characteristic. Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor had apparently forcefully jumped from the Black Emperor pathway's Sequence 1 Prince of Disorder to the Red Priest Sequence 0, which wasn't a neighboring pathway. As a result, he became a half-crazy true god. As his thoughts whirred, Klein quickly had a theory. This room had once held a Sequence 0 advancement ritual needed for a true god. Of course, according to the complicated ritual needed by a Black Emperor, this was only part of the requirement. The pathway that represented war had clearly required the entire continent to be in chaos and at war to match in scale. And Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor doesn't have the corresponding Sequence 1 Beander characteristic, so his Red Priest potion requires 3 Sequence 1 angels or sealed artifacts to provide him with the Beander characteristics. There happens to be 3 high back chairs here. Yes, the evil spirit suspected to be Red Angel Medici said that to help it escape its seal, one should find direct descendants of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici family, and then extract 10 milliliters of blood and mix them with holy water. Sauron and Einhorn wield the Hunter pathway and are also angel families of the Red Priest Beander pathway. They've existed since the 4th epoch to this day. One of them has already waned, only capable of controlling the spy network and a military faction in Intis, while the other remains the royal family of Fasak. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he had a new belief regarding what had happened in the room, as well as the true identity of the evil spirit. On the other 2 high back chairs sat the ancestors of the Sauron and Einhorn families, Sequence 1 angels. Together with War Angel Medici, who very likely possessed the pathway's uniqueness, all the main ingredients of the Red Priest potion were gathered. And that evil spirit is highly likely to not be the pure Red Angel Medici. It might include the remnant psyche and hatred of the Sauron and Einhorn families' ancestors. Man, this place once sacrificed 3 Sequence 1 angels. Before they died, their curses and the ritual itself left effects, making this room become abnormally horrifying, as well as sealing it. Thankfully I reported this to the churches ahead of time to let them deal with it. Otherwise, we might have died here if we relied on ourselves. It would be the same even if Miss Sharon and I advanced to Sequence 4. We would become food for the evil spirit. Klein felt a sense of fear and joy. Meanwhile, he began to understand the reason why the Red Priest card had landed in the hands of the evil spirit. After all, the former highest-ranking members of a pathway were buried here in this underground ruin. The convergence of Beander characteristics would naturally lure Beyonders of the same pathway over without any deviations. Furthermore, as Russell once said, whatever separates will definitely converge, and whatever converges will definitely separate. After Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor perished, the true god characteristic he possessed, which is the Sequence 0 characteristic, will likely split into 4 pieces. One is the uniqueness, an abstract item or concept, while the remaining 3 are 3 sets of Sequence 1 Beander characteristics. If it wasn't because of that, the corresponding Beander pathway wouldn't have any more Sequence 1s when someone becomes a god. Could 1 or 2 of these Sequence 1 Beander characteristics be attracted, entering the sealed room? This is likely one of the reasons why the card of blasphemy was lured over. The more Klein thought, the more he felt that he had previously underestimated the evil spirit. They live up to being angels who advanced from conspirers. Standing under the tree, Klein controlled Senor to say, perhaps it really is a ritual. It's related to Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. The scale and level involved must be great. Sharon added after silently listening, Sauron, Einhorn, Medici. Miss Sharon is also suspecting if the 3 high back chairs once belonged to different angels from the details requested by the evil spirit. Klein thought for a moment, and he divulged something through Senor. Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor is likely a true god from the Hunter pathway. The card of blasphemy is represented by the Red Priest. Sharon remained silent for a few seconds as though she came to a realization regarding certain matters as she said, that card is gone. She was referring to the Red Priest card which the evil spirit had formerly shown them. Perhaps that evil spirit had long escaped before the Nighthawks and Machinery Hivemind destroyed this place. Klein shared his theory, and it had taken away all the Beander characteristics in that Red Priest card. Sharon silently surveyed the area and said, it's very crafty. It wouldn't leave behind any obvious clues. That's right, the Beander characteristics outside the sealed room are clearly not at Sequence 4. To an evil spirit who was once a king of angels, they don't have any allure. Likewise for the Red Priest card, it can be understood that it took away the things in the room, but why didn't it leave anything? It's like telling others something like, haha, I've fooled you. I've already successfully escaped, catch me if you can. Wait, perhaps that's exactly what it wishes to convey. As Klein thought, he suddenly found it amusing as he made Senor speak. No, being crafty doesn't necessarily equate to not leaving clues. The sequence 8 of the Hunter pathway is provoker. At that moment, the red angel that surfaced in his mind had the picture of Anderson Hood over it. Sharon listened silently as she gaped her mouth slightly, but she didn't say a word. Similarly, Klein was speechless. He felt that the Beyonders of the Hunter pathway truly had a crystal-clear style. In comparison, the red-haired Helena didn't appear anything like someone from the Sauron family. However, she was rather talented at provoking Vice Admiral ailment. Yes, back then, the Sauron family members also infuriated Russell terribly. Klein silently exhaled as he lampooned. The silent mood was soon broken by Klein. Senor looked around and said a joke, perhaps that's the reason why they were captured and brought here. Who was helping Alistair Tudor? Sharon's translucent figure asked, but she didn't seem to look forward to the answer. Perhaps it's the 6 deities. Klein recalled the 6 deity statues in the hall. However, he had second thoughts. However, the 7 deities supported the Truncest Empire. The Sauron and Einhorn families were powerful aristocrats of the empire. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that they first supported Tudor, and later had a falling out after he went mad. If it's not the 6 deities, does it mean that there are other deities supporting Alistair Tudor? Who would it be? Klein thought in silence. Sharon didn't stay any longer as she floated up to the surface, returning to the tree. Klein stored away Senor's wraith, allowing it to enter the gold coin inside the iron cigar case. Then, he asked in passing, actually, I've always been curious. Where do the powers of pure evil spirits and wraiths who do not have Beyonder characteristics come from? The spirit world, Sharon answered simply. The conservation of Beyonder characteristics, but the source of Beyonder powers isn't necessarily the same. Yes, perhaps the spirit world itself is the product of some Beyonder characteristics. Klein nodded and looked at the soil beneath his feet. I'll continue investigating the whereabouts of the evil spirit. I'll inform you if there's anything. He planned on asking Erodes later. With that said, he took out a pen and paper, scribbled down the method to summoning his messenger, and handed it over. You can write to me if there's anything. Sharon received the piece of paper and seriously looked at it. I'll be in the Bravehearts bar. Letters can be mailed to 126 Guard Street, Hillston Borough. Address it to Ma'am Merriam. All right. Klein stuffed his pen into his pocket. In front of Sharon, he used a ritualistic dagger to create a wall of spirituality and resealed the iron cigar case. Following that, he crossed the street to stop a carriage like a gentleman, sending Sharon all the way back to the Backland Bridge area. After doing this, he returned to the high-end hotel in Hillston Borough. Midway, he changed his appearance and switched carriages. Byam. Inside the seaweed bar, Demonesses, who had spent some time drifting at sea, once again stepped back into the city of generosity. He planned on helping the resistance handle some matters. He pressed down on his cap, sat at the corner of the bar counter, and prepared to first hear about the recent news. He didn't wish to become a bounty reward due to untimely or inaccurate intelligence. At this moment, he heard an adventurer beside him say to his companion, "Hey, do you think Gehrman Sparrow will get someone to claim Admiral of Blood's bounty on his behalf?" Ah, Danet subconsciously looked up, looking at the speaker with a blank, confused look. Chapter 737. Official appearance. Why would the madman, Gehrman Sparrow, need to find someone to claim Admiral of Blood's bounty on his behalf? That's not right. Why would he be able to claim the bounty? Danet suddenly snapped out of his confusion and grasped the crux of the matter. He immediately lowered his head to prevent himself from exposing his shock and confusion. The adventurers beside him continued their conversation. How would that be possible? No one would dare to claim it on his behalf. That's right, unless they wish to bear the wrath of the Church of Storms or selling out Gehrman Sparrow. 42,000 pounds, if I can receive that sum of money, I'll immediately head to Backland to be a tycoon. Haha, wouldn't you be enjoying yourself in the Red Theater for half a year first? Perhaps Gehrman Sparrow can claim it from Intis, Fasak, or Fainapotter. Although it wouldn't be as much as 42,000 pounds, it's definitely in no way a low amount. As the adventurers conversed, they began imagining their lives after obtaining 42,000 pounds. They even had a conflict of opinions and began arguing with flushed faces. No way, are they implying that Gehrman has finished off Admiral of Blood? No, Although that madman always had the intention of doing so, he lacks the required support that he needs. He needs to work with Captain Anderson Hood. Danitz stood up, pressed down his cap, and kept his head down. He rushed towards the billiard and card rooms where there were newspapers placed there. Just as he left, the few adventurers from before looked at his back and spoke in hushed tones. "Do you recognize him? It's obvious that something is wrong with how he was acting so suspiciously. I didn't get a good look, but I think he's a pirate who's here to gather intel. Shall we?" An adventurer gestured, slicing his hand across his throat. "Perhaps it's someone we can't afford to offend. Let's wait and see." Another adventurer stopped his companion's actions. Danitz entered an empty billiard room, came to the corner, and picked up a stack of newspapers. He quickly flipped through them, and slowly, his expression twisted. What did that madman do? He really finished off Admiral of Blood. It's only been a few months, and his strength has risen to such a level. Furthermore, the papers didn't even mention Anderson Hood. Danitz was alarmed and thankful that he wisely chose to submit in front of Gehrman Sparrow. Otherwise, people would have long seen the news of him being hunted in exchange for bounty money. No. Back then, my death wouldn't have been published. Man, Gehrman Sparrow is really a member of a cult. As he thought, Danitz suddenly froze like a statue. That was because he was apparently, probably, likely a member of that cult. Haha, the church and military often likes to exaggerate. Yes, it's a secret organization, not a cult. Danitz consoled himself before having the feeling that the organization backing Gehrman Sparrow was surprisingly mysterious and abnormally powerful. The successful hunting of Senor, one of the 7 pirate admirals, was evidence. Phew, Danitz exhaled as he apprehensively praised the fool inwardly, expressing his desires to handle matters seriously. In a small building near the Governor General's office, Elend and Oz Kent walked out. "It's finally over," Elend sighed as he wore his captain's hat. Oz Kent rubbed his red brandy nose and added with a sigh, "That's right. They had been interrogated while separated for 2 full days because of Gehrman Sparrow. They were faced with interrogators who were best at such matters. Thankfully, Elend had never hidden anything from the beginning. He had reported to his superiors that Gehrman Sparrow was of unknown origins, but that he was friendly to the military. It had nothing to do with him since the decision of making this crazy adventurer an informant while having his background investigated was made by the higher-ups. As for Oz Kent, there weren't any problems at all. He had followed regular protocol when claiming the bounty for Gehrman Sparrow. As they slowly walked towards the entrance in the middle of the garden, Elend said with a sigh, who knew that Gehrman Sparrow was that crazy and powerful. According to the little information that they knew, finishing off Admiral of Blood was just one of the most ordinary and trivial matters that Gehrman Sparrow had done that day. And such a crazy person had made the choice of entering the dangerous Banshee to save a few passengers and crew members who had merely expressed their friendship to him. Elend later learned that the dangers lurking in Banshee had far exceeded his imagination. The Church of Storms had directly destroyed the entire place. If I had told the interrogators that Gehrman Sparrow has a soft and kind heart, they will definitely think I'm lying. Humans are really a mass of contradictions. Elend silently shook his head. After hearing Elend's poignant remark, Oz Kent replied with a wry smile, "Back then, I thought you introduced me to a relatively strong adventurer. But in the end, he even finished off Admiral of Blood. Damn it, I even think he has the strength to become the 5th king. You wouldn't doubt what I say if you look at the forest and those nearby mountains. That place, it's like. Elend glanced at Oz Kent and finished his sentence for him. It's like it was blasted by the coastal defenses more than 100 times over. That's right, Oz Kent agreed with Elend's description. By then, the two had walked out the main entrance. Elend looked at the night sky with twinkling stars and the dark crimson moon. After a few seconds of silence, he adjusted his collar and said, "Let's hope he doesn't return to the sea again." Byam, 6 Fir Street. Dressed in children's clothes, Denton ran up to the study and said to his elder sister who was practicing her sketching, "Donna, they say that Uncle Sparrow is a bad guy, a cultist, and a murderer. They even showed me the newspapers." Donna turned her head as she wrinkled her nose. "No way, Uncle Sparrow is a righteous, brave, and kind adventurer. We saw it with our own eyes. These are definitely more reliable than the papers." She hesitated for a moment before eloquently saying, Although he had a very terrifying and ugly appearance, it was the price for his dreams and the power to protect. Denton, remember, the papers often like to fabricate content based on rumors or hearsay. Yeah, Denton nodded heavily. "I've already cursed them, Donna praised her brother and subconsciously looked out. She saw that the street lamps had cast their light into their garden. It was tranquil, serene, and gentle. Hillston Borough, inside a high-class inn. Klein folded a white handkerchief and placed it in his left breast pocket, and he raised his hand to retrieve his half-top hat. Today was the day for the mysterious tycoon, Dwayne Dantes, to officially appear in public. He didn't wait for the sale of the bike company shares or the mystical items, and he planned on first using the remaining £2,962 he had to cover his initial expenses. This was sufficient, as it was equivalent to 6 to 7 years of an upper-middle-class family's income. Rhodes didn't enter my dream last night. This means that he's unable to sense my return to Backland without any close contact. That's a good thing. Yes, I'll contact it with the radio transceiver tonight to inquire about the evil spirit. I won't need to go through this hassle in the future, Klein mumbled inwardly as he held his cane and walked out of the hotel. At that moment, the sun was shining through the thin mist, elating the moods of the pedestrians. Klein got onto a carriage, and he went straight for Sherwood Borough's City Family Servant Assistance Association at 9 Canlowell Street. He planned on hiring an experienced butler, and get him to organize the servants needed for a villa. In the City Family Servant Assistance Association, Balin ended a conversation with a male colleague that came to talk to her. She lowered her head to clean up the 2 drops of black tea on her lotus leaf-colored dress. At that moment, she heard a mellow and heavy voice that time had left its mark on. Balin hurriedly looked up and towards the reception. She saw a gentleman in his 40s, wearing a tailcoat made of silk and carrying a gold-inlaid cane. Apart from the 3 buttons on his clothes, there was a golden chain that extended into his pocket. This gentleman had a pair of deep blue eyes, and he was good-looking. Even the tiny white patches on the side of his hair had added to the air he exuded. Just a smile from him made Balin feel her cheeks turn warm. Sir, how may I be of service? Ah, right, how may I address you? Balin hurriedly got up and said. Dwayne Dantes, Klein warmly replied with a smile. I wish to hire a butler, a good one. Mr. Dantes, please wait a moment. Have a seat. Balin hurriedly led Klein to the guest area, and she reached out to point at a cloth sofa. Klein held a smile without rushing or nagging her. He very patiently sat down and awaited the staff to provide him with a list of names of the butlers. What a gentleman, oh no, I forgot to ask him what requirements he has. Balin raised her hand to touch her cheeks and said, Mr. Dantes, what kind of butlers are you looking for? Klein was already prepared as he replied with a mellow voice, it's best if they have served in a noble family before. This aided Dantes in widening his social circle. Balin gradually grasped her professional knowledge as she said in detail, such butlers are rare. As you know, nobles seldom change their butlers unless they're unable to provide an effective service. Furthermore, even if they aren't able to be a butler, they're able to fill other positions in a noble household. In addition, the wealthy often have a considerable desire towards such butlers, and they're willing to offer salaries with a premium. Mr. Dantes, we do have the kinds you are looking for, but their annual salaries are above £100. That makes the weekly salary to be about £2 and up. An ordinary butler's annual salary is £40 to £80, which is 15 solely to £1.10 solely a week. That appears to be at the level of a technical worker's salary, but the master will provide room, food, clothes, charcoal, and other necessities. A butler practically has zero expenditure. An annual salary of £100 and above is really expensive. Klein quickly did the math as he replied as though he didn't take much notice, no problem. As long as they're good butlers. Chapter 738, Life of a Tycoon. Please wait a moment, would you like coffee or tea? Balin asked warmly. Klein laughed and replied, I enjoyed coffee when I was younger, the rich and fragrant kind, but now, I prefer black tea. I prefer black tea as well. Then, a cup of marquis black tea. Balin suggested with a smile. The coffee and tea provided to guests at the City Family Servant Assistance Association were ordinary in quality, ranging from low to medium quality. Marquis black tea was tea that Balin had brought from home for her own enjoyment. Klein wasn't a simpleton, and he was great at observing. Just as he walked into the door, he would take in everything about his surroundings without anyone noticing. He discovered that the coffee and tea container placed in the display case were very ordinary, and he believed that the quality was definitely lacking. Therefore, he believed that marquis black tea was likely reserved by the association for VIPs, or it belonged to the lady before him. Regardless, it expressed how sincere she was. He didn't expose her as he smiled. Thank you, you leave me unable to reject your suggestion. How may I address you, ma'am? Balin, just call me Balin, Balin said with a smile which resembled a blooming flower. She immediately briskly walked inside, and she selected suitable candidates from her colleague. Then, she returned to the reception counter, picked up a tin container, and skillfully brewed a cup of black tea. Sigh, with a good-looking face and a good disposition while being dressed in a way that speaks volumes of my status, I can still sense the friendliness from a beautiful girl even though I'm middle-aged. Klein was having such an experience for the first time as he couldn't help but sigh. This made him further understand the importance of the faceless principle of ultimately being yourself. If he didn't keep this in mind and lost himself to the benefits brought about by his appearance, he would keep maintaining the corresponding appearance, resulting in him forgetting or even rejecting his former self, and he would gradually lose his identity. Soon, Balin carried a white gold-rimmed porcelain teacup and placed it in front of Dwayne Dante's. She said with a smile, "It still needs some time to cool down." Klein looked down at the cup, and he said half-jokingly, "Perfect, this gives me the time to adjust my mood to more formally face this cup of black tea." His compliments and gratitude made Balin feel even better. She found him a true gentleman, one who knew his way with words. He's definitely not a believer of the Lord of Storms. Balin combed her slightly curly brown hair, and she returned to the room to hurry her colleague. Before long, she came over with a stack of documents and sat on the single-seater beside him. After the screening, we have 3 suitable butlers. I'll briefly introduce them to you. The first person is Mr. Xianxia, age 55. He once served Viscount Yorkville, but after this Viscount had a failed mining prospect investment, his family fell into a particular financial situation, and he had to sell its land and manors while terminating many of its servants. In the past decade, he was hired by 2 tycoons, and he has contributed significantly to the management of their households. As she spoke, Balin's brown eyes sparkled like 2 stars hid in them. She exuded the unique vibes of a teenage girl. Klein nodded slightly and said, "Then why did he leave the 2 tycoons?" Balin replied with a smile, "The first tycoon invested greatly in East Balam, and his whole family had moved there. Mr. Xianxia wasn't willing to leave Backland, so he offered to resign. The second tycoon's health isn't too good, and he had handed the family business to his son who has a butler he trusts more. Mr. Xianxia is a believer of the Evernight goddess, and his political inclinations is with the Conservative Party. He expects an annual salary of £130. May goddess bless him." Klein tapped 4 spots in a clockwise manner on his chest, forming the sign of the crimson moon. Balin's eyes lit up as she asked, "Mr. Dantes, are you a believer of the goddess?" "Of course." Klein nodded with a smile without explaining. Further, "It's no wonder he's so gentle." Balin praised inwardly as she continued introducing, Mr. Reebok, age 48. He once served the Negan family, and he was the deputy butler for a long period of time, as well as an assistant to the butler. Later, after a transaction, he became Baron Syndras's butler. Shortly after Duke Negan was assassinated, Mr. Reebok, whose contract came to an end, didn't receive a new contract from the Baron, so he had no choice but to seek our help. He's not a staunch believer of the Lord of Storms, and his personality is without problems. His political inclination is with the Conservative Party. He expects an annual salary of £120. Klein listened silently, nodding from time to time as a response, but he didn't cut off Balin's description. Balin flipped through the documents and took a few glances and spoke again. The third person is Mr. Walter, age 42. He had been the land steward and assistant butler at Viscount Conrad's household. Due to certain matters, he had a conflict with the butler, and he chose to leave. He expects an annual salary of £115. He's a believer of the Evernight goddess, and his political inclination is with the new party. Orvie Island's new governor-general is a member of Viscount Conrad's family. This family pledges loyalty to the royal family. The relevant information quickly flashed through Klein's mind. After the introduction, Balin handed over the stack of documents. "Mr. Dantes, who do you wish to choose?" Klein fell silent for a few seconds before saying with a smile, "Let's do this. Let the 3 of them come to where I live tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'll meet them and have a chat with them to make the final decision." He knew that such associations didn't provide lodging, and it was purely an agency. Even if he made the selection right there and then, he still had to wait until the afternoon or tomorrow to see his butler. Therefore, He decided to have a small interview to select the person that matched his intentions the best. "No problem," Balin said with a smile. "May I know your address?" Klein sipped the black tea, picked up a pen and paper from the table, and wrote down the location and name of the hotel he was staying in. "You just came to Backland." Balin blurted out a question when she saw it. Only then did she realize that Mr. Dwayne Dantes' skin was slightly darker than normal. It was slightly bronze-colored, seemingly a result of tanning. It gave him quite a rugged flavor. Yes, he doesn't have a Backland accent. Balin slowly recalled more details. "I came from Daisy Bay. I'm waiting for an excellent butler to help me seek out a suitable house and servants." After handing over a 3-pound deposit, he politely drank another sip of black tea and got up to bid farewell. Balin sent him all the way out of the door and watched him board the carriage. "Mr. Dantes also seems to be a tycoon. Compared to that, his bearing and gentlemanliness are even more charming." Balin stood in her spot as she casually thought. On the carriage, Klein half closed his eyes as he leaned against the wall, and he couldn't help but calculate the subsequent expenditures awaiting him. The butler will cost around 120 pounds. Taking into account the average cost, a valet will cost 35 pounds, a chef 30 pounds, a gardener 25 pounds, a carriage driver 25 pounds, a nursery governess 20 pounds, 3 ordinary ladies' maid 15 pounds, and 3 maid servants 10 pounds. This way, just the servants alone would cost 330 pounds a year. It's equivalent to £6.7 solely a week. This already exceeds my salary back in Tingen. Furthermore, I'll need to have a carriage which costs about 100 pounds. I need a garden and house, and the weekly rental fee is about 2 pounds. With all the food, clothes, and charcoal expenditure for all these people, the overall cost is ridiculous. Is this the life of a tycoon? Klein suddenly felt a little regret over choosing such a persona. He exhaled as he tried hard to ignore the matter. He took a carriage to Phelps Street in Northborough. There was a pure black cathedral here, with a clock tower on each side, producing a symmetrical beauty. This was none other than the headquarters of the Backland Diocese of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein adjusted the handkerchief on his left pocket, held a gold-inlaid cane, and strode into the cathedral and walked down the quiet aisle. Under the sunlight which penetrated the colored glass panes, he came to the main prayer hall. It was very dark, making one's mood automatically turn peaceful. Klein casually found a spot, leaned his cane, and took off his hat. He then closed his eyes and prayed. Time passed, and after listening to the preaching, he slowly got up, walked to the altar, and bowed at the bishop with short, black hair. Then, he walked to the donation box by the side. Exhaling silently, Klein took out 2 10-pound notes, 6 5-pound notes and stuffed it inside. The bishop caught this sight through the corner of his eye as his expression couldn't help but turn soft. Typically, unless they specially solicited for donations or received donations from a deceased's will, the cathedral's donation box received tens of pounds at most. This meant that the person was a tycoon, a rich person. Chapter 739, The Encountered and the Yet to be Encountered. In the main prayer hall of St. Samuel Cathedral, the black-haired bishop retracted his gaze and stopped looking at the middle-aged gentleman in front of the donation box, nor did he have any intention of chatting with him. Here, before the holy altar, he represented the church, and he was under the goddess's sight. He couldn't show more warmth towards anyone because of their generous donations. However, he remembered the gentleman's good looks and mature, refined disposition. He planned on attempting to get to know him when the opportunity arose in the future. Seeing the final note slip into the donation box, Klein closed his eyes and turned to leave. When passing the preaching bishop, he deliberately glanced at the clergyman and smiled with a nod. The bishop returned with a warm smile as he tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Klein wasn't in a hurry to make contact with the relevant personnel. He needed his actions to adhere to logic, and not to have any jarring actions that would incur suspicion. He silently and coolly turned to the side to give way to another devotee, and he made way down the aisle back to his seat. He then picked up his hat and cane before walking out of the cathedral. At that moment, with the preaching done, the devotees either went forward to the donation box to express their sincerity, or they got up to leave without feeling that there was anything wrong. After all, it wasn't compulsory. Even a devotee who passionately donated was unable to donate money every time. It usually depended on the family's exact situation, doing it once or twice every 1 to 2 weeks. At the level of a commoner, each donation was in the form of pennies, while middle-class devotees ranged from 3 to 5 solely. The wealthy and nobles used pounds, but they didn't exceed 100 pounds. This was under ordinary circumstances. During the Evernight Goddess's Holy Memorial Day every year, which was the Winter Gifts Day, the amount donated would increase several times. The commoners with a little bit more cash to spare would choose 2 to 3 soli, while the middle class donated around 5 pounds. As for the members of high society, they directly donated to the diocese bishop or church's charitable organizations, ranging from several hundred pounds to a few thousand pounds. Winter Gifts Day was the day in a year when the night was longest. It was believed to be the birthday of the Evernight Goddess. After leaving the cathedral, Klein stood at the square outside. He watched idly as pigeons flew up, circled around, and landed. He even bought some food from a nearby street hawker. He leisurely fed the pigeons, and he had no plans on flipping through the advertisements in the newspapers to find a suitable residence in North Borough, since it was the butler's mission. An excellent butler that had resided in Backland for many years had ought to know the different nobles and tycoons, as well as the best middle-class individuals who could provide their masters with help. He would know which streets to live in and, from there, purposefully choose a residence. The interaction between neighbors was the first step for a newcomer to enter the relevant circles. Be it the Carlton Club where members of the Conservative Party gather, the Club of the Free of the New Party, or the various in-service and veteran clubs for the military, they also require a recommendation before any contact can be made. This is also the so-called club politics in the kingdom. Klein reined in his thoughts as he considered what he should do after he was done setting up the pigeon-feeding persona he created. After careful consideration, he discovered that there was really nothing that needed his immediate attention. This was because his plans were stuck on the surface. Hence, he planned on enjoying an expensive and sumptuous lunch. This was an action Dwayne Dantes ought to have, and it was also a result of Klein's own curiosity. In the months when he was in Backland, he didn't manage to muster the courage to head to the most famous restaurants in the big city to broaden his horizons. He kept choosing one of the 4, his own dining hall, the buffet cafeteria of the Quelaag Club, the ordinary restaurants by the streets, and Lawyer Jurgen's dining hall. Otherwise, he would head to East Borough and settle his breakfast and lunch in what seemed like a very oily coffee shop, Laborie Restaurant. Their head chef is said to be from Earl Hall's family. He has provided tycoons, successful lawyers, high-ranking government officials with usually hard-to-come-by flavors. Earl Hall had apparently invested in this restaurant and holds quite a major stake in it. This restaurant mainly serves local Backland cuisine. It's very famous for its desserts, but its price is horrendous. Intis Srenzo Restaurant. It serves the most authentic Intis cuisine. Many of the specialty dishes use Russell's name, claiming that it originated from the Emperor's Palace dishes. Besides, it's not like most of the restaurants of the same class where they only offer a few main dishes every day. It has a wide variety. Klein recalled the information of the top restaurants he had read from the papers and magazines, and he finally decided on trying out the Emperor's Palace dishes. He didn't stay any longer as he got on a horse carriage and headed for the Intis Srenzo restaurant in West Borough. At the entrance, Klein handed his coat, hat, and cane to a red-vested waiter as he asked, "Are there still any available seats?" "I didn't make a reservation." "Yes, sir." The red-vested waiter didn't show any abnormal behavior as he humbly asked, "Sir, is this your first time here? Are you alone?" Klein nodded frankly and smiled. "Then, may I have the honor of introducing you to some of our most unique dishes and fine wine that our restaurant has to offer?" As the waiter spoke, he led the guest in. "That's exactly what I need." Klein passed through the beautifully decorated door, and he saw walls that nearly reflected golden light. Instantly, he felt as though he was in a gold vault. Then, he noticed oil paintings hung on the walls, marble statues that were placed at suitable locations, as well as golden objects that were embedded or adorned in different spots. "Please watch your step," the attendant warned him as he led Klein to a spot by the window. Violin music played in the background of the restaurant. The waiter brought him a food menu and a wine menu as he flipped it open and introduced, "These are our most famous dishes: red braised Tagia beef short ribs, black truffle porcini mushrooms, Intis-styled foie gras. I would like to point out that our foie gras comes directly from the Bonas farm in Champagne province in the Intis kingdom." As Klein listened to the waiter's introduction, he browsed through the menu written in ancient Fasak, as the prices caught his eyes. After introducing the main dishes, starters, and desserts, the waiter began explaining how the wines should be matched. Finally, he said, "The champagne, red wine, and white wine we have all come from a famous brewery from Champagne province. We even have Ormir red wine from 1330. Its price is £126. If you wish to purchase it, you can take it along with you or store it with us, drinking a cup every time you come. £126, I can already hire an excellent butler with that, heh. Klein smiled with great grace. Your dishes and wine are excellent. It's really difficult to choose. The red-vested waiter gave a hospitable smile. You can choose the chef's recommendations for the day. It will be an authentic and delicious Intis meal arranged by our main chef. There are 3 choices, £15, £10, and £8. I don't want any of them. Klein leaned back slightly as he smiled. I'll have the £15 set meal. All right. The red-vested waiter took away the menus, and he walked towards the kitchen. Klein drew a breath and slowly exhaled as he casually observed the area before him. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. It was a lady wearing an olive-green dress. She was tall, with an excellent figure. She wore a black, out-of-fashion bonnet, with a fishnet veil hanging down and concealing her face. As a faceless, Klein had a strong ability to discern the external characteristics of humans. He immediately identified the lady. Queen Mystic, Emperor Rassel's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave. He wasn't in a rush to look away as he naturally moved his gaze to the side. Bernadette didn't seem to notice anything abnormal as she disappeared around the stairwell. Why would she appear here? Right, this restaurant's specialty is Emperor Rassel's palace dishes. Hey, it's nothing like the Chinese cuisine I thought it would be. He probably doesn't know how to cook and at best, is able to describe the concept. There are stir-fried dishes here. Could the owner behind the scenes actually be her? Why is she here in Backland instead of floating out at sea? Hasn't she found hero bandit Black Emperor? Klein sat down with a calm expression as questions arose in his mind. Meanwhile, on the streets, a carriage was driving towards the Intis Strenzo restaurant. Sitting in the carriage was Aaron Sirius's family. This famous surgeon was a member of the Quelaag Club, a good friend of Sherlock Moriarty. He had once sought out the detective to handle Will Ossepton's matter. Ever since his wife became pregnant, he found his luck had become rather good. His business was improving by the day, and his income was rising by the month. He recently successfully completed Baron Sindris's surgery, and he received the commendation of this newly promoted noble. He was invited to the Strenzo restaurant to have lunch with him. It's said that the ice cream is pretty good, Aaron smiled as he said to his wife. His wife was a black-haired beauty, and she was already obviously pregnant. She smiled demurely and said, I'm more looking forward to Emperor Rassel's palace dishes. Aaron tersely acknowledged as he looked out the window. We're almost there. Just as he said that, his wife held her tummy and frowned. It hurts a little. Aaron, who wasn't a first-time father, immediately checked on her and didn't discover any problems, but his wife was feeling greater discomfort. The child in her womb seemed to be pulling a tantrum. I think I won't go over there. I wish to return home to rest, Aaron's wife suggested. Aaron thought for a while and said, I'll accompany you home. He immediately ordered his valet, get down here and head to the restaurant to apologize to Baron Sindris on my behalf. After the carriage began its return, the discomfort that Aaron's wife suffered was relieved. By the time she walked through the doorstep, everything was normal. She pointed at her tummy, exasperated. It appears like he doesn't want to eat ice cream. Achoo. In the Intis Strenzo restaurant, Klein, who hadn't spared any dish, felt the pinch but began enjoying his ice cream in satisfaction. Midway, he found his nose itchy as he sneezed into a piece of tissue paper he pulled out. Westboro. In a dark house. Furs, who had already advanced to astrologer, participated in all kinds of Beander gatherings, in search of the possibility to earn money. She owed Zio £220, and she was even suspected by her good friend of being involved in illegal gambling. I can't even afford to buy my essential crystal ball. As her thoughts wandered, Furs suddenly heard a member at the gathering say, I wish to sell a moon puppet. Chapter 740. Self-Recommendation. Moon puppet. Furs's heart palpitated as she refocused and looked at the gathering participant who had just spoken. The man in a black iron mask had already taken out a small puppet and showed it to everyone. I have a friend who discovered a series of graves deep in the southern continent's Paws Valley. This puppet was stuck in the deceased's right eye socket. Furs observed the puppet seriously just like the other gathering participants. She discovered that it was slender, and its entire body resembled a tiny wooden piece that had been engraved with crescent-like eyes and a mouth. Embedded in it were dried grass and flowers. Doesn't look like anything special, Furs mumbled inwardly. Her spiritual perception didn't sense anything as her pen-wielding hand continued hovering over a bronze-green notebook. the man in the iron mask continued the introduction. My friend and I are unable to determine what use this puppet has, and we can only suspect that it's not simple. It might also hide quite a secret. 60 pounds. For just 60 pounds, you can have it. This price is very fair. Even if it has nothing to do with mysticism, it's not a bad antique worth 40 to 50 pounds. That is to say, you'll be spending 10 pounds to have a chance of a pleasant surprise. To you, this is a small sum of money. A very tempting explanation. This gentleman is likely a successful salesman. However, I don't even have 10 pounds. As Furs engaged in a self-deprecating laugh, she didn't believe that anyone would buy the so-called moon puppet of unknown origins and usage. Just as she had that thought, she heard a female voice which was deliberately suppressed. 50 pounds. Is she too rich, or is she willing to try her luck? Furs subconsciously turned her head to look at the speaking person, only to see the lady wearing a hooded long robe. Her face was hidden in the shadows. At that moment, the owner of the moon puppet laughed. I'll be more inclined to keep it for myself. Perhaps, there might come a time when I discover what's so special about it. As he spoke, he realized that no one was offering a better price. He immediately said, "Of course, as a gentleman, I'll satisfy your wish since you have expressed your desire and have given a reasonable price." "Deal," the hooded woman replied with a deep voice. Soon, the gathering's attendant helped them complete the transaction. Furs noticed that the lady's hand was trembling slightly after she received the moon puppet. She places great importance on the item. She might actually know what's so special about the puppet. Moon puppet, moon, from the southern continent. Furs suddenly made connections and recalled the few primordial moon believers who Mr. Moon was searching for. She began having a suspicion that the hooded lady was one of them, or that she had a connection with them. Of course, she had zero evidence. She didn't even have much of a compelling reason to have such a guess. Phew, Furs silently exhaled as she decided to find a way to verify her theory. She casually moved the hard-covered notebook in her hand, making a yellowish-brown goatskin appear. On the piece of paper were all kinds of patterns that formed an ancient, mysterious picture of unknown intent. This was one of the pages of Limano's travels, and it recorded a particular Beander power. It wasn't a recorded power which Furs had gathered herself, but one of the 5 original pages when she received it. Furs looked up, and she pretended to observe the transactions of the others while fully taking in the hooded lady's situation. She discovered that there was a mosquito with dark brown spots on a nearby wall and unknown worms that were slowly squirming on the ground. Furs's finger naturally slid across the yellowish-brown goatskin's pattern as a complicated symbol quickly formed in her mind. Silently and without showing any odd signs, she felt that she had understood the brown pattern. As her thoughts connected with the other parties, the brown-spotted mosquito flew at a low height. It circled beneath the hooded lady and carefully clung to her front. The mosquito's vision was different from a human's since an incomprehensible scene appeared in Furs's mind. But it soon disintegrated and reformed into a rather normal scene. The hooded lady had a rather curved outline with dark skin. Her brows were thin and the corners of her mouth drooped significantly. Furs immediately recognized her. She was none other than the primordial moon believer, Windsor Bearing, who Mr. Moon was searching for. An effective clue is worth 100 pounds, and directly finding her means 500 pounds. Furs recalled the reward as she immediately became flustered. Her first reaction was to drive the mosquito to bite Windsor Bearing and suck her blood. That way, she could later use astromancy to directly lock onto her location. However, she gave up the idea after struggling for a moment. That was extremely taboo in a Beander gathering. If she were discovered, she would definitely be attacked by all the participants of the gathering, and the host of the gathering often had significant strength. Going too overboard made it easily detectable. I'll just get the 100 pounds. If there's another chance, I'll consider how to lock onto her directly. I have to leave this gathering early and smear my blood over Limano's travels to prevent myself from getting lost. That would be dangerous. Furs repressed her disappointment as she made her final decision. In fact, her actions were already out of line. Hence, she didn't wish to stay another second longer. Hilston Borough, inside a high-class hotel. Klein stood behind an oriel window as he silently took in the crimson moon and thin clouds in the sky. Some time later, he combed the white hair around his temples and reached out to draw the curtains. Then, he went through the hassle of moving the radio transceiver back to the real world and spent the time airing out most of its smell. This time, he only waited about 10 seconds when he felt the room turn dark and eerie. He heard the radio transceiver begin to producing clicking sounds. Klein approached and saw a piece of illusory paper spew out. On the paper were words composed of lowness. Great Master, please look right. Right. Klein turned his head in amusement and curiosity to his side. He saw a full-body mirror, which had already turned dark, as though it was smeared with a layer of ink. Just as a thought flashed in his mind, the full-body mirror lit up. Illusory fireworks began shooting inside the mirror as it burst and scattered down in a beautiful and dazzling display. Meanwhile, the full-body mirror produced a line of golden lowness words. Welcome back, Great Master. At that moment, although Rhodes didn't produce any sound, Klein had the baffling feeling that it was hysterically shouting. As the fireworks came to an end, the golden text distorted and formed a new line of text. Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, wishes to ask you how I might be of service to you. Klein was already very accustomed to this as he said in a practiced manner, answer my questions. The golden line of text reformed again. Thank you for your answer. You may ask. Prepared, Klein said, where did the evil spirit in William Street go to? The full-body mirror's golden text froze for a few seconds before they slowly disappeared. As for the blooming fireworks in the background, they first blurred before a new scene became clear. It was that of an abandoned chapel where withered vines crawled over its walls, and gray stones were strewn everywhere. Klein found it rather familiar. It was where he and Sharon had once conversed with the evil spirit. The scene drew close as Klein saw that in a corner of the collapsed chapel was a tiny pit that wasn't too deep. There were clear signs of it being dug up with one's fingers. Miss Magician mentioned it before. As Klein's thoughts surfaced, the scene produced a cold voice that hid a smile. It's a pleasure working with you. As those words came out of the soil, the scene immediately turned distorted like a water surface being stirred before the scene completely shattered. Pleasure working with you, who did the evil spirit speak to? To make an angel from the hunter pathway use such a tone, the person opposite it mustn't be someone of a lower level. That person might even be an angel. However, why would he use his hands to dig? He should have a much easier method that didn't waste that much time. The angel is also restricted in a certain sense. Just like that grandpa in Leonard's body. Right, Leonard was in Backland back then. This is a clue, but there are other possibilities. Something at the level of an angel doesn't equate to being an angel. The evil spirit controlled Baronet Pound to contact someone. From the looks of it, the Intis and Faceac spies were just a smokescreen that was deliberately set up by the evil spirit. As expected of a conspirer, thoughts ran through Klein's mind as he said to Rhodes, second question, I have 3 butlers to choose from. Who do you think is the most suitable? Golden lowness words appeared one after another. If you choose Reebok and Walter, there might be an additional development. Xianxia is the most professional, but he's also the most ordinary. The 2 who were formerly under the service of Duke Negan and Viscount Conrad do allow for additional development, Klein nodded in thought. It's your turn to ask. At this moment, a bunch of golden text appeared. Great Master, what do you make of me being your butler? As long as you bring me out of the Church of Steam, I can become the best butler in the world. Klein hesitated for a second as he replied, mincing his words, it's not suitable at the moment. The golden text in the full-body mirror darkened instantly before it lit up again, reforming the words. Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, will patiently await the day. Immediately following that, the full-body mirror produced a complicated picture with some footnotes. This is a rune formed with the corresponding symbols and magical labels. Great Master, as long as you are in Backland, writing it on some paper is equivalent to summoning me. A mixture of secrecy and mystery-prying symbols, Klein identified the rune and said, okay. Chapter 741. Butler. 9 a.m., Hillston Borough, inside a high-class hotel. Klein picked up a bottle of exquisitely packaged white wine as he handed it over to the elder opposite him. Mr. Xianxia, thank you for coming. This is a gift of mine. Please accept it. At the latest, I'll make my decision by tomorrow. When the time comes, I might come and visit you in person. He was using such a euphemistic manner to inform the man that he had failed to be selected. To be frank, he was actually rather pleased with Mr. Xianxia. He perfectly met his image of a butler, stern, well-mannered, professional, a high level of mental understanding, and as good at handling all kinds of thorny issues. As the oldest candidate who lived the furthest away, he had arrived half an hour ahead of time. He had been patiently waiting outside while Reebok and Walter were only 15 minutes early. If not for Rhodes mentioning that the latter 2 allowed for additional developments, Klein felt that he would have chosen this old gentleman. After all, his main goal was to use the butler's social connections to more easily enter high society so as to make contact with the corresponding targets. The white wine was specially bought from the Intisrenzo restaurant, costing him £2 since he knew someone was destined to be disappointed while wasting money to travel to and fro by carriage. This could effectively accentuate how generous Duane Dantes was and how gentlemanly he was as a mysterious tycoon. In addition, he didn't think it was right to belittle a butler from a noble family. Such people definitely knew plenty of people in high society, many professional butlers, and countless servants due to their past professional experiences. They covered the entire spectrum of people, and they could affect a gentleman's image, and this was a necessary consideration for entering even higher social circles. At present, the 55-year-old Xianxia had plenty of white hair. His blue eyes were ingrained with the wisdom that time had given him, so he didn't reject Duane Dantes' gift. He received it and glanced at it before bowing. "I love white wine from Garrod. Thank you for your kindness. Your grace is admirable." Garrod, yes, the waiter yesterday mentioned that it's a brewery in Intis's Champagne province. It's well known for producing high-end grape wine. Some of the wine of certain vintage years are considered top-notch. Sigh, a butler knows more about wine than me. That's right, Mr. Xianxia had mentioned that wine cellars are directly under the charge of the butler or a butler assistant among nobles and the rich. Does this mean that I need to have a wine cellar in the future? Wine costing £2 is at the bottom of the totem pole, while even Ormir red wine from 1330 which costs £126 isn't even considered the best. How much would such a wine cellar cost? As he thought it over, Klein felt heavy in the chest. He began to suspect that the £2,888 he had set aside from the gold coins weren't going to last long. If not for the training he had during his time as a clown, he definitely would have lost his cool and not reply with a smile. Your fondness for it is the greatest form of praise for me. Mr. Xianxia, please invite Mr. Reebok who's at the coffee house below up. Xianxia didn't hesitate to agree to it. Less than 5 minutes later, Reebok knocked on the door and entered the living room. This gentleman had his blonde hair combed neatly. The edges of his eyes and mouth had some wrinkles which weren't too distinct. He had a ruddy complexion and a masculine bearing. It was obvious that he was a butler who could accompany his master hunting or even fend off enemies. After exchanging greetings, Klein invited him in to take a seat while smiling. He went directly to the point. "Forgive me for being honest. I don't understand why you would become the butler of Baron Sindras. Your father was the assistant butler to the Negan family, and your grandfather was the land steward of the same family. Many of your ancestors served the Duke and his relatives until they returned to the arms of God. You should have had such a life trajectory as well. Due to Emperor Rassel's influence, the various countries in the northern continent went from using their fief and aristocratic title to indicate their nobility to just their names and aristocratic titles. Only under special formal occasions would they use the former. Of course, there were a few nobles whose names stemmed from their fiefs." Reebok gave a standard smile and answered, "Baron Sindras is a newly promoted noble, an old friend of the late Duke. Therefore, I was sent to his family to help him and his family get accustomed to noble life and grasp the corresponding etiquettes." The late Duke he was talking about was the present Duke Negan's father, the Palace Negan who had been assassinated the previous year. "Then, why did you leave the Baron's family later?" Klein deliberated and asked. Reebok answered honestly, "Although Baron Sindras obtained his aristocratic title via the Conservative Party, he is one of the most famous bankers, investors, and enterprise owners in the kingdom. He was one of the earliest multimillionaires, and he had a strong penchant for the new party. He was willing to provide a certain degree of support to them, creating friction between him and the Conservative Party nobles, including the younger Duke. Therefore, to prevent the Baron from being put in a difficult position, I offered to leave. He actually tried to keep me, and he was an excellent employer." Klein nodded and asked, "You believe in the Lord of Storms?" Reebok seriously replied, "Yes, the Lord gives us courage, zeal, and a sense of responsibility." Klein asked a few more matters about butlers and received a detailed response. Then, he said with a smile, "Might I trouble you to invite Mr. Walter who's at the coffee house up? After I'm done chatting with him, I'll make the decision. You can wait in the coffee house for about 10 minutes. All right." Reebok didn't harp on the matter and immediately got up to bow. After bidding farewell, he left in a manner that exuded the air of a military man. As he watched him leave and close the door, Klein sat back down, picked up his black tea, and took a sip. He muttered silently, "If I were to choose him, I'll likely establish certain connections with the present Duke Negan and the Conservative Party. The additional development might include the situation before the assassination. Before long, Walter arrived and entered after knocking on the door. Klein first exchanged some pleasantries before asking, "What conflict did you have with Viscount Conrad's butler?" "You should understand that I need to understand the situation. I cannot afford to risk offending a noble." Walter had a broad forehead with raven black hair and brown stern eyes, but he wasn't a person who appeared taciturn. He thought for a few seconds and said, "As a butler assistant, I was responsible for the Viscount's children. During this process, due to certain matters, I was appreciated by a particular important figure. As such, I won the recognition of the Viscount, which made the butler wary against me. Later, that important figure passed away due to an accident, and as a result, the Viscount's attitude towards me changed. The butler treated me even worse, making me believe that it was pointless waiting for things to improve. In charge of the Viscount's children, and he got to know an important figure. Talum also got to know Prince Edisic from teaching Viscount Conrad's youngest son. And the prince passed away a few months ago because of the great smog of Backland. This matches Walter's explanation. From the looks of it, this butler was one of the peripheral victims of that matter. He's rather cautious and professional. He didn't expose his former employer's negatives or reveal the matter about the prince, nor did he speak ill of the Viscount's butler. If I select him, the additional development is something to look forward to." Klein listened silently as he made some connections. He then switched to asking some professional questions, expressing his desire to enter high society. After receiving a satisfactory answer, he straightened his clothes, got up and smiled. "Let me introduce myself again. I'll be your employer, Dwayne Dantes." Walter immediately bowed and said, "Sir, how may I be of service?" He kept maintaining a stern, old-fashioned, and unperturbed demeanor, as though these were the professional traits of a butler. "Two matters," Klein replied with a chuckle. "First, help me hand this bottle of white wine to Mr. Reebok, who's waiting at the coffee house. Please express my apologies and gratitude to him. Second, hire a solicitor to write up a professional contract that will include you and the other servants." "All right, sir." Walter bowed once again. As Klein handed the white wine over, he asked, "Walter, how many servants do you think I need to hire in order to not appear improper?" While Walter received the bottle of Garrod white wine, he replied without any hesitation, "You should first determine where you will be living. Only then can you know how many servants you actually need. Oh, do you have suggestions? My requirements are simple. I wish to live in Northborough, as I'm a pious believer of the goddess." Klein drew the crimson moon on his chest in passing. "According to the information I read on the papers and magazines, a garden villa in a high-end district has to be at least £3 a week. That makes it £156 a year. Although there are no direct numbers, I can infer that the suburb's best garden villas cost about £2 a week. A high-end apartment with a few rooms and halls would cost about the same. It's been mentioned that that's relatively extravagant, a place where only the richest of the middle class can afford to rent. Yes, from that, I can preliminary estimate the rent of a tycoon's house. It's expensive just thinking about it. Back in Tingen, Benson, Melissa, and I spent 13 solely a week on a gardenless terrace house. There was an additional 5 pence for the use of furniture. In the house I lived in Minsk Street, it didn't even reach £1. Sigh, so be it, even if it's £3. I have £2,888. It shouldn't be a problem renting a slightly better one, no problem at all." While awaiting Walter's answer, Klein silently recalled the information regarding rental costs. He began calculating how much he needed to pay every week and every year. Walter considered it for 2 seconds before replying in a serious manner, "Sir, you can choose 32 Bachland Street. It's close to St. Samuel Cathedral, and it's a 3-story manor with more than 10 rooms. It comes with a stable, a servant's quarters, and a rather large garden. Living nearby are baronets, House of Commons members of Parliament, and senior lawyers. The interior design is especially tasteful. There are plenty of famous paintings and antiques. All the furniture and wares are enough to accentuate your identity. You can rent it for a year first. If you find it satisfactory, you can consider buying it entirely." "Sounds pretty good," Klein asked with a smile. "How much is it to rent for a year?" Walter sternly and skillfully reported the number, including the use of furniture, £1,261 a year. Klein was glad that he wasn't drinking any tea, or else he would have spewed it all across his butler's face. He mustered nearly all of a clown's control in order to prevent any abnormalities from showing on his face. Chapter 742, Decided. After a brief moment of silence, Klein raised the black tea and took a sip. He said with a smile, "It's something that can be considered, but Emperor Russell once said to never be in a rush to make a decision. Only after repeated comparison will one receive the best answer. Are there any other options?" Walter, who wore a white glove, replied without any abnormality to his expression, "Phelps Street would also satisfy your request. I recall that Unit 9 is available for rent. It's a 2-story villa with more than 10 rooms. It comes with a stable, the servants' quarters, and a small garden. The furniture and wares are relatively old, but they're considered decent. The annual rent is £220. That's quite a reasonable price." Reasonable, however, Phelps Street means that it's less than 100 meters away from St. Samuel Cathedral. Although this does help in being right under their noses, many of the pedestrians will be nighthawks. It would be very inconvenient for me to leave and return, making it easy to make mistakes. Klein, who originally had a budget of about £160, suddenly felt £220 was a pretty good price after undergoing the catharsis of the Garden Manor's price. This made him suspect whether butler Walter had deliberately offered him an expensive choice at the very beginning. Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, "Any others?" Walter replied without showing any signs of impatience, 160 Bachland Street is also available for rent. It's a 3-story house which also comes with a garden, a stable, servants' quarters. There are more than 10 rooms, but its location isn't as good as Unit 32. The decorations, furniture, and wares can be considered decent. It has an annual rent of £315. £315, the rental fee flashed past Klein's slightly numb mind. He asked in thought, "What do you suggest?" At that moment, he had already decided on an answer, but as an employer, he wasn't in a rush to express his decision. This was because he would easily be belittled if his decision had a slip-up in common knowledge. Walter seriously thought and said, 160 Bachland Street. In comparison, the neighbors here will be more helpful in entering high society. As for Unit 32, it's overly extravagant. To rent it immediately will make your surrounding neighbors believe that you lack the necessary self-restraint, making it seem inappropriate. To put it simply, to rent a house costing £1,260 a year so easily will make neighbors define me as an ostentatious nouveau riche. To a tycoon who's trying to enter high society, such a reputation will be terrible. Klein sipped his black tea and asked with a smile, "Then, why did you offer me the selection of 32 Bachland Street?" Walter unhurriedly bowed and said, "Honorable sir, I'm only a butler. My responsibility isn't to decide, but to present all suitable options and give you certain suggestions for your consideration. In a situation where I'm unaware of your exact preferences, I have to do my best to provide you with all possible options." Very professional. He's likely worried that Dwayne Dantes is a nouveau riche who enjoys flaunting his wealth, so he first gave the choice of 32 Bachland Street as a way to probe me, so as to adjust his suggestions and management style. Klein smiled and said, "Let's eliminate Unit 32. We shall choose one of the two. Before I make the decision, I'm accustomed to paying a visit. Let's head off after lunch." "Yes, sir." Walter continued wearing that stern, old-fashioned expression. South of the bridge, Harvest Church. Emlyn White was wiping the silver candle stands as he was mulling over the clues provided by Miss Magician. A secret Beander gathering, that's equivalent to providing no clues. It will be rather difficult to pursue the matter. And I won't be able to participate in the gathering in short notice. Emlyn observed himself in the silver stand's surface as he combed his hair. Then, he put down the wiping cloth, retreated to the first pew in the cathedral, and sat down as he watched Bishop Utravsky praying seriously before the altar with his gaze unfocused. Thoughts came to his mind as they occasionally created sparks. Emlyn suddenly grasped a detail. Why would a puppet that garners the primordial moon believer's immense interest happen to appear? Moon puppet. This feels like it's bait. Could it be a trap designed by Russ Bottori and the others? Emlyn's eyes lit up as he suddenly stood up. Russ Bottori was a sanguine baron who was participating in the hunting competition. He was viewed by Emlyn as his strongest competitor. The more Emlyn thought about it, the more he found it as a possibility. This was because he knew that Bottori was an antique enthusiast, one who especially enjoyed collecting all sorts of strange trinkets from the southern continent. After pacing back and forth a few times, he curled the corners of his lips and chuckled. He silently said, "I have no way of entering the Beander gathering to seek out the location of Windsor, but I can monitor Russ Batory and finish off the target before he does. Haha, I look forward to his expression when that happens. Yes, Miss Magician's clue is indeed worth 100 pounds. Just as Emlyn was feeling abnormally excited, Father Utravsky ended his prayers, walked over, and looked down at him. He said with a gentle voice, "Our piousness is not in our language, but in every detail of our body language. You were not being focused enough today. Wipe the candle stand again." All right, Emlyn replied, suddenly feeling ashamed. After the priest turned to walk to the confessional, he snapped to his senses as he muttered, amused and incensed, "I'm not pious at all. I don't have to appear pious." Rows of straight intis parasol trees lined both ends of the street, making the streets appear beautiful and tranquil. With his gold-inlaid cane in hand, Klein slowly walked out of Unit 160. He silently drew a breath and turned to look at Walter. "Tell the owner that I'm very satisfied. I'll temporarily rent it for a year. We might move to a better place later, such as Empress Borough." His words hinted at his ambition to obtain an aristocratic title, as Empress Borough was a place where the nobles gathered. As for why he didn't rent half a year to save on money, it was because such high-end estates only accepted long-term contracts. 1 year was the minimum. To be frank, if money wasn't an issue, Klein had quite a liking for the house. Its lawn was clean, and the garden was beautiful. The furnishing was befitting, and the wares were exquisite. There were plenty of bedrooms, sufficient furniture, and many washrooms on every floor. Even the stables and servants' quarters at the back weren't shoddy work. It was the best residence Klein could have ever imagined in the past. Walter immediately replied, "I'll hire a solicitor in a while." "Sir, what specific requests do you have regarding servants?" Klein strolled underneath the intis parasol trees and smiled. "I'd first like to hear your suggestions." Walter thought for a moment before saying, "Sir, you will need a housekeeper regardless." During the interview, Klein had mentioned that Dwayne Dantes wasn't married and had no children, nor did he have any mistresses in Backland, therefore, he didn't need a lady's maid. Dwayne Dantes nodded gently without expressing any intentions. Walter continued, "Her duties would be to manage the female servants and the expenses of the household." "Sir, you can't leave everything to me or the same person. Balance is an art in politics, and it's also a good method when managing a household. Emperor Russell once said that absolute power definitely corrupts. I'm confident in myself before money, but it's only confidence." Very honest, a housekeeper is needed. She'll cost about 30 to 40 pounds a year." Klein nodded. At that moment, Walter was walking behind Klein to his side. He extended his hand to stop a rental carriage. On the carriage, he continued, "I will get the Family Servant Assistance Association to produce a name list for the selection of the housekeeper. You shall choose her personally, and I won't provide any suggestions. Based on the current residential situation, you will also need a steward who can be male or female. You will need a valet, a lady's maid in charge of the bedrooms, and 2 chambermaids who will be in charge of the living room and activity room. 2 footmen to valet guests, a parlor maid, a scullery maid, 2 laundresses, and 2 handymen. Apart from those, you will need a cook, 2 gardeners, 2 coachmen or 1 coachman and an assistant coachman. If necessary, you can have an additional attendant, a steward's boy, a nursery governess, and a second cook. You currently do not have any carriages, but you'll definitely have 2 in the future. A 4-wheeled carriage costs about 300 pounds. A 2-wheeled one costs about 100 pounds. As he listened to his butler introduce the required servants in detail, Klein's mind went numb. He didn't wish to do the accounts on how much he needed to spend. After all, it was paid on a weekly or monthly basis, and not an annual basis. Ignoring the attendant, steward's boy, nursery governess, and second cook, there will be 10 to 11 male servants, and the female servants with the housekeeper will number about 9 to 10, it's basically several times what I calculated. Each week's expenses will exceed 10 pounds. This can only be determined after all of them are hired and their salaries are negotiated. There's also the carriage. Klein's mind couldn't help but drift when he saw Walter's mouth moving non-stop, seeing the staid and extremely dignified Mr. Dwayne Dantes nodding from time to time. Walter subconsciously broadened the topic. In the future, you will also need to rent a manor in the suburbs to entertain friends to have a wonderful weekend over there. There's no rush, it can wait until you hold several dances and banquets at Unit 160. Sir, do not mention housemaids in front of the neighbors of this street. Only those with salaries below 500 pounds a year will hire housemaids because they're unable to hire enough female servants to handle the different parts of the household. Klein listened numbly as he reflexively wore a warm smile. Back at the hotel, he watched Walter leave before he sat back down, his expression collapsing. When it was 20 minutes to 3, Klein rubbed his temples and slowly got up. He went into his bedroom and prepared to begin this week's tarot gathering. Chapter 743. A diary page. Above the gray fog, in the palace with the towering dome, the fool Klein glanced at the sun, who had been pulled up ahead of time, as well as the world who had been conjured in advance. Emanating a little bit of his spirituality, he made contact with the crimson star representing justice, the hanged man, the magician, the moon, and the hermit. Beams of light rose up as relatively blurry figures appeared on the two sides of the long bronze table. Justice Audrey, who had just returned from a tree farm leading to the castle, had already changed into a dress. Her sleeves were layered in laces that were filled with lustrous pearls. Like clockwork, she stood up, lifting the corners of her skirt as she curtsied. Klein instantly felt better as he nodded with a smile in response. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but sigh. To act like a tycoon costs so much money. I wonder how huge the expenditures are for a noble like Miss Justice. After all the members exchanged greeting nods, he looked at the hermit, as he knew that this pirate admiral would likely provide him with new Russell diary entries. As he had expected, Catalia spoke out. Mr. Fool, I only managed to find one page of Russell's diary. Just one page. Shouldn't Queen Mystic be able to produce an entire book anytime she wants? Klein, who had been met with repeated tribulations recently, remained composed as he nodded. That won't be a problem. Catalia immediately conjured a yellowish-brown diary page. It then seemed to tear through the spirit world and enter Mr. Fool's hands. Klein deliberately looked down, and he was surprised to discover that the beginning of the diary entry didn't have a date. That means that it's a second page from another diary page. Why didn't Bernadette give me the first page? She should be able to figure out dates. After all, old Neil succeeded, did she not? Or were the diary pages thrown into a mess, and she wasn't able to restore them to the correct order? Does this mean that Emperor Russell's belongings were vied for by various factions after his death? Some were lost, and at that time, Bernadette was unable to stop them. Only when she became Queen Mystic did she have the ability to get involved. As Klein guessed, he quickly began reading the content on the piece of paper. How surprising. The fourth epic history divulged by Mr. Door is getting more and more interesting. This unlucky bee-starred who's trapped amidst the storm and lost to the depths of darkness told me that the Black Emperor died once and had revived again. Surprisingly, this matches what was said in that ancient secret organization. Back during that gathering, they said that the 9 secret mausoleums of the Black Emperor weren't all destroyed. Even if this deity who walked the land were to perish, he could resurrect. Even if all 9 mausoleums were destroyed, as long as the order left behind by the Black Emperor remained, he had the ability to strangely resurrect. Only with the birth of a new Black Emperor would he be completely obliterated, never to appear again. According to Mr. Door's description, the Black Emperor had 3 stages in the process of his resurrection. First is that the uniqueness leaves the person possessing it, turning into an abstract concept. Second is when the subjects of the Black Emperor hear his mighty voice again. The third is that, when fused with the uniqueness, the Black Emperor would reappear in the astral world. The 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics would automatically be returned into the Emperor's hands. This is an order that other true deities are unable to distort or prevent. This way, the sequence 1 Prince of Disorder of this pathway, Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor would be in a rather awkward situation. They might instantly perish, falling back to sequence 2. Mr. Door said that back then, the Lord of Storms and the Evernight Goddess had chosen the Night Emperor. They helped him switch to a neighboring pathway, the Judgment Pathway. As such, the Tudor Truncest United Empire fractured, and Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, who was pushed into a corner, made a crazy decision. It was to switch to a non-neighboring Beander pathway. He paid the cost of losing his reasoning, becoming a lunatic so as to forcefully advance and become a true god. I have to say that this decision is filled with irrationality. It's almost impossible for it to happen, but Mr. Door told me that Alistair Tudor eventually succeeded. The craziest true god was born. It's truly fascinating, but Mr. Door didn't go into the details since he kept it from me. I asked him which was worse, lunacy or death. He said that it was an obvious choice, death, because as long as one was alive, it wasn't impossible to recover even if one was completely mad. He laughed and gave an example. A crazy true god could use his instinct to mate with all kinds of living beings, giving birth to all kinds of descendants. Through this process, if he was lucky enough, the conflicting Beander characteristics would be purged. The lunacy would slowly disappear with time as he improves bit by bit. Mr. Dorr deliberately didn't say if there would be any remnant problems, nor did he explain why almost no one made such a choice, but I could tell that there was definitely some huge hidden risks. I have to say, Mr. Dorr's understanding of true gods far exceeds my imagination. Before he was exiled, he might have made an attempt to reach sequence 0. It's no wonder he shows such contempt to Zeratul, and he has zero respect for the various true gods. This only makes me more unwilling to let him return to the real world. There's plenty of information. It's no wonder that Bernadette deliberately chose this diary page. Wait, why did she choose this page? What important meaning is there behind it? Did problems begin to slowly happen to Emperor Russell from that day until he eventually went mad? Mad? Could it be? No way. Russell's situation back then was similar to Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. His pathway was severed, and the neighboring pathways were blocked by either people or items, making it difficult to reach them. Could it be that under the immense stress, he made an irrational choice like Blood Emperor, and he had attempted to switch to a non-neighboring pathway? This way, the craziness in his later years was a result of him truly losing his reasoning, not a result of the defamation from others. It's no wonder Bernadette hated and betrayed him, but is also trying to figure out the truth. From this angle, certain things have become very interesting. Russell forcefully ascended to the throne and declared himself emperor. His declaration of the civil code, using the order from Earth's 18th and 19th century to replace the existing order. He wantonly spread his speeches and promoted his sense of aesthetics. Heh. I really belittled this senior of mine. I always thought he was cosplaying Napoleon or Caesar for his own entertainment. So it was him making preparations to become the Black Emperor. No, I saw a few pages of his diary back then. His thought processes were clear, and his emotions were stable. He could even communicate with various noblewomen of different ages. He might not have made the final decision back then, but was subconsciously leaving a way out for himself. The civil code probably wasn't deliberate. As a usurper to the throne, declaring new laws is necessary, and from what he could use for reference, the civil code was what matched the situation and flow of history. The actions of him declaring himself emperor later on must be something Bernadette found incomprehensible. She found it difficult to accept. As Russell's most beloved child, she probably noticed certain abnormalities with her father before he declared himself king. Hence, she chose the longest diary page during that period of the emperor's life to give to Admiral of Stars. Klein couldn't help but make connections, as though the heavy history hidden deep in the fog was being turned over to reveal a page filled with blood and iron. This made him curious about the final trigger that made Russell go mad. Meanwhile, he also resolved some of his puzzlement, so the resurrection of the Black Emperor is done this way. It's very similar to my previous guess. In the fourth epic, there was actually a Tudor Truncest united empire which was supported by the 6 deities like the Lord of Storms and the Evernight Goddess. The 2 thrones in the ruins in William Street can be explained then, as it belonged to the United Empire. According to Mr. Dorr, the 6 deities chose the Night Emperor, resulting in the United Empire fracturing. Then, who helped the Blood Emperor capture or kill the 3 Sequence 1 hunters? Among them, Red Angel Medici was likely stronger than the Blood Emperor from back then. Primordial Demoness. Death. Primordial Moon. Dark Side of the Universe. Mother Tree of Desire. Klein tried listing possibilities for his guesses, but he had nowhere to begin. He quickly made the diary disappear as he smiled at the hermit. What's your request? Catalia frankly answered without holding back. Is there someone else apart from Emperor Russell mentioned in this diary entry? This question made Audrey turn to look at Mr. Fool. Her eyes sparkled as they were filled with curiosity. Even her ears seemed to prick up. Alger was also very interested in the matter. That person definitely wouldn't be an ordinary person to be mentioned in Emperor Russell's diary. Klein could guess at their thoughts as he couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. It's only because this diary entry was specially selected by Bernadette. If it were any other entries, I'd have to tell you that the other people mentioned are Demoness A, Demoness B, Hunter B, some aristocratic ma'am, some aristocratic lady. After 2 seconds of consideration, Klein, who was leisurely leaning back into his chair, replied with a smile, Mr. Dorr. Mr. Dorr, To be addressed by Mr. Fool in such a manner, it must be an existence that's close to a god, right? Audrey figured out Mr. Door's status from the tone and words used as she obtained an affirmative answer. Catalia and company also had similar ideas, but no one knew who Mr. Door was. They looked at each other only to be met with the shaking of heads. Seeing Furs and the other members have a uniform reaction, Klein deliberately looked at the lady and chuckled. You shouldn't be a stranger towards him. Ah, Furs wore a confounded look. She didn't feel like she knew a so-called Mr. Door. This person seemed to be of a very high level. Chapter 744, Sale. I'm no stranger to Mr. Door. Apart from Mr. Fool, the only one I'm no stranger to will be the 7 deities. Furthermore, I've only been to the cathedral of the god of steam and machinery. As Furs was feeling puzzled, she quickly recalled which high-level existence she could have made contact with. Since there weren't many, she quickly eliminated all the other possibilities. Her eyes lit up as she made the connection with the contents of what Mr. Fool had originally said to her. She looked at the end of the bronze table that was enveloped in gray fog. Her voice trembled as she asked, Is he the one who created those ravings during the full moon? Klein chuckled with a nod. Ravings during the full moon, what's that? Audrey and company exchanged looks as though they were ordinary people who had just entered the mysterious world. They had never heard of any so-called full moon ravings. As expected, Miss Magician isn't simple. She actually knows about Mr. Door, and she's aware of the corresponding matters. My initial judgment wasn't wrong. Although the Beander ingredients she needs are relatively low, there are too many possibilities. Catalia nodded her head indiscernibly, planning to ask more about Mr. Door during the free exchange. She was also willing to pay a certain price for it, an existence who could be seriously mentioned by Emperor Russell and addressed by Mr. Fool in a rather formal manner, had to have many secrets involved. It was definitely nothing simple. At that moment, Furs silently exhaled. She felt that she was one step closer to removing her curse. At the very least, I now know who's producing the full moon ravings. She lowered her gaze and sincerely said to Mr. Fool, thank you for your reminder. Klein didn't speak further, nor did he point out that Mr. Door was suspected to be the ancestor of the Abraham family, Bethel. After surveying around the table, he said with a casual tone, You may begin. With that said, he immediately controlled the world to say with a hoarse voice, I have 2 mystical items for sale. 2 mystical items, Mr. World has recently been able to produce something of great value at every gathering. He lives up to being Mr. Fool's blessed. Audrey poignantly sighed in amazement as she cast her eyes towards the other end of the long bronze table. Clearly, she was looking forward to the world's explanation of the powers of the item. Alger was tempted, as he knew that the mystical items the world sold were definitely up to mark. However, thinking back to his lack of savings, with the secret to the primitive island already given to him, all he could do was silently sigh, feeling depressed. He still had 5 hours before arriving at Passu Island, and he was yearning to immediately fly over and complete his report. Then, he could leave the area, find an Obninsk to advance to Ocean Songster. Once he did that, he could explore that primitive island with the world, obtaining the relevant rewards, so as to ease his financial situation. As for Derek, Emlyn, and Furs, although they were somewhat curious about the mystical item, they lacked the desire to actually purchase it. One of them could submit an application to the 6-member council to select one mystical item which the City of Silver had for becoming a Sequence 6. The other wished to receive the rewards from the hunting competition, and he wasn't certain what the rewards would be. Therefore, blindly purchasing items made it easy for redundancy and wastage to happen. Furthermore, he only had the 2,000 to 3,000 pounds needed for the reward for clues. As for the last one, she didn't even have the money to purchase it. Catalia looked at Gehrman Sparrow with piqued interest as she considered the possible origins of the mystical item. If it was suitable, without clashing with the 2 mystical items she had, she didn't mind buying it. Seeing how the 2 major clients appeared interested, the world gave a deep chortle. One of them is Scales of Luck. It's what I named it. As he spoke, he requested Mr. Fool to conjure the silver necklace that had an ancient coin dangling from it. After introducing its mystical effects and negative effects, he glanced at Audrey and specially gave a warning. I suggest that Beyonders lacking in combat strength don't purchase it. Although it can allow one to avoid a fatal blow, the subsequent backlash is equally dangerous. One needs to have sufficient combat strength and sharp reactions to have a chance of surviving the backlash. Thinking back to how she took on more of a support role, one that leaned towards control and influence, as well as her lack of combat experience, Audrey nodded with slight disappointment. It was an indication that Mr. World was right. Mr. World is pretty nice to me and the Tarot Club members. He's willing to give such a warning. This would have prevented him from selling it. Audrey adjusted her understanding of the world. The hermit found the description extremely familiar. She had apparently heard of the effects of the scales of luck. Scenes quickly flashed through her mind before finally being fixed onto a few particular scenes. Catalia's eyes constricted as she blurted out in surprise, "Senor. It's likely Admiral of Blood Senor's necklace. It looks similar, and the effects are identical. Where did Gehrman Sparrow obtain it? What did he do this time? Did I miss some important news over the past few days while the future was out at sea?" Catalia instinctively suspected that the world had stirred up something massive again. Klein thought about it and controlled the world to laugh deeply. He's already dead. He wasn't against letting Miss Justice and company realize that Gehrman Sparrow was equivalent to the world. After all, there were already two people who knew, and he didn't plan on using this identity frequently in the future. A powerful member who often took action made the rest of the Tarot Club feel a greater sense of belonging. He's already dead. Gehrman Senor killed Senor. In the previous battle, I only held a slight advantage over him. Catalia discovered that she was increasingly unsure of the world's strength. Although Admiral of Blood's bounty was higher than hers, it was mainly because he did more evil deeds. In terms of her strength and mystical items, Catalia was slightly stronger. It wasn't as if she had never had any conflict with Senor. She had held the advantage several times, but she had failed to mortally wound him. As for Gehrman Sparrow, she believed that he was inferior to her when they met on the future. He was even unlikely to defeat Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy in her optimum state. Only when this crazy adventurer completed his advancement and hunted Slaughterer Kerchise did she determine that he truly had the strength of a pirate admiral and was someone at her level. However, a week had just passed, and Gehrman Sparrow had completed another hunt. He had finished off Admiral of Blood Senor, who was one of the top 3 pirate admirals. Catalia knew that she herself was incapable of doing so. He's dead. Admiral of Blood Senor is dead. Gehrman Sparrow did it. He's killing 1 sequence 5 a week. Furthermore, each one of them is stronger than the last, even if he's Mr. Fool's blessed. Isn't such strength too ridiculous? Especially when he hasn't become a demigod. Was it done with the help of the other blessed? The church should have the relevant records, but at my present position, I won't be able to read them. Alger was secretly alarmed as he automatically began to consider a reasonable explanation. Audrey was still in her family castle in Eastchester County. All she read was a few newspapers and magazines that involved the entire nation, so she wasn't aware of what happened at sea. However, from Ma'am Hermit's tone and words, she could tell that Mr. World had done something incredible again. Senor, Mr. Hanged Man had apparently mentioned it before. It's Admiral of Blood's name, Mr. World finished off this pirate admiral and obtained his mystical item. How amazing. That's practically what I dreamt of. Back when I had heard of the 7 pirate admirals, I had imagined myself becoming a powerful Beander to adventure out into the sea to capture all of them and hand them over to the kingdom. So our Tarot Club is already this powerful. I have to investigate who killed Admiral of Blood. That way, I'll be able to figure out Mr. World's real identity, but would he be unhappy about that? No, he mentioned it himself, so he's likely willing to let himself be known, Audrey thought in glee. Furs, who needed to read various newspapers to obtain material, instantly recalled a piece of news that she had recently read. Admiral of Blood Senor was suspected to have been killed by the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. See, could it be that Mr. World is the crazy adventurer worth? No, is the crazy adventurer with a bounty of £50,000. Furs felt respect. She began to believe that he had the ability to help her finish off the Aurora Order Oracle, the suspected traveler, Louis Wien. Emlyn shared similar feelings as Audrey. This was because he seldom read minor newspapers. His area of activity didn't include any information-gathering grounds. As for Derek, he wasn't one bit surprised. He had long confirmed that Mr. World was extremely powerful, even though Mr. Hanged Man had once mentioned that Admiral of Blood Senor was very powerful. He believed that Senor was inferior to Mr. World due to a lack of any direct impression of him. Catalia said after a few seconds of silence, "How much do you plan on selling it for, or what item would you like to trade it with? If the price is suitable, I can consider it." Great, there's finally someone who's interested. Klein, who was burdened with immense financial pressure, controlled the world to say, 12,000 gold pounds. He was afraid Catalia would be frightened away by such a price, so he quickly added, you can choose to pay a portion with gold coins. That way, all you will need is 11,000 pounds. Klein believed that Admiral of Stars, who had plundered gold-carrying ships from various nations, definitely had some gold reserves. Even if she didn't have much, she could exchange for them from other pirates. This would allow him to make his first payment to Miss Messenger. As for fishing up sunken ships, due to the existence of the Church of Storms, Klein believed that any easily discoverable ships would have long been found by the irascible Storm Bros. Sea King isn't weaker than Sea God, and there had to be a handful of people at the level of Sea King inside the Church of Storms. Catalia did a silent calculation and said, 4,000 pounds worth of gold coins and 6,500 pounds in cash. We can close the deal if you are agreeable. The money wasn't easy to raise, even for her, but she had the Moses ascetic order backing her. Spending about 10,000 pounds to obtain the Scales of Luck was something that no secret organization would object to. As expected of a pirate admiral, unfortunately, I have to avoid the Rose school of thought, and I can't clean out Admiral of Blood's ship. Klein made the world carefully consider it before saying, deal. Chapter 745. Knowledge is money. Finally, at the instant that they reached a deal, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He felt the pressure on him significantly decrease. Although Miss Messenger had said that the 10,000 low-end gold coins could be paid in installments, and she hadn't specified when it would begin, Klein didn't wish to drag out payment for too long, afraid that he would incur the wrath of Reinette Tinekare. After all, she was a spirit world creature at the demigod level. If she really ended up mad, she had the means to make things difficult for her employer, even if she was restricted by the contract. Besides, the cost of acting as a tycoon is just too high. The salary of 20-plus servants and the corresponding costs is only just a tiny portion. There's still the carriage, horses, wine, gifts for neighbors, banquets, and investments to conceal. My status, each of them more expensive than the last. If I don't save up enough cash, I'm afraid I'll go bankrupt and be unable to continue. Sigh, 6,500 pounds with the cash I already have should be able to last until I confirm my target, right? No. The experiences from the past 2 days have proven to me that I should never use my own understanding to imagine a tycoon's life. I probably still need another 5,000 to 6,000 pounds to barely maintain it. Klein wished to raise his hand to rub his temples, but he ultimately held back. He soothed his mind and made the world look around again before saying with a hoarse laugh, the second item is biological poison bottle. He used a relatively succinct description to describe the conjured brownish translucent bottle. He emphasized the few poisonous traits it had, how long it took, how to prevent the effects ahead of time, and any negative effects it gave while carrying it. Audrey felt a chill down her spine as she felt a little embarrassed. She felt the former because of the terrifying poison that made one rip off their skin and flesh, while the latter was a result of the strange aphrodisiac effects it had on a wide area. This is truly a crazy mystical item, it's the type that needs to be prepared ahead of time to show its full effects. It's quite useless against an ordinary spectator because observation and reading minds can help the low-sequence beyonders of this pathway detect the danger ahead of time and make the necessary actions. However, there's no need for me to do so. If I were to detect danger ahead of time, I can directly cry out for my guards. Besides, I don't like such effects. It will easily harm myself. Audrey, you're already a mature and rational beyander. You can't buy everything you see. Audrey seriously considered it for a few seconds before giving up on asking the price. Seeing Miss Justice not ask for the price, Klein couldn't help but let the world add, 5,200 pounds. Audrey bit down on her inner lips as she politely shook her head. I wish to obtain a mystical item that's more offensive in nature. Spectator was a pathway that lacked any direct attacks in the early stages, one that was only effective at affecting or controlling their targets, 5,200 pounds. Alger, Furs, and Emlyn repeated the price softly in unison before they shirked all thoughts about it. 5,200 pounds, Catalia suddenly seemed to recall something as she paused obviously. She then quickly added, it's not necessary for me. Ma'am Hermit seems to be afraid of something. Audrey acutely read her emotions. For a split second, Catalia felt that the biological poison bottle had a lot of synergy with poison expert Frank Lee. Furthermore, their powers didn't overlap too significantly, and they even complemented one another. She was wondering if she should purchase it for her first mate since he had saved up quite a bit of money, but considering how Frank Lee might come up with terrifying experiments after obtaining the biological poison bottle, she trembled and gave up on the idea. She didn't wish to see the deck of the future produce the children of the crew, the kind that mood. After the gathering is over, I'll write to Miss Sharon and tell her that Admiral of Blood's necklace has been sold. All that's left is the biological poison bottle. Klein hid his disappointment, and after some thought, made the world speak. I have a book of secrets. It's a book on mysticism left behind by the southern continent's shaman King Klarman. It's suitable for mid-sequence beyonders who have pretty good foundations. The price is £1,000. Knowledge is money. Having undergone the teachings of Mr. Fool, Mr. Hanged Man and the other members of the Psychology Alchemists, Audrey was tempted. She now had an extremely solid foundation in mysticism, and she had a desire to improve further. The Psychology Alchemists will likely teach me some mysticism knowledge of a higher level in the future, but it will definitely not be all-encompassing and will be limited to the domain of the mind, Audrey easily convinced herself as she nodded. This is exactly what I want. Furs was equally interested, but the thought of how much money she had made her close her mouth. As for the other members, they didn't lack such knowledge, as expected of Miss Justice. She doesn't bargain at all. My bottom line was actually £800. No, I don't have one at all. It's not like knowledge can only be sold once. Klein happily made the world chuckle. Deal. However, I have to remind you not to pray to the primordial moon. It will make you become a lump of squirming flesh that only knows to wildly mate with different creatures to produce all kinds of children. Of course, you cannot pray to other secret existences. It will be equally dangerous. Audrey was terrified by what she heard as she couldn't help but change her seating posture. She then calmed down, turning to look at the end of the long bronze table. She said firmly, I'll only pray to Mr. Fool when holding a secret ritual. She had spoken with utmost sincerity and without any hypocrisy. Miss Justice really worships and trusts the Fool. Klein felt touched and a little ashamed. This was because the Sea God Scepter's domain didn't overlap with the primordial moon. He was unable to provide an effective response in certain rituals. All he could do was attempt to use some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog as feedback. Following that, as the Fool, he expressed his attitude on the matter. Meanwhile, having achieved his goal, he made the world say, I have an interrogator Beander characteristic here for just £1,200. How many items does he have? Furs was dumbfounded. Considering how Zio was still lacking in money and lacked the corresponding formula, all she could do was retract her gaze and pretend as though she hadn't heard him. As for the interrogator Beander characteristic which was in the hands of Mr. Fool's subordinate, she didn't believe that he would keep it that long for her. Seeing no one respond, the world coughed and said, I'm done. Just as he said that, Alger, who had been waiting all this time, looked at Catalia and said, I wish to know where Obninsk sea monsters that do not belong to the Church of Storms are. Obninsk sea monsters that don't belong to the Church of Storms. The Hanged Man really isn't a member of the Church of Storms. Catalia frowned a little before easing them. I'll help you ask. We'll talk about the price when I have actual clues. All right, Alger silently sighed. A few seconds prevailed before Emlyn said to Furs, I'll pay you the £100 for the clue today. Thank you, Furs said without a delightful expression. Mr. World's transactions were all in the thousands or more. It made her feel a little numb to such a pittance. Emlyn then looked towards Derek. The crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders and supplementary ingredients you need have been acquired. Hand me the list of resources and monsters around the City of Silver, and I'll choose a few items of equal value. Oh, they cost me a total of £2,000. Adding my payment of £200, it will be a total of £2,200. Emlyn only wished to obtain things that he could quickly sell, otherwise, he wouldn't have much money. All right, thank you, Mr. Moon. Derek was delighted for he suddenly felt that Mr. Moon wasn't that irritating after all. He quickly conjured the corresponding list and handed it over to Emlyn. Emlyn casually flipped through the piece of paper and suddenly felt that it wasn't right. This was because just this piece of information had extremely high value. It presented the detailed information and corresponding resources around the City of Silver. I remember that they didn't pay to see this list. Emlyn couldn't help but glance at the Hanged Man Alger and the Hermit Catalia. At that instant, he seemed to understand something. When he looked at the sun again, Emlyn had a newfound sense of superiority, as well as a sense of guilt he couldn't get rid of. He cleared his throat and said, this, also this. Derek seriously memorized what was said, and he indicated that there was no need for him to return to the City of Silver, as those could be gathered around Afternoon Town. Following that, Audrey inquired about clues to the fruit of an illusory chime tree, but she received a disappointing answer. When the transactions came to an end, it didn't need the fool to announce it, as they automatically entered a free exchange. Alger looked towards Little Sun and said, "Are you still in Afternoon Town?" "Yes, but we will be returning to the City of Silver soon. The new expedition team arrived today." Derek not only answered Mr. Hangman's question seriously, but he even offered a tidbit. "I've already told the chief that while clearing out the Afternoon Town monsters, I obtained the potion formula for notary." The Hangman nodded slightly and said, "What was his attitude?" He only said, "Very good." Derek carefully recalled what had happened. Alger chuckled when he heard that. "You can be at ease. Your chief is very happy to see you grow. In contrast, he will be more wary of the Elder Council's shepherd." He didn't continue on the topic as he informed all the members of a piece of news. Recently, many pirates have been heading to Bansi Harbor. They discovered that it has already been completely destroyed. Even if it's rebuilt, it would take several years. Chapter 746. Same night. After hearing the Hanged Man's description, Klein couldn't help but recall Red Angel Medici and the evil spirit found in the underground ruin. However, he didn't share the discoveries of his exploration this time. Firstly, there wasn't a need to, and secondly, it involved Miss Sharon. As for the other members, they had already learned that Bansi Harbor had been destroyed. And since the Hanged Man hadn't revealed any new information, there was no need for them to reply to the matter. Realizing that no one was saying anything, Alger glanced at the world before looking back. He said calmly, "That's all from me." The hermit immediately turned to look at Furs. "Ma'am, what do you know about Mr. Door? I can pay for the corresponding piece of information." Furs, who didn't wish to expose her problems, suddenly hesitated when she heard the latter half of the sentence. She was momentarily tempted. "Payment? I wonder how much Ma'am Hermit can pay me. I don't really know much about Mr. Door either. Furthermore, some of the knowledge stems from Mr. Fool's words." Furs looked to the end of the long bronze table once again and asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I tell her?" As he met her every full moon, Klein knew that Miss Magician's financial situation wasn't in the best of states, so he smiled with a nod. Furs silently heaved a sigh of relief, turned to Catalia, and said, £500. "You can request for a private exchange." Catalia didn't bargain. After some thought, she said, "There's no need. Just say it directly." She wished to see if the other members would be able to figure out more about Mr. Door from Miss Magician's description. Furs nodded and deliberated over her words. "I once obtained a mystical item that helped me traverse the spirit world. But after using it, I would hear strange ravings every full moon or blood moon. It would inflict an excruciating pain upon me that puts me on the verge of losing control. And according to Mr. Fool, these ravings come from Mr. Door." She paused and added, "He might be asking for help. So Furs has been silently suffering such pain. She usually doesn't show it, acting as though she greatly enjoys life." As Audrey subconsciously pitied her friend, she began wondering how she hadn't discovered anything abnormal about Furs with her spectator powers. Mystical item that can traverse the spirit world, ravings during the full moon, suspected to be asking for help. Catalia repeated Miss Magician's key points as she nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you for your description." She then swept her gaze at the other members, regretfully realizing that no one else had any additional reaction. The free exchange continued and soon came to an end. Watching the other members leave and helping them complete a few transactions, Klein returned to the real world as he sat in his reclining chair, feeling relaxed as he rested for a while. Following that, he walked to his desk, and he picked up a pen and paper to write to Sharon. He told her that the scales of luck had been sold, leaving only the biological poison bottle for sale, as well as the lunatic Beander characteristic. After folding the letter, he wrote the information such as 126 Guard Street, Hillston, and Ma'am Merriam. Then, he opened his iron cigar case and made Admiral of Blood Senor silently appear beside him. This wraith acted like a valet as he humbly picked up the letter on the table before vanishing from the room. A few streets away, a letter appeared out of nowhere in a mailbox as it fell inside. Audrey looked at the mirror with her unfocused green eyes as the contents of the Book of Secrets filled her mind. This knowledge formed an illusory book that appeared upon being recalled. She could then flip to the corresponding page simply by willing it. This was a result of Klein directly using a portion of the powers from the mysterious space above the gray fog to create a product that was a fusion of information bestowment and the seer's dreamscape ability to recall it. It could last a week or two, and this was sufficient for Audrey to finish reading the Book of Secrets. If she had anything she couldn't recall in the future, she could always request for a bestowment. Mr. Fool's condition seems to be improving, Audrey thought in delight as a twinkle gradually returned to her eyes. She stood up, walked to the door, and said to the bored golden retriever who was sprawled on the ground outside, "Susie, you don't look ladylike enough this way." Susie looked around warily and twitched her nose before saying, "This is the most standard action during hound training." "But you aren't a qualified hound," Audrey lampooned as she said with a smile. "I thought you would reply, Audrey, I'm only a dog." Susie replied in a serious manner, "An excessive use of repeated words makes it easy for others to grasp your personal habits and mental gymnastics." "Audrey, that's what that book on psychology wrote." Audrey was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, she saw her father, Earl Hall, with his valet and attendant walking up the castle staircase. Even though it was sunny outside, this place remained dark and gloomy. There were even candle stands that had been lit. They were embedded in the walls as they illuminated the stairs. "This castle is just too old. I think it needs a major renovation," Earl Hall casually grumbled to his daughter. Audrey nodded in a demure manner and said, "Yes, my dear Earl. This is precisely why I dislike this place. It makes me feel like I'm slowly rotting away. But I'm actually spending £13,000 a year to repair this place," Earl Hall said with a regretful chuckle. Audrey glanced at Susie and smiled at her father. "Father, is there something for me?" Earl Hall pointed at the papers in his attendant's hands. "A telegram from Backland. Someone is selling 10% of the Backland Bike Company. Are you interested? I think this industry has a very bright future. And it's currently far from reaching its lowest estimated prospects." Bike. Audrey found the word rather unfamiliar as her eyes darted around, her expression slightly confused. Earl Hall smiled at his daughter. "It's a kind of machinery with 2 wheels that allows a person to ride on it. You can understand it as a carriage for the ordinary person. In Lowen and Backland, the majority of the population doesn't mostly comprise of the nobles or businessmen, but the ordinary people who engage in labor work. Next would be the type of people with some technical skill and standing. This is the target audience of the bike. They have absolute numbers, as well as the required ability to purchase it. Even if 10% of them are willing to buy a bike, it will lead to quite a wonderful development for this company. Yes, they hold the corresponding patents." Audrey trusted her father's foresight, and she could understand the prospects as described by him. She nodded gently and said, "How much would the 10% shares cost?" "According to preliminary estimates, the Backland Bike Company is currently valued at £50,000. This is because the product's advertising and sales campaign still needs time to develop further. Therefore, you can't naively believe that the 10% shares are only worth £5,000. I suggest that you bid £8,000 in the first round of bidding, with a bottom line price of £15,000. I will send people to help you in this matter," Earl Hall answered succinctly. "About £10,000, I've mostly used up the cash for this month." Clearly a little embarrassed, Audrey said, "Father, I won't be able to produce that much money on such short notice. And selling my shares, estate, collections, or await their profits will require some time." Earl Hall laughed out loud. "There's no need to go through so much hassle. You can mortgage your shares in the Backland Munitions Corporation or Pritt's Commercial Marine Company to the bank for a short period of time to obtain the cash. Once the matter is complete, you can mortgage the shares in the Backland Bike Company for a longer period of time, using the mortgage loan to pay off the first loan. This way, you'll only need to pay about a week to 2 weeks of relatively high interest to complete the trade. And the bike company's dividends a year would be enough to cover the interest of the long-term loan. You'll then be able to patiently wait for its value be recognized, and that's a high probability event." Although Audrey had never received a complete education in commercial finance, she wasn't too unfamiliar with such matters with a major banker as her father. Some thought had allowed her to understand the entire process as she asked as a form of confirmation, "That's to say, I only need to pay about £200 to £300 to obtain 10% of the bike company's shares?" "Or lower," Earl Hall said with a smile. Audrey understood her father. As the largest shareholder of the Varvat Bank, as well as the 4th largest shareholder of the Backland Bank, he had the ability to help his daughter to obtain the most reasonable interest for a short-term loan. "Thank you, my dear Earl. Audrey smiled as she curtsied. Under the moonlight, with the dark blue seawater nearing the color of black, Alger Wilson stood at the bow of the ship as he watched the silent outline of Passu Island. This was the headquarters of the Church of Storms, a land where a true God's grace was showered. As a middle-ranking member of the church, Alger recalled himself coming here only 3 times. The first was him finding the Blue Avenger and after advancing to Seafarer. The second was his report last year, and this time, and very long ago, as a mixed blood with dark blue hair, he had been selected to enter the headquarters to be a member of the children's choir, but without any talent in singing, he was soon dismissed. He returned to the chapel on the island where he was born to be a servant. In the priest there was an extremely violent superior to his subordinates. Every time he recalled that piece of history, his expression would turn extremely livid, fortifying his thirst to become a high-ranking member of the church. Amidst the wind, the Blue Avenger silently cruised forward into the harbor. In Backland, which had also ushered in the night, Emlyn White, who was dressed in a starched formal suit and top hat, infiltrated the residence of another sanguine baron, Russ Batory. He believed that Russ would be taking action soon to reel in his bait. And for a sanguine, a night with the crimson moon was very suitable for hunting. After an unknown period of time, Emlyn's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a figure leap from a window facing the house's rear before landing silently on the ground. Chapter 747, First Blood. Under the crimson but gloomy moonlight, Emlyn took out a metal bottle, twisted its lid, and downed it. Then, he seemed to transform into a shadow as he drifted over the surface of the wall, quickly and silently following Russ Batory. Sanguine were always known for their speed. The 2 barons ran through the sides of the dark alleys and streets, one after another, spending more than half an hour to arrive at the messy and dirty East Borough where they stopped in front of an old apartment. Seeing Russ Batory choose to climb the pipe, and using the most stealthy approach to head for the 3rd story, Emlyn slowed down his pace and didn't rush to follow behind him, as he would be easily discovered. After 2 seconds of serious consideration, he picked up a translucent perfume bottle, twisted it open, and pressed down on it, scattering the liquid inside it onto his body. This potion only had one use: eliminate his smell to make it identical to his surroundings. After putting down the bottle in his hand, Emlyn raised the brass bottle and downed the liquid inside. "A potion's professor sure is troublesome," he mumbled, looking down as his hands became transparent. The brass bottle seemed to be floating in front of his sleeve. After Emlyn stuffed the tiny bottle away, all that was left was a formal suit, a top hat, and a pair of leather shoes without any buttons or laces. They formed a human shape as they moved about. Another completely transparent bottle resembling a perfume bottle flew over and floated in midair as it pressed itself, spurting the potion inside onto the clothes. Following that, the suit, top hat, and shoes turned faint and completely disappeared. After completing his invisibility, Emlyn glanced at the apartment where Russ Batory had entered. He silently climbed a pipe, and he chased after him with extreme speed. While the window was still ajar, he floated inside like a transparent cloud, without causing so much as a stir. He hid in the corner as he watched the thin-faced but charming Russ Batory search for the target. The latter slowly frowned since the place was empty. There wasn't even a mosquito, much less a person, despite the former becoming active in the past week. And this sanguine baron had already confirmed that the moon puppet was here. Suddenly, a creaking sound broke the frozen silence. The apartment's main door opened as a woman in a black dress leisurely walked in. When she saw Russ Batory, she asked with an ethereal voice, "Who are you looking for?" Emlyn looked in the direction of the sound, and he saw a dark-skinned, long-browed face with soft outlines and a drooping mouth. It was none other than his target Windsor. However, in Emlyn's eyes, this primordial moon's devout believer had certain differences from her portrait. He discovered that her eyes, eyebrows, and mouth were curved up, like they were mimicking the crimson moon, and her forehead, cheeks, neck, and every layer of skin that she exposed had patches of withered grass and flowers. Man, what did Russ Batory sell to her? Why would she become like this? Emlyn jumped in fright as he felt the hair on his back stand up. Meanwhile, withered grass mixed with dried flowers grew from the floor, walls, door, and ceiling in swaths. They began to isolate the room from the outside world, creating an extremely strange scene. Once Russ Batory caught the smell of danger, he didn't attempt to converse with her. Without any hesitation, he took out a metal bottle and downed the liquid inside. He threw the bottle as his body dragged out afterimages as he pounced towards the mutated Windsor. His fingernails extended as they swirled with black gases. The withered grass and dry flowers that were embedded in Windsor's face made her look like a huge doll. She met him at an equally fast speed, clawing at Russ Bottori without any aversion to being injured. After a series of collisions, Russ Bottori was sent flying back as he slammed into the wall. His sleeves were ripped apart, revealing the bone-deep scratches on his skin, and in the midst of his flesh, the withered grass and dried flowers slowly grew from the inside out. What a monster! This was the first time Emlyn was encountering such an enemy. He huddled in a corner and nearly forgot to help his kinsman. He didn't rashly appear as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. As he observed the battle between Russ Bottori and Windsor, he considered how he should deal with the situation. The strangest of all is the withered grass and dried flowers. Withered grass and dried flowers, they're likely afraid of fire. Emlyn's heart stirred as he immediately abandoned his invisibility, took out another metal bottle, twisted its lid, and downed it. He then spewed out all the liquid in his mouth. The grayish-red liquid ignited upon contact with air, extending its scorching flames to the side. The flames stacked upon each other as the fire extended. Instantly, they engulfed the room in a scarlet ocean of fire. Amidst crackling sounds, the withered grass and flowers were ignited one after another as they rapidly spread the flames to their own kind. In just a few seconds, the sealed environment was on the brink of destruction. As for the grass and flowers on Windsor's body, they were also turning aflame. At this moment, Russ Bottori had a gaping hole dug through his chest, making him lose a great portion of his combat strength. He was relying on the Sanguine's extraordinary recovery ability to barely hold up. Seeing his enemy as a flaming torch, Emlyn acutely noticed that her aura was weakening. He didn't hesitate to lunge forward, circle around Windsor, and deliver several clawing swipes. Beneath his feet, wisps of black gas rose and swirled around the primordial moon believer-like chains that bound her vitality. Intense and short bursts sounded as the two figures suddenly closed the distance. All movement within the scene had vanished in the end as Emlyn grabbed Windsor's throat with his left hand, raising her up. After hesitating for a second, he saw her hideous appearance and snapped her neck. A thin, miniature wooden puppet embedded with withered grass and dried flowers fell from Windsor's body as the flames in the apartment gradually died out. Emlyn yanked Windsor's mutated head, turned around, and faced the heaving Russ Bottori. He then pressed his free right hand to his chest, and he bowed with a smile. Seeing Russ Bottori instantly turn furious and helpless, Emlyn added in great delight, "Remember to hand over the puppet and the Beander characteristic to Lord Nibs. They might be problematic." After saying that, black gases coagulated behind him, turning into two illusory bat wings. With a whoosh, Emlyn flapped these wings as he turned to fly out the window and land in the dark, nearby alley. When he landed, he quickly converged the black gases and turned to look around. Seeing that Russ Bottori hadn't followed him, Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief as he pressed his fist to his mouth. As he coughed, he mumbled, "I hate fire. I hate smoke." He was just about to leave East Borough when he felt a chill run down his back. Emlyn's mind instantly tensed up as he held onto Windsor's mutated head, slowly turned around, and looked at the shadows in the corner. He first saw a very tiny figure before identifying it. The body was thin and long, akin to a wooden pole. Its eyes and mouth were curved like a crescent, and its surface was embedded with plenty of withered grass and dried flowers. It was none other than the moon puppet from before. "It's targeting me. What the hell is this? I'm still very far from where Lord Nibs stays. It's really dangerous outside." Thoughts surfaced in Emlyn's mind as he felt his spine turn cold and his muscles turn tense. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he suddenly had an idea. He stared at the moon puppet, and he murmured in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Can't a man have some sleep in the middle of the night?" Klein sat up as he rubbed his temples in fury. He quickly left his bed, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and he entered the space above the gray fog. He then took his seat that belonged to the fool. "It's that fellow, Emlyn White." Klein gave a glance as he curiously emanated his spirituality, touching the crimson star that represented the moon. He then saw a stiffened Emlyn, and he saw the thin, strange puppet looking straight at him. The puppet was cloaked in a rich but illusory crimson moonlight. They were undulating like a tidal wave, making a connection with something high in the sky. At this moment, the crimson moonlight was spreading silently, enveloping Emlyn White within. "There's a problem, there's something wrong with this puppet." Klein, who could see more with the gray fog's aid, didn't hesitate to summon the sea god scepter from the junk pile into his hand. After chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name and seeking his assistance, Emlyn felt his already cold blood turn colder. It felt like it would slowly freeze into ice. This made his body rapidly turn stiff as he watched the moon puppet stumble and swagger towards him. At this moment, a silver bolt streaked down into the alley, causing all the gloom and darkness to scatter. The lightning bolts sizzled into a ball of lightning and landed on the moon puppet, drowning it in a swath of silver. The burst of light dissipated immediately as the strange puppet was left charred black. It lost its decorations as it collapsed. As for Emlyn, his blood no longer froze as it resumed its flow. With him quickly recovering from the stiffness, he knew that Mr. Fool was watching. He hurriedly asked softly, "Do you need? No, what can I sacrifice to you?" He always believed that Mr. Fool adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange. Therefore, he believed that he needed to pay a corresponding price for requesting his assistance. After a brief silence, he saw the boundless gray fog and the faint figure behind it. He then heard a lofty and magnificent voice. "That puppet, all right." Emlyn took 2 steps forward, bent down to pick up the puppet and cleared up the scene, before quickly leaving East Burrow. As for Klein, he cautiously used a paper angel to disrupt any divination before returning to the real world. Just as he was planning to head back to bed, he suddenly discovered the moonlight brighten outside as it seemed stained with blood. Klein walked to the window in puzzlement. When he looked out, he saw that the crescent had turned full at some point in time. It was scarlet red like blood. Another blood moon. Blood moon. Alger Wilson looked up at the sky as he steadily walked into the lightning cathedral ahead of him. This was the place he would be giving his report tomorrow. And in the middle of the island, at the peak of the towering mountain, there was another cathedral named the Chasm of Storm. It was the headquarters of the Church of Storms' headquarters, the holiest of holy temples. Chapter 748, A Duet. Inside the lightning cathedral, the high and spacious dome arched continuously. There wasn't any blank space, with gold and blue as the main colors. It made anyone who walked beneath it subconsciously feel that the place was sacred and solemn, thus, making them bow their heads. Alger Wilson often made contact with a secret existence, and he often gathered in the palace of a deity's residence. As a result, he no longer had a longing for this. He wasn't as respectful as before, but he still had to put on an act. Like the other sailors around him, he kept his head down as he lightened his footsteps without even daring to breathe clearly. In the silent atmosphere, they were led by the priest all the way to the clergyman's quarters at the back of the cathedral, with each of them getting a room. After closing the door, Alger saw the sanguine moonlight shine into the window. It made the environment turn cold and sinister, as though countless wraiths seemed to be observing the real world through a thin curtain. Every time the blood moon appeared, one's spirituality would be enhanced. Powers that stemmed from spirituality and hell would receive a significant boost, while the negative emotions of living beings reached an explosive state. The higher the sequence, the more obvious it would be. Faintly, Alger heard sobbing, low shouts, and whispering. This was completely different from the solemnity he previously felt in the lightning cathedral. Illusory arms appeared before his eyes as they reached outwards from the walls, floor, and ceiling, like a 3-dimensional pale forest. Alger knew of the abnormalities of the blood moon, so he removed his captain's hat without panicking at all. He entered the bathroom and washed his face. During this process, he suddenly heard a distant singing voice. The singing voice was indistinct, as though it came from the middle of the island. It kept echoing endlessly as though it was right beside Alger. It didn't make him feel horrified, for it was akin to a woman who was away from her family and loved ones, singing slowly and sadly as she looked at the surging tides. Alger pulled at a towel and wiped his face before cocking his head to listen. He gradually frowned as he took out a small iron box from his priest robe's inner robe and placed it close to his ear. In it was the ocean songster Beander characteristic he had purchased from the world. He suspected that the residual mental imprint on it was temporarily enhanced by the blood moon. As the metal box came close, the singing by Alger's ears instantly became partially clear, melancholic, sorrowful, wistful, and painful. But apart from that, there was still the ethereal and ancient voice sounding from it, forming a clear boundary with the clear singing as though they were in a duet. Whose voice is that? It sounds like an elf's, an item in the church that stems from the elves. This ocean songster Beander characteristic on me comes from an elf. Alger nodded as he came up with a theory. Due to them sharing the same sailor pathway, the Church of Storms had always been in search of elvish relics. They were used to concoct potions, made into sealed artifacts, or isolated underground. Those with relatively fewer negative effects were rewarded to clergymen. Therefore, it wasn't odd that something similar would be stimulated on the night of the blood moon. If it's a mystical item, there wouldn't be a problem. If it's a sealed artifact, it means it's definitely not simple if the voice can penetrate the isolation barrier. Alger reined in his thoughts, brushed his teeth, and went to bed. He soon fell asleep and had a dream. After an unknown period of time, Alger suddenly felt a little lucid, vaguely aware that he was having a dream, but he automatically sized up his surroundings. He discovered that above him was rippling dark blue seawater which was stacked up layer after layer and blocked the view of the sky. Ahead of him was a beautiful palace made of coral. It was tall, spectacular, dark, and gloomy. Alger subconsciously walked towards the palace, walking into the open doors. Inside were columns of coral that held up an exaggerated dome. The walls and dome were filled with murals depicting the terror of a storm. Over 100 meters away, there was a throne embedded with sapphires, emeralds, and lustrous pearls above a 9-stepped staircase that was extremely striking. Alger looked over and saw a woman in a complicated ancient dress sitting on it. Her hair was black and held up into a bun. Her facial outline was soft, and her features were exquisite. She had a beauty that seemed timeless. The woman's expression was core and her ears sharp. Her deep brown eyes looked down at Alger from a commanding position. In her hand was a golden wine cup with complicated patterns. Alger was just about to say something when her eyes emitted silver light resembling the bright flash of lightning, tearing through the dream. Phew, Alger sat up and subconsciously gasped for breath. He found the dream both blurry and clear at the same time. The woman's appearance was blurry, as well as the details of the murals and coral palace, but her eyes that contained lightning and her sharp ears were clear. A high-ranking elf. Under the effects of the blood moon, her relics resonated with the ocean songster Beander characteristic I have, resulting in it influencing my dream. As Alger guessed, he wondered which item it would be. Due to his limited standing, the number of sealed artifacts and mystical items he knew were limited. However, he knew certain knowledge that others didn't know, so he quickly thought of a possible target, Calamity Kahinam. The Book of Calamity, she, left behind has likely been sent to Passu Island. After making the report and departing, I'll seek Mr. Fool's advice and see if there will be any unexpected influences regarding this matter. Alger didn't dare recite the Fool's honorific name in the Church of Storms' headquarters. After daybreak, he didn't show any signs of abnormality. Under the servant's lead, he entered a room with a long table, and he was questioned by 3 mandated Punisher deacons. Among these 3 deacons, only one of them possessed dark blue hair. This was because this wasn't a necessary change that would happen from consuming the Sailor Pathway potion. However, this trait would quite stubbornly be passed down, just like the elves. Many of them with black hair would end up with blue hair. Nowadays, mixed bloods with elvish blood mostly had blue hair. Alger sat at the end of the long table as he systematically answered the deacons' questions. He mentioned what he had done at sea, what he had planned to do, and what he had succeeded, as well as his failures, and this would be compared to the description from his crew to prevent anyone from lying. Towards the end of his report, the deacon with dark blue hair glanced at Alger. He asked with a hoarse voice, "Do you know Admiral of Stars Catalia?" "Not only do I know her," Alger was nearly taken aback as he answered after some thought, "I met her at the pirate convention." The deacon didn't harp on the question as he directly said, "Think of means to get to know her. Try to investigate Gehrman Sparrow's situation from her." "So that's how it is, it's because Gehrman hunted Admiral of Blood?" Alger deliberately asked, feigning his ignorance, "What did Gehrman Sparrow do again?" The dark blue-haired deacon said in a peeved manner, "He nearly destroyed Byam." "Alright, this isn't something you should know. In summary, remember, Gehrman Sparrow is a very dangerous person. There's a secret cult backing him. That organization has a demigod that's at odds with the Rose School of Thought." Nearly destroyed Byam, a demigod in the organization, at odds with the Rose School of Thought. Alger deliberately didn't hide his shock. He originally imagined that a focus was placed on Gehrman because of his hunting of Admiral of Blood Senior, but who knew that the reason was far more complicated and ludicrous than he had imagined. What did Gehrman Sparrow do? "When I pass by Byam, I should find the actual spot to take a look. Also, isn't our tarot club's archenemy the Aurora Order? Isn't Mr. Fool always targeting the true creator? Why did it change? No, why is there the additional Rose School of Thought?" Alger muttered to himself inwardly. As for the tarot club having a demigod, he wasn't surprised. He even found it logical. How could an ancient existence not have a demigod under him? Besides, back when Vice Admiral Hurricane Kilangos died silently in a strange manner, he was already convinced that Mr. Fool had a high sequence blessed. Thankfully, my meeting with Gehrman was very secretive, otherwise, things would be troublesome. Alger listened in silence without asking any questions. Like before, He accepted the missions and got up to leave the room. Backland's North Borough, outside 160 Backland Street. Servants stood in 2 rows to welcome their master's arrival. With white hair at his temples and deep blue eyes, Dwayne Dantes wore a tailcoat and a top hat with an inlaid gold cane. Together with butler Walter and valet Richardson, he walked in between his servants and arrived at the entrance of the 3-story building. Waiting there was housekeeper Tanaja, who he had long selected. She was in her early 40s, and her hair was tied neatly. She had ordinary looks but wore an experienced demeanor. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and a black and white dress which was different from the other maid servants. From the information received in the interview, Klein knew that this lady was born in East Borough. She was a believer of the Evernight goddess, and she had chosen to be trained by a charitable organization by the church at the age of 15, making her become a qualified maidservant. After more than 10 years of hard work, as well as the free lessons from the night schools, she was promoted from the lowest-ranking maidservant in a tycoon's household to a lady's maid. She later followed the tycoon's daughter when she got married, and she became a housekeeper until the family met with a financial crisis, forcing her to leave. She was extremely experienced when it came to managing a household. After this lady signed the contract, she received £1,000 from Dwayne Dantes as petty cash for the month before entering an argument with butler Walter on whether they should purchase or rent a carriage. From her point of view, since Mr. Dantes's goal was to enter high society and move into West Borough, or even Empress Borough, a carriage needed to be custom-made to not appear inadequate. Before that, they could rent a high-end carriage for a year and wait until there was hope of him becoming a noble before they had one custom-made. It was a more reasonable choice that didn't waste money or appear inadequate. She convinced Walter, and of course Klein. This was because renting a high-end carriage with the horse costs only £88, and a 2-wheeled carriage costs only £42. Of course, someone who controls the household's expenditures needs to be someone who's good at accounting. Klein felt poignant as he smiled at Tanaja before stepping through the 3-story house's door. This was the stage for which the tycoon, Dwayne Dantes, would be acting on. Chapter 749, The Moon's Authority. Upon entering the house, the first thing Klein saw was the foyer. It was very spacious here, with several chairs and umbrellas placed there. Furthermore, the furnishing was elegant, and the decorations were befitting of his status. If he hadn't known of the structure ahead of time from his inspection, Klein might have imagined it to be the living room. After passing through a second main door, the sight before his eyes opened up. It was a huge hall that could accommodate dozens of dancing guests. In the middle of the hall was a brightly colored, thick, and plush carpet. Surrounding it were spaces covered with bright marble tiles, with a piano, stone sculptures, and other decorations decorating the hall. There were also stone columns that held up the second floor with inlaid ornaments. To the left was a series of floor-to-ceiling windows, and beyond them was a lush, green lawn and blooming garden. To the right were walls, wooden doors, and a corridor that led to the lounges, storerooms, washrooms, kitchen, and butler's room, etc. The hall was 2 stories high, and there was a crystal chandelier hanging down from the ceiling. It instantly made one imagine what it would look like when night fell. Ahead of him were 2 staircases that led to the second floor. The winding corridor here was square in shape, and the emptied-out section in the middle happened to be where the carpeted hall was. All Klein needed to do was hold a cup of wine and stand behind the railings of the second floor, and he could leisurely take in the sights of a ball below. There were many rooms on the second floor. There was a living room, an activity room, a dining room, washrooms, a billiard room, and many bedrooms. If any guests needed to stay for the night, they would stay there. Similarly, on the second floor, there were 2 staircases that led to the third floor. That was where Dwayne Dantes stayed. There was an exaggerated master bedroom, with a bar counter-equipped open room that allowed one to sunbathe and enjoy the scenery. There was a study which could be deemed as a miniature library, as well as 2 changing rooms and small bedrooms for the valet and the maid on night duty. There were also rooms meant for the household members and bathrooms, but Klein was currently a single man. As for the other servants, they lived in a terrace house behind the main mansion. In another direction was the stable. The mansion's underground area was equally spacious with a huge storeroom and wine cellar. Taking off his coat, Klein stood on the balcony in the half-open room on the 3rd floor with his back straight. He took in the sights of the surrounding streets and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There really is a reason why it's so expensive. The rent of £315 really can't be considered a waste. He had already paid a year's rent yesterday afternoon, and he could only force himself to enjoy this place that he rented. Meanwhile, he had also directly paid Walter a year's salary. of 115 pounds. As it was very possible that he would flee once he obtained the Antigonus family's notebook, he didn't want to affect his butler's livelihood. By the same logic, he had long paid housekeeper Tanaja her annual salary of 42 pounds. It allowed this lady to realize how generous Mr. Dwayne Dantes was, as well as how mannered he was. Through the two head servants' negotiations and hard work, they hired all the servants. The annual salary of a male steward was 30 pounds, his valet, Richardson, was 35 pounds, the two footmen in charge of valeting guests and serving at the dining table each received 30 pounds, the two ladies' maids were 18 pounds each, the two chambermaids were 12 pounds each, and the two handymen were 12 pounds each. Apart from them, the cook was 30 pounds, the assistant cook was 15 pounds, the scullery maid was 13 pounds, the parlor maid was 11 pounds, the nursery governess was 25 pounds, the steward's boy was 10 pounds, the two coachmen were 25 pounds each, the two gardeners were 20 pounds each, the two laundresses were 10 pounds each, all for a total of 413 pounds. It cost about 8 pounds a week. Together with the two head servants' annual salary, Klein needed to pay 570 pounds a year, making it approximately 11 pounds a week. This was still without including the expenditures for food, clothes, and all kinds of daily necessities. I'll pay 10 to 20 pounds a week without any income the moment I open my eyes. Klein did a mental calculation as he forced himself to cast his gaze onto the garden. In the afternoon, he had paid off the rental fee for the two carriages and servants' first week's salary. Together with him giving housekeeper Tanaja 1,000 pounds for the daily expenses, he only had 1,286 pounds and 18 gold coins left. However, he would receive the payments from Miss Justice and Ma'am Hermit within the week. I wonder how long that 1,000 pounds can last Tanaja. Just to store up the required alcoholic beverages for the balls would cost a few £100. The rich Mr. Dwayne Dantes fell into deep thought and could hardly extricate himself from it. To calm his emotions, he decided to head above the grey fog while the butler and servants were busy with handling the household chores. He wanted to study the strange puppet which Emlyn Whiten sacrificed. After the blood moon happened, Klein had no choice but to return to the mysterious world and pull furs into it. He resisted the urge to sleep as he listened to her drone on about her daily life in Backland. After everything was over, he was just too tired. He accepted Emlyn's sacrifice, and after confirming that there wasn't anything weird, he returned to the real world and collapsed into bed. After straightening his stylish dark-colored vest, Klein walked to the door and said to the awaiting valet, "Richardson, I have a habit of sleeping in the afternoon for 45 minutes. I don't want anyone disturbing me." "Yes, sir," Richardson answered humbly. He was an illegitimate son with mixed blood. His father was Lonus, a supervisor at a manor, while his mother was a native from East Balam who was a slave in the same manor. After he was born, he was met with discrimination and bullying. This resulted in a weak and submissive character, and because he was good-looking, he was suitable for valeting guests. He was selected by the manor's master to be a valet before being brought to Backland. After both houses of the Lowen Kingdom had abolished slavery, he found himself out of a job. All he could do was seek the help of the City Family Servant Assistance Association. Before Klein, he had served 2 households and committed some mistakes, but he did build up a wealth of experience. He caught Butler Walter's notice, and he became Dwayne Dantes's valet. After looking at Richardson, who stood straight and tall, with a height that was almost identical to himself, Klein indiscernibly shook his head and sighed. This guy that can clearly be a celebrity with his looks can only be a servant in this day and age. Furthermore, he's such a tall man, but he appears cowardly and weak. However, this can also be considered an advantage. He's obedient, silent, and submissive. He does whatever his master instructs him to do, and he will absolutely not dare to make his own decisions. If I only have a valet with me requiring him to handle all kinds of matters, Richardson will definitely not be up to mark. However, I still have Butler Walter and so many other servants. He can handle the other matters with his experience and capabilities. Without musing further, Klein locked the door and returned to the side of the reclining chair. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the gray fog. He sat at the seat of the fool, and he beckoned with his hand to make the charred moon puppet fly over and land before him. After scrutinizing it, Klein didn't discover anything odd about it. Hence, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination statement, its origins. Putting down his fountain pen, Klein waited a few seconds before picking up the piece of paper and leaning back against his chair. My spiritual intuition didn't stop me from making the divination statement. It means that the latent danger of the moon puppet isn't as bad as the Rose school of thought Beander characteristic, Klein mumbled as he skillfully recited the divination statement. In the gray, hazy world, he saw an altar with a circle of fiery torches around it. On the altar, there was what he suspected to be human skin with traces of blood everywhere. In the middle were 3 candles and a few puppets that resembled thin wooden poles. These miniature puppets had curved eyes and mouths, as though they corresponded to the crimson crescent in the sky. Therefore, they continued hanging their creepy smiles as withered grass and dried flowers remained embedded in their bodies. A priest in a dark red robe was circling the altar with heavy steps, as though he was dancing a dance created by an epileptic patient. At some point in time, moonlight gathered and shone on the puppet as it increased in brightness. Towards the end, it resembled the gentle ebbing of water waves. The ritual quickly came to an end as the priest picked up a thin puppet and walked to the human body bound to a frame beside him. Instantly, he stabbed it through the body's eye socket. Amidst tragic cries, the scene quickly changed. The dead man with the moon puppet in his eye socket was buried somewhere in an orderly manner. The scene once again skipped and showed further development. Every full moon or blood moon, the moon's glow would scatter over the grave, seeping into it like water as the surrounding darkness turned gloomy. Klein opened his eyes and adjusted his seating posture. He had a general idea of the moon puppet's origins. It came from a prayer ritual to the primordial moon. It was a ritual lasting for centuries. Over the past few centuries, they had absorbed the powers of the crimson moon, mutating bit by bit until they were exhumed by the colonists. They usually didn't exhibit any oddity, and something only happened when a primordial moon believer activated them with the correct method. As for what would happen, Klein had no idea. In a particular sense, these primitives are equivalent to the primordial moon's chosen ones. Last night, after I smote one to death, that evil god was enraged, thus, causing the blood moon. Klein gently tapped the mottled table's edge as he came to a preliminary judgment. The primordial moon's wrath directly changed the moon's phenomena, making it a blood moon. If this theory is right, it means that in the domain of the crimson moon, the goddess is inferior to the primordial moon. She might only have the title in name as she grasps a grade 0 sealed artifact. Klein nodded slightly as he attempted to divine the weaknesses of the moon puppet. This time, he saw sunlight and lightning. This means that the Beander powers in the sun domain and lightning from the storm domain are best at dealing with it. As Klein interpreted the information, he threw the moon puppet into the junk pile and returned to the real world. An hour later, Walter, who was wearing a starched suit and white gloves, knocked on the door. He bowed and said, "Sir, I'll be printing your name card in a while. They will be sent to the neighbors along with some gifts. They will take a few days to observe to determine your situation. If they're willing to accept you, they would send gifts and invite you to be their guests. Does your name card need a title added?" Title? The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Klein lampooned as he replied with a smile, "Merchant Dwayne Dantes from Daisy would suffice." Walter nodded and said, "Based on your wishes, I'll immediately arrange for you to have etiquette lessons. The focus will be on dancing, and I've hired a professional teacher." Chapter 750, Attraction. Having read many magazines, Klein knew that the social life he wanted to enter had many balls, so he wasn't surprised by Walter's suggestion. He said with a nod, "Okay." With that said, he looked sideways at his valet, Richardson. "Prepare the carriage. I'll be heading over to St. Samuel Cathedral." Klein vividly remembered that his main goal was to act as a devout believer of the Evernight goddess in order to get to know the corresponding clergyman, and from there he would find a way to sneak into Channy's Gate. Therefore, he planned to pray at the cathedral whenever he had the time to express his sincerity and get to know the members of the clergy. "Yes, sir," Richardson answered politely. Before long, Klein boarded his rented luxurious four-wheeled carriage, decked out in a coat and a top hat. As he enjoyed the scenery on his journey, he sampled the black tea that was adorned with a slice of lemon. In fact, there was a tiny bar counter in the carriage, and in it, Butler Walter had specially prepared golden landy, winter black rand, and other distilled liquor, as well as all kinds of red and white wine that came from Intis. However, Klein wasn't someone who enjoyed drinking. As a Beander, he didn't like the feeling of being tipsy. It made him recall the feeling of losing control. Therefore, he used the excuse of him heading to the cathedral, so as to get his valet, Richardson, to prepare a pot of marquee black tea. "If it's possible, I would actually like a cup of sweet iced tea. It's something from the south," Klein said half-jokingly to Richardson. "I will prepare it next time," Richardson immediately replied. Klein chuckled and shook his head. "No, There's no need. That wouldn't appear decent. Once I'm more familiar with the neighbors, and have hosted a Daisy-styled banquet, we can prepare some sweet iced tea. Heh, I believe their children will like it. When Richardson realized that he had mistaken his employer's intentions, he hurriedly said in a fluster, I will keep it in mind. It only took 20 minutes to go from 160 Buckland Street to the St. Samuel Cathedral at Phelps Street on foot. If it wasn't because he needed to hire a coachman and rent a carriage to project an image befitting his status, Klein would rather walk over to digest his food and strengthen his body. Soon, the carriage stopped along the square outside the cathedral. Klein held his gold-inlaid cane, got out of the carriage, and stopped there too. Enjoy the pigeons, dance. After entering the cathedral and coming to the main prayer hall, he passed his top hat and cane to Richardson. He found a seat near the aisle and sat down. He lowered his head, clasped his hands, and seriously and silently prayed. Richardson sat behind him to his side, putting the items in place as he glanced at the dark sacred emblem on the altar. He then closed his eyes. In the serene atmosphere, Klein felt his spirituality lightly scatter. He wasn't too surprised by this, because the praying masses in the cathedral would encounter something similar. The tiny bits of spirituality that carried pious beliefs gathered together to provide power to the Chinese gate's seals underground. After an unknown period of time, his spiritual perception triggered as he opened his eyes and looked diagonally across him. Standing there was an elder dressed in a black clergyman robe. His hair was sparse, and his face looked pale. He resembled a dead man. From afar, he had a cold aura with a lacking expression. He blended in with the prayer hall's dark environment to a certain extent. A keeper, Klein made a judgment from a single glance. He closed his eyes again and continued praying. Of course, he had already remembered the man's facial features. Big nose, grayish-blue eyes, loose facial skin, and no facial hair. The elder dressed as a clergyman had sat down as well. He focused on praying to the goddess. Inside the prayer hall, the wall in front had a few holes. Pure light shone in from them like resplendent stars. It made the dark environment appear gentle and holy. Time ticked by as Klein felt his spiritual perception trigger again. He carefully opened his eyes and saw that the black-robed keeper had left his seat and entered a passageway to the side. That should lead to the back of the cathedral. The keepers stay inside the cathedral. They have no family and don't have their own residences. From their conditions, it's not that surprising either. Furthermore, the keepers of Chinese Gate are monitored by the bishops, so it's a normal precaution. This means that I have to become friends with the priests and bishops of St. Samuel Cathedral to obtain the freedom to enter the area at the back of the cathedral. Klein didn't sneak any more glances as he closed his eyes and considered various problems. After some time, he slowly got up and walked to the altar. Standing in front of the donation box, he took out £50 in cash and devoutly threw it in. This made the bishop and priest on duty look over. Their gaze turned friendly as they remembered his appearance. After doing that, Klein nodded gently at the clergyman, turned around, and walked down the aisle towards the exit. Richardson held his hat and cane and followed closely behind. Once out the prayer hall, he walked towards the main entrance alongside a series of intricate murals and colored pane windows that lined the top. At this point, a few figures walked in. Leading them was a middle-aged man with long sideburns and soft facial features. He wore a black trench coat without any gloves, nor did he carry a cane. Behind him was a young man dressed in a similar trench coat. He had black hair and green eyes, and he looked handsome with his randomly styled hair. He looked like he hadn't combed it after waking up in the morning. Klein was especially familiar with his looks and figure. It felt as though they hadn't seen each other for years. Klein's pupils constricted a little, but he didn't stop at all. He maintained his pace and stride, and he walked towards the few nighthawks in black trench coats. Yes, Klein was certain that they were nighthawks. When they met, he casually swept a gaze at Leonard and company before passing them and walking towards the main entrance. The main entrance was open, and the clouds outside were thin. There was plenty of sunlight and pigeons were flying. Leonard Mitchell glanced at the believers who walked past him out of boredom, and he retracted his gaze. He said with a sigh, I hope we can stay in Backland for a few days this time to have a good rest. The case this time wasn't only dangerous and thrilling, but it also required us to be tense the entire time. His team of Red Gloves had just cracked a human skin-donning devil case, and they had captured 2 targets. This seemed easy on the surface, but it wasn't simple at all. They went through plenty of setbacks and tribulations before completing the mission with great difficulty. Every member was exhausted both in mind and body. Captain Soest shook his head with a smile. This is the life of us red gloves. You should have known that this would be how it would be back when you chose to join. However, congratulations on advancing to Soul Assurer. Leonard Mitchell curled his lips into a smile. It's slower than I had expected. Also, Captain Soist, you've finally reached Sequence 5. This isn't a problem with the church. If I could have endured it better, I could have become a spirit warlock earlier. Soist wiped his smile away as he walked into the prayer hall's corridor. Pray to the goddess. It will effectively eliminate your mental stress, allowing you to recover. As he spoke, the team of red gloves entered the dark and serene hall as they found a spot to sit down. Leonard was just about to focus on praying when he suddenly heard a slightly aged voice ring in his mind. That person from just now is problematic. Who? Leonard kept his head down as he asked with a suppressed voice. The slightly aged voice replied, one of the men you met at the entrance. I'm living in your body, and my strength hasn't recovered, so I wasn't able to see too clearly. Leonard recalled and asked softly, what do you mean by problematic? He has an ancient aura. A Beander who has lived for a very long period of time. Leonard mumbled, I will try to investigate. Simultaneously, he thought, old man must be hiding certain things. He seldom volunteers to tell me that someone is problematic, yet be so vague about it. After I find the target and confirm that there's no danger for the time being, I'll leave it. I don't want to be embroiled in the conflict of some undying monsters from the fourth epoch. If that person will really bring about a calamity, I'll directly report it to the Archbishop. This the money I borrowed from you. Furs handed £220 to Zio. She had already received the £100 from Mr. Moon and the £500 from Ma'am Hermit. Zio Derecha grabbed at her messy blonde, unsmooth hair, looked at the money, and raised her head to look at Furs. She blurted, you really are involved in illegal gambling. I have to tell you that such gambling must be a scam and a trap. They let you win in order to make you lose more. Even though you're a trickmaster and have a chance of fooling them, such gambling scams might have other Beyonders hiding in it. Stop, stop, stop. Furs lowered her hands. She said in bemused anger, do I look like someone who will participate in illegal gambling? Yes. Zio didn't hesitate in her reply. If I didn't stop you, you wouldn't just be smoking cigarettes, you'd even be smoking cannabis. That's because I needed to numb myself due to the pain brought by the full moon's ravings. I no longer need to. Furs didn't debate with Zio as she directly explained, I sold the mysticism knowledge I know at a Beander gathering. Heh, that person was very generous and had paid several £100. Is that so? Zio instantly threw the problem to the back of her mind and said, there's been a new Beander gathering that appeared recently in East Borough. I've been invited. A new Beander gathering. Furs was first taken aback before feeling a sense of anticipation. According to her teacher, Dorian Gray, and Mr. Fool, she knew that Louis Ween was an oracle of the Aurora Order. His arrival in Backland was likely to replace the missing Mr. A, so as to rebuild the Aurora Order faction in this big city. Therefore, there was a solid chance that he had disguised himself to organize a new Beander gathering. Furs thought for a moment and said seemingly mindlessly to Zio, are you going to join it? Of course, I have to prepare the interrogator formula potion, Zio answered decisively. Furs nodded and covered her mouth to yawn. Remember to bring me along when you have the privilege of inviting a new member. Chapter 751, Lowen-styled euphemism, late at night. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard Mitchell sat on a chair with his legs raised onto the side of his desk. Following that, he leaned back, causing the wooden headrest to creak from the pressure. His breathing gradually turned long and slow. After an unknown period of time, his eyelids drooped and covered his eyes. At this moment, Leonard's spirit had arrived in a gray, hazy world, but he was still in his bedroom. He flew to the window and saw thick gray fog blanket the nearby streets and extend outwards. It seemed to be embracing all of Backland. The street lamps along the streets and the warm light from the different houses appeared abnormally dim. They were only able to illuminate a very tiny region, and everything seemed to be tainted with a sense of blurriness. At the same time, blobs of illusory oval lights appeared as they enveloped a house in an intersecting manner, as though it was the source of their existence. This was the city through a nightmare's eyes. Leonard followed up on his previous investigations and leapt out the window in a nightmare state. He then flew to 17 Minsk Street. He didn't attempt to storm in. He stood at the door in the thick fog as he politely pulled the doorbell. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Dressed in her nightgown, Stellan Sammer opened the door. She placed her silver inlaid pleated fan at her chest as she asked in confusion and puzzlement, who are you looking for?" She was none other than Klein's landlord back when he was acting as Sherlock Moriarty. She was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed lady in her 30s. Leonard had already changed into a black and white checkered police uniform. He casually showed his identification and asked, "Do you know Sherlock Moriarty?" Trapped in the dream, Stellan's reaction was very slow. She asked after a few seconds, "Did something happen to him?" Just as she asked, her impression of Sherlock Moriarty appeared beside her under Leonard's influence. He wore a half-top hat, a double-breasted frock coat, gold-rimmed spectacles on his nose, and a bushy mustache around his mouth. This was identical to the information he previously received about Sherlock Moriarty. Hence, he didn't show any doubts and said, "He's been involved in a case and is undergoing an investigation. I hope you can cooperate with us." All right. Stellan wished to raise her chin, but for some reason, she felt a little horrified. Leonard thought for a second and asked, "Since when did he rent this place from you?" "Early September last year," Stellan said after recalling her memories. Leonard continued asking, "What do you know of him? Or should I say, what kind of person do you think he is?" When that was mentioned, Stellan appeared as though she had long considered the answer to such a question. "He comes from Midseashire, and he has an accent from that area. He's a very capable detective, and he once exposed the adultery which Mary's husband was undertaking. However, his income isn't too high. He doesn't even hire a full-time housemaid. All he can do is get my maid to help him part-time. My children tell me that he's good at telling stories, especially detective-related stories. This might be why he had chosen this profession." Without giving Leonard a chance to interrupt her, she droned on incessantly, "He's not as boorish like the typical detective. He went to grammar school and studied history. What leaves me most envious of all is how he obtained Mary's gratitude. He joined the Quelaag Club where its members are people with significant status. I've only been there a few times. Later, he apparently became famous in the detective circles, and private detectives often came to look for him." Leonard lost his patience listening to her drone on as he couldn't help but rub his temples. He had failed to obtain any useful information from Mrs. Stellan. Apart from Sherlock Moriarty's poor financial situation and him being good at telling detective stories, the rest was within the scope of what he had previously investigated. He even knew that Sherlock Moriarty had good ties with Isengard Stanton. "Next, I'll investigate those from the Quelaag Club who have good relationships with Sherlock Moriarty." Once he patiently finished listening to Mrs. Stellan's droning, he immediately thanked her and left her dream. 160 Bachland Street. Inside Dwayne Dantes' mansion, in the hall that could accommodate more than 100 dancers, Klein was embracing a lady in her 30s as they danced. This was the etiquette teacher that Walter had hired. Her name was Johanna Heisen. She had a common name, but she wasn't ordinary at all. Her facial features were only above average, but her disposition was impeccable. Her every action was filled with charm. According to Walter's introduction, she was born in a baron's family. She received a good education from a young age and later entered the palace. She had the job of court lady until she was married. As her family had declined and her husband's financial situation was only ordinary, being a believer in the Evernight goddess prompted her to choose to become a private tutor in etiquette. She often went to the families of nobles and tycoons to teach their children. Although the butler didn't spell it out, Klein knew that he couldn't perform badly in front of this lady, or there was no way to save his reputation. The way members of high society asked about a person's situation was mainly through common acquaintances. And at times, the interaction between servants also mattered. With nimble footsteps and graceful moves, the black-haired Johanna nodded approvingly. "Mr. Dantes, it's hard for me to imagine you not having learned these dance steps before. In less than half an hour, you're as skilled as a noble who received education on this from a young age. It's all thanks to your teachings." Klein gave a humble smile as he wore a warm, humble look. With the clown's balance, dancing was a very easy matter for him. Johanna lowered her head and chuckled softly. "You're a gentleman who can really make a lady happy." She immediately raised her light brown eyes and swept her gaze across Dwayne Dantes' silver sideburns and deep blue eyes. "That's the best praise I've heard today," Klein replied with a smile. During this period, his feet kept moving as he spun Johanna gently around. Not far away, the hired quartet's melodious music echoed through the hall. He had the intention to have close ties with Johanna, not to improve his reputation, but because she was once a court lady. After Johanna corrected a minor mistake that Dwayne Dantes committed, she said, "When inviting a lady to dance, it's not only a dance. You also need to converse. You can't be like two dolls unless both of you are so immersed in the dance and music's rhythm that you do not wish to speak. Of course, that's also a form of communication of the heart. When conversing, you must be euphemistic because this is Loan, not Intis. To put it simply, do not be direct and crude. You need to appear gentlemanly. Let me raise an example. If you wish to compliment a lady for her perfume, you can't directly tell her how nice it smells, nor ask what kind of perfume it is to praise her. You need to connect a more euphemistic meaning to it and mention that. Yes, you can say something like, "It feels like I'm out in the spring meadows." Of course, this needs to match the traits of perfume. There's no literary feel. Shouldn't you say that, "The moon is beautiful, isn't is?" Klein lampooned with a Japanese-styled euphemism as he said with a self-deprecating smile, "Thank you for not telling me that my praises weren't gentlemanly enough." Wahana's smile deepened. "Mr. Dantes, do you know what kind of gentleman is very welcomed by women at social events?" "Pray, do tell." Klein honestly shook his head. Wahana said without a change in her smile, "The second most popular type are men who make women think that he's very intelligent." "What about the first?" Klein asked cooperatively. Wahana glanced at him and said, "The most popular type are men who make women think that they are very intelligent." Upon saying that, she smiled and didn't say another word. Klein instantly understood she was hiding her praise in between the lines. So this is Loan-styled euphemism. It's not like Intis where they just aim straight for the lower half of the body. That's what's written in papers and magazines. I've no way of confirming what real Intis social events are like. Anyway, both countries often sully each other. The Emperor's era does match that description though. Klein nodded in enlightenment. The 2-hour etiquette lesson ended in a harmonious mood. Klein walked teacher Wahana Heisen to the door with butler Walter and valet Richardson before giving her a tiny gift. It was Moonlight, a perfume from the Dream Company. It was mixed with gray amber, making it rather expensive. As for how much it was, Klein wasn't sure, as housekeeper Tanaja was responsible for buying it. The payment was through her. Only when the £1,000 was almost expended would she come to him with receipts and a list for him to vet so as to receive fresh funds. The reason why Klein knew the company and perfume was that his butler had informed him ahead of time. It was to prevent him from appearing insincere if Ma'am Wahana were to ask. From this detail, he had a deep understanding of the use of a good butler. Watching the satisfied Ma'am Wahana Heisen leave, Klein held back the urge to rub his temples as he sighed inwardly, "This is more tiring than a Beander battle. I have to constantly watch my actions and deliberate over my words. I need some rest." At that point, the white-gloved Walter took a step forward and said, "Sir, since you wish for your etiquette studies to progress faster, we can move the remaining lessons forward." "What lessons?" Klein felt a headache. "History, international politics, philosophy, music, as well as general knowledge of sports like golf, racing, hunting," Walter answered meticulously. "Philosophy?" Klein asked in surprise. Walter nodded. "It's one of the most common topics discussed in high society. You don't need to have very deep research into it, but you need to know what others are discussing. You need to know that the origins of philosophy stem from Kongsoka, Moretti, and Patterson, and not Emperor Russell. You need to know that, man was born free, came from Leumi. When tycoons first enter high society, many of them often make mistakes in such aspects. They're used to attributing certain sentences and philosophical thoughts to Emperor Russell." Klein felt his head ache the more he heard. He forcefully smiled and said, "I haven't got any matters to do recently, apart from my afternoon naps and heading to the cathedral. You can arrange the lessons to be at any time." In a dark room, a letter floated up and opened by itself before shaking the piece of paper. In her tiny bonnet, Sharon's figure was outlined. She grasped the letter and seriously read through it. She then wrote a reply and set up a ritual to summon Sherlock Moriarty's messenger. During this process, she didn't forget to prepare a gold coin. Soon, Sharon finished the incantation as she watched the candle flame burgeon and be tainted with a gloomy green color. Reinette Tinacare, with the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand, appeared out of the candlelight and appeared before Sharon. Sharon's eyes constricted as her doll-like face suddenly showed immense emotional fluctuations. She blurted out, "Teacher. Haven't you already?" Chapter 752, Warning. 160 Bachland Street. In the sunny study, the bookshelves were orderly arranged with a huge collection. At a glance, one appeared as though they had stepped into a private library. Klein sat on a high back chair as he read the newspapers. He discovered that be it the Tussock Times or the Backland Daily Tribune, there was an additional advertisement in a striking spot. It advertised selling 10% of the Backland Bike Company's shares. Mr. Stanton is rather efficient. It's only been a few days, and he has completed the financial checks and evaluation. Klein silently reflected on the matter when his spiritual perception was triggered. He quickly activated his spirit vision and saw Reinette Tinecare walk out of the void. She still held the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand, with one of them having a letter in its mouth. It's likely a reply from Miss Sharon. As Klein had these thoughts, he reached out to receive it and nodded. As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at the door because standing outside was his valet, Richardson. After tearing open the envelope and unfolding the letter, Klein quickly scanned it, confirming that it was written by Sharon. She indicated that she had no intention of buying biological poison bottle, and she might only consider it after a period of time if it was still available. She's in a tight financial situation. Or is she saving money to do something important? Klein casually thought and instinctively felt that it was the latter. This was because it was impossible for the demigod named Zadwin to keep staying in Backland. For now, Sharon and Marich had escaped the pursuit of the Rose School of Thought, and with their Beander powers and unique traits about their sequences, it wasn't difficult for them to amass money in a relaxed environment. Furthermore, they seemed to be in charge of the illegal arms dealing in the Bravehearts bar, and they were the backers behind Ian. Just this alone would make them plenty of money. As he thought about it, Klein looked up and saw Miss Messenger's 8 red eyes looking at him intently. He jumped in fright, imagining that she was urging him to pay the debt he owed her. He cleared his throat and said, "There's no need to reply. I'll be paying the first installment within the week. There's no rush, there's no interest." Miss Messenger is quite nice after all. As Klein sighed, Reinette Tinecare vanished from her spot, returning back into the depths of the spirit world. After burning the letter and resting for half an hour, he walked to the door to inform Richardson to prepare the carriage. He planned on heading to the cathedral before his philosophy class in the afternoon. The journey there was smooth sailing, and Klein arrived at the square outside St. Samuel Cathedral after a few sips of tea. After gaining the serenity from taking in the sights of the pigeons, he strode towards the cathedral's main door, entered the prayer hall, and randomly found a pew to sit at. Like before, Richardson sat diagonally behind him with his master's hat and cane. As he emptied his mind during his prayers, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered once again. He instinctively opened his eyes and looked left. He saw the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. This Nighthawk wasn't wearing a trench coat. He looked casual with his white shirt tucked out while matching them with straight trousers and a black vest. Seeing the middle-aged man with gray streaks at his sideburns look at him, he smiled with a nod, retracted his gaze, and closed his eyes in a bid to pretend to pray. He wasn't worried that the man would discover that he was watching him, because he had only done a cursory sweep without any additional actions. Many believers present had similar actions as well. It was inevitable for a good-looking, dignified gentleman to attract some attention when he entered. Leonard Mitchell was someone who often attracted such attention, so he knew this very well. At this moment, the slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "It's him. Hey, he didn't make my hard work of running over to the cathedral yesterday and today be in vain," Leonard thought smugly as his expression remained stoic. Klein was also pretending to pray as puzzlement surfaced in his thinking mind. When did this fellow, Leonard, become so pious? Although he's definitely more pious than me, he's not the kind of person who would come to the cathedral every day. He would come once or twice a week at best. What's his goal for coming? He seemed to be observing me just now. Upon having this thought, Klein suddenly realized something. The grandpa in him is the angel of the Zoroast family, which makes him an angel of the Marauder pathway. Blasphemer Aemon is a king of angels of this pathway. He could discover the gray fog and even tried to infiltrate it. So, it's very possible that the grandpa in Leonard can also sense the gray fog or the traces of its powers on me. Upon making this judgment, Klein immediately felt his heart in his throat. He felt like dangerous traps were surrounding him. He maintained his praying posture, and the eyes under his eyelids remained motionless. His entire person was calm and reserved, completely identical to the cathedral's atmosphere. After an unknown period of time, he slowly got up and walked to the altar. He came before the donation box and threw in a total of £50 in cash. Following that, he did the same as before, smiling at the bishop and priest on duty while nodding. He received a rather friendly response. The moment he walked out of St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein received his hat from Richardson, and he fed the pigeons on the square for about 10 minutes. and behind him, the believers who had finished their prayers walked out, including Leonard Mitchell. Without looking at the entrance, Klein leisurely clapped his hands, took his gold-inlaid cane, and walked to the nearby four-wheeled carriage. Leonard was similarly feeding the pigeons on the square, but he didn't have any intention of following when he saw his target leave on the carriage. Since the person had an ancient aura and that the parasite in him placed such importance on him, he obviously didn't dare to be careless. He didn't act directly, as it was extremely dangerous. He planned on making superficial investigations to gather the required intelligence. I'll see what old man has to say when the time comes. Besides, it's not like there's no direction for investigation at the moment. There can't be that many of that particular type of high-end carriage in Backland. No matter if it's his, or if it's rented, it's easy to determine the source. Then, I'll know the identity and background of that gentleman. Leonard glanced at the pigeons as he thought leisurely. He was an experienced nighthawk, and he was even an elite red glove among the nighthawks. At this moment, a pigeon spread its wings and flew over. In its beak there appeared to be a paper slip. Leonard frowned as he reached out his left palm and saw the pigeon fly down before dropping the slip. Then, it flapped its wings and flew off. Raising the paper slip, Leonard warily unfolded it while feeling puzzled. He saw 2 lines of text on it. Zoroast, parasite. This, Leonard's pupils suddenly constricted as he felt all his hair stand up. His emotions nearly exploded at that very instant. That gentleman has seen through my secret. As expected of someone with an ancient aura, he might be one of the undying monsters that remained from the 4th epoch. He's warning me that I shouldn't involve myself in his matters or even come close to him. At that moment, Leonard felt that every action the middle-aged man with white sideburns and blue eyes had done had left him shocked when he recalled them. He was someone not to be looked at directly or approached. He immediately lost all thoughts of investigating the man. As he watched the pigeons land, he said with a suppressed voice, "Old man, he might be an old friend of yours. If you wish to investigate, then it's best that you wait till your strength recovers." Old friend. The slightly aged voice repeated the 2 words as though he found it suspect but couldn't be certain. Leonard quickly converged his emotions and chuckled. "So you're someone from the Zoroast family." At this moment, about 100 meters away, at the intersection of Phelps Street and the other streets, the black-haired Dwayne Dantes, who had streaks of gray hair, leaned onto the wall as he slowly closed his eyes, hiding his wrinkled facial features in the shadows of the carriage. To the side of his valet, Richardson, a middle-aged man wearing a dark red coat and old triangular hat, appeared, bowing to his master before disappearing. No one saw this illusory figure. The carriage slowly turned as a flock of pigeons flew up from the square. After returning home and entering the room with the huge balcony, the silent Klein finally heaved a silent sigh of relief. If Leonard didn't accept the warning because of the grandpa's bewitchment, he planned on writing another slip with the contents, "I know where Blasphemer Amen is." In between the lines, it means I'll tell Blasphemer Amen that there's a Zoroast family angel here if you foil my plans. This wouldn't make the grandpa believe that Dwayne Dantes was so weak that he had to rely on others to fend him off. It was more of a friendly warning that wouldn't number beyond 3 times, a form of respect towards an angel. If 2 warnings weren't enough to rein him in, there was no other choice but to inform Blasphemer Amen. Yes, there's a very high chance that this would scare them. There must be other ploys or difficulties for this grandpa to choose to parasitize in such a shallow manner. He likely doesn't wish for me to flip the table. Heh, this matter is all thanks to Rhodes. If he hadn't informed me ahead of time that Leonard has a marauder angel, I definitely wouldn't have noticed that I've been targeted, much less have the suitable excuse and method to warn them. Klein thought calmly and didn't show the anxiety or flustered state from before. As he relaxed, there was a knock on the door. His valet, Richardson, said, "Sir, the butler wishes to seek an audience with you. Please invite him in." Klein left the balcony and returned to the half-open room. The white-gloved Walter entered and said, "Sir, your philosophy teacher, Mr. Hamid, is here." Philosophy classes. Klein rubbed his aching temples. He had previously heard from Walter that Mr. Hamid was a believer of the Lord of Storms. It was the same for the famous scholar, Leumi, as well. Many of the philosophers in the Loan Kingdom shared the same faith. This made him rather surprised because, to him, believers in the storm were irascible bros from the looks of it. I have to change my stereotypes and subjective impressions. Hey, the prerequisite to being a philosopher is to not have a wife, or not have a cordial relationship with their families. As Klein lampooned, he straightened his clothes and walked to the door. He said to butler Walter, "All right, I'll head over there now." Chapter 753, Bishop Visits. After the philosophy class, Klein had a feeling as though he hadn't slept in 3 days. His mind was filled with names and concepts like skepticism, metaphysics, a priori and a posteriori, nominalism, Russell socialism, existentialism, and positivism. If it wasn't because the original Klein had studied history, which included some mastery of philosophy, he doubted that he had the ability to last through the lesson. This wasn't his college lessons on Earth, they were one-to-one, making it impossible for him to sleep, daydream, or read novels on his cell phone when he didn't understand the content. Actually, Mr. Hamid was quite different from what I had imagined. He was humorous, candid, and extroverted. His lesson wasn't dull, making him unlike a philosophy teacher. He also doesn't possess the stereotypes of a Lord of Storms believer. Klein rubbed his temples, turned to leave, and walked to the staircase. He returned to the 3rd floor as his valet, Richardson, followed him in silence. During this process, he discovered that his servants were busy with their own duties. None of them were lazing about, and they would only stop when their employer walked past. They would bow and greet him, clearly indicating how well-mannered they were. Taneja is very capable when it comes to the arrangement and management of household matters after all. Klein walked through the corridor on the 3rd floor and walked to the half-open room. Before he walked in, Klein saw butler Walter hanging 2 double-barreled hunting rifles on the wall, making the interior have a raw and bold feeling. This was a decoration every tycoon's home had. It's very easy to get approved for a hunting license. A double-barreled hunting rifle is potent, enough to allow the servants to fend off any criminals who wish to burgle or kidnap me. After hanging the rifle up, Walter took 2 steps back and observed the hunting rifle. He then took out a golden pocket watch from his inner pocket. He opened the pocket watch and looked at the lid's interior. His stern, old-fashioned face softened significantly. Klein coughed gently to inform his butler before pushing open the ajar door and walked in. Walter closed the pocket watch, returned to his spot, and bowed. "Sir, we applied for 6 hunting licenses and bought 6 double-barreled hunting rifles and the corresponding canister cartridges." Klein had death knell hiding under his armpit, so he didn't mind it too much. All he did was nod as a form of acknowledgement. He then revealed a warm smile and asked as though having a casual chat, "Back when I saw the information from the Family Servant Assistance Association, I noticed that you already have a wife and child." A butler was the assistant to the employer. He was a confidant that knew many matters, therefore, establishing rapport with the butler was something every employer had to do. Klein didn't wish to be an exception. Furthermore, he remembered Rhodes mentioning that butler Walter could result in additional developments. Walter answered in all seriousness, "Yes, back when I was a servant at the Viscount Conrad's manor, I had to have constant contact with a lady due to work. We began having feelings for each other, and under the goddess's watch, we walked down the aisle of marriage and ended up having a daughter. She's currently studying at a grammar school and wishes to pass the Backland University's entrance exams. However, that's something to consider only 2 years later." Upon mentioning his wife and daughter, this unsmiling butler's tone unknowingly turned mellow. At present, all the churches were emphasizing the importance of family. It was to stem the stress and mental problems that arose due to the tide of technological progress. The only difference was that different churches emphasized different matters. For Evernight, men and women were equal as they helped one another in the family. For Storm, men were to work outside while women were to handle the family to be the former's supportive angel. For Steam, it was more about learning more and to have technology do more of the work. All of them had their strengths, and they complemented each other. Klein felt wistful hearing that as he said, "Ma'am Taneja seems to be single." "Yes." Walter's expression turned solemn again. In modern society, male and female servants still do not enjoy equal treatment. I'm not referring to the salary, as a housekeeper is at the same level as a butler or butler assistant, earning £25 to £50 a year. Instead, I'm talking about a deeper idea and belief. The church is trying to change it, but there's plenty of resistance. After all, the goddess isn't the only belief in Lowen. He paused and added, "Male servants can get married, but if a female servant were to have a family, it implies the loss of her job or becoming the lowest laundress who's only a part-time employee that doesn't need to live at the employer's residence. All of these will change only when one reaches the rank of housekeeper. But this isn't something a young and inexperienced lady is qualified for." Klein didn't continue on the topic as he nodded gently. He then walked towards the reclining chair. At this moment, his gaze swept by the piled newspaper by the coffee table. His mind stirred as he paused, turned to the side and said to his butler, "I saw an advertisement on the papers regarding the sale of Backlund Bike Company shares. Find a professional lawyer and accountant to inquire about it to figure out the exact situation. Heh, I'm rather interested in this industry. If the price is right, I'll consider buying it." For a second, Klein thought of a problem. As a tycoon who had brought huge sums of money to Backlund to seek out better opportunities, it was impossible that he didn't pay attention to the sale of the Backlund Bike Company shares. Since he didn't know the prospects of this industry, he needed to hire people to gain a better understanding of it, otherwise, it wouldn't fit his persona. Of course, I can also raise the price as a result, allowing me to sell those 10% shares at a higher price. Yes, I have to remember to just raise the price a little and not be too greedy. If I were to keep raising the price and it ends up back in my hands, I'll be crying. It would throw all my liquidity into it, and I won't be able to maintain my daily expenses, as Klein fantasized, he warned himself. Yes, sir. Walter didn't ask further as he directly agreed. At 4:35 p.m., Richardson knocked on the door and entered. He said to Dwayne Dantes, who was reading leisurely, "Sir, Mr. Maury Matched and his wife, Ma'am Rihanna, as well as St. Samuel Cathedral's Bishop Electra, is here to pay you a visit." Maury Matched, that House of Commons member of Parliament. Also, why would St. Samuel Cathedral's bishop be here as well? Klein thought and asked with a smile, "Is there such a protocol?" He had only attended 2 etiquette lessons and knew that at his stage, visits wouldn't be that direct. People would first send their butlers or servants to hand over an invitation or schedule a visit. Richardson habitually lowered his head and said, "Yes. It's because Mr. Butler informed the neighbors that you would be home in the afternoon for the next week when he was delivering your name cards and gifts. Under such a situation, neighbors who received your name card and have heard about you will observe the corresponding details. Not only can they send their servants to invite you over, but they can also pass by on the excuse of being out on an afternoon stroll from 4 to 5 to make a semi-formal visit. Oh, the ladies will wear strolling attire, otherwise, it wouldn't be decent enough. And you can also invite them to have afternoon tea with you." Klein walked to the door and allowed Richardson to retrieve his coat to help him wear it. He then asked, "Then why would Bishop Electra be here as well?" This was what he really cared about most. The first question was to lead up to it. Richardson answered as though he had prepared an answer. Bishop Electra was a guest at Member of Parliament Matched's house in the afternoon. They must have mentioned you while having a chat and decided to pay a visit by strolling over. His hands weren't affected by his talking. He skillfully helped Dwayne Dantes adjust his attire. Klein tersely acknowledged, and after Richardson went forward to open the door, he walked out. Soon, he saw the 3 visitors in a small living room on the 2nd floor. Maury Matched was a classic Lowness gentleman. He was in his 40s, and he had black hair and brown eyes. He had a deep outline with a receding hairline. His face was a little thin and long. He was formerly in the military and had entered politics after being discharged. He started his career in Backlund until he became a member of Parliament of the Kingdom's House of Commons. He was a believer of the Evernight Goddess and a member of the New Party. He was in support of improving the environment. His wife, Rihanna, was from a family of lawyers. She provided plenty of funding for her husband's political ambitions, and she was also a believer of the Evernight Goddess. Electra wore a black, double-breasted clergyman's robe. He looked to be 40, and he had deep, blue eyes and a thin face. He wasn't good-looking, but for some baffling reason, he was pleasing to the eyes. Klein had once met this bishop when he was donating money into the donation box. Upon seeing Dwayne Dantes appear, Maury Matched took 2 steps forward and chuckled. "I've been hearing for the past few days that a pious believer in the goddess had moved into Unit 160, and I've been wanting to visit. We happened to be taking a stroll today, and we took the liberty to visit. Please pardon us for our faux pas." Klein smiled and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "At such times, the only thing we need to do is praise the lady." Praise the lady. Electra and Rihanna nodded as they drew a crimson moon on their chests. After exchanging pleasantries, Klein invited his 3 guests to take a seat. A maid hurriedly delivered some tea and coffee. Housekeeper Tanaja had already asked each one of them what they wanted prior. "Mr. Dantes, I heard you're a merchant from Daisy. I wonder what business you were previously engaged in?" Maury Matched asked casually before joking. "Your last name just makes me think of many things." He was referring to the protagonist name of a particular best-selling novel written by Emperor Russell. Klein smiled and humorously asked in return, what kind of business does digging up treasure count as? This was also related to the content of said best-selling novel. Without waiting for the member of parliament to answer him, he said the answer he had long fabricated: I once had my own mine, but as you know, it will one day be mined out. Mining cities would also end up waning as a result. He was hinting that he was born in one of the resource-rich cities in Daisy County. There, gangs were rampant, and there were many secret tycoons. If ordinary people were to attempt to investigate Dwayne Dantes' situation, it would take them at least half a year. Bishop Electra nodded in thought as he asked, so, you chose to come to Backland to seek out new opportunities. May I know who proselytized you into the church? Chapter 754. Invitation. Klein had already walked through Bishop Electra's last question before, so he said with a sigh, it was my father. He was a truly wise elder. Unfortunately, he passed away many years ago during an accident. When he said that, he infused the original Klein's emotions of losing his parents, him being in an alternate world with no home to return to, as well as the scars that resulted from his time in Tingen City. He sounded calm and wore a slight smile, but there was a sorrow that lasted forever that remained hidden deep inside. I'm sorry for your loss. He must have entered the holy residence of the goddess, sleeping peacefully under her watch. Bishop Electra answered sincerely as he formed the sign of the crimson moon on his chest. Without waiting for Dwayne Dantes to respond, he looked at him and invited him. There will be a moon mass the day after tomorrow for the deceased. It will help him sleep in the goddess's nation and receive eternal peace. I wonder if you're interested in participating. The Church of the Evernight Goddess didn't have many festivals, and the most important one was Winter Gifts Day. The second most important was the Mass held during the full moon, also known as the Moon Mass. The rest were just normal masses and prayers on weekends. However, different dioceses and different cathedrals had their own patron saints and angels which would have a corresponding special festival for them. I would love to. Klein stood up and bowed, saying it from the bottom of his heart. This gave him the perfect excuse to interact with the bishops and priests of St. Samuel Cathedral, or even the diocese bishop. He had a firm foundation for entering particular regions in the cathedral. Meanwhile, he came to realize why the Evernight pathway was interchangeable with the death pathway. Both wielded the authorities of serenity, eternal sleep, and darkness. It represented the end and a destination. Following that, Maury Match didn't continue the topic regarding Dwayne Dantes' identity and background. It appeared as though he had only been asking in passing. He and his wife, Rihanna, began idly talking about their vacation experience in Daisy Bay last year. Having filled the gaps on this by staying there for 2 days, Klein replied with a native tone as he shared his thoughts on the Daisy specialty, roasted fish. During this process, he also pretended to unintentionally mention his hunting activities while he was doing business in West Balam, and how he was extremely familiar with the primitive forest over there. This was to build up the necessary foundations for the second layer to Dwayne Dantes' identity. Furthermore, West Balam was different from East Balam. The colonial factions from Loan and Intis were on par, allowing for frequent conflicts. Even the actively controlled regions would experience changes from time to time. To investigate the activity trajectories of a merchant or adventurer wasn't easy at all. This was even more so the case when Dwayne Dantes was likely using a fake name. As for his hunting experience in West Balam's primitive forest, Klein didn't randomly fabricate stories, nor did he plagiarize articles from the magazines or newspapers. He used what the Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson, had previously mentioned regarding his glorious deeds as a blueprint. He drew on the details and abandoned the main storyline. What he fabricated was partially true and fake as well. Upon hearing the thick anacondas, man-eating fishes, and flowers which could capture their own prey in the forests, Rihanna would let out gasps from time to time, looking afraid but also eager to know more. As for the member of parliament and bishop, they were equally interested. They often had to force themselves to interrupt Dwayne Dantes' description to ask about the details. You really are an excellent hunter. Back when I was serving in East Balam, I never had the chance to enter the forest. I never expected it to be this dangerous. After this extremely dignified middle-aged gentleman finished his tales, Maury Match picked up a tiny piece of velvet cake and praised sincerely. I wish to invite you to go hunting if there's a chance in the future. As they conversed, a maid had delivered the afternoon tea pastries. A male servant served them from the side. Upon hearing Member of Parliament Match's semi-serious invitation, Klein replied with a smile, I'm already looking forward to it. After chatting a little more and discussing Backland's pollution control, the three guests suggested they take their leave. As they had only acquainted themselves and weren't considered familiar with each other, Klein didn't retain them. He sent them to the door with his valet, Richardson. As he watched the bishop, member of parliament, and his wife leave, Klein's smile slowly disappeared until there was nothing left. He was rather pleased with the progress he had made. Bishop Electra was directly related to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, which was the main goal for him to return to Backland. Maury Matched was a discharged soldier and a member of parliament at present. Without a doubt, he belonged to certain military officer clubs, and he would be beneficial to his continued investigation of the Great Smog of Backland. Next up, I should slowly deepen our relationships. Klein returned to the small living room and saw that the maid had taken away the remaining pastries and tea. He originally planned on having a little more. Regardless of the other types of food, the pastries and desserts in Lowen, especially Backland, were outstanding. As for the cook which Dwayne Dantes had hired, he was skilled in that. Even Mam Rihanna was filled with praise about it. Klein also agreed from the bottom of his heart. Retracting his gaze, Klein didn't say a word as he steadily walked to the staircase that led to the third floor. Before dinner, Butler Walter finally returned to the house and briefed him on the situation regarding the 10% of Backland Bike Company's shares. "Sir, we are lucky enough. Someone had hired a professional lawyer and accountant to investigate the situation of the Backland Bike Company, and they had offered a price to the seller before the advertisements were published. But in subsequent negotiations, the price exceeded the buyer's expectations. He had no choice but to give up. This way, we don't have to wait for the investigation report. We can directly hire that original team." Klein nodded and asked without hiding anything, "What's the current bid?" The buyer that gave up had offered £6,000 with a bottom-line price of £7,000. The seller didn't divulge the situation about the other buyer. However, from the feedback from various channels, it's at least £8,000, £8,000. Not too bad. Should I raise it a little more? If I were to raise the price a little and the other party just gives up, wouldn't it be awkward? Klein nodded slightly and said, "Give me the corresponding report. I'll consider it." After flipping through the report and having dinner to accentuate his extravagant but brilliant image as someone who did solid work, Klein turned his head to Richardson and said, "Prepare the two-wheel carriage. I'll be making a trip outside." He originally imagined that Richardson would ask him in surprise. A two-wheeled carriage didn't seem befitting enough, but to his surprise, his valet answered politely after flashing a curious look, "All right, sir." Submissive and never asking why. That's also considered an advantage. Klein sighed inwardly as he waited for Richardson to return to help him wear his coat. After getting on the two-wheeled carriage, he directly instructed, "Let's circle around the Backland Bridge area and East Borough." Richardson still didn't ask about his master's motives and just got the coachman to steer the horses carefully. As the carriage passed through Sherwood Borough, it arrived in the Backland Bridge area under the illumination of the street lamps. Klein didn't give a destination, and he only got the coachman to meander through the nearby streets. He leaned against the carriage wall, looking out at the streets. He saw pedestrians in old clothes, walking along with tired faces as though they were in a rush to return home for dinner after a hard day's work. Occasionally, there would be the ringing of a bike passing by. They were fast as they shot into the distance. In comparison, the riders' expression appeared more lively than the pedestrians'. They seemed to beam with an indescribable sense of pride. It's an obvious difference in class. Although it's the difference between a technical worker and an ordinary worker, with the difference in weekly salaries of £1 to £2 to those with £1 a week, Klein slowly exhaled as he subconsciously looked up at the sky. At that moment, darkness had already completely covered Backland's skies, but the smog wasn't too serious. One could see through them and see the twinkling stars. After the Great Smog, the management of the environment is improving by the day. However, the situation with the lower-class workers in the East Borough hasn't significantly improved. Although their salaries might be higher, and their working hours have improved, due to the large number of people surging in, prices have risen across the board, reducing the effects of the salary hike. The improvement in working hours have just gone from 15 to 16 hours to 11 to 12 hours. They're just fixing the problems with the greatest problems. As for the other problems that didn't rear their ugly heads, they're neglected. Yes, the kingdom is still undergoing reforms. Many things haven't been straightened out. Klein watched as his thoughts drifted until the carriage left Sherwood Borough. On the future, Admiral of Stars Catalia stood behind the windows in the captain's cabin, watching Frank Lee pushing wooden barrels into the shadows. He was putting unknown things into it before closing the lid. He's recently been researching the growth of plants in dark environments. Why did he suddenly become normal? Catalia frowned with suspicion, often worrying that Frank Lee would create some huge invention. I'll get Nina to ask later. Just as she had this thought, her spiritual perception was triggered. She turned her head to see a letter on her desk. As a faint smile curled on her lips without her realizing it, Catalia walked over, tore open the envelope, and unfolded the letter. She quickly read through it. There are 2 obninsk that do not belong to the Church of Storm swimming north from Sonia Island towards the Abyss Maelstrom. Find the direct descendant of Abraham family. Abyss Maelstrom was the name of a dangerous area at sea, and not the Abyss. Abraham family, Catalia thought for a moment, and without any clues, she planned on asking at the next tarot gathering. The next morning, after divining again if he should raise the price again, Klein said to butler Walter, hire that team and continue the negotiation. My bottom line is £9,000. All right, sir. Walter then immediately said with an apologetic look, something happened at home, and I wish to have half a day off. No problem. Do you need any help? Klein asked gently. Thank you for asking. I can handle it, and it's not too urgent. I will first handle the matters regarding the share negotiation first, Walter said sincerely. Klein didn't ask further as he nodded and permitted him to take time off. After his butler left the room, Klein turned to look at Richardson and asked, did Walter meet anyone earlier this morning? Mr. Butler received a letter, Richardson replied without hiding anything. Chapter 755, Switchboard Receptionist. He received a letter. Didn't he say that something happened at home? Walter's family lives in Backland, so if there really is anything wrong, then they can directly come over via public carriage or a rental carriage. Wouldn't that be faster than sending a message by mail? With his salary and land in the countryside, he can definitely afford it. Klein nodded without a word as though he had just asked in passing. He slowly returned to the reclining chair, sat down, and began to seriously read the papers. Upon seeing this, Richardson didn't say a thing as he silently retreated out of the room and quietly closed the wooden door. After hearing the light click, Klein cast his gaze away from the papers and towards the door. He thought, I've discovered another advantage of Richardson. He enjoys observing his surroundings, and he's able to notice information of value. Back when Bishop Electra was a guest at Member of Parliament Maury Matched's place, he was the first one to notice it from the balcony. However, this is different from a spectator. The focus is more on the event rather than the details. Walter's matter seems a little abnormal. Could this be the additional development or Rhodes mentioned? Regardless, I'll first divine the matter. I don't want danger to come to me without me realizing it. With this in mind, Klein immediately entered the bathroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog. Every time he appeared as the fool, his inner shell beneath the gray fog would wear Klein Moretti's appearance. It wouldn't overlap with Sherlock Moriarty, Gehrman Sparrow, or Dwayne Dantes. Due to the lack of necessary information, he could only divine about any danger that targeted himself, therefore, he didn't use dream divination. He removed the spirit pendulum around his wrist and wrote the corresponding divination statement, Walter's abnormality will bring me danger. Holding the spirit pendulum in his left hand, Klein closed his eyes and entered cogitation as he muttered the sentence he had just said. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz spinning counterclockwise at a rather ordinary speed and amplitude. This also meant that Walter's abnormality wouldn't bring him any danger, but this can only mean that I might not encounter any dangerous trouble through this problem. In addition, there's also another possibility. The danger depends on whether I make the appropriate choice. If I were to rashly get myself involved, something that isn't dangerous might become dangerous. Klein interpreted the matter with his rich experience. Just as he put this matter on hold, he suddenly saw the crimson star that represented the hermit coruscate as it burgeoned and shrank. Does this mean that the payment for Scales of Luck is here? Klein was delighted as he immediately emanated his spirituality. He was left disappointed because Catalia was only requesting Mr. Fool to pass on a message to the hanged man. She didn't mention when she would close the deal with the world. There are Obninsk at the Abyss Maelstrom north of Sonia Island. Mr. Hanged Man is pretty lucky. At least he isn't like me, needing to enter the ruins of the battlefield of gods. Of course, Obninsk can be dangerous as well. It's not easy to use one for a ritual. Mr. Hanged Man might even need see God's help. Ma'am Hermit's request is actually to help find the direct descendants of the Abraham family. This means that Queen Mystic is rather aware of Mr. Door's origins. The Emperor had mentioned it to her. Klein began making connections from Catalya's words as he threw the corresponding image to the crimson star representing the hanged man. At this moment, Alger Wilson had just finished his reports and had passed the examination, allowing him to return to the Blue Avenger. When he saw the endless gray fog and heard the hermit's words, he walked to the captain's cabin with a deadpan expression, keeping his pace normal. Upon entering the room and closing the door, he came in front of an alcohol cabinet, took a bottle of Landy Proof, the most beloved drink of pirates, and poured half a cup. Alger immediately held the cup to his mouth and downed it like it was water. During this process, he kept his eyes half closed as though he was completely immersed in his own world. After drinking half a cup of Landy Proof, Alger put down the cup, wiped his mouth, and chuckled. Abraham family's direct descendant. This might be very difficult for others, with almost zero clues, but I can ask Miss Magician. Her teacher is one. Heh. Admiral of Stars still isn't aware of it yet. He quickly reined in his emotions and paced about, finally giving up on his idea and responded frankly to Catalya's request. Admiral of Stars won't only ask for my help. At the tarot gathering next week, she might announce this mission to everyone, and the others know that Miss Magician's teacher is a member of the Abraham family. There's no point lying about matters that can be easily exposed. I shouldn't jeopardize the possible transactions in the future just for some petty gains. At times, honesty is the best policy. Alger stopped walking as he reverently bowed his head and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. Please inform Ma'am Hermit that she can directly ask Miss Magician for clues regarding the direct descendants of the Abraham family. After settling the request by Admiral of Stars, Alger took the initiative to mention his encounter during the night of the blood moon, and he inquired to Mr. Fool about whether the item that resonated with the ocean songster's Beander characteristic was the Book of Calamity, and if the female holding the golden cup in the Coral Palace was Kahinem. Something like that happened. Queen of Calamity might really not be completely dead. It's likely that she had split her Beander characteristic, splitting them into the Book of Calamity and the one in the undersea ruin. Yes, there might even be a third or fourth portion, but I have no idea where they are. Klein confirmed without any hesitation that the elf was Queen of Calamity Kahinem. This wasn't based on intuition, but a logical inference. He had once obtained the golden cup that elf Queen Kahinem loved, and a similar vessel had appeared in the dream. Elvish songster Ciatas knew of Queen of Calamity's daily trivialities, and she had quite a strong relationship with the angel, which strongly implied that she was an elf that attended to Kahinem. It was completely understandable that the Beander characteristic she left behind resonated with the Book of Calamity on the night of the blood moon. With this in mind, Klein suddenly recalled a matter. He had given Kahinem's beloved golden cup to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina for her to bury in Ciatas's tomb. If Queen of Calamity really isn't completely dead, will the golden cup cause any form of mutation to the corpses of any elves close to her? Klein did a count of the time, and he discovered that he couldn't be certain if the golden dream had reached Sonia Island. After some thought, he calmly replied to the hanged man, "That's right." Following that, he forwarded the message to the crimson star representing the hermit. After doing all of this, Klein conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow and made him pray. Honorable Mr. Fool, please tell Danitz to pass on a message to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards about the existence of any abnormalities between elvish songster Ciatas's corpse and the golden cup. Phew. After doing all of that, Klein exhaled and threw the corresponding image to the specially labeled point of light beside him. He then returned to the real world and left the bathroom. Coming before his changing mirror, he looked at his gray sideburns and blue eyes as he curled up the corners of his lips. He knew that he had returned from being Mr. Fool to the mysterious merchant, Dwayne Dantes. Biome, inside a primitive forest. Danitz, who was having a feast in a particular base of the resistance, suddenly trembled as he nearly choked on the liquid in his mouth. Although this wasn't the first time he was receiving an answer from the mighty Fool, he still felt apprehensive and afraid. After he identified the figure and heard his words, he heaved a sigh of relief and knew that Gehrman Sparrow was getting him to do something. Asked Captain. That's simple. The Golden Dream will be picking me up in a few days. Hee. Gehrman Sparrow isn't crazy, and he's even very sincere and reverent before the mighty Fool. Danitz quickly relaxed as he leisurely thought. Meanwhile on the future, Catalya, who had received a response that surprised her, muttered in silence, directly asked Miss Magician. Yes, she seems to be a Beander of the apprentice pathway. She's actually related to the Abraham family. As I expected, she's not simple. Catalia considered a moment and decided if she ought to give the hanged man a new mission because she wasn't too sure if Miss Magician was willing to divulge clues to the Abraham family. Walter returned to 160 Bachland Street in the afternoon with a normal expression like before. He had apparently resolved everything easily. Klein didn't ask. He felt that their relationship hadn't reached a point in which his butler could be totally frank with him. Furthermore, the problem hadn't fully blown up before him in a way that couldn't be hidden. Time quickly passed as he had his lessons. The next evening, with the arrival of the full moon, Klein brought along Richardson and rode his high-end carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral for the moon mass. He wasn't worried about the donation that would happen, because Miss Justice had paid him £1,000. He now had £2,186, so it wasn't too difficult for him to donate a few £100. It's only not too difficult, Klein sighed inwardly as he looked at the bell tower outside, left the carriage, walked across the square, and stepped into St. Samuel Cathedral. Chapter 756, Grand Mass. After waiting nearly 10 minutes outside the prayer hall, Klein and the other believers who were here to join the moon mass entered under the priest's lead. In the dark and serene atmosphere, they heard uniform and ethereal chanting. Full-faced above the land stood the crimson moon, and sweet it was to dream of themselves, of child, and wife, and parents, but evermore one. Holy and rhythmic voices echoed in the prayer hall as the believers involuntarily quietened down, as though they had forgotten all their frustrations in life or the different challenges they faced in the real world. Under the guidance of a few priests, they found their seats. In front of the altar, Bishop Electra, who was in charge of celebrating the Mass, held the revelation of Evernight and began preaching. As this segment came to an end, the priests held up water and bread, and they began handing them out to Klein and company. This was the loving grace of Evernight, food that people both alive and dead could share. Having not had dinner, Klein naturally didn't waste the bread of average quality and the water in the cup. Then, he saw candles light up on the altar, and under the darkness, they appeared like stars in the night sky, emitting light and warmth that eased one's heart. At that moment, Bishop Electra led the few priests and everyone in the choir to chant in unison. We look upward into the night sky. We tenderly say her name, Evernight Goddess. We know no other words, except, Evernight Goddess. May the goddess draw out from the angel chorus, with the silence sweet to gather, and hold both within her right hand which is gentle. Goddess, if she heard us, she would surely agree. Smiling with purity at the dead, come, rest and sleep well, my children one. The empty voice filled with holiness drilled into every believer's ears. It felt as though all the spirits present were resonating in unison. As a sequence 5 meander, Klein felt as though his soul body was being cleansed as his spirituality naturally flowed out in comfort. Following that, a tranquil darkness seemed to appear before his eyes, a darkness without any sound. In the darkness, corpses lay there, their faces calm and at peace, as though they weren't dead and were actually in a deep sleep. Klein calmly traversed the darkness in a staid manner when he suddenly stopped and looked diagonally ahead. At a spot where moonflowers were silently blooming, there were a few people sleeping. They were the hatless Dunn Smith in a trench coat, old Neil, who still wore his black classic robe, and the short Kenley, who worked hard to save up money. They closed their eyes in a relaxed manner as a faint smile appeared to show on their lips. Around them were erected tombs, each of them having the same word written on them, Guardian. Klein instantly closed his eyes as a holy and ethereal voice resounded by his ears. Cross your hands humbly, over your breast, make the silent prayer, and shout from the bottom of your heart. The only escape is tranquility one. Klein lowered his head, closed his eyes, and raised his hands up before crossing them before his chest. He then repeated silently, the only escape is tranquility. The only escape is tranquility. This repeated again and again until the prayer hall reached a state of extreme silence. Only then did Klein open his eyes again and rub the corners of his eyes. He slowly exhaled and glanced around him. With the light from the candles, he discovered that most of the believers were covered in tears without realizing it. Even his valet, Richardson, was constantly tearing up without wiping his tears. The moon mass is akin to a ritual with meander powers involved. Its effect is likely to make everyone's spirit resonate, allowing different people to see the deceased who they share deep relationships in the darkness. It relieves one's grief in order to obtain tranquility. Yes, this isn't an abnormality that's targeted at beyonders, so I can be at ease. To ordinary people, this might be an illusory outlet that's instantaneous. They would only believe that it's a result of the goddess's greatness, and not some extraordinary powers. Sequence 5. Beyonders of the Evernight pathway seemed to gain a significant enhancement in their control of spirits. Klein withdrew his gaze as he made a judgment. Right on the heels of that, he recalled the darkness in the deceased that lay amidst the moonflowers. Closing his eyes, Klein allowed his thoughts to drift. That dark plain filled with moonflowers, night vanilla, and slumber flowers is a manifestation of the goddess's divine kingdom. What does the source of danger in the night time inside that battle of the gods' ruin correspond to then? Klein gradually outlined the cold darkness and the fog that enveloped the sea on the eastern front of the Sonia Sea. In the fog, there was an ancient, pitch-black cathedral with a steeple. Ravens spiraled above it as though they were holding a memorial or were in grief. And around the cathedral were ordinary residents, simple wood huts, grayish-white mills, and indistinct figures. Logically speaking, this foggy scene that's intricately tied to the night and dreams should be formed from the aura left behind when the goddess slayed Annihilation demonic wolf. But it doesn't have any similarities with the corresponding divine kingdom. Yes, mortals can't pry into the secrets of deities, so perhaps the dark plains filled with flowers isn't the projection of the divine kingdom, but rather an outcome of the ritual. Seeing that the moon mass was coming to an end, Klein reached into his inner pocket and took out his wallet. Holding his wallet, he got up and entered the aisle, walked straight to the altar, and under Bishop Electra's compassionate watch, he walked diagonally over to the donation box. He tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, drawing out the crimson moon before throwing in all his large denomination notes, a total of £300. At that moment, Klein didn't feel the pinch like the previous few times. He was in a very calm mood because he recalled the ritual old Neil had used to repay his debt. Back then, they picked up a wallet containing £300, all thanks to the goddess's blessings. Taking a step back, he drew the crimson moon once again, and he gave his spot to the donor behind him. At that moment, Bishop Electra walked over and said as he drew the crimson moon, "May the goddess bless you. May the goddess know about it. What I wish for now is to receive some teachings," Klein replied with a smile. Bishop Electra glanced at the prayer hall's side door and said, "If you don't mind waiting 15 minutes, I can explain the Bible to you in the library." "I would love that," Klein said with a warm smile. Bishop Electra immediately got a priest to lead Dwayne Dantes and his servant out the prayer hall through a side door as they circled around a spiral staircase to the nearby library. There was a huge bookshelf here, and on it were various books from the Church of the Evernight Goddess. There were tables and chairs lining the sides for priests and bishops to study and preach to the believers. 12 minutes later, Bishop Electra entered the library with a calming smile and saw Dwayne Dantes with his white sideburns standing in front of a bookshelf, flipping through a book with great focus. He exuded the vibes of a scholar. "What are you reading?" he asked with a smile. Klein snapped the book together and said with a self-deprecating smile, "The Revelation of Evernight." To be frank, although I'm a pious believer of the goddess, I've never had the time to seriously sit down and read the Bible due to my busy life. As he spoke, he didn't show any odd signs on his face, but he felt uneasy deep down. He was afraid the goddess would smite him with a bolt of lightning to reward this pious believer, Dwayne Dantes. Well, lightning isn't in the goddess's domain, Klein consoled himself. Bishop Electra smiled and took the Revelation of Evernight from his hands. It's never too late to begin. Following that, he invited Dwayne Dantes to sit down beside a table and systematically introduced the Revelation of Evernight's structure and the corresponding holy word. Richardson held his employer's hat and cane, and he stood a slight distance away, silently waiting to listen to the bishop's preachings. Time ticked by, when Klein, who appeared serious, suddenly felt his spiritual perception trigger. A scene outside the door naturally surfaced in his mind. This was an intuitive foresight that stemmed from a clown, one that had been enhanced by the gray fog. Outside the door, an elder dressed in a black clergyman robe walked by and headed for the nearby spiral staircase. He had lush white hair but didn't comb it, making him look rather disheveled. He had a thin face that made it appear as though he was bones wrapped in skin. He exuded a rather cold bearing, and his skin was abnormally pale. His eyes were a rare pure black. This figure quickly vanished from the door as the footsteps gradually sounded like they were coming from above. A keeper. But it's not the one I met at the prayer hall. It's his turn today. Klein paid attention to Bishop Electra as he wore a contemplative look over the Bible's contents. He wasn't surprised that a keeper would appear inside the cathedral and pass by the library at this time. This was because the sealing forces behind Channy's gate would reach its peak at night. It wasn't suitable for living creatures to remain inside, therefore, the keepers only entered at sunrise and left at sunset. It had just turned dark. I need to remember what day and date it is today. Later, with more information, I'll be able to figure out the keeper's rotation schedule. This way, I'll be able to act as the corresponding target at the right time. Klein reined in his thoughts as he listened attentively. Finally, he got up and bade farewell 30 minutes later. He smiled and said to Bishop Electra, "I'm wondering if I have the honor to listen to your preachings in the future." "No problem." Faced with a tycoon who had just donated £300, Bishop Electra couldn't reject him. He even happily nodded, "As long as you come to the cathedral and I have the time." Klein didn't harp on the details to prevent any suspicion. He earnestly thanked him and left St. Samuel Cathedral with Richardson. He returned home before 8, and enjoyed dinner as he leisurely spent the rest of his night. Late at night, inside the master bedroom, the sleeping Klein suddenly opened his eyes. His spiritual intuition told him that someone had infiltrated his mansion. Chapter 757, Dream Encounter. Someone has infiltrated the compound. Klein didn't immediately sit up. All he did was turn his body to the side and reached his left palm under his pillow. He secretly held death knell, and at the same time, he slowly spread his left hand open, preparing to activate creeping hunger. After knowing that it was difficult to find food for creeping hunger in Backland, he had infiltrated the prisons in Daisy Bay's Conant City, found an inmate on death row, and confirmed that there wasn't any mistake in the judgment before feeding him to the glove. The Rose school of thought has locked onto me. No, it's impossible for them to be that quick. Besides, if it's them, they wouldn't just come but would wait for an opportunity. They will seize the opportunity when I'm passing by a secluded spot and strike so as to not alarm Backland's official organizations. I donated too much money at the Moon Mass, causing criminals to target me. A generous tycoon who just came to Backland from a foreign land is indeed an easy target. Of course, I can't rule out the routine investigations of the Nighthawks. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein heard a soft noise coming from the balcony in the adjoining half-open room. Right on the heels of that, there was the sound of a lock turning as the floor-to-ceiling window was pulled open nearly silently. Klein carefully listened and sensed the footsteps pass through the half-open room and into the corridor. After a pause, the footsteps walked towards the master bedroom before passing it, turning the doorknob to his valet's room. He went into the wrong room. Or could it be that he's here to find Richardson? Klein's heart stirred as he released his grip on death knell. He then reached out to the iron cigar case, which wasn't too far. After he removed the wall of spirituality, an illusory figure in a dark red coat and old triangular hat appeared beside him. It then walked into the full-body mirror. When Senor, the wraith marionette, jumped to the glass window in Richardson's room, he saw a figure with orange-yellow skin, raven-black hair, and soft facial features walk out of the room. As for Richardson, he was silently sitting by the edge of his bed, his body leaning forward. His back was hunched up like he was fused into the darkness. Horror colored his face as he showed a weak and stumped expression. Finally, he fell silent. The person is indeed here for Richardson. His traits resemble that of someone from the southern continent. He's agile and skilled. He's likely not an ordinary person. This is a friend that Richardson got to know at the manor in the southern continent, or could it be a maternal relative? Richardson is only a valet with an annual salary of £35. What matter would need his help? Klein guessed as he used Senor's vision to observe. At that moment, he suddenly realized why Richardson was good at observation and often stayed in the balcony to size up any pedestrians. He was afraid of being found. I hope it's not too big a problem and won't affect my plans. I'll later divine the matter. If Richardson is unable to resolve the problem, I'll have to find an excuse to terminate his services. Seeing his valet lie back down, Klein pulled back his wraith marionette. Meanwhile, Leonard Mitchell, who lived at 7 Pinster Street, once again entered the fog-immersed Backland. He had previously questioned the Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, and received the news that Sherlock Moriarty didn't proactively involve himself in Lenevis's matter. Instead, he participated in a discussion after being hired. This made any suspicions regarding him drop drastically. If it wasn't because this detective had been slightly involved in Capham's matter, and how he had a close relationship with Emlyn White from the Harvest Church, Leonard Mitchell would have had thoughts of giving up the investigation to continue his search for Ince Zangwill. As Sherlock Moriarty didn't have many friends at the Quelaag Club, with one of them dying in the matter involving Prince Edisic while the other was reporter Mike Joseph, therefore, Leonard only had one target left: Drive. Aaron Series. From the dossiers, this doctor was once involved in a Beander matter of the monster pathway. After the item was swapped, he stopped being unlucky or having nightmares. His life returned back on track. Hey, Most people that Sherlock Moriarty know are involved in Beander matters. This detective sure isn't an ordinary someone, as Leonard thought. He rang the doorbell in Aaron Sirius's dream. Upon entering the dream, he casually found a sofa to sit in and said to Dr. Aaron, who was opposite him, "Tell me in detail how you got to know Sherlock Moriarty." In the dream, Aaron didn't lie. He started from how Mrs. Mary had introduced Sherlock Moriarty into the Quelaag Club, and how he was one of the recommenders. He continued until the detective suggested that he inform the Church of the Evernight Goddess's bishop about his abnormal matters. The truth is described in the dossiers. Sherlock Moriarty seems rather friendly towards the official Beander organizations, and he was endorsed by Isengard Stanton. Leonard glanced at the mustached Sherlock, which Dr. Aaron conjured, and retracted his gaze as he listened attentively. After Aaron finished recounting everything in detail, he said, "He headed to the south for a vacation, and he hasn't returned. I've been worried about him all this while. However, he's a detective filled with wisdom and a kind heart. I believe nothing bad will happen to him. I just wish that he can participate in the celebration of my child's birth." Perhaps, Leonard suspected that Sherlock Moriarty might never return to Backland. He then politely bade farewell and walked out of Dr. Aaron's dream. After taking a few steps forward, he subconsciously looked back and saw that inside the house with a garden, blurry spherical lights that represented different dreams filled the entire space. Everything was fine. Was it a mistake on my part? I keep feeling as though something about me is changing, Leonard muttered as he turned to fly to Pinster Street. Everywhere he could see was covered in dense fog. The street lamps were gloomy and pale. Suddenly, Leonard stopped flying as he cast his gaze at a building. In that house, there were about 5 spherical lights floating in silence, making it look different from the other buildings. However, Leonard's spiritual perception told him that there was apparently a black blob in the house which could absorb all light. Furthermore, he discovered that he didn't recognize the street he was at. He felt alarmed, suspecting if he had seen something he shouldn't see. He hurriedly retracted his gaze as he prepared to leave and head for his residence. At that moment, the building that looked ordinary sounded with a teasing voice. "Why don't you come in for a cup of tea?" Thoughts erupted in Leonard's mind as he flew up at high speeds without even thinking. In his spiritual perception, the terrace houses lining the back, the garden, and tiny buildings were burgeoning in size as the windows and doors turned into mouths that were biting at him. The nearby black street lamps were extending in height, making the surroundings appear like a forest of steel that seemed to stop Leonard. Leonard didn't stop or turn back. He felt a chill down his back as it became more obvious and deeper. His body slowly stiffened as though he was being grabbed by countless invisible hands. Just as he felt that he couldn't hold out any longer, he saw a familiar house where a familiar window and lights stood. He held his breath, plunged down abruptly, and fell back into his dream. Phew, he jolted awake and found himself drenched in cold sweat. Old man, what did I actually encounter? Leonard retracted his legs from the desk's edge and asked with a sense of lingering fear. The slightly aged voice in his mind replied after a few seconds, "I'm not sure." Leonard's eyelid drooped immediately as he didn't pursue the matter. He then cast his gaze out the window and saw lights everywhere in the Backland night sky. It was tranquil. "Sir, Ma'am Wahana Heisen is here." Richardson entered the room and said to Klein. Klein put down his papers and looked up, glancing at his valet. He discovered that he was still an apprehensive man of few words, silent and reserved. There was nothing odd with him. If it wasn't because the divination outcome was okay, suddenly firing an employee will incur suspicion, Klein silently mumbled. He stood up as though nothing had happened, and he got Richardson to help him wear his coat. 15 minutes later, he was holding his etiquette teacher, Wahana Heisen, in an embrace as he began to learn another common dance used at social events. "I feel as though I'll be losing my job in a few days." After a while, Wahana praised Dwayne Dantes for his progress. When she was done, she added, "However, you're still a little restrained. Although you don't have to act like intis men who cling closely to the ladies, you don't have to constantly maintain a distance. It's very normal to make occasional contact. The way you are behaving now makes you appear rigid and dull." Klein pulled her in a little and replied with a smile, "I was afraid of being rude." Does this mean that being too close to ladies is an act of rudeness? It also implies I'm full of charm, and that he might embarrass himself if he's too close. This is quite a euphemistic form of praise, Wahana thought and said with a smile, "You have learned well." The dance continued as Klein looked at Wahana Heisen's face as he asked warmly in a casual manner, "Ma'am, you seem frustrated." Wahana lowered her head and chuckled. It's nothing serious. My husband is a businessman, and he recently had some minor conflicts with some people. We can resolve the matter. Oh, your question was too direct. Before both parties have established a friendship, it's best not to ask about their matters, unless she has made it obvious. Compared to you who comes and goes in families of high society, thus, knowing many madams and ladies, as a tycoon who just arrived in Backland, I do lack the necessary social connections. Klein nodded gently and said with a smile, I thought we were no longer strangers. He then skipped the topic and began talking about his own experiences and his neighbors. Wahana would mention a few things in response, allowing Klein to better grasp the traits and preferences of his neighbor. After Wahana left, Klein stood at the door for some time before turning to say to his butler, Walter, find out what trouble Ma'am Wahana is facing. If she can't resolve it, we will provide her with some timely assistance. Chapter 758. Efforts will ultimately pay off. In the evening, Klein, who had just returned from St. Samuel Cathedral, was just about to enter the dining hall on the second floor when he saw butler Walter walk over and say with a polite bow, Sir, the matter you wished to be investigated has been completed. Klein didn't inquire further in front of the other servants as he staidly nodded. Let's talk in the study. Walter followed behind him and came all the way to the third floor. Richardson then opened the door and lit the gas wall lamp inside. Klein unhurriedly walked to his desk, sat down, and looked at the butler for the report. As Walter gestured Richardson to guard outside the door, he approached the desk and deliberated over his words. After the door closed again, he said, Ma'am Wahana's husband is a cloth merchant. He had been cooperating with someone and had invested £1,000 into it, but the other party ran off with the goods. She has already sought the help of Member of Parliament Matched and Ma'am Rihanna to urge the police department to crack the case as quickly as possible. However, the police usually doesn't dare to guarantee that they can find the target for such cases. Klein picked up the black fountain pen on his desk and stroked it. To Ma'am Wahana's family, £1,000 isn't a small sum. Based on what he knew, an ordinary home tutor didn't earn more than £150 a year. If the employer provided boarding and lodging, the salary would be even lower. Although Wahana served high society and had many employers, her annual income capped out at about £400 to £500. Furthermore, a large amount of her expenses would be spent on her dressing, posture, and looks, to prevent her employers from finding her unfitting as an etiquette teacher. Yes, her husband's income as a cloth merchant can only be considered average. To him, a £1,000 investment is a rather huge investment, Walter said by mincing his words. It's a lot for me too, Klein sighed and smiled. I just came to Backland, so I'm not very familiar with the police. Walter immediately replied, Sir, back when I was under the service of Viscount Conrad, I knew a few members of a Backland High-Ranking Police Officer Association. Backland High-Ranking Police Officer Association? That would be the most important members at Civilas Yard. Even the chief superintendents who are in charge of an entire borough might not be qualified for induction. Civilas Yard referred to the Backland Police Department. It got its name from the street it was located at. As expected of a butler who served under a noble family, Klein sighed inwardly as he smiled with a shake of his head. There's no need to do so for the time being. On this aspect, I'm sure Ma'am Wahana is able to seek the help of many people. Be it Member of Parliament Matched or others, all of them have the ability to make Civilas Yard place importance on the case. He paused and deliberately said in passing, I've seen the lower rungs of society, and I know their methods of survival. At times, the police might not be as useful as gang members or bounty hunters. Walter, go to the police department to retrieve the corresponding details and head over to the famous bars in the Backland Bridge area and East Borough to commission a bounty mission. Regardless if they find the corresponding criminals or the batch of cloth, I'll be giving them £200 in return. Heh, let's hope that those cheats had chosen to remain in Backland. A reward of £200. Walter repeated the sum as he couldn't help but steal a glance at his employer, as though he found it unbelievable that he would offer so much for Wahana's matter. He turned agape and was just about to say something but ultimately kept silent. All he did was seriously reply, All right, sir. I'll give you this money directly. Klein slowly got up and took out his wallet. As Walter received the thick wad of cash, he asked in thought, Should I tell Ma'am Wahana? Enlightened, Walter nodded with a bow. Your generosity will spread through this street. Zio, who had seriously combed her short, blonde hair before heading out, squeezed through the area filled with men that stank of alcohol and putrid sweat and arrived at the bar counter. She tapped the counter and asked the bartender, "Any new missions today?" If it were anyone else who asked without ordering any drinks, the bartender would have ignored them, but upon recognizing Zio, a bounty hunter who no one wanted drinking, he could only sigh and say, "A very handsome reward, 200 pounds. 200 pounds. Zio nearly suspected that she had heard wrong. Apart from Miss Audrey's missions, she had never seen such a handsome reward in East Borough or the Backland Bridge area. Even the mission to seek out Isaac Eggers that drove bounty hunters crazy had only offered 150 pounds. For an ordinary bounty hunter, completing a commission like this was enough for them to not work for a year. To Zio, it was equally important because she had been helping the mysterious man in the golden mask over the past few months. She had learned that the man was from MI9, and she was trying to earn enough contributions to exchange for the interrogator potion formula. Therefore, the reward she received when completing his tasks only paid a little. Most of it was exchanged towards her contribution goals, so all her savings came from the advantages that her sheriff sequence had given her to capture criminals. Once I receive the potion formula, I still have to spend money to buy the Beander ingredients, and I only have 300 odd pounds. Furs is right. Money isn't omnipotent, but it's sufficiently important. Upon having this thought, she looked at the bartender and asked cautiously, "What's the mission? Who commissioned it?" "Find a few cheats. They cheated the victim of cloth costing 1,000 pounds. As the bartender handed the details to Zio, he said, "The person who commissioned the mission looked like a butler. He called himself Walter, and he's in service of a Mr. Dwayne Dantes from Bachland Street. If you capture the cheats or find the cloth, you can head there to retrieve the bounty." Zio quickly flipped through the documents as something quickly formulated in her mind. She instinctively knew the direction in which to continue the investigations. "I'll take this mission," she said immediately with a nod. The bartender shrugged and said, "You aren't the only one. All the bounty hunters have taken on this mission. Besides, they have other ideas." "Like what?" Zio asked out of curiosity. The bartender chuckled. "They say that since Mr. Dwayne Dantes is so generous, they're willing to recommend themselves if he lacks a bodyguard. However, they later gave up on the idea since being a bodyguard isn't as free as being a bounty hunter. Even having drinks will have to wait until they're given time off." "That's not a problem for me, but I can only be a bounty hunter." Zio nodded, jumped off the high stool in front of the bar counter, and didn't waste time heading for the door. The next day, just as Klein finished breakfast and was preparing to head to his garden to have a stroll to aid in his digestion, butler Walter came in from outside and silently followed behind him until there wasn't anyone around. "Sir, there are 2 matters that need your attention," he said politely. 2 matters? Klein was somewhat surprised. He thought that there would only be one. "Yes, the first matter involves the 10% shares in the Backland Bike Company. Someone has already offered 10,000 pounds. Sir, do you still wish to continue in the bid? It has been raised to 10,000 pounds. "Not bad at all." Klein deliberately acted stumped as he thought. "I'm new in Backland, and there are many things that need me to hold back on. Let's leave it at that." "All right, sir." Walter then said, "The cheats who scammed Mam Wahana's husband of the cloth have been captured. The bounty hunter has already arrived and requested payment." "That quickly?" Klein turned his head in shock as he looked at his butler. If he had taken action himself, he was indeed capable of settling it that very day. After, he had dowsing rod seeking to find people, but the problem stemmed from the fact that most bounty hunters weren't seers. "Yes, perhaps it's a Beander good at tracking and searching for people." Klein made a preliminary judgment. Walter answered in confirmation, "Yes, it's much faster than I imagined." According to that bounty hunter, she did a reverse search from black market sales before finding the cheats. The black market peddlers gave in so easily. From the looks of it, they must have been taught a lesson with the fist. Klein nodded and said, "What's that bounty hunter's name?" "She's quite capable. She calls herself Zio," Walter answered truthfully. "No way," Klein almost stumbled. Thankfully, he had the impressive balance of a clown. After calming the upheavals through his heart while acting calm, he deliberated and said, "Keep the bounty hunter's contact method. Perhaps there might be a chance to gain her assistance in the future." "All right, sir." Walter didn't find any problems with Dwayne Dantes's instructions. Any decent member of high society kept some unofficial means to their chests. Klein didn't continue on the topic of Zio as he tersely said, "How much was reclaimed?" The cash and the yet-to-be-sold cloth from the cheats came up to about 850 pounds. Walter had apparently anticipated his employer's inquiry on the matter and had asked ahead of time. Very good, Klein nodded and said. After paying the bounty hunter, help her send the cheats and the goods to the nearby police station. Northborough Police Station. Wahana and her husband, Bacchus, looked at the high-ranking inspector in front of them as they asked in unison, surprise coloring their voices. It's been found. They've been caught. The high-ranking police inspector smiled in response. When he informed them how much cash and cloth was left, Wahana and Bacchus heaved a collective sigh of relief. They could afford £150 in losses. Furthermore, the remaining cloth still had space for greater appreciation and profit. In essence, they hadn't suffered much of a loss. They repeatedly thanked the inspector until someone invited Bacchus to identify the goods and criminals. Wahana sat there without losing her etiquette. She smiled at the high-ranking inspector and said, "Your efficiency has exceeded my expectations. I'm very curious as to how you found the bunch of cheats." Being aware that this beautiful and elegant lady knew a member of Parliament of the House of Commons, and that she would eventually learn the truth, the high-ranking inspector didn't hide it from her. In fact, it was completed by a bounty hunter. She investigated the black market of stolen goods and quickly caught the suspects. You even offered a bounty. Wahana seemed to gain a full understanding of the whole story. The inspector shook his head and said, "No, someone beat us to it. He offered £200. £200? Wahana asked in surprise. That wasn't a small sum of money, and it even exceeded the expected profit that her husband would earn from the sale. Seeing the inspector give an affirmative reply, Wahana couldn't help but ask, who was it that offered the bounty? The bounty hunter didn't say, but accompanying her was a gentleman dressed as a butler. The inspector simply described Walter's looks. Wahana vaguely guessed at the butler's identity as she leaned back slightly, muttering softly to herself, £200. In the afternoon, Wahana, who came to Member of Parliament Matched's house to teach his daughter etiquette, first thanked Mam Rihanna for extending their help. After the blackish-green-haired Rihanna said a few words of humility, she asked, "Wahana, I heard that you're Mr. Dwayne Dantes' etiquette teacher. I wonder what kind of person he is." Wahana deliberated and said, "He's a true gentleman. He's warm-hearted, generous, kind, educated, gentlemanly, and very knowledgeable." Rihanna nodded slightly upon hearing that before turning to look at her proud daughter and chuckled. "Unfortunately, he's a little too old, or he might make a good match. Well, I plan on inviting him to our ball this weekend." Chapter 759, First Dance. Saturday night, 8 p.m. Klein rode his high-end carriage and arrived at 39 Bauckland Street, Member of Parliament Matched's house, in 2.5 minutes. After stealing a glance at the lit fountain that was sloshing with water, he buttoned his tailcoat and walked down the carriage before strolling to the house's main entrance. Richardson held an exquisitely packaged bottle of Southville red wine and followed closely behind his employer. After walking through the main door, Klein instantly saw Member of Parliament Matched and his wife, Rihanna, walk over to welcome him. The former was wearing an olive-green army officer uniform with an orange-red sash around his waist and a few medals hanging from his chest. In the Lowen Kingdom, serving and retired officers enjoyed wearing their military uniforms at balls. The latter was wearing a yellow long dress with frilly sides and rarely seen, exquisite lace, making her look different from unmarried ladies. However, she also partially exposed her fair neck and her shoulders. Klein took the bottle of Southville red wine from Richardson's hand and handed it to Member of Parliament Matched before saying with a bow, "Sorry, I'm late by a few minutes." This was actually a common situation at Lowen balls. Guests would rather be late by a certain amount of time than be early. This was because the masters of the house might still be busy with the final preparations with the ball. It was the worst time for them to entertain guests, but of course, one had to ensure that they weren't late by more than 10 minutes. If Wahana hadn't specially taught him this, Klein would have definitely come early as a form of respect. "It's fine. The ball hasn't officially begun." Matched glanced at the Southville red wine as he handed it to his valet before nodding with a smile. At Lowen's high society engagements, one had to bring a gift for the master if it was their first time attending a ball. Alcoholic beverages were the most welcomed, but one had to keep in mind that the first gift had to be something locally produced. After greeting Matched, Klein looked towards Mam Rihanna and saw that she had slightly raised her right hand. Hence, he took one step forward and lifted her palm and bent his back to kiss it. "You illuminate the entire ball." Before the ball began, complimenting the masters of the house was a necessary step in Lowen's social events. And unlike Intis, Lowen's hand-kissing etiquette required the lady to gesture that it was possible before a gentleman could do the kiss, otherwise, it would be a serious faux pas. Likewise for your arrival, Ma'am Rihanna replied with a smile. Then, the couple led Dwayne Dantes through the corridor and into the main hall where a pleasant tune was echoing. After taking a few steps forward, Maury Match pointed at a lady in a sky-blue dress. My daughter, Hazel. Klein looked at the girl as his pupils suddenly constricted. He knew this girl. To be precise, he had seen her image before. Back when he had asked Rhodes where he could obtain a mystical item which could steal the Beander powers of others, the magic mirror had indicated a scene of an arrogant lady loitering in the sewers, and she was none other than Hazel Matched. She was a lady with wavy black-green hair and bright brown eyes. She has a mystical item that corresponds to a fire bandit. With her family conditions, why would she be loitering in the sewers? Is it some fortuitous encounter of hers? Was she searching for something or waiting for something in the sewers? She has already become a Beander. How did she become one? Could it be that she has a grandpa parasitizing in her body? Klein, who was donning the skin of Dwayne Dantes, instantly thought of many questions, but he pressed his hand to his chest as he bowed with an unperturbed look. Good evening, Miss Hazel. During this process, he stole a glance at Hazel Matched's face and discovered that she wore a composed look. There was an arrogance in her eyes, and all she did was smile politely and answer, Good evening, Mr. Dantes. She didn't have any abnormal reaction, which means that she's unable to sense the aura of the gray fog. At the very least, there's no grandpa parasitizing her. I can't be certain for now, and I'll have to continue observing. Klein stood up straight as he took a cup of pale gold champagne from a waiter's tray. He then began chatting with Member of Parliament Maury Matched. I never expected you to be a major. He could tell from the epaulette on Matched's shoulder. If he was a colonel, Klein would have even suspected if the gentleman was also a Beander, but it was hard to tell for a major. Haha, it's nothing. There are many opportunities to render meritorious services in Balam, Maury answered. Of course, the weather there is especially unsuitable. I've always been suggesting to the army's higher-ups to design a uniform for West Balam and to get rid of the traditional dark colors, otherwise, the officers will only feel as if they are beef waiting to be roasted. As for the enlisted soldiers, most of them wore red tops and white bottoms. Yes, the weather there is completely different from what it's like in the country. Even Daisy Bay isn't that hot. Klein indicated that he had been to the southern continent, and he had been to either East or West Balam to corroborate his hunting experiences that he had mentioned a few days ago. After a few minutes of small talk, Matched apologized and walked to the staircase with his wife. At the second floor, he raised a cup of red wine while standing by the railings facing the main door and said, Thank you everyone for coming to our ball. First, let us toast the deities. They are the source of everything beautiful. He and Ma'am Rihanna tapped 4 times on their chests as they softly praised the goddess. The other guests also praised the deities they believed in via their own means. Matched continued having his cup raised as he said with a smile, Second, a toast to the kingdom. It is a stable bedrock. To the kingdom. Klein raised his cup of champagne and spoke with the other guests around him. Following that, Matched surveyed the area and asked humorously, Finally, what shall we toast to? Klein's mind whirred as he said loudly with a smile, A toast to the improvement of the air in Backland. Matched was taken aback as he couldn't help but smile in response. Excellent. That's a great suggestion. A toast to the improvement of Backland's air. This is a symbol of us living better lives. Cheers. The fixing of the atmospheric pollution issue had always been one of his political ideals as a House of Commons Member of Parliament. He had ultimately been pushing for the corresponding bills, and he had played a significant role in the improvement of the environment. Therefore, toasting to the improvement in Backland's air was equivalent to toasting to himself. It was more euphemistic and more above board. All the guests echoed in a spirited burst as they finished the drinks in their hands. Right on the heels of that, Member of Parliament Matched held Ma'am Rihanna's hand, and they went down to the hall. They then started the opening dance in the mellow music. All the gentlemen present began finding their first partners to dance. Klein took another cup of champagne as he leisurely sized up the guests. Ma'am Mary is here as well. He swept his gaze and found someone familiar. As one of the major shareholders of the Coim Company, with a wealth amounting to tens of thousands, Ma'am Mary had formerly hired Sherlock Moriarty to investigate her ex-husband's act of adultery. She's a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, so it's normal that she has a close relationship with the Member of Parliament. Klein didn't attempt to invite her to a dance, since he here is Dwayne Dantes. He didn't know this lady who lived in another street. He retracted his gaze and looked elsewhere. He saw Hazel Matched holding a cup of white wine and standing to the side. She wore a clear smile of alienation as she watched the gentlemen lock onto their targets to invite them for a dance. This lady actually looks pretty good. She's dignified and pretty. She should have been the star at this ball, with people yearning to invite her to a dance. However, the way she exudes that look of arrogance, looking down at people with a supercilious look, makes any gentleman who casts his eyes on her shift over to another target. I've seen this look in the eyes of certain beyonders as well. They no longer think of themselves as mortal, and they often have a sense of superiority when facing ordinary folks. Heh. This implies that Miss Hazel is likely a Beyander. That's right, if she isn't a Beyander, how would she dare to loiter in the sewers? She's from the Marauder pathway. But how is she to act as a marauder or swindler with such arrogance? It's hard to imagine. Seeing that the hosts were almost done with the opening dance, he began seriously considering who he could invite. Dwayne Dantes is in his early 40s, so it isn't appropriate to invite a lady for his first dance, unless it's someone confirmed to be a junior. And the first dance of most ma'ams would be done with their husbands. I should be able to invite people I'm familiar with or the hosts. Klein swept the dance floor and found the only lady Dwayne Dantes was familiar with. It was his etiquette teacher, Wahana. Invite her? No, she likely already knows that I've secretly helped her. To invite her for the first dance can easily make her misunderstand. It might even affect her relationship with her husband and incur unnecessary trouble for Dwayne Dantes. It's not like I'm Emperor Russell who has a penchant for the wives of others. No, he has a penchant for everything. In short, I should avoid creating gossip. Klein shifted his gaze and heard the music change. It went from a mellow melody to something brisk. It was a piece of countryside music that was popular in central Lowen. It was well liked by nobles and was often used for the first dance. With the change in music, the gentlemen walked to the ladies and madams they had selected. Klein also noticed that no one approached Hazel matched. She's one of the hosts of this ball. Besides, I can observe her at a close distance. Heh. If she really is a Beyander of the Marauder pathway, it implies that the gray fog is able to converge Beyonders from the neighboring pathways of the Seer pathway. Klein wore a gentle smile as he unhurriedly walked to the arrogant lady. Miss Hazel, may I have the pleasure of a dance with you? Dwayne Dantes with his white sideburns gave a standard bow as he said. Hazel glanced at him and, after a few seconds of silence, said, "It will be my honor." She then extended her palm. Klein politely held her hand and entered the dance floor as they began a brisk and lively dance. Glancing at her beautiful but deadpan face, Klein said with a smile as he tried probing, "I just noticed that many young gentlemen wished to invite you to a dance, but they were unable to muster their courage." Hazel looked up and swept her gaze at him and said, "Mr. Dantes, that's not a polite topic." Klein choked, lost as to how to reply. Chapter 760. What a small circle. I thought she would contemptuously say that she doesn't like immature and incapable men, hinting that she isn't impressed with ordinary people. Who knew she can't even be bothered to answer this question? Hey, this sense of superiority will easily lead to a loss of control for subsequent advancements. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. From what he knew, Beyonders were only humans who had additional powers. It was equivalent to having plenty of money or status. In fact, they were still considered human and had no way of escaping human society. Only by reaching sequence 4 would one experience a qualitative change. Furthermore, most demigods continue being active in human society. Even the sequence 1 snake of fate will accept as being an obedient unborn fetus. Perhaps only at the level of blasphemer Amen and the others will they be able to view the real world as a god. Klein's mind whirred as he said, "I'm sorry. I was once a merchant who often spent time in the northern continent and southern continent, and I have had little experience with a ball." Heh, I mean, this type of ball. It's fine, Hazel replied calmly as though she didn't care about the topic he had just raised. If it were anyone else, they would have been at a loss for a conversation with this arrogant lady. All they could do was focus on the dance, but Klein was considered quite a knowledgeable and experienced person at this point. He knew quite a bit of the different Beyonders in the mysterious world, so with his apology, he said with a smile, "This is a challenge that isn't simpler than the sea. It similarly has beautiful scenery but hides countless difficulties. Of course, the sea also has stories of all kinds of treasures. Some of them are clearly fake, but others sound rather realistic but are impossible to verify. It's just like Death's Key that's ranked first amongst them." Death's Key. Hazel looked up at Mr. Dwayne Dantes, who was a lot taller than her. Indeed, a Beyander with a strong sense of superiority would often have their interest piqued when it's something that involves mystery. Klein chuckled inwardly and he nodded gently. Yes, it's rumored to be hidden somewhere in the Berserk Sea. He used the legends he had heard back when he was aboard the White Agate, as he added more of the details he had heard during his career as an adventurer. During this process, he couldn't avoid mentioning the 4 kings and the 7 pirate admirals. Hazel was clearly interested in these as she responded to Klein in a rare instance. She would even occasionally ask other questions, making the dance between them less awkward. Without realizing it, their dance came to an end. Klein skillfully ended the topic and switched to asking, "Do you plan on returning to where you were, or do you plan on heading over to get some food?" After a dance, the gentleman had to abide by the lady's wishes and send her to where she wished to go. It didn't have to be where she originally stood. Hazel opened her mouth as though she wished to ask further, but she ultimately didn't speak further. She nodded her head in a reserved manner, "Where I was. Hee, she clearly misses the stories at sea, she's just a big brat. As long as you grasp her temper and find what interests her, she's actually not difficult to interact with." Klein held back his smile as he sent Hazel back to the periphery of the dance floor where she previously stood. As for him, he acted casual as he walked to the long table that had all kinds of food placed on it. He picked up a plate and began to scoop a serving of pan-friend dragon bone fish, and he matched it with some sliced black pepper steak. Compared to the dance and entertaining others, food is the true essence of a gathering. As Klein thought, he worked hard at trying to make his appearance while eating appear elegant enough. At this moment, he saw Ma'am Mary walk over and fork a piece of foie gras soaked in red wine onto her plate. When Klein saw her glance at him, he politely smiled with a nod as a response. "How may I address you? I haven't met you before at the balls and banquets hosted by Member of Parliament matched." Perhaps it was because of Dwayne Dantes' gray sideburns and deep blue eyes that were very charming. The ordinary-looking Ma'am Mary with slightly high cheekbones took the initiative to ask. Klein laughed and replied, "I'm a merchant who just returned from Daisy Bay, Dwayne Dantes. I live on this street. Ma'am, do I have the honor of knowing your name?" Mary nodded in thought, and she roughly understood this man to be a merchant who was trying hard to enter high society, just like she was previously. She said with a smile, "Mary Schott, Coim Company's executive director." She didn't mention that she was the biggest shareholder of the Coim Company, or mention that she was a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. This was a low-and-styled euphemism. "Mary Schott. She has taken up her original last name. Right, she has already divorced." Klein silently thought to himself and said with a smile, "I know of this company. Its main business is in anthracite and high-quality coal. It has expanded rapidly in the past few months. Heh. To be frank, I have the intention of investing in it, but I don't seem capable of competing with the rest." After the atmospheric bills were passed, there was a drastic increase in the demand of anthracite and high-quality coal. Coim Company managed to develop itself in ways that exceeded its past efforts. Its overall valuation had already exceeded £250,000. Klein wasn't shooting his mouth when talking about investing, but that he believed that this industry would become even more important in the coming years until humanity found a resource to replace it. Mary had always been very proud of the National Atmospheric Pollution Report she pushed for, as well as the development of the Coim Company, so she couldn't help but smile when she heard that. This is because people are beginning to pay attention to the environment that they are living in. Having said that, she gently sighed and said, "As it gets better, trouble also increases as a result." Having just acquainted himself, Klein didn't ask about the trouble. With his prior acquaintance with Ma'am Mary, he easily found a topic of interest and had a good conversation with her. Her attitude towards Sherlock Moriarty and Dwayne Dantes is very different. Despite being someone she knows, just a change in looks and identity will be given a brand new form of treatment without any problems arising. This feeling is truly magical. As they chatted, Klein felt wistful as he felt that the additional faceless potion he had consumed was quickly digesting. After a few minutes, a handsome man with bright blonde hair walked over with a cup of red wine. He smiled at Ma'am Mary and said, "Mary, what are you talking about?" "Hibbert, this is Mr. Dwayne Dantes from Daisy. His experiences at sea and West Balam are truly interesting." Mary immediately introduced the two. "Dwayne, this is Mr. Hibbert Hall, the eldest son of the Earl of Eastchester. We should be calling him Lord, but he prefers people to address him as Mr. Chief Secretary. He's the Chief Secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. I've heard you mention him before." Of course, that was when the identity, Sherlock Moriarty, was still active, the Earl of Eastchester is a major noble in the nation. He's considered the top brass when it comes to high society. Klein politely bowed without appearing overly low. Please permit me to convey my thanks as an ordinary citizen. The work of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council has allowed us to live in better living environments. Hibbert Hall was rather pleased with such sincere gratitude, so he smiled in reply. This is all thanks to the hard work all of us have put in. By the side, Mary said with a smile, Dwayne, don't mention such matters again. You will make Hibbert arrogant. No, I was just joking. He's more humble than all the noble children I know. He should be having a vacation in the Eastchester County's fief at this time and spending his time hunting with his friends, but he immediately returned after I sent him a telegram informing him that I was invited to this ball by Member of Parliament Matched. It's not only for this ball. There are many things that require my attention. My father, Earl Hall, would also frequently commute between Backland and our fief before June, Hibbert seriously explained, a gentleman who places great importance on his social image. Klein made a preliminary judgment. When Mary heard that, she asked in passing, is there anything still keeping you back? When are you leaving Backland? Most of my work has already been completed. There's only one matter left. Heh. My sister, Audrey, is very interested in the Backland Bike Company's 10% shares. She hired a specialized team to help her in the negotiations, and I'm responsible for overseeing the matter, Hibbert said without much thought. Backland Bike Company's 10% shares. What a coincidence. I have to say that the circle of high society is quite small after all. Klein sighed inwardly as he deliberately mentioned, I also found a team to attempt to purchase the 10% shares, but I only managed to offer up to £9,000. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to compete with the other competitors and could only give up. Hibbert glanced at him with a look of surprise. You have good taste. He didn't mention how much his side's bid was, to prevent his competitor from participating again. £9,000, Mary silently muttered, realizing she had underestimated Dwayne Dantes' wealth. At this moment, the music for the third dance sounded. Hibbert Hall turned to Mary and said, May I have the pleasure of a dance with you? That's what I've been waiting for. Mary immediately extended her hand. This made Klein unable to exchange name cards with them. However, he wasn't in a rush, because it was still some time before the ball ended. After getting another plate of food, he enjoyed it while looking at the dance floor, admiring the madams and ladies dancing. During this process, he noticed that Member of Parliament Matched and Ma'am Rihanna were mingling with different guests from time to time, having happy conversations with them and even dancing with them. According to Walter, after confirming the guest list, the hosts need to seriously conclude every guest's preference and background, so as to tailor a different topic of conversation or jokes for them. This is to make everyone feel as though they are being treated uniquely. Socializing in high society sure is troublesome. Heh. This might be why Lonus gentlemen tend to have receding hairlines, Klein lampooned as he sighed in reflection. He retracted his gaze and looked at his cleared plate. He seriously considered if he should invite another lady or madam to a dance, or if he should eat a little more. At this moment, he caught Hazel Matched's figure through the corner of his eye. She was heading for the third story with hurried footsteps. Chapter 761, Good People and Good Deeds. What happened? Klein instantly tensed up. He had experienced too many accidents in the past, and he knew that he easily found himself involved in meander matters. Upon encountering something similar, he couldn't help but subconsciously be on alert. It did resemble some form of post-traumatic stress disorder. After seriously watching Hazel Matched's figure disappear from the staircase, Klein sensed that she was only in a hurry and wasn't panicking. This means that she has the matter under control. Besides, Matched is a member of Parliament of the House of Commons, a member of high society just below the nobles in the kingdom. There should be beyonders around protecting him. Yes, Earl Hall's eldest son is here too, so his bodyguards must be beyonders as well. Besides, St. Samuel Cathedral is only a 10-minute carriage ride from Buckland Street. If anything were to really happen, the Nighthawks, priests, and bishops would rush over. Unless one has made up their mind to sacrifice themselves, no one would create an accident at this ball. Klein gradually calmed down and had another guess regarding Hazel's situation. She was rushing to the third story to resolve the negative effects of the mystical item. The question Klein had asked Rhodes previously was where he could obtain a mystical item which could steal the meander powers of others, and one of the answers he received was Hazel Matched. Thinking back to their dance, Hazel's image rapidly reconstructed in Klein's mind with her different accessories as his focus. Hair ornaments, earrings, necklace, brooch, fishnet gloves, which one could it be? Klein retracted his gaze and found himself thirsty. Hence, he picked up a cup of water and downed it. Just as he put down the cup, he saw his etiquette teacher, Wahana Heisen, approach him with a plate. This lady was dressed in a red dress, but she didn't look tawdry. She smiled at Dwayne Dantes and said, "I noticed that you don't enjoy drinking alcohol." "I've once missed an important matter as a result of drinking." Klein randomly fleshed up Dwayne Dantes' character as an experienced person with depth. Of course, he knew how to restrain himself. He didn't use his faceless powers to remove a finger to prove how determined he was when making that former oath. When Wahana heard that, she smiled and thought, "Your past is filled with mystery. This is fatally attractive to many young ladies." She didn't continue on the topic as she said, "I forgot to tell you that the problem my husband faced has been resolved." Klein picked up a cup of champagne and raised it. He then said with a smile, "This is something to be happy about. Congratulations." He didn't mention anything about him helping in secret. Wahana gave him a deep, penetrating look as she raised the cup of red wine in her hand. "Cheers." After clinking cups and taking a sip, Klein politely excused himself, put down his cup, and headed for the washroom. This wasn't because he wanted to head above the gray fog, but was solely due to the negative effects of Death Knell. He had drunk too much water and needed to relieve himself. When he walked out of the washroom, Klein looked up at the staircase that led from the second story to the third story. He found Hazel Matched walking down with unhurried footsteps. She wore an unperturbed expression. Indeed, it wasn't a huge problem. It's likely a result of the negative side effects of the mystical items she possesses. I wonder what it is. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he casually swept the dance floor. During the interlude between two songs, he walked over to a lady and invited her to a dance. With Dwayne Dantes' appearance and bearing, his invitation was undoubtedly accepted. With him dancing, eating, chatting, and eating again, the ball slowly came to an end as the guests bade farewell one after another. Having completed his mission of exchanging name cards, Klein did the same. However, he wasn't the first or last person to leave. The hall soon turned silent as Ma'am Rihanna monitored the servants while they cleaned up the area. Meanwhile, she beckoned for her daughter, Hazel Matched. "Mr. Dwayne Dantes' performance was better than I imagined. Many ladies had even asked me about him in private," Ma'am Rihanna said in a veiled manner. "Hazel, what's your impression of him when you were dancing and chatting with him? You're a lot more mature than girls your age. I believe in your taste and judgment." She knew her daughter very well, and she had deliberately added the last sentence. Otherwise, Hazel was unlikely to be interested in giving a detailed answer. Hazel wasn't that arrogant when facing her mother. She said after some thought, "He's not very familiar with this circle, and he easily mentions topics that can be offensive, but he's very knowledgeable." "Very knowledgeable." Ma'am Rihanna was slightly surprised as she repeated her daughter's words. With her understanding of Hazel, this was a rather good compliment. She couldn't help but be worried that her daughter had taken a liking to Dwayne Dantes. "Hazel thinks little of the eligible bachelors around her because they are too young, inexperienced, and incapable. Dwayne Dantes happens to be the kind of man that girls who mature early like." Rihanna suddenly felt a little regret inviting the gentleman to the ball. She knew that with Hazel's personality, she might very well elope if she were to suffer any objection to her newfound love. Hazel seemed to sense her mother's thoughts and said without emotion, "I only like men who are sufficiently powerful." Phew. Rihanna silently heaved a sigh of relief as she was no longer worried about the problem from before. This was because Hazel was a girl who found lying beneath her. Late at night, Hazel got up from bed. With her night vision, she changed into clothes that facilitated movement. She climbed down from her bedroom's balcony and carefully avoided her family's bodyguards. She went all the way to the garden and came to the middle of Bachland Street. Not every sewer manhole allowed a human passage with vertical metal ladders. Hazel adeptly moved the manhole cover away and climbed down before closing the cover from underneath. Nearly 45 minutes after, she moved the manhole cover again and returned into the shadows of the street. At this moment, Hazel saw a shadow nimbly flip into a garden nearby. Unit 160, she read the corresponding address. It was none other than Dwayne Dantes' residence. On the manor's third story, Klein was once again awoken from his sleep due to his spiritual intuition. He had the urge to capture the infiltrator that disturbed his sleep and feed it to creeping hunger. This time, he directly opened his iron cigar case and released his wraith marionette. Senor, in his dark red coat, first walked into the full-body mirror before leaping over to the oriel window in his valet's room. He observed Richardson and saw the valet sit up as he looked at the door with fear and anxiety. The door silently opened as a shadow flashed in. Under the crimson moonlight, the infiltrator exposed brownish-yellow skin, a soft outline, and short curly black hair. He obviously hailed from the southern continent. With a gloomy cold aura, he stood by the door and looked at Richardson, saying in a deep voice, "Have you decided? Do not believe that you can attain your calm life by leaving. Inside of you flows the blood of death's subjects. You are destined to give up everything to restore God's glory. Think about your deceased mother. Think about the insults you once suffered. Do you wish that your child will grow up under the contemptuous looks of others, to be a servant of others forever? But, what can I do?" Richardson lowered his head as he said with great difficulty. "Wait for the mission." The infiltrator's voice turned gentler. Richardson didn't commit to an answer as he seemed to be struggling inwardly. As for the infiltrator, he didn't seem to care about his hesitation. He treated it as though Richardson had agreed, turned around, left the room, and traced his steps back. Death's subject, someone from the numinous episcopate, or another organization that's trying to restore Balaam. Having witnessed everything, Klein leaned back into bed and silently said, "What mission would they give Richardson? Steal my money to provide funds for the organization? Or will they create a terrorist incident at one of the balls of high society?" At that moment, the infiltrator had climbed down from the balcony, passed through the garden, and flipped over the perimeter fence made of steel bars. Suddenly, he saw a figure pounce over from his left. He dodged as he clenched his fist and threw a punch. The punch hit the black figure, but it pierced straight through. It was as though he had struck a shadow created by the street lamp. Meanwhile, he suffered a heavy blow to the back of his head as he fainted onto the ground. Hazel's figure immediately surfaced behind the infiltrator as she wore an excited expression. It was as though she had completed a successful scam. She quickly reined in her emotions as she maintained her arrogant demeanor. She turned to look at the black metal gates of 160 Bachland Street. This girl bent her back and held the infiltrator by the arm as she dragged him to Dwayne Dantes' doorstep. Immediately after that, Hazel let go of her left hand, cleaned up any traces, walked forward with her chin slightly lifted, and pulled the doorbell. Then, she quickly departed, heading straight to her home through the shadows in the street. And on a street lamp outside Unit 160, on the black metal gate was a piece of glass. It reflected a figure wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat. It had seen the entire process. How should I deal with this? Inside the room, Klein was stumped. He knew that Hazel was doing a good anonymous deed for her neighbor to finish off an infiltrator, but this way, if his butler were to make a police report, the matter would be investigated in detail, causing the matter to be transferred to the Nighthawks. When the time came, whoever struck the infiltrator unconscious would become an important question. If Klein was really an ordinary person, it wouldn't have mattered. He could allow the Nighthawks to carry out their investigation. However, not only was he a powerful Sequence 5 Beander, but he was also scheming to steal an item from behind Channy's gate. He didn't wish for any external setbacks to spoil his plans, or else he would have to change identities once again. To be frank, his earliest solution was to find a way to terminate Richardson's services. However, what he had heard changed his mind a little. If I were to terminate Richardson's services, it would be equivalent to pushing him into the abyss despite his desire for a quiet life. It will force him to mix with those people. Unfortunately, Dwayne Dantes has a mission, otherwise, helping him in passing wouldn't be difficult. Klein sighed as he thought. 10 seconds later, the unconscious infiltrator suddenly stood up, cracked his neck, and hid in the nearby shadows. And at this moment, Butler Walter had walked out of the house's main door after hearing the doorbell. Chapter 762, Nation Reestablishment Society. At the gates, Walter used the light from the street lamps and discovered no one was outside through the gaps. The street was silent. For an instant, Walter suspected if he had heard wrong and that the doorbell hadn't rung. He composed himself, and he quickly walked to the servant quarters at the back of the compound. He woke up a few servants and got them to carry double-barreled hunting rifles to begin patrolling the main building so as to prevent any bandits or burglars from infiltrating. Walter didn't immediately get the police, because nothing had happened yet. The doorbell from earlier might have been a prank from a tramp. Meanwhile, under the nearby sewers, the infiltrator was holding onto the metal handles as he slowly headed down into the unlit area. He soon came to a halt, leaned back onto the moss-covered wall, and slowly slid down to sit down on the dirty ground. His eyes closed again as though he was still in an unconscious state. In front of him, a middle-aged man wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat instantly appeared. He was none other than Klein's marionette, Wraith Senor. Senor bent down, rummaged through the infiltrator's pockets and found 7 solely and 11 pence, as well as tiny cloth bags containing different kinds of powders. Inside the room, Klein remotely controlled his marionette from dozens of meters away. As he identified the powder, he discovered that his theories were correct. They were all herbal powder in the death domain, and a portion of them could be used for spirit channeling. He was very likely to be a Beander from the corpse collector pathway that hailed from Balaam. Even if he hadn't reached sequence 7 spirit medium, it was very normal for him to prepare the corresponding herbal powders, essential oils, and extract. After all, these materials weren't only used for spirit channeling. Immediately, Klein controlled Senor to set up a ritual to pray to the fool. Then, he went above the gray fog to respond, allowing Senor to complete what followed. After doing all of this, he returned to the real world and continued controlling Senor, allowing him to channel the spirit. Passing through a storm of glimmers, Klein saw the infiltrator's spirit. He appeared listless, blurry, and translucent. "What's your name? What faction do you belong to?" Senor asked with a deep voice. The infiltrator answered blankly, "Godlike. I belong to the Black Skeleton Gang." Black Skeleton Gang. I believe it's a gang that's active around the border of East Borough in the dock area close to the Backland Bridge area. It's mainly filled with people of Balaam heritage. Although they aren't as barbaric and boorish as the Z-Manger gang, they aren't strangers to violence. As Klein recalled the intelligence he had previously gathered, he made Senor continue asking. "What do you mainly do? Why are you looking for Richardson?" Godlike answered in a muddled state, "We are fighting for God. We were originally members of the Balaam Nation Reestablishment Society. We established the Black Skeleton Gang to grasp various intel and obtain funds. Apart from that, we also have another mission. It is to seek out any items related to death, and send it back to the southern continent. This time, we obtained verified information that in Earl Wolf's collection is a mask taken out from the Eggers family mausoleum. This family is a descendant of God. For this mask, we need to send someone to infiltrate Earl Wolf's household as a servant or infiltrate during one of the balls and banquets he hosts. And Richardson is an excellent choice. He has no history with any of the other organizations, and he's an experienced servant. The servants of nobles are often inherited. It's obviously not easy to infiltrate. Only short-term employments will be made if there's a sudden need for plenty of manpower. Speaking of which, there really is such a situation. At the ball today, a few ladies had mentioned that some nobles who are financially tight will sell lots of their lands and manors, and also dismiss nearly all their servants, leaving fewer than 10 to serve them, so as to barely maintain a decent lifestyle. When there are large-scale balls or banquets that require manpower, they would spend money to hire a bunch of temporary workers from the Family Servant Assistance Association to keep up a front. Also, Earl Wolf actually has a mask from the descendants of Death's family. I recall Mr. Isaac's last name to be Eggers. Unfortunately, I don't wish to be disturbed by any accidents at the moment, otherwise, I might have come up with a way to help Mr. Isaac obtain that mask. Klein mumbled silently and made Senor continue asking. "How do you know Richardson?" Godlike said blankly, "We got to know each other at a manor in East Balaam. Back then, we were both slaves. Among the slaves, there are people who secretly spread the faith of death. Richardson, his mother, and I couldn't help but become believers of death in such a life. We secretly joined an organization that had a lot of influence among the slaves there. Later, Richardson's mother passed away from an illness, and he was brought to Backland, while I stayed in East Balaam before I found an opportunity to escape. A few years later, I was sent to Backland, and I chanced upon Richardson. He actually forgot about his mother's death and the abuse he had once received. He forgot his faith towards God, and had his will eroded by what he called a peaceful life. To avoid me, he deliberately made mistakes and kept switching employers, but how could he have guessed that his former companion is no longer an ordinary human? Everyone has the right to choose as long as they don't harm others. However, Richardson and I are two different kinds of people." In the room, Klein closed his eyes and made Senor ask in a deep voice, "What's the organization that is very influential among the slaves?" Godlike hesitated for a moment and said, "The Eternal Life Society. Those who believe in death will obtain eternal life in the underworld once they leave the real world that's filled with pain and sorrow." Eternal Life Society, I'm aware of this. It's a branch of the Numinous Episcopate. As a former Nighthawk, Klein knew quite a lot about such matters. He continued controlling Senor to interrogate Godlike, and he obtained plenty of information regarding the Eternal Life Society, East Balam Nation Re-establishment Society, and the Black Skull Gang, while confirming that Godotpos and his gang had their hands covered in the blood of the innocent. After finishing the spirit channeling and clearing up any traces, he waited 30 minutes before letting the wraith enter Godotpos's body, controlling him to climb out of the sewers and returning back into the shadows of the streets. And at this point, the servants in 160 Bachland Street, who were wielding double-barreled hunting rifles, were no longer as vigilant while doing their patrolling rounds. They seemed to believe that any latent danger had passed. Klein pretended as though he didn't notice anything as he continued sleeping in his master bedroom. However, he had already set up a ritual to summon and respond to himself. With Azek's copper whistle, the iron cigar case, and creeping hunger, he silently left his residence in the form of a spirit. He followed behind Godotpos and constantly maintained a distance of 80 meters. By using his marionette to possess this hostage, he made him circle to another street and board a rental carriage by the side of the road. About an hour later, Godotpos returned to the headquarters of the Black Skeleton Gang, a tiny house situated near the docks. There were plenty of firearms stashed away here, with several operatives that were sent from the East Balam Nation Re-establishment Society. They formed the upper ranks of the Black Skeleton Gang. Following the method that was agreed upon, Godotpos knocked on the door, and he said to a member who came towards him, "Richardson has submitted." "Very good." The member inattentively shot Godotpos a glance, made way for him, and gave him passage. Godotpos surveyed the area and found the high-yield explosives in a bunch of rifles stacked in the corner of the house. A few of the top brass of the Black Skeleton Gang were gathered together, discussing something. Godotpos, "Want a smoke?" The member from before handed him a cigarette. This was a cigarette fashioned to the preferences of the southern continent. They were made from dried tobacco leaves mixed with tiny amounts of herbs. Godotpos received the cigarette and casually picked up a box of matchsticks from the table, took out a few sticks, and lit them. Then, he threw the few burning matchsticks to the corner where the easily flammable explosives were. Everyone present looked at Godotpos with a dumbfounded look, momentarily at a loss as to what had happened. On a public bench dozens of meters away, Klein sat there as the flames blazed behind him, a hot gust of air swarming out of the house. A few seconds later, Senor in his dark red coat appeared beside him, with some signs of being burned. The wraith held his hand to his chest and bowed before returning inside the gold coin inside the iron cigar case. "Unfortunately, I won't be able to pick up the Beander characteristics, otherwise, it wouldn't appear like an accident. It'll definitely be suspicious if the upper echelons of the Black Skeleton Gang don't have any Beanders." Klein silently sighed as he cleared any traces before ending the summoning and returning above the gray fog. The next morning, he got up and washed up as though nothing had happened. He then waited for his valet to bring in a change of clothes. Richardson entered in silence as he finished his work skillfully. Following that, he took a step back and bowed his head. "Sir, after serving you this week, I wish to resign." He typically received a weekly salary from housekeeper Tanaja. "Why?" Klein looked at himself in the mirror as he adjusted his vest. Meanwhile, he leisurely thought, "Not bad at all. You know how to resign by your own volition and not bring trouble to your employer." Richardson had already thought of an excuse. "I believe I'm lacking in ability to be a valet. At last night's ball, I realized how lacking I was when I was interacting with the servants of the other guests. Everyone begins with zero experience. Few grew up with experience. Consider it again, and give me your final answer tomorrow." "Yes, sir." Richardson didn't speak further as he took the initiative to leave the room. He went to the first floor to help his employer pick up the morning papers. During this process, he would always first flip through it and place the most interesting articles at the top. While flipping through, his gaze froze as he focused on an article. An explosion happened at 79 Dirham Street in the Backland Bridge area. It's suspected to be related to the Black Skeleton Gang. According to the police, all the upper echelons of the Black Skeleton Gang died in this accident, including Lima, Morera, Godotpos. This, Richardson shook his head, suspecting that he was dreaming. Chapter 763, Mr. By .160 Bachland Street, inside the dining hall on the second story. Klein had just bitten into the buttered toast his servant had served him when he saw his butler walk in. Walter bowed and said, "Sir, a person of unknown origins pulled our doorbell last night. As it was already very late, I didn't wake you up, and instead got the servants to patrol the area with the double-barreled hunting rifles. If you so permit it, I'll visit the nearby police station to get them to reinforce the patrols on this street at night. To employ such a butler, there aren't any flaws aside from him being expensive. Klein nodded slightly and drank the fresh milk that had been delivered to him. 39 Bachland Street, Member of Parliament Matched's house. Hazel entered the activity room on the second floor and saw her mother, Rihanna, chatting with the housekeeper. What happened? She pushed a lock of black-green hair to the back of her ear. Rihanna chuckled and said, someone rang Dantes' doorbell late last night. A prank? Hazel sat down. No one knows. Anyways, Dantes' butler specially went to the police station this morning. Rihanna recounted what she had learned from her servant. Hazel nodded slightly and said, it's best to have the police involved. But it's useless. No one knows who pulled the doorbell. Apparently, there wasn't anyone there. Rihanna laughed while shaking her head. Hazel was taken aback as she blurted out, there wasn't anyone there. That's right. Dantes' butler only seemed to ask the police to double their efforts on the night patrols on our street. That's good news. As the wife of a member of Parliament of the House of Commons, and the daughter of a famous lawyer, Rihanna had very good relations with the police. Not a single person, Hazel repeated softly before falling into silence. After a while, she left the activity room and returned to the third story. Along the way, she couldn't help but clench her fist and swing it as though she was testing something. In between her brows was a clear look of puzzlement. Inside his bedroom, Klein looked at the large pile of gold coins in front of him. All he saw was the shiny color of gold. There was a total of 4,000 pounds of gold coins. After a week of gathering funds, Admiral of Stars Catalia had finally completed the transaction for the Scales of Luck. Apart from the gold coins, she had also paid another 6,500 pounds in cash. To be honest, having a pile of gold coins is way more visually shocking than a pile of cash of the same size. As Klein sighed, he took out the 13 Lowen gold coins he received from Senor, from his pocket and threw it into the pile. After doing all of this, he took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Silently, Reinette Tinecare appeared in front of him with the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand. Ma'am, this is the first installment, a total of 4,013 pounds. Klein retracted his gaze from the pile of gold coins and looked at Miss Messenger. He was actually quite curious as to how Miss Messenger would move such a huge pile of gold coins. He remembered that she always used her teeth when collecting letters. Very good, you still have 5,987, Reinette Tinecare's heads said one after another. There's no need to remind me, Klein forced a smile and said, I'll try to gather the rest as soon as possible. Reinette Tinecare didn't speak further as one of the heads tried hard to open its mouth. Suddenly, the area before her turned dark and deep. All the gold coins were sucked up by vortex-like surging water. In a few short seconds, the large pile of gold coins vanished. Reinette Tinecare's 4 heads nodded at the same time before returning to the spirit world. I still have 8,156 pounds and 5 Lowen gold coins. I can barely be considered a tycoon. I could actually afford any investment opportunities if they appear, and it won't just be me raising the price and mentioning it in passing. This way, I won't be suspected to be a cheat for the time being. Heh, be a little optimistic. Perhaps the investment opportunity might allow me to earn back the money I spent. It's always fast to make money work for you. Klein silently exhaled as he cast his gaze out the window, forcing himself to enjoy the thinly fogged streets. At night time in the East Borough, the surrounding area was pitch black due to the few street lamps available, along with many of them being damaged. It was as though there were countless monsters and criminals lurking within. Zio Derecha wore a hooded cloak, turned into a small alley, and came outside to what seemed like a dilapidated house. This was the new gathering in East Borough she had previously mentioned to Furs. Zio wasn't in a rush to knock on the door with the agreed-upon signal. She first looked down to check her attire. Unlike how she usually dressed, she wore a pair of long boots. They didn't look odd, but Zio knew very well that the soles were very thick. She had stuffed plenty of things inside, allowing a person to, magically, appear taller, and this effectively hid Zio's greatest characteristic. Feeling assured by the presence of her triangular blade, Zio pulled her hood up and knocked on the door with the signal. Soon, she was led into an activity room inside as she randomly found a spot to sit down. After the participants had mostly arrived, the host of the gathering finally walked in. He was of medium build, with a height of about 1.75 meters. He wore a black classical robe, a pointed mage hat, with a brass mask on his face. He gave off an ancient and mysterious vibe. rather dark skin, but it's not exactly brown. He resembles someone from Fainapotter or Daisy Bay, but I can't be sure. It might be a tan, he has raven black curly hair. This does match my first guess. Zio sized him up as a sheriff. The man in the brass mask looked around the room before laughing deeply. You can call me Mr. X. Mr. X. Zio couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. After becoming an outer circle member of MI9, she had learned quite a bit of the situations regarding the secret organizations, and that included the Aurora Order. Therefore, she knew very well that the oracles of the Aurora Order used alphabets as their code names, and they enjoyed addressing themselves as Mr. or Ma'am. And from her point of view, to address themselves in front of others in such a manner was obvious exposure of their identity and background. After all, the members who participated in these gatherings were mostly Beyonders who were lacking in knowledge. Isn't he afraid that others would report him? It's no wonder the gentleman from MI9 said that the Aurora Order is filled with lunatics, that there's no way to understand their actions with the logic of the average person. Ever since Mr. A vanished, there have been a few gatherings in Backland that had impersonators, or gatherings that were hosted by his associates for their own benefit. The hosts were quickly reported and ended up being arrested. It's not necessarily the case that Mr. X is from the Aurora Order. Perhaps, he's just like the others. Zio retracted her observing gaze and silently watched the gathering continue. She seldom reported matters, because she had experience as an unaffiliated Beyander. She knew it wasn't easy to survive in this world with such identities. So long as there wasn't any accidents, she wouldn't provide such intel to MI9. If it's confirmed that he's an oracle of the Aurora Order, I'll report him. These people are all lunatics. They will bring about extreme danger. As Zio thought over the matter, she watched the others exchange information and complete trades. She didn't participate much in it, firstly because there wasn't any information or item of interest, and secondly, she was saving up for her interrogator potion. After the end of the gathering, she returned to her residence at Sherwood Borough. Zio saw Furs wearing a face mask that was said to be able to moisturize faces as she lay there leisurely reading. How was it? How was that gathering? Furs asked, pretending as though she wasn't interested. Zio threw her cloak to the side and said, there were quite a number of participants, and there were quite a number of items as well, but they were mostly for low-sequence Beyonders. No one will offer anything good at the first gathering, Furs said as she lowered the novel in her hands. Yeah, Zio nodded and said, the organizer of the gathering calls himself Mr. X, but no one knows if he's related to Mr. A. Mr. X, a suspected Aurora Order oracle, could he be Louis Wien? Furs's attention was caught as she languidly leaned back and asked, what does he look like? He wore a mask. Zio rolled her eyes at her. Do you think I have the ability to see through an obstacle? No. I mean his build. Furs had seen Louis Wien's full figure thanks to her teacher, Dorian Gray, and knew his characteristics. As a sheriff, Zio easily restored Mr. X's appearance and asked out of puzzlement, regardless if he's related to Mr. or not, isn't he worried that he'll be reported for having such a name? After Furs heard Zio's description and saw the portrait she made with her sheriff powers, she was delighted. There was a high chance that Mr. X was the traitor of the Abraham family, Louis Wien. He's not afraid of being reported because he's a traveler. He can calmly escape no matter what happens. If the official organizations were to use their experience like how they dealt with Mr. A, there's really no way they can restrain him, Furs silently mumbled. She stopped talking about the topic and switched to something else. After Zio went to take a bath, she hurriedly used her powers as an astrologer to ask her spirituality, and she stacked Louis Wien's image with Mr. X's image before obtaining the answer that they were one and the same. It's really him. Furs stood up as she paced about in excitement and glee in the living room. Her first thought was to report this to the various major churches, and also include the tip-off that the target had the powers of a traveler. Following that, she recalled her prior attempt at hiring Mr. World to assassinate Louis Wien. Regardless, I should first ask Mr. World if he's free to take on this mission. I can't offend him. Upon recalling everything that Mr. World had done, Furs couldn't help but shiver. After making up her mind, she first checked that Zio was having a bath and wouldn't come out anytime soon before praying to Mr. Fool, please tell Mr. World that the Aurora Order's oracle, Louis Wien, has appeared, and there's a high probability that he's a traveler, codenamed Mr. X. Chapter 764. First Investigation. Klein was returning from St. Samuel Cathedral to Bauckland Street on a four-wheeled carriage when he heard the stacked illusory pleas. A female, it's nothing urgent. All he did was make a rough judgment and didn't immediately head above the grey fog to respond. Sweeping his glance at the street lamps which were dispelling the darkness, Klein retracted his gaze and raised the white porcelain with gold rims to take a sip. Beside him, Richardson noticed this and said after mustering his courage, "Sir, I've thought it through. You're very right, everyone starts with zero experience. Few grow up with experience. Thank you for giving me this chance to grow." After confirming that Godotpo's and gang were dead, he was finally at ease as he began considering his professional career. Switching employers repeatedly in a short period of time was a stain on a servant's record. Once he resigned from Dwayne Dantes's employ, Richardson believed that it would be difficult for him to continue being a valet. This would be extremely damaging for him. This was not only because a valet's annual salary was at least £25, and was way better than any non-management jobs. It was comparable to a lady's maid, and being a valet gave one the greatest opportunity of becoming a butler. By following their male or female employers and helping them in all kinds of trivialities, being their mouthpiece and assistant would allow them to build up their skills. It would allow them to grasp all the traits needed for being a butler and, as a result, become their employer's confidant. As long as there was a chance, one could easily be made a land steward, butler assistants or deputy butler, as they were slowly promoted to a butler. Richardson did yearn for a peaceful life, but this didn't mean that he was willing to be a servant his entire life. Without a doubt, he wished to rely on his hard work to earn more and gain a higher standing. And becoming the butler of a wealthy family was his ultimate goal. "It's not too late to realize that now," Klein replied with a smile, consenting to Richardson's retention. After returning to 160 Bauckland Street, he instructed housekeeper Tanaja to prepare supper for him at 11:30 as he headed to the third story where he took off his coat and entered the bathroom. At that moment, the bathtub had already been heated to an appropriate temperature by a maid 5 minutes ahead of time. Klein wasn't in a rush to take his bath, as he went above the grey fog to determine who had prayed to him. Mr. X, traveler, Miss Magician is rather efficient. Without realizing it, she has matured quite well, Klein muttered to himself. After some serious consideration, he conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow and made this fake person pray amidst the veil of the grey fog. "Give me the time, location, and provide more information. Only then will I take action." Klein's idea was very simple. He found a traveler's powers rather useful, but it was difficult for Dwayne Dantes to have a period of prolonged absence from Bauckland Street, or stay in his room all the time. It would be fine if Miss Magician could provide detailed and reliable intel, allowing him to carry out the assassination once. But if she were to get the world to slowly gather information bit by bit, there was no way he could do it, as it affected his own plans. Soon, Furs gave a reply. "I'll try to gather it as quickly as possible." As the location and timing for Mr. X's next gathering hadn't been confirmed, all she could do was patiently wait. After settling this matter, Klein returned to the real world, took off his clothes, and placed himself into the bathtub. The warm water enveloped him as he closed his eyes in comfort. He felt that the fatigue that plagued his body and mind were being washed away bit by bit. During this period of time, he had been to St. Samuel Cathedral a few times to listen to Bishop Electra's explanation of the revelation of Evernight. He had grasped the looks and characteristics of another two keepers, but he hadn't seen any repeated sightings, preventing him from determining the schedule of the keepers, and doing such acts would similarly bring him trouble. Klein opened his eyes as he looked at the steam above him, sighing inwardly. The first investigation should be coming soon. A person who often entered St. Samuel Cathedral's interior would likely be investigated by the Nighthawks, and with his origins still an unknown, such an investigation was almost necessary. If there aren't any investigations, it would be a serious case of negligence for the Nighthawks. Klein slowly exhaled. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard slowly walked out of a quiet room. His green eyes had a tint of strange black water as countless illusory bubbles and ripples appeared and disappeared. "Not bad, you're already a soul assurer and are almost catching up to me." Standing in the corridor was Daily Simone as she congratulated him in a self-deprecating manner. She was still wearing her hooded black robe, with blue eyeshadow and blush. She had quite an uncanny sense of beauty. When Leonard looked at this familiar lady, he found her bearing even colder than before. There seemed to be countless shadows hidden around her, in layers that went deep and felt cold. "Clearly, I'm still very far from you. With your condition, you should be able to advance to gatekeeper, right?" Leonard didn't act too casual in front of Daly, speaking rather formally. This was because if he attempted to make any jokes, the one who would eventually be left blushing in embarrassment would definitely be him instead of the lady. Gatekeeper was sequence 5 of the death pathway. I was ready 2 months ago, Daly said without concealing anything, her expression slightly warped. Leonard roughly understood what she meant as he nodded slightly. You haven't contributed enough. Daly curled her lips immediately. That's right, it's like I'm already in bed with everything in place, only to realize that there aren't any condoms at home. Worst of all, it's late at night, and most of the stores around the neighborhood have closed for the day. What an amazing analogy. Leonard didn't think it was right of him to respond as he said with a smile, you can choose to handle certain cases. Without giving Daly a chance to speak, he pointed at the other end of the corridor. Captain Soist is still waiting for me to report on my advancement. Daly didn't say a word as she watched him leave. By the time his back disappeared around the corner, this lady's expression seemed to turn adrift as she muttered softly, Captain Soist. In the room where Leonard's Red Gloves team was temporarily stationed in, Soist, who had just become a spirit warlock, saw his desultory subordinate walk in as he casually threw a dossier over. Very good. You've already advanced. I'll congratulate you later. First, investigate this target's dream. It was already late at night, but for the Nighthawks who were mainly staffed with sleepless, it was no different from day. They even felt stronger at night. Isn't this something the local Nighthawks do? Leonard received the dossier and asked in passing. They've recently been swamped with cases and are lacking in manpower. They've requested our help, Soist explained without much care. Leonard didn't ask further as he looked down and flipped through the dossier. The first thing that he caught sight of was a photograph, and the middle-aged gentleman on it had given him a deep impression. Dwayne Dantes. Leonard's pupils instantly constricted. He knew this man, aware that this person was an undying monster who had survived since the 4th epoch. He was at least a saint or even stronger. Furthermore, he knows my secret and old man's identity. Leonard instinctively raised his hand to rub his temples. Captain Soist, I just advanced, and my spirituality is a little out of control. Is that so? Only then did Soist realize that he might have made a mistake. He hurriedly turned to look at another red glove and said, Albert, you do it. Albert was a man in his 30s. His hair was slightly blonde, and his skin was pale. He didn't look too healthy. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief as he handed the dossier over to him. At this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Would Albert suffer any negative effects if he were to enter the undying monster's dream? At that moment, he felt a little regretful. He believed that he should have done it himself. At the very least, he knew the level of danger and had faced him before. It wouldn't result in him provoking him. Dwayne Dantes likely won't do anything to Albert. If he has any excessive reaction and causes anything abnormal to happen to Albert, he would immediately expose his problems to us. And with our church's strength and Backlund's situation, there's no way he can leave this city alive. Leonard quickly calmed down, believing that Dwayne Dantes would use a milder manner to avoid the dream investigation. He pulled over a chair and sat beside Albert. Although he appeared like he was reading the papers without much thought, he was constantly watching him to prevent any accidents from happening. 160 Backlund Street, inside the master bedroom. Klein suddenly woke up in his dream, aware that someone had come. The investigation of the Nighthawks. As he mumbled, he surveyed the area and found himself in the half-open room. Following that, he heard knocks on the door. Come on in. Klein tried hard to make his voice sound like a dreamy murmur. The doorknob twisted as the door opened. A thinly built blond man dressed in a black trench coat walked in. He was none other than the Red Glove, Albert. I'm a superintendent from the Backlund Police Department. Albert casually showed proof of his identity and sat opposite Klein. How may I help you, officer? Klein got into character. He knew that due to the influence of a nightmare, he needed to appear normal. Albert conjured a stack of papers and began reading them softly. Dwayne Dantes. Mail. Hails from Dacey County. He repeated all the intelligence that had been gathered and asked, is this set of information legitimate? Partially, but some of them are fake, Klein replied, honestly. The only partial truths are probably male and single. Meanwhile, he was making self-deprecating comments. Albert was pleased that he had made progress so quickly as he asked with a deadpan expression, which of these are fake? Klein was already prepared for that as he pretended to recall. Most of my wealth doesn't come from mining, but from adventuring in the southern continent. He fabricated a story from Anderson's description of West Balam about how a commoner earned his wealth by relying on his eloquence, intel, experience, and guts in an area that conflict often happened between Lowen and Intis. This story wasn't considered very detailed, and it was mainly an outline. The main goal was to make the Nighthawks believe that Dwayne Dantes wasn't a Beander, but just an ordinary person with a sense of adventure and risk. Such stories of people getting rich were common in Lowen. Chapter 765, Monday again. After Klein was done, Albert asked a few targeted questions according to his recount, to ensure that the details matched up. Without a doubt, he obtained a satisfactory answer. "Thank you for your cooperation. Have a great dream." Albert smiled as he got up and bowed. Then, he used his nightmare powers to influence Dwayne Dantes once again. It would make him have a vague recollection that he had such a dream when he woke up, but he wouldn't be able to recall the specifics. After doing all of this, he turned to head for the door, turned the doorknob, and left the dream. Indeed, the Nighthawks place too much trust in nightmare powers. If I were to be the one leading this investigation, I would definitely design a series of questions that attack the matter from different angles ahead of time, and then do cross-referencing to find any loopholes. Hey, the best method is to enlist Miss Justice's help in creating a set of professional psychological questionnaires and get the target to finish it in the dream. If he were faking something, the psychological state and the image he wishes to project would definitely show contradictions from different evaluations. This is unless he's also a psychological expert and can spot the true goals of each set of questions. Klein leaned back into the sofa and cast his gaze out the window. In the darkness, the street lamps' glow appeared dim and pale, illuminating the surroundings in a gloomy silence. Klein silently observed for a few seconds before he curled his lips and gave a self-deprecating smile. And in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard first heaved a sigh of relief after he saw Albert wake up normally and heard his report. He felt even more fearful of the undying monster from the fourth epic, City of Silver. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating every street. Derek Berg walked out of his house with the axe of Hurricane in his possession as he headed for the Twin Towers that was north of the city. Along the way, he met several residents of the City of Silver. They were either busy, sending their children for general education lessons, or patrolling every corner in groups. It was to prevent anyone from turning into an evil spirit after dying from an accident at home and being without a relative to end their lives. The existence of these people made the City of Silver appear lively, and from time to time, Derek could hear the laughter and cheers from little children. He couldn't help but recall the days in Afternoon Town. The number of humans he met every day had numbered about 20, and most of the time, they needed to stay in a garrison building. Outside were monsters that lurked in houses under the cloak of darkness. They were eradicated again and again, but they would appear time and time again from unknown places. Every team member from the expedition felt a sense of helplessness towards this, as though there was no way of gaining true safety. They could never feel at ease with the need to go all out at any time. There was no chance for them to relax at all. No ordinary creature would wish to maintain such states of high stress and vigilance for prolonged periods of time. Therefore, in regards to that, the City of Silver had already developed a rotation system. It didn't take much time for the first expedition team to go from Afternoon Town back to the City of Silver, but there was the unavoidable quarantine and relaxation period. It was only today that Derek had managed to adjust himself to a mental state which he believed he could withstand the negative effects from advancing. He had previously reported to Chief Colin Iliad that he had obtained the potion formula to notary, and he was allowed to use this discovery to exchange for the corresponding Beander ingredients, feathers of a spirit-packed bird. As for the items he owed the moon, he had obtained them from patrolling Afternoon Town's surroundings and had passed them to him with Mr. Fool's help. After advancing, I'll be qualified to select a mystical item for non-high sequence Beyonders. Derek felt a little expectant as he sped up his pace, and arrived at the Twin Towers. Although the material warehouse and the mystical items were all in the spire where they were watched by the 6-member council, Derek's goal was the steeple, because that was where he could exchange his contribution points for items. Just as he was about to enter the steeple, he felt his spiritual perception trigger. He subconsciously looked up at the spire, and he saw a woman in a black, purple-patterned robe standing behind a window, looking down at him. She had silver-grayish hair, light gray eyes, and a beautiful face. She was none other than one elders of the 6-member council, Shepherd Lovia. When their eyes met, Lovia's gaze seemed to penetrate his soul, but her expression remained the same. She even nodded slightly as though she was greeting him. She's not greeting me, but the person behind me. Suddenly, Derek came to a realization. This was from the experience he slowly accumulated under the guidance of the Tarot Club. he nodded in response as he retracted his gaze without any signs of abnormality. He then unhurriedly entered the steeple. At night, in a private harbor in Byam, the Golden Dream, with its strange main cannon in the middle, docked by the side of the harbor, Danitz carried the local specialties that the Resistance had given him as he waved at them with a beaming smile while he headed up the gangway to the deck. He had been leading an extremely comfortable life in recent times. As an envoy who sent arms, food, and small amounts of Beander ingredients, he received quite good treatment. He either ate sumptuously or enjoyed himself by hunting and bragging. He was even invited to watch the ritual in which the sea god blessed his believers. After witnessing all of this, he suddenly came to a realization. Byam, or perhaps all the colonies, would eventually embroil themselves in an intense conflict. It was something that wouldn't ease with decades or even a century. Therefore, Danitz decided to sell most of his properties in Byam, leaving behind only one piece of property. He then found a chance to buy properties in the Intis capital, Trier, and the Loan capital, Backland, as well as extremely idyllic and peaceful villages. I can also take the opportunity to return to Elima town and visit the old man and mom. Yes, I can buy one less house and get them a vineyard. Danitz waved passionately at the Resistance once again. He then puffed up his chest and said smugly to Flowery Bow Tie Jodison, "Where's Captain? I need to report to her on the recent developments." Jodison tsked in contempt. "She's obviously in the captain's cabin." Meanwhile, he lampooned inwardly, "This fellow is becoming more and more arrogant after establishing ties with Gehrman Sparrow. However, that crazy adventurer is really terrifying. He actually managed to hunt Admiral of Blood." "Hey," Danitz scoffed as he walked with a provocative gait and entered the cabin where he met Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. He instantly stopped his provocative look as he smiled. "Captain, I've completed the mission." "Details?" Edwina put down the book in her hand as she asked. Danitz was already prepared as he gave a detailed description of what had happened recently while exaggerating his importance. When he was done, he said, "Captain, I met Gehrman Sparrow, and he got me to ask you if there have been any abnormalities with elvish songster Xiaxxia's corpse and that golden wine cup." Edwina didn't answer him directly as she walked to a corner in the captain's cabin. Sitting there was a black wooden chest. The Golden Dream was setting sail for Sonia Island, so Xiaxxia's and Mobit's remains remained on the ship. They were stored by Edwina in a specially prepared chest. Bending one knee in genuflection, Edwina opened the wooden chest, allowing the interlocked remains to see the light of day. The mostly squashed golden wine cup was held silently in a bony palm without any abnormal signs. "There's nothing abnormal," Edwina gave the conclusion. Danitz shot a glance and memorized the answer, preparing to report this to the mighty fool once there wasn't anyone around, so that he could forward the message to the lunatic, Gehrman Sparrow. Nothing abnormal. Above the gray fog, Klein frowned slightly, feeling a mixture of puzzlement and ease. According to his theory, there was a high chance that there was a problem with the golden cup. To have nothing abnormal happen to it had exceeded his expectations. However, he also liked the answer. This was because he didn't wish for Xiaxxia's and Mobit's eternal slumber to be disturbed. Perhaps it needs other additional catalysts. Heh, let's hope that never happens, Klein muttered to himself before casting his gaze onto the junk pile where Grossel's travels was. As he temporarily didn't have any intention of entering the sea of collective subconscious, along with his recent focus being on the Antigonus family's notebook, he had delayed his plans of searching the book world a second time. Phew, Klein exhaled, retracted his gaze and prepared for this week's tarot gathering. 3 in the afternoon, Backland time. Dark red beams of light shot up along the two sides of the long mottled table, materializing into different blurry figures. As usual, Audrey was in a good mood, or perhaps in a better mood than usual. This was because her brother, Hibbert Hall, had sent a telegram, informing her that the purchase of the Backland Bike Company's 10% shares was completed for a total of £12,000. Furthermore, she didn't need to rush back to Backland to sign any documents. Before Hibbert set off, she had signed a letter of authorization while under the witness of 2 lawyers. All she needed to do now was wait for everything to be over before signing a letter of confirmation for her brother. Audrey curled up the corners of her lips as she stood up and said to the figure sitting at the end of the bronze table who was concealed by gray fog, "May Mr. Fool bless me, I hope there will be clues to the fruit of an illusory chime tree today." Immediately after that, she began praying in silence. After exchanging greetings and taking their seats, Catalia didn't let down Klein's expectations. Once again, she lowered her head without daring to look straight at him. "Mr. Fool, There are 3 pages of Emperor Russell's diary this time. Has that Queen Mystic still not found the clues to why Emperor Russell was assassinated? She's still providing diary pages through Ma'am Hermit. What a pity, I've recently been in the fief, and I haven't had much contact with the psychology alchemists. I can't even obtain new diary pages. I'll head over to the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation after a few days to take a look. Perhaps they might have found something. Audrey listened in curiosity. The fool Klein chuckled. Very good, you can consider your request. In fact, I know that Queen Mystic has already given you the question. I wonder what she's doing in Backland. Klein's mind started to wander. Soon, Catalia conjured the 3 diary pages and handed it to Mr. Fool. Chapter 766. The Deity's Anchor. Knowing that the diary pages specially selected by Queen Mystic contained rather important information, the fool Klein focused his attention and cast his eyes on the yellowish-brown goatskin in his hand. The 11th of September. Ever since I became an angel, I've had the feeling that I've had my identity disassociated. In my heart, in my soul, and in the depths of my mind, there's ultimately a voice urging me, influencing me and creating an uncontrollable sense of coldness, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, and craziness. This doesn't stem from the external world or an influence from a god of the same pathway. I can clearly sense that it comes from one's genes, the collective subconsciousness of humanity from generation after generation. It stems from the Beander characteristic itself, and not from the remnant's psychological influences. It makes me have a strong desire to hunt and kill. It makes me want to devour all the living beings around me with Beander characteristics. It requires me to spend a lot of effort to resist it. Even if I've already acted and digested the potion, it doesn't seem to improve. It's no wonder that Mr. Dorr said that rationality is temporary, but madness is eternal. The 28th of September. I haven't written a diary entry in ages. In the past half a month, I seem to see myself being replaced by a stranger. Bit by bit, I turn cold and terrifying. Even my daughter, Bernadette, can only allow me to show her minute amounts of fatherly love. Very, very tiny amounts. Just as I was about to go mad, I seemed to hear countless praises. They were from my subjects, people who had benefited from my reformations. They are the believers who view me as the son of steam. They praise me with great acclaim. They erected statues of me, write stories for me, and have created songs and poems for me. Their voices seem like a ship's anchor that helps me secure myself in place. I began to have the ability to resist that desire and that roar within me. Bit by bit, I walked out of it as I once again possessed the normal feelings of a father, a husband, and a man. Just sequence 2 alone causes such changes. At sequence 0, at the level of a true god, how terrifying would it be to resist that madness? Perhaps, they also need an anchor so as to resist the Beander characteristics and the strong inclination to lose control, the urges buried deep in the collective subconscious. I probably understand why they establish churches and why they want to spread their faith, to write stories for their faction saints and leave legends for their corresponding angels. But why do they not have any anthropomorphic form other than symbols? I can't understand it. I'll try asking Mr. Dorr in the future. He seems to know a lot in regards to the domain of deities. If he had been released back then, there might very well be an additional deity today, the 29th of September. After rereading yesterday's diary entry, I recalled the corresponding rituals of my Sequence 4, Sequence 3, and Sequence 2. They clearly had hints of madness and cruelty, akin to the kinds held by antagonists in novels. A sequence pathway might very well be a path destined to be crazy and filled with despair. And this is the only path for humans to obtain extraordinary strength. How laughable and ironic it is. We strive to save ourselves, only to better destroy ourselves. The first page's content left Klein's heart heavy and repressed. The Russell who had written those words was no longer an ordinary person, but someone who had become an angel, someone who had joined the Twilight Hermit Order, and someone who had seen the blasphemy slate. His understanding of the mysterious world and Beander characteristics far exceeded him, but he was even more pessimistic than him. He seemed to believe that the world's origins were innately warped, crazy, and destined for destruction. However, the 7 deities have apparently found a way to maintain their rationality. Ordinary humans aren't without any use. Their cognition and their spirituality put together can help a deity anchor their original image, retaining their memories and reason that they had accumulated for years. This can be inferred from Russell's own experiences. However, why would the 7 deities abandon their anthropomorphic images and use sacred emblems as a form of abstraction? This doesn't match my theories. I can't understand why. Klein didn't waste any time as he flipped to the next diary page, the 5th of December. Night of the blood moon. I conversed with Mr. Dorr. Like every time prior to this, he would always make a request to get me to help him return to the real world, but he doesn't overly insist on it. Furthermore, he would randomly answer some of my questions. Heh, it's like he is playing a game, trying hard to raise my affection towards him. But unfortunately, I'm sorry, I've already sealed off that option ahead of time. As I already knew of the legends of the kings of angels, I mainly asked Mr. Dorr about the level of strength that the kings of angels have, knowing the fact that I had nothing to lose by asking him that question. Mr. Dorr said that some of the kings of angels accommodated the uniqueness, while others had consumed 2 sets of sequence 1 potions. It could also be both. The word accommodate is used in an odd manner. I had asked him about it, but Mr. Dorr didn't directly answer me. All he said was that if one was unable to accommodate the uniqueness, then the uniqueness was a burden instead of an aid to a sequence 1 angel before they held the ritual to advance to sequence 0. It's understandable. It's akin to using a grade 0 sealed artifact. The negative effects are often terrifying, and the uniqueness must definitely be even more exaggerated. I also asked which kings of angels had accommodated their uniquenesses, and similarly, Mr. Dorr didn't give a direct answer. He only said that Amen and Adam make all the angels feel a sense of envy, because they were born with a uniqueness and didn't need to consider the problem of accommodation. From another point of view, does it mean that Amen and Adam's state is equivalent to having consumed a sequence 1 potion and the uniqueness? As expected of the Creator's sons, that Creator who's also known as the ancient sun god was actually so powerful that he could pass on a uniqueness to each of his 2 sons, as well as sequence 1 Beyonder's characteristics. Was he trying to purify himself to eliminate any unneeded interference? Then, does Mr. Dorr also accommodate a uniqueness, and also possibly have even consumed 2 sequence 1 potions? I didn't ask, because I knew he definitely wouldn't answer me. During the conversation, Mr. Dorr warned me not to directly say out Adam's full name, otherwise, it would be detected and the conversation would be discovered. I had an inkling why as I laughingly asked him, that didn't he just say Adam's full name? Mr. Dorr said it didn't matter. This is because the Apprentice Pathways Sequence 4 is called Secret Sorcerer. It has the meaning of maintaining secrecy, and although it's inferior to the Servant of Concealment, it's enough for him to block any detection at his level. I asked another few questions regarding the deities, but Mr. Dorr didn't answer. All he said was that when I had the ability and opportunity, I could head above the moon to take a look. I would then understand many things. This is somewhat in line with some of my previous thoughts, but I'm suspecting if he is luring me there to get a chance to return to the real world. After all, his appearance each time is related to the moon. As long as Mr. Dorr appears, there will be plenty of information, usually covering an entire page. His explanation of the level of strength that kings of angels have does match my theories. The generalized meaning of king of angels implicitly refers to a quasi-deity who exceeds sequence 1 by using a variety of means, but they have yet to reach the level of a sequence 0. This includes accommodating the uniqueness or consuming additional sequence 1 potions. The simplified meaning of king of angels will point out to the Creator who the City of Silver worships, the 8 kings of all the angels that are ruled by the ancient sun god. Of course, they must also fulfill the general definition. Thoughts rapidly flashed through Klein's mind. As for Rassel's theory about the ancient sun god, he was in strong agreement. He believed that the Creator who the City of Silver worshipped had reclaimed too many authorities of the ancient gods, causing him to show signs of chaos and insanity. Hence, he decisively gave birth to 2 sons to eliminate a portion of the waste. To put it simply, Amen and Adam are freebies that come with drinking potions. From the looks of it, Angel of Imagination, Adam, clearly possesses the uniqueness of the spectator pathway. He is likely the mysterious leader of the Twilight Hermit Order. Since ancient times, he has been interfering with the direction of the times in order to revive his father. I wonder if he has advanced to sequence 0. even if he hasn't, the number of angels the Twilight Hermit Order can mobilize probably exceeds my imagination. Oh, secret sorcerer actually has the meaning of keeping secrets, as well as the implications of concealment. Klein instantly recalled the symbol on the back of the fool's chair. It was the pupil-less eye, a symbol representing secrecy, and the contorted lines that represented change. He quickly reined in his thoughts and flipped to the third diary page, the 28th of November. I dreamed of Grimm again. He was the smartest among my subordinates, but unfortunately, he died in the fog sea due to some unknown infection while exploring that nameless island. He didn't even leave a child behind. Back then, I knew that the nameless island hid secrets with unimaginable danger, but due to my lacking strength, all I could do was hold back. The dream this time is likely a result of my spirituality reminding me that I can explore that island, grasp its secrets, and completely resolve Grimm's matter. The 29th of November. I summoned 3 subordinates, and with Benjamin Abraham's help and some searching, I finally found that nameless island. Again, I didn't directly enter, and I decided to rest for a day along its periphery. Edward said that he also often dreams of Grimm, feeling a deep sense of guilt for not having managed to save him back then. This is not your responsibility, but my problem. That was what I said to Edwards because I'm their leader. The 30th of November. We ventured deep into the island. Existing here were Beyonder creatures that large sources of data claim that they have gone extinct. They gathered there without any conflict, as though they were consecrating something. This bunch of Beyonder creatures without any intelligence appeared to be holding some ritual. They were praying to an unknown deity. In the ritual, I saw Grimm. Chapter 767. Passing a message. Grimm, who got infected on the nameless island and was undeniably deceased, appeared once again on the nameless island. Emperor, when did you start writing horror stories? Also, where's the rest? Klein's gaze froze onto the last line of the third diary page, and he discovered that there wasn't any new information. Apart from that, he was similarly alarmed by Emperor Russell's description of the Beyonder creature's strange gathering and their worship of an unknown entity. One had to understand that not all Beyonder creatures had intelligence and could be communicated with. Many of them were monsters who had lost control or had madness as an innate property, and these monsters that had lost control were gathered together, worshipping some unknown existence. Unfortunately, the Emperor didn't leave behind the coordinates of the nameless island. However, even if he had recorded it, I wouldn't dare to head over, for fear of any infection. If I were to die only to be revived on the island, that would be troublesome. I'll need to be at least a sequence 4 or even a sequence 3 before I'll have what it takes to explore it. As Klein thought, he made the diary in his hand vanish. He then turned to look at Catalia and asked with a smile, "What's your request?" Catalia asked without even thinking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to know if Emperor Russell once participated in a very secretive and very ancient organization." Very secretive and very ancient, Twilight Hermit Order. Emperor Russell used to be a member of it. Audrey suddenly recalled Mr. Fool's previous mention of that organization. Alger recalled the corresponding matter and remembered that in Miss Justice's description of the Desire Apostle case in Backland, there was a mysterious organization mentioned. Back then, Mr. Fool had told the members not to say the organization's name in the outside world, because any mention of it will be known. Such an organization does match Emperor Russell's status. Alger nodded inwardly. As for Klein, he thought of something else. Queen Mystic's choice of diary pages are vague. She isn't able to accurately and precisely ask questions based on the content. It also means that she roughly knows that diary pages from certain periods are very important with key information within them, or she is able to discern Russell's emotions from when it was written. As for Ma'am Hermit's question, it didn't pose any problems for Klein. He smiled and said, "Yes." At the same time, he silently warned himself, "In the future, I need to be careful that Queen Mystic's questions might be completely unrelated to the diary pages she hands over." Thankfully, I've read quite a number of Russell's diary, and I have quite a good understanding of the Emperor. After saying that, he added and said with a smile, "It's your turn." He didn't directly mention the Twilight Hermit Order, wishing that he could answer another question based on this topic in the future. Catalia bowed and expressed her gratitude before looking at the magician. "I wish to obtain clues regarding the direct descendants of the Abraham family, £1,000. She had no psychological burden when it came to offering a price, as Queen Mystic could definitely provide compensation for her. Why did you directly look at me? She already knows that my teacher is a member of the Abraham family. Furs was first alarmed before realizing that it was nothing surprising. This was because this matter wasn't a secret to the other members of the tarot club apart from Ma'am Hermit. It was very normal for them to mention it after completing a transaction with her. Although £1,000 was very attractive, Furs didn't plan on selling information on her teacher. In all her life, there were only a handful of people who had been truly sincere to her, therefore, she cherished such relationships. After some deliberation, Furs asked, "Why are you looking for them? If you can provide a reason, I can pass the message. As for any further developments, it will depend on them. I have no say on those matters." Indeed, she might appear ordinary, but she actually conceals many secrets. She's a lady who's cautious and meticulous. Catalia sighed inwardly as she said with a nod, "That's very reasonable. I'm searching for the direct descendants of the Abraham family in the hopes of obtaining information on Mr. Dorr. Pass this message to them and see if there's a chance for cooperating." "Well, just for passing on the message, I'll pay you £350. If they're willing to take up the matter, I'll pay another £650. Furs held back for a full second before answering, "Deal." After saying that, she came to realize the hidden meaning behind Ma'am Hermit's words. "Mr. Dorr is related to the Abraham family." "That's right. My bracelet came from Ma'am Alisa, and it came from the Abraham family. Yes, teacher still doesn't know that I'm aware he's part of the Abraham family. I can only casually mention it in my letters that someone was searching for the direct descendants of the Abraham family at a particular gathering, and that it has something to do with Mr. Dorr. I wonder what kind of reaction teacher will have." At this point, Miss Justice was happy for her friend, sensing that her friend had escaped the predicament of being broke. Furs is already sequence 7. She has almost caught up to me. I have to become a hypnotist as soon as possible. As she had such thoughts, she glanced at the tarot club members, wishing that they had clues to the fruit of an illusory chime tree. Miss Justice's gaze really makes it hard to say no. Furs lowered her head in embarrassment. This was because she had yet to obtain any clues regarding the fruit of an illusory chime tree in her circles. Sitting across from Audrey, Alger thought for 2 seconds and said, "I have clues, but it will take 2 weeks before I can obtain it." He did have clues. A long time ago, he had discovered an illusory chime tree when he entered the primitive island with Kilangos. But due to his lacking strength, he didn't attempt to approach it. And now, he had the chance of advancing to sequence 5. He naturally didn't want to give up any opportunities for making money. After all, he still owed Admiral of Stars for the information of the Obninsk. As for why he was mentioning it now, in a sense, it was to declare his rights. When the time came, he and the world would explore together. It was best to decide the splitting of the spoils ahead of time to prevent any conflict. Of course, when dealing with the illusory chime tree, it was likely that Gehrman Sparrow would idly stand at the side without rendering any assistance. No problem. Audrey was delighted, and she didn't even ask for a price. She was already beginning to consider finding an excuse or a reason to directly buy it from the psychology alchemists. After returning to Backland in June, with the 2 transactions coming to an end, due to none of the other members having any requests for the time being, Catalia repeated her search for the blood of a mythical creature, and Emlyn once again mentioned that he was searching for the remaining 4 believers of the primordial moon. Then, the tarot gathering entered the free exchange segment. Derek very naturally said, "I've already become a notary." "You don't have to tell us that." The hanged man had the urge to facepalm, but he replied with a calm voice, "Although a notary will receive a massive boost in one's physical attributes, it's still more of a support role. If the notarization of a power is valid, you'll have them temporarily enhanced. If the notarization is invalid, the Beander powers will be forcefully dispersed. At the same time, a notary is good at creating contracts. Once a signature is provided as confirmation, even a sequence 5 cannot violate it. Even if a sequence 4 demigod tries to forcefully violate the contract, they will have to pay quite a price. As a member of the Church of Storms, it was one of the basics for him to know the strengths and weaknesses of the Sun pathway. Therefore, Alger carefully explained the exact situation for Little Sun. He also reminded him to select a mystical item that was good at controlling a target. If there wasn't any, it was best to select something with powerful offensive strength. "Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man." Derek thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Deep down, in the entire tarot club, he felt that the greatest and most respectable person was Mr. Fool, and the most impressive person to strive for as a role model was Mr. World, and the most reliable and kind person was none other than wise Mr. Hanged man. Towards this, Emlyn thought, this fellow has actually caught up to me. No, I can't be surpassed by him. I need to complete the hunting competition as soon as possible to get the rewards. He contemplated for a few seconds, and after receiving Mr. Fool's permission, he conjured the thin moon puppet that resembled a wooden pole. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone of you know what this is? He knew that Mr. Fool was definitely aware of the answer, but he temporarily didn't have anything he could use for an equal exchange with this mighty existence. Therefore, he could only rely on the other members of the Tarot Club for any answers. Isn't this the puppet I saw at that gathering? Mr. Moon already found his target. Furs similarly waited for others to give an answer out of curiosity. Catalia carefully observed it before frowning. It's likely a moon envoy. It's a Beander item that primordial moon believers create by using a bloody ritual that spans centuries. It's said to be imbued with divine powers. Each one of them possesses an unimaginable horror. Where did you obtain it from? It's very dangerous. It's best that you hand it over to the upper echelons of the Sanguine. Emlyn changed his sitting posture and chuckled. I encountered it when hunting the primordial moon believer. She's already dead, while I'm still alive. Mr. Moon's flaunting of himself is really obvious. The senior spectator, Audrey, chuckled inwardly. Catalia was taken aback. Without deliberately hiding anything, she asked, how did you do it? Did the upper echelons of the Sanguine provide you with assistance? Emlyn gaped, somewhat at a loss for words. Only then did he realize that this topic wasn't suitable for a deeper discussion. Ahem. He cleared his throat and looked towards the end of the long bronze table. I sought help from Mr. Fool. Chapter 768. Conversation between smart people. Sought help from Mr. Fool. You can do that. Catalia was stunned by what she heard, having been punished and discovering that his blessed Gehrman Sparrow was becoming more and more impressive. She no longer had any doubts regarding Mr. Fool's status or abilities. She even knew that when Mr. Fool pulled her in through the use of an ancient item, allowing her to escape the pursuit of knowledge, she had come to realize that he was in existence at least at the level of the hidden sage or primordial moon. However, for certain reasons, he wasn't able to interfere with the real world, making her suspect him to be an ancient god that was undergoing an awakening process. The moon's words left her surprised that Mr. Fool was able to provide substantial help to the Tarot Club members, and wasn't just someone who could only provide knowledge or pull them above the gray fog. On the one hand, this means that in times of danger, I can also pray directly to Mr. Fool for help. This is more ridiculous than any ritual. On the other hand, it reveals the fact that Mr. Fool's recovery process is faster than I had imagined. Many thoughts instantly flashed through Catalia's mind. Audrey, Derek, and company weren't that surprised. They had more or less sought Mr. Fool's help in the past, and they had even witnessed the angel under this great existence. Seeing everyone's gaze fall on him, Emlyn shrank his neck as he lifted his chin. I paid a price. It was a fair and equal exchange. Fair and equal exchange. A mighty existence's immediate and effective response is priceless. Catalia couldn't help but retort inwardly. She didn't directly say it, because she too wished to use the opportunity of such a fair and equal exchange in the future. It would imply that she would have an additional life compared to others. Furs was quite puzzled by Mr. Moon's deliberate emphasis on the principle of fair and equal exchange. Everyone who had sought Mr. Fool's help had made a corresponding payment. Mr. Moon sure is a man who cares about his reputation. No, a Sanguine. Audrey seriously evaluated Emlyn's emotional changes that happened over a span of seconds. As the exchange continued, the tarot gathering slowly came to an end. After returning to the City of Silver, Derek first recalled a notary's strengths and weaknesses mentioned by Mr. Hanged Man. Then, he once again headed for the Twin Towers that was north of the city to select a mystical item. He didn't do this before, because his condition wasn't stable after advancing. He was worried that making contact with a mystical item would lead to him losing control. Inside the spire, Derek Berg listed his requirements after finishing the paperwork. He saw a filtered list of items and obtained the corresponding documents that contained the information. After having a careful read and observation period, he quickly narrowed down the choices to two. The first was Cardi's ring. It was ancient and simple in appearance, and it was completely iron black in color. It was engraved with dark and complicated patterns. It was left behind by a resident of the City of Silver a long time ago. It could aid the wearer in awing a target, causing them to stop. It could also make ordinary humans temporarily lose their reason, or it could awaken the hidden emotions and memories of a crazy monster, allowing them to enter a brief period of confusion in which they wouldn't deliver any attacks. The other item was Thunder God's Roar. It was obtained from a city that was in ruins. It was rather heavy and resembled a sledgehammer. It was dark blue in color while silver lightning swirled around it. Holding its handle felt like holding the leg bone of a creature. It could produce sounds that left the enemy in fear and chaos while in combat, as though a thunder god had descended upon the ground as he kept roaring. Every strike brought with it a potent destructiveness. With no lack of terrifying lightning, the negative effect of Cardi's ring was that the wearer would unknowingly produce another self. Therefore, one needed to periodically receive treatment from a psychianalyst. If there were any mistreatments, then it could result in the aggravation of the problem, making it harder to treat. And eventually, the two selves would enter a fight, ultimately leading to losing control. In contrast, Thunder God's Roar didn't have that many latent risks. It would only make the user be a little irascible bit by bit. As long as one periodically vented their emotions, there wouldn't be a problem. However, it also had another side effect. In a completely dark environment, the chances of being attacked by terrifying monsters from the depths of darkness was 100%. The chances of being attacked is 100%. Upon seeing this number, Derek turned gloomy. This meant that many City of Silver residents had vanished because of this reason. They were the former owners of Thunder God's Roar. Which should I choose? Generating another self is terrifying. Miss Justice has mentioned before that it's called dissociative identity disorder. Thunder God's Roar not only has a power that affects the enemy's state, but it also has a rather powerful offensive capability. My axe of hurricane has been used too many times, so it will likely be damaged ahead of time. I can produce light by myself, so I don't have to be worried about absolute darkness. Derek thought for a moment and pointed at the dark blue sledgehammer. I want Thunder God's Roar. 160 Bachland Street. Klein walked out of his master bedroom and saw butler Walter waiting for him with a few invitation letters in hand. Sir, there are a total of 3 invitations this week. There's an afternoon tea session on Wednesday, a literary salon on Friday, and a banquet on Saturday. They were sent from. Klein listened with a warm expression before saying with a smile, tell these friendly inviters that I'll be participating. All right, sir. Walter bowed and left the 3rd story. Seeing the figure disappear from the stairwell, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After another week of such invitations, it will be my turn to invite my neighbors for a banquet or a ball. By repeating this act of inviting others and being invited, I'll really enter their circles and would be recommended by them to important figures at even higher levels. I'll be able to enter different clubs. Heh. Such recommendations are definitely established on a foundation of having sufficient wealth. A person without any value wouldn't be recommended. Socializing for high society is truly troublesome. It'll take at least another month before I'll get to make contact with people who were slightly involved in the Great Smog of Backland. The church is easier. As long as there's enough donations and enough piousness, I'll be able to freely enter and exit to listen to the bishop's preachings. Of course, that's on the premise I pass the investigation. If everything goes well, I'll be able to figure out the rotation schedule of the keepers and find a chance to go behind Channy's gate. Klein reined in his thoughts as he instructed his valet, Richardson, to bring him his coat, hat, and cane. According to his schedule, he was to head to the Royal Grand Theatre to see the most popular play, The Betrayer's Ring. In recent times, this isn't solely for entertainment. It's to understand the popular plays, famous music, and trending novels. Only then could he have a common topic of conversation at the various high society gatherings. Being a popular gentleman must be tiring. Behind a 1-minute performance lies 10 years of hard work. Social gatherings such as these are really exhausting, as Klein lampooned. He allowed Richardson to help him wear a coat before he sat in his high-end 4-wheeled carriage. He headed for the Royal Grand Theatre in Westborough, where he had a luxurious box to himself, and watched The Betrayer's Ring. It's different from television and movies. A play's acting is more exaggerated and impactful. Yes, this is determined by the acting environment. The story isn't bad, but why does it seem familiar? Don't tell me that it's a story adapted from Emperor Russell's works. These are likely famous play actors. The papers have mentioned them before. It's said that they're very popular, just like celebrities on Earth during the age of the internet. As long as I participate in the gatherings of high society, I'll definitely have the opportunity of meeting them. As Klein watched the play, he habitually lampooned inwardly. Sherwood Borough, at the ticket booth of a large theater. Melissa, who finally had her turn, pushed the notes and coins through the booth window and said, "The betrayer's ring. 2 tickets. 3 p.m. on Sunday." After watching The Betrayer's Ring, Klein sat in his carriage as he sipped a cup of black tea and received the evening papers that Richardson had purchased. He first flipped through the play's critic column, and he found the comments from some professional critics. He compared their reviews to his own, and he gradually formulated a unique and profound experience. Yes, at the very least, it's enough to fool those ladies and gentlemen. After Klein finished his homework, he leisurely read the papers and was surprised to find a piece of news. The Backland Bike Company's 10% shares have been sold. Further inquiries won't be entertained. It's done. By publishing this piece of news, it means Mr. Isengard has already received the money. Klein was first delighted before he frowned slightly. His gaze landed on the exclamation mark at the end. The information was indeed what he and Isengard Stanton had agreed upon ahead of time, but he found that exclamation mark was rather harsh on the eyes. Such a statement doesn't need an exclamation mark, Mr. Isengard is a person who pays attention to details. He wouldn't give the papers free rein. He deliberately left the exclamation to pass a message. He's giving a warning. While pondering, Klein suddenly realized something. The 10% shares which Isengard Stanton sold are obviously from Sherlock Moriarty. With the former's character, he wouldn't sell it for no reason. In a certain sense, this means that Sherlock Moriarty or his proxy has returned to Backland. Therefore, one of the factions of the royal family that was involved with the Great Smog of Backland had acutely noticed this situation and has begun monitoring Detective Isengard Stanton, hoping to capture the person who heads over to claim the cash. How should I get the money? Klein seemed to naturally read the papers as he began seriously considering the pertinent question. Chapter 769, Sacrificing to Oneself, 10 at night. Backland was drizzling again as a thin fog produced a blurry sense of beauty amidst the street lamps. Isengard Stanton's assistant, Bowen, surveyed the bottom level once before walking to the side of the oriel window and was prepared to shut the final window. At that moment, a shadow scuttled in and landed firmly on the protruding wall. It was a blue, short-furred stray cat. Bowen saw the large pair of yellow eyes looking at him as he couldn't help but chuckle. There's no food here. As a detective's work made him prone to revenge, and him having many secrets to hide, Isengard Stanton's cook and servants were paid by the hour. There were a fixed number of hours a day, and they wouldn't prepare too much food. This made it difficult for there to be any leftovers after dinner. The blue cat opened its mouth but didn't produce any meowing sounds. It began speaking like a human. "I'm Sherlock Moriarty. I'm here to meet Mr. Isengard Stanton." Although Bowen was a Beander who was nurtured by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, he was a low-sequence Beander and his horizons were stilted. This was the first time he was encountering a speaking cat, so he was momentarily shocked and dazed. After a few seconds, he came to his senses and recalled what the cat had just said. It said it's Sherlock Moriarty. This great detective really isn't simple. He actually changed into a cat. No, controlled a cat. Such powers are really strange and terrifying. Bowen rapidly calmed down and didn't directly answer the cat. He reached out to close the windows. After doing all of this, he said with a suppressed voice, "Follow me." The cat immediately leapt from the platform behind the oriel window as it agilely followed behind Bowen with its tail up. It followed him all the way to the second story and watched him knock on Isengard Stanton's bedroom door. "Is there something?" Isengard, who was dressed in pajamas with faint lines, opened the door and asked. He was just enjoying his tobacco before sleeping. Bowen cautiously pointed to the crouched blue cat beside him. "Mr. Sherlock Moriarty is looking for you." Isengard, with his white sideburns and thin face, raised his brows slightly and looked down. He took 2 steps back and allowed the blue cat to saunter into his bedroom. "Return to your room and get some sleep. Wake up as per normal tomorrow. We still have a case awaiting us," Isengard instructed Bowen as though nothing had happened. After his assistant left him, he closed the door and turned to look at the blue cat who was sitting beside the reclining chair. He chuckled. "I never expected you to have such Beander powers. I was worried you would directly come over. I noticed your exclamation mark," the cat said with a smile. It had to be said that having such an expression show on a cat's face was rather odd. It left anyone who witnessed it feel a chill run down their back. Isengard didn't react abnormally towards that as he sucked at his pipe, sat on a reclining chair, and slowly exhaled in comfort. He said with a smile, "I trust your intelligence. Thank you for your compliments. The cat politely reached out its paws and bowed. Isengard observed it and rubbed its pipe while smiling. You should have understood what is happening. Those people don't dare to monitor me too strictly, afraid that I would discover them and end up telling the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam. Heh. So even though it will be quite troublesome for them if they get exposed, I believe that they have a demigod among them. This is a deduction and is also based on certain feedback. After all, I've lived on this street for years. Therefore, humans and animals wouldn't be stopped from entering my house. I believe you've already figured that out. But when leaving, you'll definitely be tailed and tracked. Do you have the means to evade their tracking? The sum of money isn't a small one. Bringing it out would be quite conspicuous. Let me think. Were you planning on conferring with me in order to get me to deposit the money into a particular bank account, and then you'll find many people to withdraw them in different parts of Backland? Upon saying that, Isengard said with a self-deprecating smile, this is the best solution I can think of, but carrying it out would be extremely troublesome. The cat didn't give a direct response as it gave a deep chuckle. I only need you to lend me an empty room and 3 candles. No problem. Isengard didn't press the issue as he said, the shares were sold for £12,000. The buyer is the daughter of Earl Hall, Audrey. Well, the hiring of lawyers and accountants, as well as the publishing of the advertisements cost a total of £600. In addition, there was a 0.5% stamp duty and 20% D-type taxes. So at the end of the day, there's only £8,940 left. D-type taxes were a tax on commercial, financial, and specialized income. There's tax, more than £2,000 are gone just like that. The cat's expression instantly froze. Klein was formerly a Nighthawk, and his salary was tax-free. Later, as a private detective, his income was difficult to be monitored, so he never declared his income for tax purposes. Later, he became an adventurer, and since the bounties targeted at pirates enjoyed concessions, there was no need for him to pay taxes on them. Hence, he never realized that tax was something he needed to pay. Therefore, back when Isengard Stanton had mentioned taxes, he hadn't taken it to heart, believing that it wouldn't be much. However, reality had given him a heavy beating. As for why there weren't any taxes for the share transaction the previous time, taxes were waived by the Loan government for initial investments related to inventions, as a way to foster inventions. After a brief silence, the cat's whiskers moved as it said, "All right, give me the cash. Move it to the empty room. There's no problems with the money, right? I've already checked them. They wouldn't do any cheap tricks on that, as it would be an insult to my intelligence." Isengard stood up with his pipe. "Remember to send me a signed letter of confirmation by mail later." "It's already on its way," the cat replied, prepared. Isengard walked to the safe inside the master bedroom, using a passcode and key to open it. Then, he took out stacks of cash, and he stuffed them into different briefcases. Following that, he left the master bedroom with these briefcases and entered a guest room diagonally opposite the master bedroom. "Check it." Isengard placed the briefcases filled with cash on the ground as he said to the cat that followed him in. "I trust you," the cat said after taking a few glances. Isengard nodded and pointed to the cabinet. "There are candles inside." With that said, he left the door, held the doorknob, and said with a smile, "I'm really curious how you would leave. I believe it will be a very exciting magic show." Isengard Stanton closed the door with a click, leaving the guest room silent and bleak. At the cat's side, a figure dressed in a dark red coat and an old triangular hat appeared. It was none other than Klein's marionette, Wraith Senor. He found the candles and quickly set up a simple altar. Skipping over many of the first few steps, he directly muttered in Elvish, "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Calvetua." The wind inside the wall of spirituality suddenly grew in intensity as Senor quickly sliced the back of his hand and threw out a few drops of blood. As a Sequence 5 wraith, everything on him was material that was rich in spirituality. The strong wind sucked up the blood, howling as it drilled into the candle flame that symbolized sea god Calvetua. The flame burgeoned, forming an illusory door filled with magic labels and symbols. After about 10 seconds, the door let out a heavy creak as it slowly opened. One by one, Senor lifted up the briefcases filled with money and threw them into the illusory door. When there was almost none left, the gold coin he stored in his body flew out and landed on the altar. The wraith's figure then disappeared, projecting onto the smooth side of the gold coin. The gold coin trembled as it flew up, hitched a ride on the briefcase ahead of it, and entered the illusory door of sacrifice. Silently, the mysterious door closed as the 3 candlelight were restored to normal. At this moment, the blue, short-furred cat seemed to recover its senses. It looked around blankly as it meowed. After a while, Isengard opened the door and entered, finding all the briefcases with the cash gone. There were only 3 candles burning silently as the blue short-furred cat was warily arching its back at him. While he scrutinized this scene, a rental carriage slowly drove past on the fork on the other end of the street. On the same night, in a building inside Sherwood Borough, Zio returned home under the drizzle. As she wiped her hair with a towel, she said to Furs, "Your letter has been mailed." Furs tersely answered as she began to guess when her teacher would respond. At this moment, Zio put down the towel and quipped, "There's news about Mr. X's gathering. It'll still be at the same place on Friday night." "Great. I can tell Mr. World. I wonder how much I'll need to pay." Furs's eyes lit up when she heard that. Before she could ask about the details, Zio added, "Mr. X also gave a mission that's said to have handsome rewards. It's to inform him of people around them who have abnormal luck." "People with abnormal luck," Furs muttered in puzzlement. Is this man's brain working? Who would divulge things around them at such a gathering? This will make it easy for others to discover their true identities. Who knows? Perhaps he really is a lunatic. Zio didn't know anyone with abnormal luck, so she answered without much thought. Furs carefully thought for a moment, but she failed to figure out the true intentions behind this mission. All she could do was throw it to the back of her mind. She planned on praying to Mr. Fool once Zio went to take a bath, passing the relevant information to the world Gehrman Sparrow. Chapter 770, A Child Should Act Like a Child. Mr. X is looking for people with abnormal luck. Above the gray fog, Klein ruminated over the information Miss Magician had provided, in an attempt to analyze anything of use. After thinking to no avail, he decided to approach it from another angle. He first recalled the people who had abnormal luck around him to see if there were any connections. The Fog Sea's strongest hunter Anderson Hood counts as one, Dr. Aaron Series is another. Both of them were affected by one of the Snakes of Fate. Angel of Fate Ouroboros was one of the creators of Rose Redemption. This secret organization supports and believes the true creator. The Aurora Order is equivalent to the true creator's church. A series of circumstances surfaced in Klein's mind as he quickly came to a conclusion. This is Angel of Fate Ouroboros' attempt to search for Snake of Fate Will-Osepton. He is driving the members of the Aurora Order to help him find Snake of Mercury Will-Osepton. And this implies that behind Mr. X, there's a king of angels existing somewhere in Backland. Under such circumstances, assassinating Mr. X will be equivalent to having a death wish. It's no wonder Mr. X doesn't care about the uniqueness of Backland. The official factions would at most imagine that he has a saint backing him. In the official dossiers, the Aurora Order only has 5 saints. This way, they will respond in the wrong manner. After Klein made the judgment, the first thought he had was to decline Miss Magician's request, and also to warn her not to provoke Mr. X. If it wasn't because sounding the alarm might affect Snake of Mercury Will-Osepton, while the Church of the Evernight Goddess clearly had records of Dr. Aaron Series' bout of bad luck, Klein would have gotten Miss Magician to report both the Angel of Fate Ouroboros and Mr. X to a particular church. He calmly thought for another few seconds and conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow, making him pray in the gray fog. "I'll confirm the situation and give you a reply tomorrow." He didn't directly reject her commission, as he planned on first asking Snake of Mercury Will-Osepton. He then immediately returned to the real world, and he carefully took out the extremely fragile paper crane from his wallet before gently unfolding it. Klein wasn't in a rush to write anything. Instead, he first recalled the various questions he needed to consult Will on. After thinking up a draft, he got out a pencil and sharpened it with a blade. After stretching his muscles, Klein wrote, "The members of the Aurora Order are searching for people with abnormal luck. I wonder if you know how to use the Worm of Time to create charms. Does your placenta blood count as a mythical creature's blood? If it does, I hope to obtain 1 drop. What price would I have to offer?" Klein had originally planned on asking Will-Osepton how he was able to maintain his rationality. After all, the Church's information indicated that there had been no public faith in the Snake of Fate. However, he ultimately curbed himself from doing that, afraid that Will-Osepton in his infant state replied, "How did you conceive the notion that I'm rational?" That way, He had no idea if Will was joking or speaking the truth. Although there's no organization that believes in the snake of fate, there are certain areas that believe in the god of luck. It's considered a traditional custom. Perhaps they are an alternative identity of Wuxia or Ouroboros. Klein mumbled silently and used the best of his clown abilities before managing to refold the paper crane. He then placed it underneath his pillow. After doing all of that, he had the time to calculate how much cash he had. 17046 pounds, 5 gold coins, 3 soldi, and 8 pence in change. If I had assets like a house, manor, and company shares, having so many liquid assets would make me quite a tycoon in Backland. Of course, I'm still very far from being a top tycoon. To reach them, one's overall assets need to be £1 million. As Klein was glad that he had quite a bit of money, he recalled his debt, as well as the large investments that he needed to make in order to develop his persona's image. He then drank a mouthful of water, got into bed, and covered himself with a light but warm blanket before he slowly fell asleep. Amidst his reverie, Klein suddenly snapped awake and saw the desolate black plains. He walked all the way to the pitch-black steeple in the middle of the plains, passing through the chaotic and abnormal layout before coming deep into the steeple. Like before, there was a circle of tarot cards on the ground. However, the protruding area in the middle of the tarot cards didn't have any silvery lines written. Wuxia didn't give a reply. Then why did he pull me into this dream? Amidst Klein's puzzlement, he suddenly saw a black baby pram roll out of the shadows. In it was an infant whose looks were indiscernible while it was wrapped in silver silk. "Mr. Snake of Fate?" Klein politely and cautiously asked. The infant immediately said in a clear voice, "What makes you so sure it's a mister? Isn't that determined from your name?" "Don't mind such details." Klein lampooned and relaxed due to the attitude he was given. Then, "How may I address you?" Wuxia in baby form tersely answered as it said, "Stumped, I haven't decided." "As you know." "Oh, you don't. Every time I start again, I try to make myself a little different, so as to maintain a good mental state. A child should act like a child while they're a child. Is this the way the monster pathway maintains its reasoning so as to resist madness?" In the black pram, Wuxia replied briskly, "Yes, every beginning washes away the madness. However, it still needs certain anchoring from faith, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to maintain my state as a sequence one for too long." "Heh. Compared to before, you're becoming more and more knowledgeable." "Oh, apart from anchoring oneself with faith, there are other ways to resist the madness. However, restarting is clearly an ability of sequence 1 snake of fate of the monster pathway. Other Beander pathways aren't able to emulate that, Mr. Isaac is constantly losing his memories and repeatedly finding himself. Does it also involve the same concept?" Klein nodded in thought as he made every second count by asking, "I suspect Ouroboros is searching for you through the Aurora Order members." Wuxia scoffed. "I've been playing hide and seek with him for a very long time. He isn't good at such matters. It's quite obvious that he doesn't have a childhood. Every time he restarts, he grows up beside the true creator. He lacks the psychological experience of the different stages in life, causing him to be very crazy at times, but of course, he doesn't mind. I did inform Richardo to use the die of probability in certain places and leave marks. This will mess up Ouroboros' judgment. He will soon leave Backland once again. That means there's still chance of assassinating Mr. X. Yes, when the time comes, I'll divine the level of danger above the gray fog." Klein didn't continue on this topic as he asked, "Do you know how to use the worm of time to create charms?" Wuxia didn't directly answer and instead returned with a question, "You obtained a worm of time from Palace Zoroast. How did you know?" Klein was taken aback as he asked. He wasn't surprised that Wuxia had managed to mention the origins of the worm of time. After all, there weren't many demigods in the Marauder pathway who could create avatars, but why hadn't he assumed that it was blasphemer Aemon? The latter could also leave behind a worm of time. Wuxia smiled and said, "Palace Zoroast isn't in good condition, and he had to parasitize your former colleague." "Alright, your former colleague was investigating Sherlock Moriarty, and he had entered my house in the middle of the night. I sensed that there was something problematic about him and had given him a short period of bad luck, causing him to encounter other demigods hidden in Backland. And when he was in danger, Palace Zoroast had taken action." "Haha, it would have been fine even if he hadn't taken action. It's only a prank. I would have given your former colleague sufficient good luck at the critical moment." Leonard is investigating Sherlock Moriarty. The grandpa in his body is called Pallas Zoroast. Klein frowned slightly, unsure where the problem stemmed from. Will Aucepton continued, the creation of a worm of time charm isn't too difficult for you. You can pray to that uniqueness trait about you and use a compound of mercury and pure silver as a medium to draw the corresponding symbols. It's not too difficult, pray to the fool. That's right, the mysterious space above the gray fog clearly has a form of attraction to the marauder pathway. Klein was thrilled as he felt like he had grasped something. At this moment, Will smiled and added, as for what the corresponding symbol is, I've no idea. What a huge reversal. Klein couldn't help but twitch the corner of his lips. When he noticed that Will Aucepton wasn't speaking any further, he hurriedly smiled and said, there's another question. About your placenta blood. Before he could finish his sentence, Will suddenly opened his mouth and let out a cry. He began wailing like a real infant. Can't we talk normally? Klein froze in his spot. If he hadn't already confirmed it, he really would have suspected whether the entity before him was a Sequence 1, the president of the Life School of Thought. All right, I just wanted to ask if it's the blood of a mythical creature, Klein said as he raised his hands midway. Will stopped crying and said with a laugh, of course, but I'll swap it ahead of time. Otherwise, everyone will die on the spot. He paused for a moment before saying, if you can give me something suitable, it's not impossible to give you one drop. All right, goodbye. Just as Will Aucepton said that, Klein felt the steeple shake as the dream rapidly shattered. Soon, he woke up. Chapter 771, Luck Siphon. What item would a snake of fate be interested in? Klein slowly sat up and leaned against a pillow. He thought for some time and decided to consider it at a later date. After all, he was still at least a month away from Will Aucepton's birth. He could also leave the question for the Hermit Catalia and Queen Mystic Bernadette, who was backing her, to rack their brains over. Of course, Klein didn't eliminate the possibility of Will Aucepton's sudden choice of having an early birth. He slowly turned his attention into creating a worm of time charm. According to Will Aucepton's explanation, he had most of the conditions required, but he was just short of the corresponding symbol. Pray to the fool and use the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. I wonder if a symbol corresponding to the marauder pathway would work, even if it does, I don't know what it is. Unless I pull a marauder above the gray fog and let the high back chair produce the corresponding pattern. As Klein thought about the details, he suddenly had an idea. In that case, perhaps he could try the symbol behind the fool's chair. I wonder if it will work. Divination won't be able to rule it out by elimination, but I can predict if the attempt will be successful. Besides, even if it fails, it shouldn't be too big a problem. After all, I'm praying to myself. Even if the material were to be wasted in the experiment, it would enter above the gray fog and not be lost. With this in mind, Klein felt pumped. He couldn't help but get out of bed to try out the experiment that very night. A material like the worm of time that's left behind by a marauder demigod at Amon's level still has its essence and level even if it's dead. When using it for a charm, it might not reach the level of an angel for various reasons, but it wouldn't be too far off. It'll be about the peak strength of a saint. If Klein succeeded, it would be equivalent to having an additional trump card. At critical points in time, it might give him an additional life. So how could he not be excited and expectant? I can only stir some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. The level of the worm of time charm will likely drop a little more. But regardless, it will definitely be like the 9th law given to me by Admiral Amirius. If I use the Blatherer's aura to create a high-level charm in the Devil domain, it will likely be at the level of the 9th law. Unfortunately, I wouldn't dare to pray to the dark side of the universe. Klein wore his pajamas as he stood barefooted. He took 4 steps counterclockwise on a thick carpet as he chanted the incantation before entering above the gray fog. Sitting at the fool's seat at the end of the long bronze table, he conjured a dark red fortune teller in yellowish-brown goatskin. He wrote down the corresponding divination statement. The charm I'm about to begin making will be successful. Unwinding the spirit pendulum from his wrist, Klein held it with his left hand and entered the state of cogitation. After repeating the divination statement 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz spinning counterclockwise at a rather slow speed and ordinary amplitude. This means that it will succeed, but that begs the question, will it successfully verify that the symbol I use is effective, or successfully verify that it doesn't work? As an experienced seer, Klein attempted to interpret the revelation, but he failed to obtain any confirmation. With regards to that, he could only decide to experiment. There was no way for him to eliminate the mistakes if he didn't do so. Right on the heels of that, Klein wrote a new divination statement. The assassination of Mr. X this Friday will be dangerous. This time, the topaz pendant continued spinning clockwise at a faster frequency and greater amplitude. There's significant danger, but it doesn't reach the level of a demigod's participation, much less that of a king of angels. If it involves an existence of that level, he will definitely sense my divination and resist it. From the looks of it, Angel of Fate Ouroboros will soon be led out of Backland. This means that the danger itself is a result of Mr. X and his subordinates. It's within the limits of what I can handle. As long as I don't make a mistake, the chances of success are pretty high. Klein made a judgment, put down the pen and paper, and returned to the real world. As a mysticism expert who often created charms, he had no lack of common materials. He immediately got out some candles and lit them on the table. Following that, he set up a simple altar against the glow of dusk. He then used a piece of silver to draw out the combined symbol that represented the Fool. As Klein didn't know what path number the Fool represented or what magic labels there were, he could only ensure that both sides remained equal. According to the books of charms he had read, these would similarly satisfy the rules of mysticism, but the corresponding might would be reduced. The chances of failure would rise because the existence that one was praying to could consider it as being irreverent and not pious enough. Of course, it wasn't a problem for Klein since he wouldn't reject himself. After completing the act of carving the symbol, Klein found a metal bottle and used his spirituality together with a container, and he then poured the mercury out and filled the carved-out pattern. This time, he decided to complete only the front side for now. He would then summon himself and respond to himself. He would then bring the worm with the 12 translucent rings back to the room and then place it on a silver sheet. After doing all of this, Klein adjusted the altar and took 2 steps back. He then said in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Following the process, he completed the necessary steps before taking 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the space above the gray fog. After imbuing himself with the Black Emperor card, he used his spirituality to stir a tiny amount of the powers above the gray fog to respond to his prayers. While the surging energy poured into the circle of light, Klein didn't hesitate to return to the real world. He saw the altar had turned dark and gloomy, as though there were countless secrets hidden here. And the silver sheet had already floated up, fusing with the worm of time's corpse. Klein took 2 steps forward, flipped the silver sheet around, and he filled the carved symbol on the back with mercury. As the lines lit up, they effused a hazy luster. Klein rapidly retracted his arms and saw the luster grow richer. He then enveloped the silver sheet and the worm of time's corpse inside. Suddenly, the darkness around the altar distorted as the entire space seemed to turn abnormal. This change disappeared as fast as it came. The charms filled with strange patterns slowly landed on the desk. It was entirely translucent in color and was dark black. It was like a miniature card, made out of a special crystal. It also resembled the eyes of a particular existence that was watching this world. It succeeded. It really works. Klein was delighted as he hurriedly picked up the charm. He found it cold to the touch as if he was touching snow. Regardless of the resulting effects of the charm, just its formation had meant a success. Klein had once again obtained a high-level charm at the demigod level. He busied himself again, bringing the completed item above the gray fog. He then used dream divination to figure out how to use it. The charm, which was in the shape of a black crystal card, had only one effect, but it was highly potent. It was to siphon off the luck of others. And to be precise, it was to graft fate. A period of the target's fate would be grafted onto the user. The simplest situation would be when an enemy is about to kill me. I'll use this charm, siphoning off his fate of surviving, as well as grafting the fate of impending death onto him. Then, the situation would be developed into him clearly succeeding, only for him to die. It does match the Marauder pathway's usual traits, but it's more sinister and terrifying. It's going from stealing wealth to stealing fate. If the Worm of Time were alive, and I was able to fully employ the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, this charm might even point towards the domain of time. As Klein thought, he felt a sense of fear. If it wasn't for the assistance that this mysterious space had given him by obstructing and purging things, he had no way to deal with a Worm of Time. Phew, now it's mine. I can't call it a Worm of Time anymore. I'll just call it Luck Siphon. Klein once again got busy as he brought back the Luck Siphon charm to the real world. After dealing with the traces of the ritual, he gravely placed the high-level charm into the iron cigar case, putting it together with Azek's copper whistle and the Senor gold coin. He then sealed and isolated the case with a wall of spirituality. Being in a good mood, Klein didn't feel sleepy. He drew the curtains a little and allowed the crimson moonlight to shine in, illuminating his room with tranquility and silence. While he was enjoying the scenery, he suddenly saw a figure sneak out from Member of Parliament Matched's house as it approached amidst the shadows. It was none other than Hazel Matched. She once again headed for the sewers, removed the manhole cover, climbed down, and didn't forget to close the cover. Why is she always heading into the sewers? It's not likely for her to be heading to other areas from here to act like a superhero in the mysterious world. After all, each trip doesn't take her more than an hour. Unless she has very reliable intelligence, it's difficult to achieve anything. Besides, this will make it easy for her to be caught by the official Beyonders. Together with the scene provided to me by Rhodes, she's likely finding something. It's very easy for her to encounter danger if she keeps heading into the sewers. Klein stood behind the curtain gap as he observed what was happening under the serene night. He didn't attempt to warn Hazel or let the wraith possess her to let her understand the dangers of the Beyonder world. Firstly, this was because he had quite a subjective view that Hazel's sense of superiority was due to a result of her lacking knowledge in mysticism, so he couldn't be sure. Secondly, he wasn't sure how she had obtained Beyonder powers in a mystical item. Warning her out of gratitude for her kind deed earlier would easily attract unwanted attention or even trouble. After enjoying an evening of peace, Klein returned to bed and slept till daybreak. Before Richardson entered, he turned into Gehrman Sparrow and prayed to the fool. I can accept the mission, but regardless of the outcome, I want a stone from that bracelet of yours, as well as the ability to use that spellbook of yours for some time. If it succeeds, all spoils of war will be mine. You can only take the target's head. If required, you will need to provide assistance. Chapter 772. Walter's abnormality. He wants a stone from my bracelet and the right to use Limano's travels for some time. How does he know that I have those two items? I don't remember mentioning it during the tarot gatherings. After hearing Gehrman Sparrow's response, Furs was bewildered and rather shocked. It felt like he had seen through all her secrets. She tensed up as she quickly tried recalling how this information could have been leaked. Aside from Teacher, Zio, and Mr. Fool, no one knows that I have these two items, especially Limano's travels. I haven't even used it, Mr. Fool. Mr. World appears quite strange during the tarot gatherings. He never hands over Emperor Russell's diary pages, and he doesn't seem to put any effort into this, nor does he show any concern. He and Mr. Fool have a deeper connection. He obtains the relevant information from him. A believer or a blessed? Furs carefully thought over the matter as she grasped something, easing her horror from before. Only at this moment did she have the time and energy to consider if she could accept Gehrman Sparrow's requests. To Furs, such a price was too cheap, far lower than she had expected. Furthermore, it was reasonable. As a Beyonder who seldom went out and just stayed home writing and resting, lending Limano's travels for some time didn't affect her safety or her need to use it. And likewise, giving one of the two remaining stones in the bracelet that allowed her to travel through the spirit world didn't cause her to lose all her trump cards. The only problem is that Mr. World seems to be willing to only try it once. If he fails, he will still take the payment. Yes, with the fact that he needs to bear the risk. That's normal. I originally imagined that I would need to help him do many things and obtain a reward from Teacher by using the traitor's head to repay the debt. Furs thought calmly for a few seconds before she prayed to Mr. Fool. Please inform Mr. World that I accept his conditions, and I will try my best to provide him assistance in the operation. He originally wished to warn Gehrman Sparrow that using the stone might result in the side effect of receiving the ravings of the full moon, but she then realized that it was apparently only something Beyonders from the apprentice pathway encountered. Regardless if it succeeds or fails, I'll obtain that stone. I'll be able to secretly leave Backland and meet with Mr. Hanged Man to explore that primitive island. When the time comes, I'll use the spellbook to record the usage of the stone. That way, I don't have to worry about the return trip. That's unless my luck is terrible and the recording fails. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief, opened the door, and got Richardson to help him dress up. Sir, after breakfast, your schedule is to head to the Royal Museum to see the royal family's collection exhibition. As Richardson helped his employer wear his coat, he informed him of the day's schedule. As Dwayne Dantes mastered social dancing very quickly, the number of etiquette classes in the morning went from 5 times a week to 3 times a week, allowing him to spare time for other things. And such exhibitions were definitely a hot topic of conversation in high society circles. By not going in person, it would make him appear lacking. As for heading to St. Samuel Cathedral for the bishop's preachings, Klein had consciously lowered his frequency. This wasn't because he needed to donate tens of pounds each time, but that he was afraid that heading there frequently despite having the novelty period wear off would incur suspicion. Being natural and reasonable were the core traits of his plans. Other than on a Sunday, he planned on randomly heading to church on 2 of the remaining 6 days. He wanted to rely on an even longer period of time to accumulate intelligence so as to figure out a pattern. He couldn't be impatient or in a rush. "I'm already looking forward to it." Klein looked at the dignified reflection of himself as he said to his valet with a smile. Upon thinking of St. Samuel Cathedral and the Church of Evernight, he naturally connected it to Leonard Mitchell's secret investigation of Sherlock Moriarty. He didn't understand what he was suspicious about. Is it because of Emlyn White's purchase of Tinder that drove Leonard to investigate the people related to him, or was it because of the fleeting appearances of the detective in the cases of Capham and Lenevis that made the Red Gloves who are in charge of the investigations notice something? Or could it be both? Klein thought about the clues that he had left behind and had a rough guess. He wasn't afraid that Sherlock Moriarty would be wanted by the Church of Evernight and given a bounty. After all, apart from contacting a few people that he was familiar with, the detective wasn't to appear again. He was worried that someone would discover that Sherlock Moriarty, in his early appearances, resembled Klein Moretti greatly, and as such, they would pursue the deceased former Nighthawk. In fact, it's not a problem even if they discover that. "I'm no longer the clown or magician from before. There are more than a handful of demigods searching for me. Even with the high-ranking deacons of the church, there won't be any qualitative changes. Besides, Benson and Melissa truly are ordinary people. The church will definitely not involve them and disturb their lives. I wonder if they will claim the bereavement compensation back. Probably not, for there's no way they can explain it to ordinary people." Klein wasn't that worried with all the debt he was in. This was also why he was so calm when he heard Will Ossepton mention Klein Moretti's identity last night. How could a Sequence 1 angel who was good at fate-related abilities and had previously interacted with Sherlock Moriarty early on not discover the detective's origins? Even with the grey fog's obstruction that interfered with many details, Will Ossepton was definitely able to know that Sherlock Moriarty originally came from Tingen. And back in Tingen, Klein had interacted with a youth named Ademysol, who was of the monster pathway, leading him to bleed from his eyes. And if Will Ossepton were to be aware of this and make a comparison, the answer was obvious. If Leonard were to really realize Sherlock Moriarty's hidden identity, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he walked out the master bedroom. He went to the second floor to enjoy the breakfast his cook had prepared specially for him. Klein passed through the ticket entrance with butler Walter and valet Richardson and went into the museum. The exhibition was held by the Lowen royal family. They showcased all kinds of collections that had historical meaning from the kingdom's founding so as to allow the public to enjoy and gain an understanding. It was a way to raise the kingdom's citizens' respect and recognition of the royal family. As a graduate from the Department of History, Klein was still rather interested in the exhibition. Many of the matters that he was very familiar with had the corresponding items appear here. They allowed him to plunge into the long and fascinating history from another angle. What left Klein somewhat puzzled was Walter's deep understanding towards most of the exhibits. He introduced them to Dwayne Dantes with extreme detail. As expected of a butler who came from an aristocratic household, Klein silently nodded. As he perused the exhibits, the trio kept encountering other visitors, and the exhibition hall was quiet and orderly, so people had to converse in whispers. When passing by an exhibit, Klein noticed Walter suddenly stop. He then glanced to his side as his expression turned complicated. As he wasn't a spectator, Klein wasn't able to interpret the actual meaning of those complicated feelings. All he could do was trace Walter's gaze towards the exhibit. Standing in front of the exhibit were a man and a woman. The man was in his 30s and wore a black suit, silk hat, and a gold-inlaid cane, looking like a gentleman of status and wealth. The woman was in a yellow dress with a golden necklace. Her overall attire was inclined towards bright colors. "Mr. Butler is looking at that man." Klein instantly made the judgment as he swept his gaze past the target without anyone detecting him. He realized that the man looked rather old. His skin was dark as a result of frequent exposure to the sun. The back of his hand was like dried wood, and his fingers were extremely rough. If I didn't look at his attire, I would have believed it if someone told me he was a farmer, gardener, or carriage driver. Klein retracted his gaze as he felt a little puzzled. The reason why he noticed these details was because he had seriously considered the appearance of an ordinary person who adventured in the southern continent for extended periods of time back when he was constructing the identity of Dwayne Dantes. He believed that apart from his gaze, bearing, and natural facial features that were etched by his rich experience, Dwayne Dantes also needed to have details, such as skin that had experienced long periods of suntanning, unobvious scars, and rough but strong palms. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to prop up such a character's inherent traits. I have to say that from the moment I became a faceless, I'm getting more and more experienced and wise in the aspect of creating a new character. If I were to return to Earth, even without my Beyonder powers, I'll have strong acting skills. As Klein made self-deprecating comments inwardly, he saw Walter recover from his stern look as though nothing had happened. As for the man with somewhat old facial features and rough skin, he pointed at a flag inside the exhibition case. This is the flag that the Earl of Lastings, Prince Herod's Augustus, used during the White Rose War. Unfortunately, he perished in that war. However, his death was the turning point of the entire war and the reason why Lowen eventually clinched victory. Look, the flag still has his blood. He's quite knowledgeable in the field of history. Klein's gaze swept towards Walter from the corner of his eye, thought for 2 seconds, and smiled. He approached the couple and interjected in a friendly manner. I never expected such a neglected tidbit of history would be known by someone else. I originally believed that the people's understanding of the White Rose War was only limited to Lowen's victory against Intis. Sir, your eruditeness leaves me amazed. To be praised in front of his female partner, the man's expression turned from a wary one to a relaxed one. A gleeful smile appeared on his face. I'm just a person who likes history. He casually swept his gaze towards the servant of the gentleman in front of him as he suddenly frowned before easing his brows. There were remnant looks of puzzlement. Indeed, he knows Butler Walter. Klein smiled while maintaining his composure. Hello there, I'm a merchant from Daisy, Dwayne Dantes. How may I address you? The man hesitated and said, William Sykes, a land steward at a manor. Chapter 773. Additional development. William Sykes, a land steward. Klein inwardly repeated the response he got before turning the topic of conversation towards the flag and the White Rose War. After a short chat, he politely bade farewell and walked towards the other exhibits with Walter and Richardson. He continued his own tour of the exhibits, as though his encounter from before was completely trivial, a conversation that was purely coincidental. When it was almost noon, Klein, who had returned to his high-end four-wheeled carriage, looked out at the passing bicycles when he suddenly said, Walter, you seem to know Mr. William Sykes. Walter solemnly nodded and said, I once knew him while I was working for Viscount Conrad's household. He served a member of the royal family, the former Earl of Lastings, Prince Edisic. He didn't conceal anything, and he described William Sykes's background in detail. He was once in service of Prince Edisic. He's living quite a good life after the prince passed away because of the great smog of Backland. I wonder what manor he's the land steward of. Perhaps he knows some secrets. Klein gently nodded and didn't probe further. He was wondering if he should find an opportunity to investigate William Sykes. If William Sykes really knows something, the royal family's faction wouldn't leave him be. Or perhaps he is part of that faction. In short, investigating him will be a rather dangerous matter. There's no way to entrust this matter to Miss Magician, Emlyn White, or Miss Zio. Miss Sharon has the ability to do so, but this might result in destroying her peaceful life. The best solution is still to use Hero Bandit Black Emperor. But the problem is that before stealing the Antigonus family's notebook, my investigations of the Great Smog of Backland should only be superficial. I shouldn't alarm anyone or bring about any accidental changes. Klein appeared to admire the streets outside, but many thoughts were going through his mind. Finally, he decided to hold back for the time being unwilling to affect the most pertinent matter he had at present. After having lunch and taking a nap, Klein received classes in literary appreciation until it was almost evening. After sending away his teacher, he was just about to head to the second story's dining hall when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Amidst the ringing, Klein saw Richardson immediately take a few steps forward to open the door. Standing outside were 2 police officers in black and white checkered uniforms. From their epaulettes, one of them was a high-ranking inspector, while the other was a sergeant. Officers, how may I help you? Richardson asked on behalf of his employer. The high-ranking inspector was a thin man and had his black hair hidden under his peaked cap. His sideburns had a little color as he swept his gaze into the house before warmly saying with a smile, I'm here for Mr. Dwayne Dantes. There's a case that involves him and his butler. What is it? Klein slowly walked to the door. I'm Dwayne Dantes. After introducing himself, he asked politely, Officers, how may I address you? If the matter is a little more complicated and needs more time, why not come to my parlor? We can discuss it over tea. The other police officer, the sergeant, was an elegant lady. She was clearly interested in taking up the offer as she looked at the high-ranking inspector, awaiting the decision of her superior. Due to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Loan police force had plenty of female officers, but due to the other faiths and the prevailing trends of society, they suffered some form of discrimination when it came to promotions and positions. They mostly did clerical work, and there was an invisible ceiling for their career development. The high-ranking inspector smiled and said, There's no need for tea, but we need to question your servants. He paused before getting to the main point. Mr. Dwayne Dantes, do you know a person by the name of William Sykes? I got to know him this morning at the Royal Museum. Klein vaguely sensed that some sort of unexpected development had occurred as he asked, Did something happen to him? The high-ranking inspector wiped away his smile and said, He's dead. He died at a hotel near the Royal Museum. He's dead. Klein didn't hide his puzzlement and shock. I just met him, and he's dead. Had he already been targeted? The inspector nodded solemnly and said, Yes, the cause of death is rather complicated, and we aren't ruling out the possibility of murder. What about his female partner? Klein frowned as he asked. He had a female partner when I met him. That lady was his mistress. When she left the hotel, William Sykes was still alive. This can be confirmed by the attendants at the hotel because they had later sent him red wine. The inspector simply shared the situation and said, After leaving the Royal Museum, where did you go? I came back here directly. I had lunch, took a nap, and attended lessons. My servants, neighbors, and literary appreciation teacher can prove that, Klein frankly replied. He then turned his head to Richardson and said, Bring Walter here. Soon, Walter walked down from the second story with a white glove and answered similar questions. After receiving Dwayne Dantes' permission, the two officers questioned the rest of his servants, but they failed to find any problems. They didn't stay for long, politely bidding him farewell and visiting the other neighbors. Klein's appetite wasn't affected by this matter as he went to the second story to enjoy his dinner. Time quickly flew by as he spent the rest of the time reading books and newspapers. Before sleeping, Klein took in the scenery outside the window as he awaited his valet, Richardson, to take away the fruits in the room. Suddenly, he asked without turning his head, What did Walter do in the afternoon? He was busy handling various matters. He never left, Richardson answered softly. Klein nodded gently without asking further. He began suspecting if he had been overthinking matters. Phew, he slowly exhaled before getting into bed. In the middle of the night, Klein's spirituality was triggered as he snapped awake. He pricked up his brows, left the bed, and arrived by the window. He pulled back the curtains a little. Under the dim moonlight, a figure carefully passed through the garden's trail and arrived by the perimeter walls before flipping over it. He had a broad forehead with raven black hair and stern brown eyes. He was none other than Butler Walter. He's agile and his motions are fluid. If he's not trained, he's a low-sequence meander. Klein observed the scene as he made a preliminary judgment. He saw Walter's shadows follow the streets until he arrived at the manhole which Hazel often used to enter the sewers. He removed the manhole cover, climbed down, and didn't forget to close the cover. Why is everyone so skilled at getting into the sewers? Mr. Butler likely hasn't done it in the past, otherwise, my spirituality would have warned me. After all, he's leaving from my territory. It means that before he became my butler, he had performed such actions quite frequently elsewhere. Klein curled his lips, returned to his bedside, and took out the iron cigar case from under his pillow. He controlled Wraith's Senor to tail Walter, wanting to see what he was up to. I hope it doesn't exceed 100 meters, otherwise, I'll need to enter the sewers as well. As Klein silently muttered to himself, he returned to the gap in the curtains. His marionette, Senor, immediately used the mysterious connection between different mirrors to jump to the street lamp beside the manhole before passing the manhole to silently tail Walter. Klein saw that Walter turned into a more secluded and dark passage after taking 10 meters forward. On the wall were all kinds of moss and dirt. Suddenly, the butler stopped and said to someone, "Why were you so rash? Why didn't you wait for a better opportunity?" Soon, a weak and slightly hoarse female's voice replied to Walter's inquiry. "It was the best opportunity. Once he returns to that manor, there's no knowing when he will come out again." "But why would you be so seriously injured?" Walter said with sighs of concern. The female voice scoffed and said, William Sykes is stronger than what you or I imagined. Perhaps only this way can he satisfy his secret identity. Regardless, I finally obtained clues from him. After so much time, I finally have a chance to approach the truth. You didn't need to be so rash. Walter fell silent. The weak female's voice chuckled and said, I've already sold my soul to an evil god. The only meaning to life is vengeance. In a rare instance, Walter sighed and said, continue hiding here. I'll prepare food for you until you recover. If there aren't any accidents, use the old method to contact me. The weak female voice remained silent for a while before saying, when he was alive, he had many subordinates who claimed to be loyal. After his death, few still remember him or are willing to risk their lives for him. You are the one who has surprised me the most. He is the first noble who treated me that way, and he is the person I'm truly loyal to, Walter answered in a deep voice. Having heard the conversation with his marionette, Klein vaguely understood the entire story. After Prince Edisic passed away, a few of his loyal subordinates were investigating the truth of his suicide. Walter was one of them. However, he was mainly in charge of gathering any superficial intelligence, as well as using his identity to provide some help. This is probably the additional development that Rhodes mentioned. Klein immediately made Senor go invisible as he infiltrated the secluded passageway and saw Walter conversing with someone while standing. His figure blocked a black-dressed woman who was seated on the ground against the wall. Her face was somewhat pale. After the woman heard Walter's words, she gave a throaty laugh and looked towards the entrance. It's time you leave. Don't be caught by others. She turned her head, allowing Klein to see her. She had a round face, slender eyes, and a gentle and refined temperament. Deep down, she was sweet and was an outstandingly gorgeous beauty who Klein was familiar with. Trissa. Trissa Cheek. Chapter 774. Clues. She isn't dead. She managed to escape. She's actually trying to seek revenge for Prince Edisic. At that moment that he saw Trissa, Klein nearly lost control of his expression. Although he had guessed it based on the conversation, he still felt it exceeded his expectations when the truth was placed before him. Without even the need for a dream divination, he could still recall the great smog of Backland. Trissa had conversed with him, and back then, she was eager to escape Prince Edisic's control and escape the manipulation of her fate by the hidden person behind the scenes. She felt her daily life was filled with pain. This demoness who was once a man had sold her soul to an evil god to help avenge Prince Edisic. What kind of crappy trite romance plot point is this? The corners of Klein's lips twitched as he saw Walter throw a bag of food to Trissa. After hearing him give a few words of advice, he turned and left the secluded path. At this moment, a figure appeared from Member of Parliament Matched's house. It was within Klein's line of sight from where he was standing. It followed the shadows in the street as it quickly approached the entrance to the sewer. She was none other than Hazel, who held a mystical item from the Marauder pathway. She'll encounter Walter. This isn't some entrance to the sewers. It's clearly the entrance to a bustling city. Klein looked down and nearly facepalmed. Upon arriving at the manhole, Hazel warily observed her surroundings for a few seconds before moving the cover away and climbing down. The entire process was done in one fell swoop without any signs of delay. Stepping onto the slightly moist ground, she followed the rusted metal pipes in the sewage that slowly flowed with a clear destination in mind. Suddenly, she felt her back turn cold as a chill ran down her spine. Her hair began to stand on end. Right on the heels of that, Hazel seemed to plunge into a freezing river, and she felt a coldness that was overcoming her body. She was horrified to see herself walking in a different direction, heading straight for the wall with metal pipes. And this was completely against her will. Horror filled Hazel's mind before she received a reprieve from her numb thoughts. She infused all her spirituality into the necklace on her neck. The 7 green gems on the necklace were equidistant from each other. Embedded around them were tiny diamonds. In the absolute darkness, they still swirled with a faint lustrous glow. Suddenly, a gem lit up as the green glow illuminated Hazel's ghastly face. She leaned against the wall and paused for a moment. She moved her feet forward in an awkward manner before retracting them. At that instant, the coldness Hazel felt had paused for a moment. She didn't hesitate to use her spirituality to light up another green gem. She raised her right hand, aimed it at herself, and twisted her wrist. At the same time, many mysterious symbols and patterns appeared in her mind as her spirituality and voice changed momentarily. She had stolen the Beander power, Wraith Shriek. Hazel was just about to open her mouth to shout when she found her hands losing control again. She forcefully and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Her shriek turned into a muffle as she took a few brisk steps to the wall. She turned into another fork before crouching down in the pure darkness. She tried hard to struggle, but it was useless. She wasn't even capable of activating the necklace on her neck. Hazel's dark brown eyes widened as they filled with horror and indignation. Tears began to well in her eyes before slowly streaming down her cheeks. And at this moment, Walter had come out from another path, returning back to the sewer entrance before climbing up agilely. After he sneaked back into 160 Bachland Street, Hazel suddenly regained control of her body. She felt that the coldness had completely disappeared. She first raised her hands in surprise, using her night vision to take a glance. Following that, she looked around in a fluster, as though there were countless unknown monsters hidden in the darkness of the sewers. Hazel immediately touched the necklace with her right hand, carefully stood up, and headed for the entrance. She didn't flee in panic, but she instead warily prepared for any attack that would appear from the darkness. Finally, she returned to Bachland Street where she saw the black street lamp emitting its light, illuminating the streets that still had the remnant signs of rain. Only then did Hazel speed up her pace and run home. Midway, she suddenly turned back, nervously and frantically closing the manhole's cover. After doing all of this, she followed the shadows and entered her garden. With the help of the gas and water pipes, she entered the balcony to her bedroom. Only at that point did she really have any room to think. She widened her eyes and subconsciously looked around. Slowly, her body began to tremble. She raised her left arm, hoping to use her clothes to wipe her face, but she paused midway, switching to using a handkerchief from her pocket. Hazel still has the basic abilities needed to react. She's not a complete newbie. In the sewers, Senor appeared with his dark red coat and triangular hat as he spoke silently. Following that, under Klein's control, he went invisible again as he entered the hidden fork where Trissa was. Just as the wraith approached, the black-dressed Trissa looked up and revealed a weak but stubborn smile. From the looks of it, you have no ill intentions. That lady was quite lucky. She had sensed Hazel and discovered the wraith. Senor's figure appeared as he chuckled. Perhaps killing her will only bring you greater trouble. To be honest, he wished to report Trissa to the authorities because he knew of the evil deeds she had done. He knew how she had incited the passengers and crew on the Alfalfa, causing them to kill each other out at sea. He also knew how she had many innocent lives die ahead of time. However, after realizing that Trissa was investigating the mystery behind Prince Edisic's death, Klein had a new plan in mind. He would incite the Demoness and cooperate with her on certain matters. The mystery of Prince Edisic's death was equivalent to the truth of the Great Smog of Bachland. Investigating this matter is bound to be very dangerous. Roping others in will make me feel guilty, afraid that harm or even death will happen to them as a result. By getting Trissa to do it, I wouldn't have such a psychological burden. The crimes she had committed had long doomed her to hell. The only problem is that she might be using the investigations of the mystery to Prince Edisic's death for her own ploys. I have to be wary about this to prevent myself from being used, thus causing a disaster. As Klein thought, he made Senor take 2 steps forward. Trissa looked at the middle-aged before her and chuckled. Since you have ill intentions, go ahead, Mr. Senor. At this instant, the marionette's senses revealed countless threads floating and flailing around Trissa. And seated in the middle was her black-dressed self with a pale face. It resembled a spider in the middle of her web, but it was filled with temptation and pity that made one approach her. You know me. The marionette halted in his footsteps. Trissa's expression was somewhat adrift as she answered in reverie, I once spent an unforgettable period of time at sea. Back then, you were still a man, Klein lampooned and chuckled. Why are you investigating Prince Edisic's death? Didn't he commit suicide? Trissa immediately looked up as anger colored her face. Suicides can be different. Some people do it willingly, others are forced. No way, she really seems to mind Prince Edisic's death. Lady, have you forgotten that you were once a man? Have you forgotten the pain you were previously talking about? Don't tell me that this is the so-called Stockholm Syndrome where you end up bonding with your captor due to the minute amount of kindness they've provided. Well, I'm not a spectator, and I can't determine if she's being truthful or not. Klein made Senor chuckle. So, you believe that Prince Edisic was forced to commit suicide? You sought William Sykes to investigate this matter. The angry look on Trissa's face vanished as a miserable but beautiful smile appeared. It was he who forced Edisic to commit suicide with a spirituality obliteration bullet. However, he was also under orders by others. Hey, to obtain the final bit of pleasure, he revealed everything. Heh heh, he was still unable to really touch me. I even showed him my former photo. He died filled with even more misery and despair. I can't imagine what William suffered. Trissa is as twisted as she was before. Demonesses at the stage of pleasure are really filled with charms. Every expression and every action are filled with enticement, but I can tell that Trissa has already reined it in very well, only using it when needed. She has already advanced. Or is it because of love? As Klein lampooned, he made Senor ask, "Who is it?" When asking that question, Klein hadn't expected to receive an answer, but Trissa chuckled and replied, "Viscount Stratford. The Royal Guard Captain of the Royal Family." Chapter 775. Making Use. Viscount Stratford, Royal Guard Captain of the Royal Family. From this post, the Great Smog of Backland does have inklings of a particular royal family faction being behind it. As for who it is, it will require investigation. Klein temporarily didn't have the time to verify Trissa's answer, so all he did was make Senor scoff. "I'm a little doubtful since you are telling me this so easily," Trissa said in a scoffing and self-deprecating manner. "That's because it's something good for me. I can tell that you and the faction you represent are very interested in the true motives of those pulling the strings of the royal family. I would be very happy if I can provide some useful clues that cause you to have conflict with them, causing the real conspirer to surface. This will aid in my revenge and also be of the greatest help to me. According to this logic, does that also mean that I can use you to investigate this matter and fish out the mastermind behind this? From that, I can allow my faction to hide in safety before it obtains any actual information." Wasn't what Trissa said meant to entice me to engage in limited cooperation with her? While she also volunteers to be the mind clearer in order to reveal the truth, she is clearly expressing her value. She's afraid that I'll eventually decide to kill her. Klein roughly understood what Trissa was truly getting at as he controlled the wraith to say, "Very reasonable. I should also do the same. I believe that without my threats or enticement, you'll attempt to make contact with Viscount Stratford after you recover from your wounds." Trissa curled her lips and said, "I only hope that he doesn't like men. This isn't something that cannot be resolved. If you're already sequence 5, then you can consider switching to the Hunter Pathways sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight. Also, have you forgotten your past self? Why are you getting used to the powers of a demoness of pleasure to deal with men?" Klein lampooned before making Senor smile. "This isn't a problem. You can always show him your old photo." Trissa was taken aback as a slightly twisted expression colored her face. A humiliation that she had buried deep inside her had been dug out, exposing it beneath the sun. Her beautiful eyes were tainted with what stemmed from anger from the humiliation. Her face, which was pale due to her injuries, instantly flushed red. Trissa quickly reined in her emotions and scoffed, speaking with a suppressed voice, as expected of Admiral of Blood. "It appears you know plenty about the Demoness pathway." She wasn't sure before. "I made that joke because I thought the Demoness sect and the Rose School of Thought had worked together, making her believe that Admiral of Blood would know the secret of the assassin pathway. Regardless, it's not nice mocking the gender of others. This is in line with Admiral of Blood's persona. A marionettist's principle is, remember that every marionette has its own setting." The reason why Trissa had mentioned her past photo was apparently just to vent and grind off an enemy's joy and excitement. She wasn't taking notice of the details she mentioned. Klein nodded in thought as he controlled Senor. "At my level, there will always be plenty of secrets I know." He didn't continue on the topic as he said, "How can I contact you? I might be able to provide you with some help during the investigations of Viscount Stratford." Trissa reached her hand towards her ear and grabbed a clump of smooth, raven black hair. Then, blue ice formed, allowing her to crack it off. She then spread out her palm, allowing a silent, pitch-black flame to appear, burning the hair to ashes. These ashes weren't lifted up by the cold winds in the sewers, but they had shrunk, forming a sticky black object. "Smear it uniformly over a mirror, and then I'll know that you're looking for me. I'll subsequently use that mirror to communicate with you." Trissa shook her wrist and threw the pasty black object to Senor. "It can be used about 5 times, and that should be enough." As Senor was only a marionette, Klein wasn't worried about letting him grab the black sticky object. After taking a few looks, he stuffed it into his pocket. Trissa fell silent for a few seconds before biting her lip. "If I need your help, how do I contact you?" "That's a problem." Klein did wish to have her directly contact Miss Messenger, Reinette Tinecare. After all, Trissa would later know that behind the wraith was Gehrman Sparrow if she gathered any news about Admiral of Blood. This wasn't something that could be hidden. After a few seconds of consideration, he decided to be a little more cautious. He decided to wait until Trissa had any substantial discoveries before changing the communication method. After all, she isn't someone to be trusted. To avenge Prince Edisic, some of her feelings are real, but they likely include some other goals. For example, seeking revenge for herself, Klein made Senor survey the area and said, "These sewers hide plenty of secrets. I'll come often. You can leave the help you need in text form here. If the matter is urgent, preventing you from doing it in time, you can contact that person from before to get him to leave the message." Trissa slowly nodded. With the conversation almost done, Klein planned on letting his marionette, Senor, leave. At that moment, he caught sight of Trissa's hands. He discovered that the sapphire ring, which was equivalent to a grade 0 sealed artifact, was gone. "I noticed it just now, but I thought she had switched it to her other hand or another finger, but it's actually gone. From the looks of it, she paid a considerable price back when she escaped Prince Edisic's Red Rose Manor and escaped in Zhangwil's 008's control. The mark that the Prince Edisic left on her has also vanished." Klein thought for a moment before getting Senor to laugh. "One more thing. Which evil god did you sell your soul to?" Trissa gave the middle-aged man a deep look. "The primordial demoness. Weren't you trying to escape from that strange state? Didn't you feel that you were increasingly becoming less like yourself? Why did you backtrack? Don't you know that by changing your name to Trissa Cheek, they were trying to make you the primordial demoness's vessel?" No, she might really not know. She might not even know what cheek means. She did her best to escape her fate, only to plunge deeper into it. At that instant, Klein felt a baffling fear towards fate and deities. He made Senor smile. "It's hard for me to believe it with you replying so easily without any qualms." Trissa's eyes had a slight tinge of confusion as she said in a self-deprecating manner, "That's because it's a problem for me, not a secret. With one more person knowing, there might be one more chance of a solution presenting itself. Even if the chances are slim, it's better than nothing. While solving the problem, there's also a high chance that you'll be finished." Klein didn't continue the topic as he said after some thought, "When you approach Viscount Stratford and the mastermind behind all of this, take note of any coincidences that often happen around you. The deeper the investigation into the Great Smog of Backland is, the more likely it would gain the attention of Ince Zhangwil in 008. Coincidences? Trissa was taken aback as she repeated the word. At that instant, she recalled all the coincidences she had encountered back at Red Rose Manor. Amidst her thoughts, she suddenly looked up, only to realize that Admiral of Blood Senor had vanished. The next morning, Klein woke up punctually, and with the assistance of Richardson, he wore his coat. Just as he arrived in the dining hall, he saw Walter standing by the door, politely awaiting his arrival. "Sir, your schedule for today is to participate in a tea session at Member of Parliament Matched's residence," Walter professionally reminded his employer. He was stern, old-fashioned, and conscientious. He looked no different from his usual self, making it impossible to tell that he had headed for the sewers in the middle of the night. Klein nodded with a smile as though nothing had happened. "I haven't forgotten." He then entered the dining hall and enjoyed an exquisite meal that had started showing signs of being repetitive. There's not enough variety for breakfast. Klein focused on eating, and after he was done, he put down his cutlery and sighed. "I miss my hometown a little. Get the cook to prepare some daisy pie tomorrow." "Yes, sir. I should have thought of that earlier," housekeeper Tanaja replied apologetically. Klein waved his hand as a gesture for her not to take it to heart before he headed to the garden for a stroll. After doing all of this, he returned to the third story to continue reading the papers he hadn't finished until his etiquette teacher, Wahana, arrived. Wahana was still dressed decently with an elegant bearing. She smiled at Dwayne Dantes and said, "I heard you would be heading to Mam Rihanna's place for high tea later today. Then, this lesson will focus on high tea." Klein maintained his smile as he listened attentively, asking questions from time to time. About 30 minutes later, Walter knocked on the door and entered. "Sir, Member of Parliament Matched servant just came over to inform us that the high tea session has been cancelled because Mam Rihanna's daughter, Miss Hazel, is sick. She's very apologetic for that, and she wishes to invite you again next week." Hazel is sick, a result of last night's fright. It's not impossible if it's an ordinary person, but a Beander has their physical qualities enhanced. The chances of that happening are very low. Furthermore, Hazel clearly hasn't seen the changes that result from the loss of control brought about by potions. Her mental state is still well, allowing her to feel a sense of superiority and having no fear. Even if she was frightened, it wouldn't result in any psychological ailments. Ailments. Sequence 5 of the Demoness pathway can make people around them get infected with ailments. Last night, Trissa secretly released her ailment after seeing a stranger enter the sewers. And as a wraith, Senor wasn't affected, so I didn't discover it. Such a problem isn't too serious. Hazel didn't spend much time in the area for too long. She's just a little shaken, preventing her from recovering quickly. From the looks of it, Trissa has really advanced to sequence 5. Klein nodded gently and said, "Please give Miss Hazel my regards." Chapter 776. Preparations. Without the high tea session, Klein decided to pray at St. Samuel Cathedral, so as to show his devoutness. Of course, he didn't forget to stop and admire the white pigeons on the square, allowing himself to appear leisurely and calm. He entered the cathedral, passing through the murals that were illuminated by the sun from high above and arriving at a dark and deep prayer hall. This place wasn't as gorgeously decorated like the other churches that had all kinds of dazzling elegant taste that produced a visual impact. Instead, it was mild and peaceful, allowing one to feel a natural sense of tranquility. As for the pure light that resembled twinkling stars up ahead, they were filled with the intense solemnity of holiness. Klein removed his hat and handed it to Richardson along with his cane. Then, he walked down the aisle. At this moment, two figures stood up in the front pew and turned towards the entrance. One of them was the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell, who looked suave with his untidy hair. Almost at the same moment, Leonard Mitchell also saw the middle-aged man with the white sideburns and deep blue eyes. Dwayne Dantes. He tensed up momentarily as his body showed signs of indiscernible stiffness. Klein gave Leonard a side look as he nodded with a smile. He had a friendly and casual expression. Leonard forced a smile as he nodded in a slightly sluggish manner. Following that, he turned to the side, made way, and brushed shoulders with Dwayne Dantes. This made Klein see who the person was behind him. It was also someone he knew, Daly, who was wearing a spirit medium's black robe. This lady still wore blue eyeshadow and blush, presenting quite an uncanny sense of beauty. Daly glanced at the middle-aged gentleman when her expression suddenly went adrift. She retracted her gaze as she silently approached the exit. "No way, I was just mimicking Captain's profound eyes. Even the color is different, yet Ma'am Daly could still find it familiar." A woman's intuition is truly terrifying. Klein had a vague guess when he noticed Daly's brief abnormality. A long time ago, as an insensitive man, he believed that Ma'am Daly was secretly in love with Captain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have endured the risk to rush to Tingen to get Klein to find an opportunity to teach the acting method to Dunn Smith. As for Captain, Klein wasn't sure about his thoughts. After all, Dunn Smith, at that moment, was often unable to distinguish reality from a dream. His bad memory was rather pronounced, and he might unknowingly have forgotten certain things that lay at the bottom of his heart. However, Captain often mentions Ma'am Daly, using her as an example to educate us. He was so familiar with how many years she took to advance and the kind of talent she had that it seemed like he had memorized it. Yes, whenever Captain mentioned these matters, he would occasionally add that he spent 9 years going from midnight poet to nightmare. See, could it be that he was feeling a little inferior when facing Ma'am Daly? Inferior? Klein recalled the past as his mood suddenly felt dampened. He realized that he didn't really understand Dunn Smith. He didn't understand how many things the man had hidden inwardly. And Ma'am Daly isn't much younger than him. She appears to be very open and doesn't care about marriage. Klein silently sighed and reined in his thoughts. He found a nearby pew and bowed his head, closing his eyes to pray. Outside the prayer hall, Leonard had recovered as he gathered with the other Red Gloves teammates with Daly. They waited for a while as Soist, who had become a spirit warlock, walked out from another side. He scanned them and said, "Our mission this time is to use the various clues discovered from the explosion of the Black Skeleton Gang's headquarters to find all the formal members of the numinous episcopate in Backland. Ma'am Daly is a Beander from the Corpse Collector pathway. She knows quite a bit about the numinous episcopate, so His Grace, Saint Anthony, has gotten her to assist us." In the evening, Klein, who had dismissed Richardson, took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the gray fog. He conjured the World Gehrman Sparrow and made his blurry figure pray. "Please inform Miss Magician that she needs to reserve a hotel room before Friday night. It's best that it's far from the place where Mr. X holds the gathering. Pass me the stone and spellbook ahead of time. I need to make certain preparations. On Friday night, she needs to stop her friend who participates in Mr. X's gathering and also present to me that person's external appearance when in disguise. If there's anything else, I'll inform her in time." With only 2 days left before the assassination attempt on Mr. X, Klein undoubtedly needed to prepare ahead of time, and there were many things that needed preparation. Dwayne Dantes wasn't able to do everything, so he had to rely on Miss Magician. His preliminary plan was to use the powers of a faceless to disguise himself as a participant in Mr. X's gathering. He would enter directly with the passcode, and then he would employ different plans based on the situation. According to the experience he had in engaging in combat and controlling his marionette, Klein had a feeling that a marionettist's principle was, try to hide behind the scenes, covertly directing a script. Unless necessary, a marionettist had to avoid engaging in direct combat with others. Currently, the most troublesome point is that Mr. X's gathering is at 8. And usually, at this time, Dwayne Dantes clearly wouldn't have fallen asleep. He won't be able to escape the notice of his butler and servants and secretly head to East Borough. Of course, on the contrary, it can also create an alibi, but the problem is, what method should I use to fool everyone in his house? If only I had a faceless partner who can act as Dwayne Dantes. Miss Justice's necklace can do it, but she's not in Backland. Klein leaned back into his chair as he rubbed his temples. He had even considered directly summoning and responding to himself, using his identity as Hero Bandit Black Emperor to carry out the operation, but doing so would cause him to lose the ability to change his physical appearance. It also made it difficult for him to possess others and disguise as Furz's friend to participate in the gathering. Unless Miss Magician's friend is a part of this, allowing me to possess him or her, that wouldn't do either. First, it will expose some of the Tarot Club's secrets, and second, Mr. X might have the means to discover a wraith. Of course, traces of this can be concealed using a series of seals with a gold coin, the paper angel, or the iron cigar case. Klein considered for a while before deciding on a method he was very proficient in from his previous life: feigning sickness. I'll begin acting sick tomorrow. I'll eat very little, and sleep before 8. This way, the butler and servants wouldn't disturb me, but if there's an emergency, what do I do when Walter and company knock on the door? A magician's illusion creation can only fool the eyes. It isn't some artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, right? I can fix the illusion onto a mirror, letting it look like Dwayne Dantes. Then, I'll get a Rhodes to answer remotely. With this in mind, Klein's thoughts suddenly opened up. I have to say that a Rhodes can be quite useful at times. After a poignant comment, Klein returned to the real world. He walked to the desk, took out pen and paper, and began drawing a picture comprising of symbols that implied secrecy and mystery prying. Just as he finished his final stroke, the room's lighting dimmed suddenly. The full-body mirror first turned deep black before silver light surfaced. Lona's text appeared one after another. Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, heard your summoning. Was I late? There's something new every time. Klein shook his head in amusement. How tolerant you are of me, Great Master. You can ask your question. Words neatly appeared on the mirror. Klein thought for a moment before saying, I plan on eliminating the Aurora Order Oracle, Mr. X. Do you have any suggestions? The full-body mirror's words froze for a few seconds before changing. It's best you do it after Thursday. It's in line with my divination. Angel of Fate Ouroboros or a saint of the Aurora Order might be around Mr. X tonight and on Thursday. Klein smiled and said, Rhodes, I have something that requires your help. This is my honor. You are giving me an opportunity. Words quickly emerged, fully professing what it meant to be excited and delighted. May I ask what the mission is? Klein nodded and said, this Friday night, I will be using a mirror as an illusion prop, changing it to look like my present identity. If any emergencies happen, you're in charge of controlling the mirror to answer without letting anyone discover any abnormalities. Can you do it? The air around the full-body mirror suddenly gushed around, and a toady voice belonging to Dwayne Dantes sounded. Great Master, I'll try my best to complete anything you command. Although it won't be able to last long, and it doesn't match my usual habits, it's enough to deal with everyone here. If you wish, I can simulate any voice. You're more talented than I expected. It's not easy being a mirror these days. However, why does that final statement sound odd? Klein's facial muscles trembled as he said, when dealing with them, hide the nature of the question and answer game. Don't let others notice it. Rhodes immediately presented a new sentence on the full-body mirror. I will play your identity well. Very good. Klein nodded. He was truly worried that Rhodes would begin asking butler Walter and valet Richardson embarrassing questions. Questions like, have you fantasized about ladies you shouldn't have any urges for? Or, who do you think of late at night when resolving your physical needs? He believed that with the magic mirror's way of doing things, it might very well carry out such an act without any forewarning. Back then, Danitz nearly broke down thanks to its questions. Without speaking any further, Klein switched to saying, "That will be all for today. I'll contact you again on Friday night." "Yes, great master. Your humble servant already looks forward to serving you." Rhodes first conjured a single line before producing a drawing of a hand waving. Chapter 777. Sick and Crazy Setup. On Friday afternoon, Klein, who had skipped a literary salon because of his feigned sickness, arrived above the gray fog once again. In front of him was a hard-covered, palm-sized notebook which was bronze-green in color. It was Limano's Travels which the magician Furs had provided. After flipping the item which was closer to a spellbook over to a certain page, Klein looked at the yellowish-brown page, raised his hand, and summoned the sea god scepter from the junk pile. As he injected some of his spirituality into Limano's Travels, making it light up with a faint luster, he made the blue gem on the scepter's tip emit a bright light. A sizzling sound was produced as bolts of silver lightning appeared out of thin air. They were thick and menacing as they zapped about, meshing together to form a hurricane. At the same time, complicated symbols and labels quickly outlined themselves on the page of Limano's Travels. They overlapped each other and fused together, slowly taking shape. Just as the page was about to be colored in silver, bolts of lightning snaked out from it, causing all the patterns to be destroyed. It failed again. Klein sighed silently as he repeated the same process. This wasn't his first attempt. Ever since he obtained Limano's Travels on Wednesday night, he would head above the gray fog from time to time, using this spellbook to record the powers produced by the sea god scepter. He repeated it until his spirituality was nearly drained, forcing him to return to the real world to take a break. During this process, there were successes and failures. Klein relied on repeated attempts before completing the final step, recording the lightning storm spell which he had eyed for a very long time. This was a demigod power of the sailor pathway. Before that failure, Klein had failed nearly 20 times. It could be said that his luck was terrible. After repeated failures, he was delighted to see a silver luster spread across the yellowish page at the 5th attempt. An ancient, mysterious, complicated, and indescribable symbol contracted, forming a fancy diagram that made anyone who placed their eyes on it feel as though they were being struck by lightning. "Phew, I've finally succeeded." Klein rubbed his fingers against the paper and heaved a long sigh of relief. He flipped through Limano's Travels and admired his previous efforts. Over the past 2 days, he wasn't fully caught up with Lightning Storm. He also recorded 2 other demigod powers. One of them was Paper Angel that he had used while stirring some of the powers above the gray fog. It aided in disrupting any divination and prophecies. Similarly, there was Hurricane that stemmed from the sea god scepter. When recording them, Klein was rather lucky. One took 9 times, while the other took 12 before he succeeded. As for Flight, Glide, Lightning Strike, and other powers that didn't reach sequence 4, they only required him to do it once or twice. Therefore, Klein had almost filled the entire book. This spellbook isn't very useful to unaffiliated Beyonders. It needs plenty of time and patience to record a sufficient number of powers. And when the powers exceed sequence 6, the chances of failure increases, making the powers difficult to obtain. However, there are 22 pathways in the mystical domain. If the first few sequences have their powers matched well, finishing off a sequence 5 isn't too surprising. Klein closed Limano's Travels and sighed inwardly. From his point of view, the spellbook was equivalent to half a divine artifact for unaffiliated Beyonders. Although it was more difficult to be useful than Creeping Hunger in its early stages, once there was a good combination, it was quite normal for one to fight someone of a higher sequence. However, among Beyonders who were supported by major factions, Limano's Travels would be ridiculously powerful. This was because it could record a demigod's powers. As long as they wish, a demigod can repeat the power again and again. As for Creeping Hunger, it has a high chance of failing to devour a demigod. Even a real shepherd would find it extremely difficult to graze a high-sequence Beyonder. Firstly, there are no available resources, and secondly, it's easy to lose control. Elder Luvia from the City of Silver was someone lucky enough to be able to graze a sequence 4 evil spirit. When Klein thought of this, he cast his gaze onto a dark green, coarse stone. It was rough and uneven with signs of burn marks. It was none other than Furz's stone that allowed the traversal of the spirit world. With Limano's Travels and this stone, along with the Lux Siphon Charm and Wraith Marionette, even if Mr. X has a saint protecting him, I should still be able to complete the mission and leave without problems. Klein rubbed his temples and returned to the real world. After setting up a bestowment ritual, he brought the corresponding items back. After making all the preparations, he walked to the full-body mirror and looked at himself. He made himself look haggard. After dinner, Klein had used the excuse of not being well to return to his room. After taking in the night scenery, he took out a palm-sized mirror from the drawer and placed it on the soft and elastic pillow. Then, Klein went over, making the mirror reflect the blue-eyed, white-sideburn Dwayne Dantes. He then slowly straightened his body and took a step back, creating another Dwayne Dantes in bed. This gentleman was wearing silk pajamas and leaning against a pillow. He held a book in hand with his eyes half closed as though he was in thought. Not bad, the mirror illusion isn't weaker than a paper figurine illusion. Klein returned to the desk and picked up a fountain pen, drawing the strange symbol that was a mixture of secrecy and mystery prying. After a brief silence, the Dwayne Dantes in bed suddenly opened his eyes and gave a toady smile. "Great master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is here." I have to say that even with Dwayne Dantes's face, there's no way he can look normal with that kind of smile. Klein silently sighed and nearly turned to look to his side. "Very good," he praised with a nod. He didn't give any other instructions. With a half-top hat, he slid down from the balcony to the first floor. He followed the secluded garden trail and flipped over the corner perimeter wall of 160 Bachland Street. During this process, he hadn't forgotten to close the windows. Pressing his right hand on his hat and landing his feet on the streets, Klein slowly looked up. At some point in time, his facial features and outline had changed. He had black hair and brown eyes, with a thin and angular face. This was the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, who had a bounty of 50,000 pounds from just a single country. The hunt was about to begin. Sherwood Beander Zio, who was just about to head out to East Borough to participate in Mr. X's Beander gathering, was stopped by Furs. "You want to head out to gather material?" Zio deliberated before saying the words her friend often used. Furs stroked her hair and said, "No, to earn money. I previously accepted a mission to find the dust left behind after a ghost fades away. As you know, there aren't any ghosts at the cemetery. They've all been given a send-off by the priests and bishops to their respective deities' kingdom. Therefore, I can only head over to East Borough and find targets that died due to various reasons without being discovered. Can you bear letting such a beautiful and frail lady like me head into such a messy place alone?" "But, can't you push it back a day?" Zio said hesitantly. "I'm planning to participate in Mr. X's gathering." Furs immediately shook her head. "No, I need to complete the mission tomorrow. It's a total of 50 pounds. If it's due tomorrow, why didn't you do it the past few days?" Zio looked suspiciously at her friend. Furs chuckled. "Is this your first day knowing me? Don't you know I have a severe case of procrastination? Besides, you have no money. What's the point of going to Mr. X's gathering? You don't even know what Beander ingredients you need." "That's true." Zio was convinced before she smiled. "Does every author have a sickness of procrastination?" "Probably." As Furs perfunctorily replied, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In the East Borough, inside a cheap motel, Klein entered the room which Miss Magician had reserved for him under a fake alias. Here, having a room and a bed for one person was an extravagance, but even so, such rooms only cost 12 pence a night. Of course, many of the cheap motels in East Borough didn't have any single rooms. The best of them were some compartments that cost 5 pence a night. It only had a bed and a partition that blocked others from looking inside, allowing the occupants to change clothes. As for the 10 to 20 bunk beds in the basement, they cost 1.5 pence a night. The motel didn't hold any responsibilities for the items that one stored there. There's actually a mirror. Not bad. Klein put down his hat and stood in front of a full-body mirror filled with crevices. He then wore the hooded robe which Miss Magician had prepared for him. Immediately after that, his body shrank at a discernible pace. His skin gradually turned pale with a tinge of malt colors. The Adam's apple at his throat vanished as his hair grew long and turned blonde. Klein instantly recognized the image of Furs's friend, even though the disguise didn't show her looks. It was Miss Zio. However, because there was a hood to conceal himself, he didn't really transform into a woman. All he did was handle the easily noticeable spots. "I can't do anything about the height of 150 centimeters. I'll need to digest the entirety of my potion before I can reach this limit." Thankfully, Miss Zio disguises herself by raising her height. "I don't have to vex over this." Klein looked at the 160 centimeter tall figure in the mirror. switched to a pair of leather boots that looked to be and was flat-soled. After donning the disguise, Klein hooded himself and silently left the single room from the window. He came to an alley in East Borough, taking a detour until he arrived outside the building where Mr. X was hosting the Beander gathering. After recalling the passcode which Miss Magician had provided, Klein rapped the door with his fingers, 3 light taps and 3 heavy taps, separated by 2 long and 3 short intervals. After 10 seconds, the door silently opened. An attendant wearing an iron mask first observed the visitor before making way. Klein calmly walked past him and entered the building without showing any signs of panic. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.